Hmm.
Yeah, and it seems to be so like at this stage, right? Because this has been, academia has kind of existed for what, a few hundred years now, like, and it seems to be so lost in the source that it just seems to be just like glanced over, like when we use things too colloquially within academia, and it's like, yeah, I'll give you a pass on that. Like we're not going to be too rough on you about having used that term in that context, kind of thing. Where it shouldn't have really, it's not really justified, as having been used in that context. But we'll give it to you.
It made sense as far as rationalizing and differentiating, the foundations of his ideas per what he was talking about and how he would implement such calculations, which kind of led back to what Larry was saying earlier, was saying to me before he said that. So it seemed to fit. It seemed to fit. Um, in this VC, per what you guys discussed on flat Earth, does the now I don't know if they're theories or conspiracies or what the difference are. In the case where an argument is stated that the Earth is not, that gravity is not the act of objects really falling, but it's more so the act of the surface accelerating at a steady rate, which is equivalent to the speed of light, um, and some stuff like that.
Whoa, what? Wait, what? Talking about
Is
Einstein?
that correct?
Well, Einstein is based on a few assumptions, right? The number one assumption for Einstein is that the speed of light is a constant, and it's actually space and time that's bending and warping. So anytime that we see that there's this speed of light not being consistent, well, it's obviously something else, right? So it's space and time that's bending, and it kind of goes away from the mass attracting mass, which is from like 1666 Newtonian
It
Principia.
does. It does.
Principia, sorry, right? And now we're in this time of, Einstein, where everything is the bending and warping of space-time. The space-time continuum that's made of no baryonic matter, meaning not from the periodic table. It's just a mathematical concept of infused three-dimensional space and time as a fourth dimensional thing. Now, this is all theoretical. Obviously, there's no experiment where you can do natural science. This is more along the lines of mathematics, but it describes certain things. And math is a language which you can describe things with, but it doesn't work out below the Planck level, which means when you get into quantum physics, it breaks down. Once you
But
get
they use
into
spectral science to support this evidence.
the spectral science, what you're talking about, it goes against Einstein. It breaks down once you get to
Okay.
the quantum field level, but it also breaks down at the galactic level. And this is a well-known thing called the cosmological constant crisis, or you could just type in your search engine crisis in cosmology, and there's a plethora of stuff showing that there's a huge discrepancy between the two ways of measuring the expansion of the universe, and it's 120 orders of magnitude. That's 10 with 120 zeros after it. So this isn't like a little discrepancy and their model's fine, it'll be okay. No, the lambda-CDM model, which is the main model for cosmology, it's fucked. To the point to where now they're trying to retool a modified Newtonian dynamics, which you can search that too, MOND gravity, MOND gravity. And that's Malgromian gravity from about 1982 or 1983 that was kind of overlooked for a long time. And we're kind of in the middle of a paradigm shift or a Kuhn cycle. I'll post some stuff on that later if you're interested. But someone else, please continue. I'll be back.
Modified Newtonian dynamics. I'm looking at this as we speak.
Also, the Planck scale is in all our black hole equations. So all the measurements that we take of the black holes, all that stuff has the Planck scale.
when the concept of that the Earth, yeah, is flat and it's accelerating at a given speed, which is um you know dimensioned as the speed at which things fall. Um, I was curious. It took away gravity. It took away gravity, and so it took away my understanding of what our solar system, very basic stuff
What took
here.
away gravity?
It took away the understanding that maybe the world is, or the Earth is, moving at an acceleration in perhaps one direction, um, versus simply just spinning on an axis at a point in space or in a localized area in space. um you know
Space time.
embrace
It's warping.
embrace the
The
idea of
blanket.
gravity. My understanding of it allowed me to embrace the idea of gravity more than understanding that the Earth accelerating maybe upward, if I was looking down on the soil, um
But
where
you're actually accelerating in a curve towards the ground. You're not going straight down. You're going in a curve towards the center of the Earth.
That's nonsense.
like a whirlpool.
It's nonsense. Don't follow
It's
it.
kind
Don't
of like a
follow the
whirlpool, but
nonsense.
not necessarily.
Don't
But if
follow
that
the
makes
nonsense.
sense,
You're trying to
therefore,
get away from the
if that makes
nonsense, and now
sense,
he's
everything
bringing you
would
back
look
to the
like it was
nonsense.
spinning down a drain.
Yeah, the nonsense.
But then it wouldn't be accelerating. It would
What do you mean by
simply
that,
be.
Tyler?
It wouldn't be accelerating in a direction. It would simply be spinning on an axis as we understand it to.
What do you mean by that?
Nonsense.
So rather than the whirlpool, I would direct you towards that blanket with the balls on it. You know, that demonstration.
Like a black
So
hole.
the problem with that there's an issue with that demonstration because it's only in 2 dimensions. So
Yeah.
the only way to properly think of curving towards the center of the mass, because of the warping of space-time due to the huge amount of mass, thus causing everything to fall towards the center of it in a curve, but because
Representation of a
we're
separate
on the
force.
because we're on the curve, like we're going
You gotta
straight.
also remember that Talon just said that
Well-
we measure the black holes. We measure the black holes, but Talon doesn't. Doesn't
Well,
the
hang on,
ruler
Dweller.
wouldn't the ruler be sucked by the black hole before you
I got
measure
two
it?
I got 2 sentences
No,
left.
you
Dweller.
don't. No, you don't, because you
so,
making this claim from the assumption that you know all of these things. But
So
you
think
don't.
of a 3-dimensional blanket is what I would say, rather than 2 dimensions. Think of a
He
3-dimensional
said
blanket
he
and
measured
then
the black hole.
rolling.
Don't forget about
That is
that.
what they mean by gravity, rather than it's the same concept as the 2-dimensional one, but think of it in 3 dimensions.
No, you're wrong again. Okay, so we'll go back to the black hole in just a minute, Jimsy. He's hurling elephants. He's mentioning so many different things. We got to go one by one. Okay, so if you'll stop gish galloping and address one topic at a time. First of
Okay.
all, you don't think of it as a 3-dimensional. If you're talking about space-time, that would be a pseudo-Riemannian 4 space. So that would be 4 dimensions. And it's
Yeah,
a bad analogy because the trampoline is made of baryonic matter, right? So it's not a good analogy whatsoever because according to you, space-time exists in a vacuum where there are no atoms hardly. So it doesn't make a very good analogy whatsoever. Plus, when you do demonstrate this, the planets all come crashing together, and as far as we could tell, the universe is not just expanding, but it's speeding up. Therefore, there's your crisis. And the
That's
Hubble
where
constant
I
doesn't
live.
match.
Well,
Sorry,
they call it the
if
fabric
you'll
of
just let me,
space-time.
if you'll just let me finish.
Australia, hold on, where's Australia in the flat Earth model?
Nobody's talking about that right now. It's a huge red
you're
herring
fucking
because you're
flat Earth
interrupting me.
dipshit. Fuck you, mate. You're fucked.
Oh,
You're fucking
look at you. You're getting scared because I'm in the
flat
middle of
Earth,
a
dumb shit,
We're gonna
fat
move on
fuck.
from the trolls.
Yeah,
We're gonna talk to the new people. We're gonna move on from the trolls and talk
you
to
can see how scared he
people that
was.
have good
I was
questions.
about to make my point, so he had to throw me off. But I'm still resolute in my decision to say all the planets come crashing together with the trampoline experiment, so called, because it's not a good demonstration of anything, because the Hubble constant doesn't match with Einstein's constant from his theory of general relativity. And that's why cosmology is in a crisis right now. So back to the black holes. Jimsy, you can take this if you want to. But I had to fix that little trampoline catastrophe.
Would
that he
one
tried to
say
ignore.
that the blanket experiment is just from a Hellenistic view?
Where is Australia?
Jimsy, you want to take the black hole thing?
No, I wanted to move on from it because it's just nonsense. New Hall spoke.
It defeated once I realized it would be a black hole because I don't see how that would be consistent in existence.
Well, the reason that there's a black hole is because the theory of gravity is so weak, they need dark
It's
matter
a
and
plural,
black holes
guys.
to make.
Black holes is a plural.
Yeah, but in one galaxy there should be one black hole. But the gravity is so weak, right? Because it's if you're a fundamentalist, you believe it's one of the four fundamental forces. But fundamentalists, they say that, but I don't think that's true. But gravity is so weak that they need black holes to create enough gravitation towards the center of the galaxy, and dark matter halos around the edges of the galaxy in order just to make gravity work at the galactic level. But of course, these black holes and dark matter are not falsifiable, according to some, while others say the dark matter has been falsified.
Larry, you make
Like
a good
Professor-
point because I always wonder, how do we discover the protocol of a force before we determine the foundation and fabric of it?
Exactly, like when it comes to the electromagnetic force, like duh. I mean,
What the fuck?
yeah,
The
it's
Hubble
obvious.
constant? Oh my god, you guys are fucked.
We're just thinking. I'm just thinking, at least. I'm
Oh,
just
you
thinking.
gotta
and there's
answer my
nothing wrong
question,
with
mate. Where the fuck is Australia in the flat Earth model?
it.
In Australia.
It doesn't exist. It doesn't
It's on
exist.
Earth.
So he's straw manning us. You see this tactic this Australian's making? He's saying that we're saying that Australia doesn't exist. Obviously, Australia exists. That's where this dude got his body from. His mother was eating food grown in Australia, and inside of her womb created his body. So obviously Australia exists. But see, people have to make weak arguments
Yes.
for us and straw
Too
man the
much
fuck out of
kangaroo
us.
meat,
Yes, the
man.
problem
Too much
is
kangaroo meat.
the problem is that we do know Australia exists, but he never thought about this in his mind. So he's asking, and then he went to YouTube and he saw a video saying flat earthers think Australia doesn't exist, right? But no, bro, Australia is over there across the water. You're in the land, then you cross the water, and it's over there. Okay, it's pretty simple, not too complicated.
So, how many people have you guys converted, and how many like flat earthers have been
It's not
converted to
about converting
spirits?
people. Listen, ma'am, we're not trying to convert people to become a flat earther. We're trying to make you think for yourself and question authority and go outside and observe reality for yourself. We literally teach people to go to the beach and measure curvature. If they find the curvature, they'll be globers, right?
Is there like a protocol that you guys have written down?
Yes.
It's not about writing it down, ma'am. If the earth is curving, you would be able to see it if boats go over the horizon, right?
Yeah, I do. I see that all the time.
Okay, so we're telling people to go look at that outside, and then
They
we
don't
show
believe what they
people.
see.
Of course, people don't believe what they see because they believe in refraction and all kinds of things that they can't see. But
They
if you
think a
go
super
outside,
mirage, which is a very rare event, happens every single time.
okay, well, if you go outside and you try to measure the curvature and you see too far, that's when they start saying mirages and refraction and the earth has to be a globe. You just don't understand how to do math, right? But if you just go outside and observe for yourself, we're not trying to convince you anything other than to do that.
Yeah, but flat earthers are unable to see past 200 feet.
Are you retarded? Like, you think I can't see past 200 feet?
That's
Yup.
funny, dude. That's funny.
Not even 100 yards.
Wouldn't that support the argument that we are not flat earthers then? Because everything will be curving that quickly.
Right.
It's crazy
Well, I
because
hear
flat
many
earthers tell
times that
people to go
anything.
outside and make observations, while globe earthers are saying stuff like, well, if you look at a lunar eclipse, or if you look at, if you walk 1,000 miles in a straight line, which how would you do that? The earth is topographical, unless you could walk on water, which I doubt you got those kind of skills. They always say, look at the sun, look at the moon, look at the stars, look at the planets. we're saying go look at the actual surface of the Earth, which is the water, and check it for yourself. And the globe earthers are like, no, don't do that. Whatever you do, don't go outside.
You can spend $2,000 on a weather balloon and a camera set and see that the Earth is round.
Bro, that is so wrong. Neil
Has
deGrasse
anybody
Tyson
done
said you
that?
can't see the. Yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson said you can't see the curvature from the Red Bull jump was 128,000 feet. He said you're too small and the Earth is too big. So if you can't see it from there, then
You
that
needed
means
the
you can't.
equipment.
Bro, could I just finish like without you interrupting?
You can make it look like it.
If I could just
You need
finish, that'd be great.
context.
Oh my god, dude, the Red Bull
You
jump is the
talked a
context.
lot.
Yeah, but am I interrupting you guys?
Quiet, whore.
Well, I mean, interruption or
I'm
not, you're taking
addressing.
up a lot of space.
I didn't know
Calm
he was
down.
going
Man,
to go on. I just said facts, and he said before he said that.
I'm addressing what he said about cameras and balloons. What do you expect me to do? Just be quiet?
Yeah, let's quote a celebrity
How
TV
flat is the
scientist.
He's
Now,
a
why
legitimate scientist, is he
with
not?
with the supporting arguments that we know
There's a lot
about
of
the
scientists.
formation of the universe in whole, like we observe galaxies from millions and billions of miles away, and we observe galaxies to be organizing themselves in circular patterns and in spirals.
cool story?
Yeah,
Here
well,
on
the
Earth,
thing
here on
is,
Earth,
yeah.
wait, here on Earth, we observe that there are no natural straight
That's a
lines.
neat story.
There are no particulars that
Did
say
your
that,
mom
hey,
read you that
here's
story
an
when she
edge with a sharp corner, because and so most of that observation fits into this theory that the Earth is spinning. And with the spinning of the Earth, the formation of planets in the solar system, and along with many other planets in the galaxy, um, become round. And
Hey, let's address the spin of the Earth, Hugh, because you talked about a lot of things there.
oh, by the way, it's he who spoke, but I like Hugh. Hugh is the nice
I'm going to
short.
respond to this
I
one
like
real
it.
quick. It doesn't matter when they believe that every image of the galaxy is scaled up. It could literally be photoshopped. They could put anything they want in it, right?
If we could just address the axial rotation,
Yes,
Steve.
please.
Sorry about that. He who spoke. So yeah,
Yep,
the axial
you're
rotation.
fine.
If all motion is relative, right? Going back to classical relativity and even Einstein with his special relativity, if all motion is relative, can you say for certain that the Earth rotates and has a revolution around the sun, or would it also
The
be
sun
correct
has
to
a
say that the
revolution
sun,
around the Earth.
right? Because if all motion is relative, why are they teaching the children only one reference frame, and that's the sun worshipping reference frame?
So that's where I find a lot of cracks, because some of it comes or originates, well, as far as we can say, it was written from a Hellenistic school of thought, and then the other is rather now practiced in our modern um theories. So I'm like, well, I would. Do I have to only understand that it's possible that the Earth can be flat, and well, can I not also understand that it's possible that the Earth can be flat yet still rotate around the sun? Would it make
You
sense?
could, but you'd have to prove that.
Yes, of course.
Right.
Well, I think that a lot of people understand that there's like the geocentric position, and then there's the acentric or no center, right? So most people on Earth today think that it's heliocentric, but it's actually not, because there is no center according to the lambda-CDM model.
We're
So in
far
that
from the
model,
center.
yeah, in that model there is no center, right? So for us as flat earthers, we're geocentrists, like all of us. We think the Earth is the center. It's literally the ground of the quote unquote universe, right? Even though we don't really like that word universe. So yeah, there's underground caverns and caves. So I guess there would be a basement, I guess if you want to think about it like that. And there's also a sky, right? So that
Yeah.
would be the attic. But to think about the world like you look at Jupiter and you say that it's a gas giant, right? And I say, wait a minute, are you saying that's a ball of gas in a vacuum? Like, that's a violation of the laws of entropy, the second law of thermodynamics. Like, how could you have a high pressure system adjacent to an extremely low pressure system, 10 to the 17 negative torr, without, the gas laws doing what they do and filling the available volume until they reach near equilibrium? Like, that doesn't make sense to me. So you can believe whatever you want, right? You can believe everything that NASA tells you about Jupiter. But if you look at the, what was that comet that hit Jupiter? The something Levy comet, and it left a scar on the
Comet
surface.
Levy. Yes,
Say it
go
again?
ahead.
Say it again?
Comet Levy.
Yeah. It hit Jupiter and left a scar on the surface for months. So how could a gas giant have a surface, number one? Number two, how could it leave a scar for months on end?
Yeah, that's not a thing.
Can I just get you to repeat what you said about the comet? Because I didn't quite understand it. Maybe just repeating it once more will help. Like, what you said something about it being like lasting for 9 months and that not making or
No,
making.
not 9 months. So they say that a comet hit Jupiter. It was amateur astronomers who saw this happen, right?
Yeah.
And it left a scar on the face of Jupiter for months on end. Now, if Jupiter is a gas giant, how is that possible? Shoemaker Levy.
Because it disturbed the atmosphere. That's what the comet did. And I do remember it from being in high school and observing it back then.
Right, we're talking about from July 18th to August the 24th. Like, how would it disturb the atmosphere for that long? Because if you look at Jupiter in a GIF and you see like how fast that atmosphere is moving, and remember that Jupiter is several times larger than Earth, like that atmosphere is hauling ass. So if it were just a cloud of gas and it gets hit with an object, clouds of gas would just engulf that little hole that it made like moments later, right? And let me find a GIF of Jupiter. Give me just a second.
I see the picture you put up, by the way, and like I was going to just point out though, Larry, it's also coming in with a lot of kinetic force. So.
And how big is the mass?
I don't
What's
know.
the exact weight?
I don't know.
Hmm.
So, is the Earth flat or round?
Well, it's a topographical plane.
What is
I
it?
honestly think it's a pyramid.
Honestly? Is that you're honest?
Yeah, we're on the tip, bro. We're on the tip. Uh-huh.
Don't be gay.
Honesty.
Why are you on my tip, bro? Why are you on my tip?
You gay.
Why are you gay?
There it
You
is.
are
All right.
gay.
Who
All right,
says I'm
so
gay?
I'm gonna post another image. So check out this
Why are
GIF.
you running?
Check out this GIF, right?
Faster!
And remember that this comet, guys, try to focus. Remember this comet hit in one spot and stayed in that spot, right? Now look at the atmosphere of Jupiter. Like, of course, it's going to be really fast near the equatorial region and slower at the pole. But remember, this is several times bigger than the Earth. In fact, Jupiter, other than the Sun, is bigger than all the other planets combined.
Yep.
Volume-wise. I don't
Yep.
know. It probably has more mass than all the other planets combined. But the point is that this scar stayed on the surface, whatever that means, because Earth has a surface because it's terrestrial. But how could a gas giant have a scar on its surface from July to August?
Could it be possible that there's a core at the center of all that gas, that there's a solid core? Could that be a possibility?
Well, it could be. A lot of people have said that that's what's actually going on. But if something hit Venus, which is covered in a really thick atmosphere, would we be able to see what's going on the surface on Venus?
Well, all of these gases are actually varying in mass. Like some of them are really, really heavy, so they're denser and they're less viscous. Like water is like more viscous than honey. Some of these gases act like very viscously, which is why you see these bands of color, and they get sorted out like this in these stripes due to things like the Coriolis effect.
The Earth is a nigger. You're
Okay,
wrong.
well, okay, I'm a glober, but following
Nigga,
with
what?
the planet spinning, the poles have less linear motion to go through, and the center of the planet has a lot of linear motion.
You don't know that.
It's a strong
No, that's geometry.
gravitational
That's
pull.
geometry. That's geometry.
You don't. Yeah, you don't. It's not geometry. You don't know that. That
If you-
information you
okay.
just gave has nothing to do with geometry, is it? Be honest.
If you have no, if you have a sphere,
No. You didn't give any information of the constituent parts of all the elements that you. Yeah, I am going to. The constituent parts of all the elements that you just described are unknowable by you, the observer. How did you know all that information? What you just said?
know what?
Newton's law.
No, not Newton's law. The elemental composition of all the things he just spoke of. How did he know that stuff was made of that? Come on, guys.
We're responding to a guy of yours that couldn't give us context of mass, weight, speed, or anything.
A guy
We're just
of
responding.
yours. A guy of yours.
The guy with the
So
turtle
what is
shell.
yours?
This I am Larry guy.
No, yeah. Wait, hold on.
Larry?
Can I say yes? But can I make my point?
Not really. You're not telling us how you know the elemental composition of the things that are on a specific
Alpha.
planet.
Okay,
Dude, are you going to let me
No,
finish?
I'll respond. I know what you're saying. I've heard you.
Well then, what's your answer?
If you take any ball, like get your basketball, and you spin it, the axis of what you're spinning it through, those poles move slower than the outside of the ball. And that's not me saying it. Go do that experiment. Literally just geometry, the way that spinning objects work. The equator will move faster than the poles, linearly.
That's not answering my question.
That's not
answering my question.
Okay, yes, Alpha. I'm getting there.
That's not answering my question.
If
answer my
Jupiter,
question.
yes, I am. If Jupiter was a spinning ball like the globers say it is, then that means it would have an axis. And if there's a solid core at the bottom of Jupiter, then these gases are going to go in lines where they go slower. If it's a denser gas, if it's more viscous, like honey, it would go to the poles, and the lighter fluids would race around the equator. So that's what you're seeing. But something like...
So by what you're saying, and by what I'm understanding from what you are saying, right? You're saying that if I had a basketball in my hand and I was spinning it on my finger, right? The center which is making contact with my finger, and the other center on the top of the basketball, which is not making contact with my finger, those exact points are not spinning, unlike the rest of the basketball, where the equator of the basketball would be observed to be spinning the fastest.
Yeah.
Is that because we can perceive that movement more than we can perceive a point?
I'm just saying the tops are moving slower than the equator. They're going the same.
Yeah, that's why I'm
angular
asking
speed.
you. That's why I'm asking you. Per that argument, are you saying that the tops, as you call them, are not moving? You're saying they're not
No.
moving. Are you saying?
Absolutely not. You interrupted me for that. I'm asking Maximum a specific question that he didn't return back on me. Still waiting. We're not worried about the thing spinning and putting something that's on Earth analogous.
Oh wait, hold on. I wanted to hear what he was
No. You didn't finish
making a
answering
point.
me. Yeah, you didn't finish answering me.
Okay,
So let me restate.
I'll answer.
I'll restate again if you got lost of what I'm asking for. First of all, you know what I'm asking for, yes or no?
Yes.
So I can restate. Okay. If you know what I'm asking for, please go ahead and do that. Go ahead. He'll be unmuted. I just need you to answer what I'm
I know,
saying
but
first.
I'm scared if I answer it not in the exact format you want, you'll mute me.
No. The thing is this. You were talking about elemental composition of the thing that, Jupiter was made of. The elements, right? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. How do you know that?
I'm saying if this is a you're right. I am saying I'm presupposing this.
Right.
Please please let me speak. Please.
No, that's all. That we're actually good now. That's all I needed.
Okay,
That's
sure.
it.
Now I'm going to go.
So
in
let
my
me let you
theory-
answer.
yes.
Let me let you answer that guy's questions.
Please
Go ahead.
So,
Hugh spoke.
if you presuppose that Jupiter actually is, you could explain the phenomenon of stripes, because the denser gases are going to go to the poles and the very viscous gases are going to spin around the equator. That is evidence, not proof. It's not proof. It's still a presupposition, right? You're still presupposing, but it is evidence that Jupiter is a spinning ball. It's not proof, though. That's all I'm saying.
Well, that's another question, but I'll get to that later. I want Hugh Spoke to finish what he was saying.
Okay.
No, I was asking him that question. I think he just answered a bit of it, but it still didn't really answer the
Yeah,
question.
what were you, yes.
Because for what you were saying, for example, right? I was making the example of spinning a basketball on my finger per how you were describing it. And from what I understood from what you were saying was that the axis will not be observed to be spinning, whereas the equator will be observed to be spinning the fastest per the whole body of that planet or basketball, so to speak.
Yes.
So therefore, does that mean that there is a point of that planet, or there's a point of that mass or that entity that is not in motion?
No, it'll be rotating. It could rotate in place. There is a point where it's just rotating in place. It is still moving. It has the same angular velocity. It will make one rotation per 24 hours. But it doesn't have to travel the entire equator, so it's going slower. It has much less distance to go. It just spins in place on both poles. That's according to the theory. If you have to presuppose, which makes sense for like seasons and the Coriolis effects, a lot of the things that I talk about, which is my whole proof, you know.
The Coriolis effect?
Yes, the equator
about
moves
Earth
faster.
caused?
Yes. Well, how would you
effect, so-
explain it on the flat Earth? How would you
So
explain?
this kind of circles back to your initial argument, which brought up the
Larry was talking, bro.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't realize.
Take a seat, brother. Take a
I would
seat.
explain it like this on a flat Earth. If
Already
Felix Baumgartner went up 128,000 feet, he would land roughly about 100 miles away, depending on, winds and stuff like that, drift, right? But if it's a globe Earth, he would have landed, well, let's say 2,100 miles away. Where did he land? 80 miles away in the opposite direction of the spin. So the Earth did not spin under Felix Baumgartner. He landed 80 miles away, not 2,100 miles away. So at what point does the Earth actually
Well, it only
start
works if you
spinning?
go up or down. You have to be going north or south while you're
Right, but that's because the
accelerating.
Earth is spinning, right? It causes the deviation if you're going north or south from the equator.
Yes.
Right. So when does the Earth actually start spinning, and you're not just invoking this, Earth caused Coriolis effect? How high do you have to go in a balloon for the Earth to spin underneath you? Because you're saying it's a separate reference frame. You have the inertial and non-inertial reference frames. The Earth spinning and the atmosphere not connected to the Earth, right? Because the Earth's
I'm not
spinning underneath it.
entirely. I'm not sure
I
what you're
mean,
asking.
by that logic, me as a dummy, I would have to understand that there is a part of the world where I could stand on, and while it spins on its axis, I would essentially just stand there while I get to have a good look around in a 360.
Yeah, and you'd be way younger too.
Larry, I'm saying that if you go north and south,
Elliptical. Hold on,
while
Maximum.
you're
Give me a
while
second. Maximum, hold on.
Huh?
Give me a second. Elliptical. Yeah, I was going to say you need to mute up. We hear birds chirping and things typing. So thank you. Go ahead, Maximum.
If I'm going north or south, on the only reason why it works is because I am off the Earth. You don't see the Coriolis effect when you're on ground, but if you launch something, that's when you see it. So as soon as you
Right, like
stop
Neil
making yeah.
Sorry, bro. Like Neil deGrasse Tyson talked about the football field goal was either won or lost because the Coriolis effect. So
Well, you still you're getting
if the Earth is
velocity from the
spinning
Earth.
underneath that football or a sniper round or artillery shells, wouldn't it also be spinning underneath Felix Baumgartner, and he wouldn't have landed 80 miles in the opposite direction, but 2,180 miles in the other direction, right?
I don't know what you're talking about. I send that proof. I don't know what you're referencing.
So, okay. The Earth spins 1,038 miles an hour at the equator in your model,
Yes.
correct? Okay,
Yes.
so let's say New Mexico, roughly 700 miles per hour, right? If Felix went up and ascended for 3 hours, then the Earth should have spun underneath him at some point. If it's spinning underneath a sniper round, artillery shell, and footballs.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not what we observe in reality. The Earth didn't spin underneath him. He landed 80
Did
miles
he go
away.
north or south? How
No,
far away did he
you
land?
don't understand. Okay, so if you'll go to Wikipedia and click on the Coriolis effect, you see what you're talking about, going north or south. But
Yes.
and the best way to demonstrate the Coriolis effect is a merry-go-round. If you have a drone, right, and you take the GPS off, you're just flying it manually, and you tell the drone to go straight up from the merry-go-round surface while the merry-go-round is spinning. The merry-go-round is going to spin underneath the drone, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, what was that?
So we can keep looking at things from a bird's eye view, right? Where I think I have this imagination, and I'm stupid. Remember that. If I could levitate, and I could levitate 100 feet off the ground, probably not even that much, but just any amount of space between me and the soil, and I was levitating with no attachments, the Earth will continue to spin, right?
Allegedly. Allegedly.
So we would
That's what they're saying.
expect that in a 24-hour period, if I were to touch base back on Earth, 100 feet off of it, off the soil, I should be expecting to not land on the exact same position
Is that the yes, Larry? Is that the
within
same scenario that you're talking
a
about?
5-hour period.
Yeah. How far did he land, and how close did he actually land? Was he supposed to land versus how close was he actually?
Okay, he landed 80 miles away in the opposite direction from the spin. So if he was spinning, he should
But
have
he didn't
landed.
move anywhere, did he? Did he try and go north or south, or did he just try and stay in one spot?
You don't understand. It's a separate reference frame in the Coriolis effect, correct?
No, I don't understand.
It's
Yeah,
not a
once you
separate
leave,
reference frame.
once
No,
you leave
I'm
the Earth,
I'm saying
yeah,
that you have to
maximum.
move up or down.
No, maximum. Check this out. Once anything detaches from the Earth, it then becomes a part of a different reference frame than the actual Earth itself. So while the Earth is in motion, the thing that leaves the Earth is affected by your specific Coriolis effect. So a bullet, a football, just anything that leaves the Earth's reference frame, well, it's going to be part and partial to that Coriolis force that's moving it. So that's what we're saying. Like it has to happen that way. If you can see it in footballs and sniper bullets and all kinds of stuff, then yeah, anybody that leaves the Earth, they're going to be affected by it.
But you're not
Do you get
moving
it?
north or south. That's my whole point. How high did he go?
Listen,
I'm saying
yeah, I
yes.
know, but the point is, anything that leaves the Earth, anything
No,
in
you don't
any
understand what I'm
direction,
saying.
yes. Yeah, so
No, my point.
the Coriolis
Okay.
is not just one specific like
No,
direction.
Alpha.
Not going
The
north or
reason,
south.
yes, the reason why the Coriolis effect happens is because the object is moving north or south while it is ascending. No, yes.
No, that's incorrect. That's
if you
incorrect.
drive north, if you drive north or south, you won't affect it. You have to be driving north. You have to be going north or south and off the ground. That's how it works. So this guy who's going straight up and down, okay, you don't understand the Coriolis effect. That's not what I'm
citation,
saying.
please.
That's not my
Citation.
point. That's how
Citation.
it works. Okay.
Citation, please. Citation.
Okay.
I want to
how
know.
it works, bro.
Yeah, I want to
it's
know
the
that.
Coriolis effect,
Listen,
bro.
no, I don't want to listen to you say that that's how it is. I want you to. Where's your reference? Put up the source and then the citation of where
Okay,
it says
reason
exactly
it out.
what
It's
you
just
said.
geometry. Reason it out. It's just geometry.
No, it's not about maximum. Listen,
Okay.
the study of Coriolis doesn't come from maximum. It comes from some source that you learned it from.
Bro. It's not
Yeah,
my fault.
then
You're not
yes, it
familiar
is.
with.
No. You need to
Coriolis
provide
is
the
so
evidence.
famous.
No, listen. You need to provide the evidence of what you're saying and backing it up with a citation. Like you put the citation in the text channel, and then say this is where I'm getting my information from, and this is what it says verbatim that I'm saying. That's what you need to do right now. Otherwise, it's you saying things that you don't know how it works, bro. You can't say that you're standing on the pillars of knowledge of your own knowledge. That's not how this works. Things are established. Did they figure out the Coriolis before you were born? When you came into this? Maximum?
You don't understand Coriolis effect, bro.
Answer the question,
I'm reading
sir.
the Wikipedia. I'm reading the Wikipedia right now.
That's not the point, Maximum. The point is that you were born into this world already with Coriolis being described. So for you to back up and say that that's what it is, you need to post where it says that. The information that you got that from, post the citation so that we can all see that you're saying exactly what it says about Coriolis, what you said. That's all I'm asking for. Not asking for too much, man. Just asking for you to back up what you're saying. That's it.
I'm looking, bro.
All right,
Okay.
while you're looking, I'm just saying this, that I'm not claiming that Felix Baumgartner was traveling north or south and should have been affected by the Coriolis effect. What I am saying is that if the Coriolis effect is true and the Earth spins under footballs, sniper rounds, and artillery shells, then it would also have to spin under balloons that go 128,000 feet.
But you're
And that
not
makes
moving north
logical.
or south. You're not moving north or south. That's my
So-
whole point.
So when NASA took off allegedly and went to the moon, were they still spinning in the Earth's orbit when they went to the moon, or did they fly straight to the moon, or straight toward the moon where it was going to be?
They took a really curved path. They didn't fly straight to the moon.
Did they take a curved path because of the Coriolis effect, or did they just leave the Earth and the spin of the Earth at some point became irrelevant because they kept going in one direction and the Earth was spinning underneath them? Did the Earth spin while
Well, they
the
would still have
astronauts were on the
velocity.
moon?
It's not like they would stop moving
Did
with
the
space.
Earth spin while the astronauts went to the moon?
You just answered his question, Maximum.
Yeah, they
that's all.
did. Yes,
Okay,
they
so
were.
at what height would Felix Baumgartner or Picard or anybody who went up in a balloon, at what point does the Earth spin underneath them?
It depends on how north or south they went on with respect to the globe. With respect to the
I'm
globe.
not talking about the Coriolis effect. I'm talking about the Earth spinning. At what point would Baumgartner or Picard or anybody who's ever went up in a balloon, at what point does the Earth spin underneath them?
All the time.
There you
Okay,
go.
if that's true, then Felix Baumgartner should have landed roughly 2,100 miles away, give or take
Was
80
he
miles.
trying to move? Was he trying to move forward or backward? Was he
He's
like
trying to move
moving
up.
Yes, was he moving north or south? Was he trying to
See,
move?
you can't. There's no qualifier here.
conflating
The
it.
only, there's no qualifier here. The only thing that you got to.
Okay. You're
Maximum,
right. This
that
is a bad
you're
argument.
trying-
No, you're right. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right. You're right.
I know that. I know it's a
Snipers
bad
have to
argument.
account for it. No. Snipers have to account for it. Snipers account for the Coriolis effect. The fact that they could account, they have
No,
to.
that's
The
incorrect.
fact that they have
No,
to.
sorry.
You know?
No, sorry. I'm sorry, Maximum. That's incorrect. We've spoken to many people that do their qualified sniper, military personnel. So these guys, when they're in the field, that's the thing they do not account for in the field. They all say that. The ones who actually are claiming this are just anti-flat Earth propagandists. They don't like in the actual military. When you're out there in the field, you don't account for it. When it comes to like actually taking the shot, that's like so important. Coriolis is not something you account for. There's other factors that you have to account for, but Coriolis isn't one. You do not account for it. That's a lie that I don't know where you heard this, but you're saying this over and over again, and that is a lie. We know that because we've talked to many military personnel who can come into this call and refute you based on their experience, dude. Do not take that into account. There's no way you can't say that. What about
They
hurricanes?
go counterclockwise in the northern hemisphere and clockwise in the southern hemisphere.
Yeah, what does that mean? Like, what do you think
That's
that
the
means?
Coriolis effect.
No, it's not.
The fact that if
That's
you move
weather,
further
dude.
north, if you move more north, the gas is slower, so there's more like particles there, or the geometry of it makes it so that one side is being pushed, so the entire thing spins in one direction. But on the other side, below the equator, it spins in the other direction, and it's caused by the Coriolis effect.
Yeah, so with the hurricane, in respect to hurricanes, what you don't realize is that there have been storms that have started in the south and crossed over the equator to the north, spinning in the same direction.
Yeah, but they started.
So you don't know this. Yeah, but you don't know this, Maxima. So you're saying that things are separate and they only spin in a specific way in
You're saying
either
it's all evidence of
respect
globe
to
Earth.
northern and southern hemisphere. That's
all
not the
evidence of
case
globe
because
Earth.
you've had Yeah, but you've had storms that actually cross the equator into the other side, and they are still spinning the same way. They don't change their
Because they're not
spin.
going to stop.
That's
It's about
incorrect.
it's about like the jet streams. It's not like, oh, once I cross over, I change
Okay,
teams
so then,
and I rotate the other way
right,
now.
right. So then,
It's
no
about where
Earth
they
spin.
spawned. No,
I
it's
know. So
about
it's
where they
about jet
spawned.
streams.
Oh, then you
It's
know.
about
Then
jet
you said you
streams.
knew. Great.
Yeah, it's
where
about jet
they.
streams. So
It's
it's
about where
nothing
they
to do with the
spawned,
Earth
right?
spin.
It's about where.
Right.
Okay, great.
So it's nothing to do with Earth spin. Thank you. No Earth spin. Just
It's just
jet
evidence
streams.
for
Yeah.
globe. Just
No,
evidence
it's
for
not.
globe.
No, it's not. It's listen, because you have a confirmation bias for the Earth being a globe, you're gonna make
How do you explain
excuses.
it on flat? How do you explain it on flat Earth?
This is a weather phenomena that takes place due to
We
pressure
don't know. We have
and
no idea. It's like no model
no
or
idea.
whatever.
Are you listening to me?
Sorry, I'll shut up.
Next, he's going
I
to talk
said it
about
has.
bullets spinning counterclockwise.
Yeah, dude, you're bypassing my answer. It's like you're not listening. I just finished telling you it's pressure and it's temperature. Things that change on the Earth will affect the way weather systems are. And there's a lot of things like the jet stream, like there's many different things that affect the temperature and the weather. All of that changing has nothing to do with the spin of the Earth, with the curvature of the Earth, nothing to do with anything like that. You have been in such a just a wrong position to come in here and
I
argue the
disagree,
fact
but
that the
okay.
weather happens. Yeah, I don't care, because
That's
you have to
okay.
provide
It's
evidence.
just
You have
evidence.
to you have to provide evidence that the what you're claiming has everything to do with like weather. What does the globe have to do with weather? What? What does the globe do for the weather? What does it do?
I already
Other
told
than
you,
we
man. I'm
can't
not
see.
gonna.
Yeah, the
I'm
Earth's
waiting for
flat
an
and
actual.
stationary.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Earth flat and stationary, and the Earth as a globe has nothing to do with weather
That's
whatsoever. Not
your
even one
claim.
little
Those
bit.
are your claims. You just
No,
making claims. You
it
just state
has
your
nothing.
opinion.
Listen,
I disagree. I disagree with
it's not
everything
an
you said.
opinion. You're just wrong. You're just wrong thinking that it all has to do with the Earth as a globe. You've been fed lies, and you're spouting off your lies, thinking that it's true. It's not. None of these guys. Look, there's a meteorologist
Can I
that
take a
comes in there.
joke?
Let me
Can
just
I?
tell you something. Let me just tell you something real quick. All right, Maximum. There's a guy named Brendan. He comes in every now and again. He's a meteorologist, and he's a flat earther, and he will tell you weather has nothing to do with the Earth as a globe. And furthermore, the idea that you think that all of this weather is getting known because we got weather satellites. He's already disproved that, because he knows that every morning at 7 o'clock they send up a balloon up there, then test the temperature and the weather that's up there, so they get forecasts more accurate because of that. A weather balloon, not a satellite.
Yeah,
So you're wrong about
definitely
this.
got a satellite for that. I
Yeah,
don't know
and
what,
why
you
do
can
we
say what you
reference
want.
satellite stuff?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're so off topic.
So here's
You're
the
very
thing.
off
Here's the
topic.
thing. You Guardian and Maximum, who think that just because they think that there's weather satellites are due to the fact that that's how it is, you are getting your information incorrect, because there's a meteorologist who's a part of this server,
But
a
he's
part
not
of
an
this group.
expert. Like,
What are you threw him under the bus? You don't even know the guy. How are you doing this? What evil is this, dude? That you would throw somebody under the
Meteorologist.
bus?
He's obviously an
Yeah,
expert.
you throw him under the bus. You don't even know the guy. You don't even know what he's capable of. You don't know his
some
acumen.
scientists
You have
believe
no knowledge on him.
in like eugenics, man.
So what
Some
is it? What do you
scientists.
call hold on, Maximum. What do you call that when you throw somebody under the bus before you even get to know who the guy is?
I'm just saying,
You
science.
don't even know him, dude.
Okay. Other scientists who are just as qualified as him are saying something different, and they're not lying.
Yeah,
And
what are
neither
they
is your
saying?
friend.
What are those
They're saying the
qualified
Earth is
scientists
round.
are saying?
They say the Earth. They say
Which
the,
one? Point to
they'll
the
say
point. Yeah, point to the qualified meteorologist who's saying that.
they're part
I
of
want
big
to talk
NASA.
to him,
They're part
because
of big NASA. It's a
no,
conspiracy.
you
Everyone's
just saying
in on it. Everyone's
Maximum.
in on it. It's a huge
No,
conspiracy.
see, this is your cop out. This is your cop out, and it's your cope. You're coping because you don't have an answer.
Is that really what you
So
believe?
all you
That
can
everyone's
do
in
is
on
result
this?
to this. Yeah, I'd rather bypass all of this, and I want to get to how you know the Earth's a globe by actual evidence and demonstrations. Show us how you know what you know. Don't just say, "Well, you're gonna refute it because you think it's all conspiracy." I don't care
You
about
have
that,
yet
dude.
to
If
refute
you have
anything.
evidence, then show it. I
You
don't want to
haven't
spin
answered any.
everybody's wheels in here. I want you to actually show everybody that you know what you're talking about by providing some evidence. That's what you got to do. Everyone's got to do that. If you think the Earth's a globe, the floor is yours. But don't say wrong things, man. Really, that's not a good way to go about it. I think it should be easy in 2024 to provide evidence that the Earth is a globe geometrically. You can actually do this.
It. You don't
Yeah.
accept
What's
it.
one evidence? What's one evidence you got of it?
I don't know. You don't need evidence. You just resort to we don't know. We don't have an explanation. There's no model.
See,
That's what you
all
don't
you
need
do.
evidence.
So
You don't
all
need
you're
evidence.
doing is just wasting time and not giving any evidence, Maximum.
No, I've given you evidence. I've given
Then
you
what is
evidence.
it? What is it?
You
What is it?
disqualify them. You say
See?
that
I'm asking you for it, and you don't give it. Once again,
geometry
you're not
by
giving
the
the
Coriolis
evidence.
effect. Coriolis effect.
Geometry by the Coriolis. How does the Coriolis effect tell us what the geometry of the Earth is?
It's evidence that Earth is a globe where there's no evidence for otherwise.
Okay,
No evidence for,
it's a
for
geometric
flat Earth.
shape. Okay, it's a geometric shape, but how do you derive that from the Coriolis? Tell me.
You'd have
please.
to explain it through flat Earth. You'd have to come up with some kind of explanation for it. I
Answer
need
the
to hear your
question.
explanation.
Answer the question. How did
Which
you
is-
get to geometry from the Coriolis?
Bro,
Tell me.
spin a basketball.
Hey,
Literally
bro.
spin any ball.
Literally spin a basketball. We're not spinning basketballs. We're trying to figure out how the Earth is a specific
Oh, you're
size
asking me to explain
and a
the Coriolis
geometric shape.
effect. Go read
All right,
like a
so
physics book.
are you gonna tell us how we know the Earth's a geometric shape by the Coriolis or not? It's up to you, Maximum. Go ahead. Earth is a ball because I seen Coriolis happen with hurricanes. That's the logical statement, isn't it?
No, it's not.
You can laugh all you want, but that's what you're saying. That's exactly what you're saying. We know the Earth's a globe because
we were having a good conversation.
no, I'm sorry.
with
Good
Larry.
conversation. I don't think so.
Do
I don't
other
think so.
planets? Do other planets have longitudes and latitudes?
We don't care about that. Other planets. How do you know what an other planet? How do you know
It's
this one's a
just
planet? To
evidence.
say
It's-
other,
it's
we don't.
not
Maximum.
proof.
I'm not. He's not. Listen, dude. He's
Just
a
evidence.
glober just like you. All right. Same thing.
Listen.
Yeah.
So if
again-
when you say hold on, Hugh. When
I
you
wanna
say
get
other,
here, man. I want to talk to other
yeah,
people.
no, I don't care what you want, Maximum. You didn't have any evidence, so you need to have a seat while we talk to this new guy. All right, the new guy wants to say something.
Sorry,
So-
I farted.
Yeah, so the new guy.
I
yeah,
asked,
so the-
I asked the question: do other planets have longitudes and latitudes? Because
So
I
let's-
remember a time back when I was in school, and I had a teacher my geography teacher, who was teaching us about longitudes and latitudes. I was a kid, but I'll never forget the one remark that he made, which alluded to the idea that longitudes and latitudes were essentially a median that were fabricated.
All right. So basically, longitude and latitude are derived from a celestial sphere because you're taking angles to Polaris, right?
Mhm.
So really, that has more to do with celestial and not terrestrial. So terrestrial would be the fact that you're actually doing some measurements on the ground. Celestial is because you're getting angles to celestial objects in the sky, like stars. So
That's so crazy. Okay,
So-
I have two questions now.
Well, but let me just finish. The gentleman was actually wanting to ask. I actually do want everybody to ask their questions, and we'll talk about them because I think it's important, right? But I want to know if Hugh actually got his question answered. I'm not really sure if he did or not.
Getting to that point, yeah, I think you started answering, but it's for me the response is unsatisfactory because it still doesn't get me to understand. Then why is that model being used to determine?
Bro, he
not
just
that it's being
explained it
used
was a bait and switch, bro. He just explained to you it was a bait and switch.
Bait and switch? I don't know what that means. Listen,
I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know. He who spoke. Finish what you were saying. If we want to get more into it, we can do it.
All I understand about longitudes and latitudes are that it proposes us a point, a specific point on Earth. All right, so it's terrestrial.
Yeah,
but
it's giving you. Yeah, it's giving you
terrestrial
like
using a celestial calculation to find a terrestrial point. Right.
Yep.
So all I ask is this same fundamental used to identify, points on different
places
planets?
on Earth, planets. Oh, you're talking about things in the sky, not here
Because
on Earth.
if I were to also believe that whatever makes Earth a globe is the thing that makes other planets a globe, the science around it that we all have come across once upon a time, then I would understand that they would use the same sciences here on Earth to be identifiers on different planets.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I think the question needs to be answered in the way that you should understand. Like I started to explain longitude and latitude by the celestial sphere. Now, the celestial sphere has more to do with our observation of the things in the sky to give us a terrestrial geolocation. So, if we want to know geographically where we're at, because of the pattern of the night sky, like the stars, the sun, the moon, we can know our location, right? And they're very useful for us to find out where we're at on the Earth.
Yeah.
And so, if you're saying that the model by which we go by for this information to actually obtain where we're at, this system of longitude and latitude, has to deal with things in the sky. So our location known on the ground can correspond with the lights in the sky. So anything that we can see up there will give us like that geolocation, right? So for you and for me, that's how we apply longitude and latitude. When we want to know where we're going to go, that longe and lat that we use on navigation is important, right? It gives us a reference to work with. So that's fine. Listen, and that works just fine on the Earth being flat and stationary, because all we're doing is using the sky. We're using the sky to tell us where on the ground we're supposed to be at, right?
Mhm.
So that's basically all that's doing. It's not giving us the indication that the ground itself is curving. It's not telling us that information. It's telling us where we're at on the ground, not what the ground is. That's a different question. Does that make sense?
Ultimately, you guys are all saying, for the flat earthers, are saying that the determination of a flat Earth is possibly to be discovered by the curvature of the ground or not a curvature of the ground.
Well, essentially, that's paramount in the understanding that the Earth is a globe. So we would turn to measurements of the ground, drop over distance, if you will, and so we're going to look to those things and not things in the sky. Getting a position geographically, it's great, right? And we can use things in the sky for that with the celestial sphere. Now that works off both ideas if you say the Earth is a globe or if the Earth is flat and stationary, because all that's doing is giving a reference to where we're at geographically. That's not going to tell us, like I said, what the shape of the ground is, for in concerns to like if it's a globe or not. So I mean, although that some people might think it's an argument, it's not really one. It's just telling you like, yeah, we can know where we're at on the ground because of the things in the sky. But that has to deal more with the celestial sphere model. Now that model, it can be used on both flat and globe. Like there's nothing wrong with that. That's why there's always this big dispute in here about it. But there's nothing wrong with that. So I don't know. I guess we can talk about the other thing. I just want to let this other guy who has been wanting to ask a question, if he wants to ask his question. We'll get back to more questions. He who spoke.
Okay. I have two questions, right? My first question is a general one. It's about a guy named Eric Dubay on YouTube. You know who I'm talking about?
Yeah, Eric Dubay. Yep, I know who you're talking about.
Oh, okay, Dubay. He's saying a lot of things that are like very convincing, but like I'm kind of on the fence. It's like it's very interesting, like how he's saying it. I've never heard it before said like that. So I'm just wondering, like, is he considered a crackpot, or like is he accurate among?
No, I mean the same questions. Okay, so the same questions he raises are some of the questions that a lot of beginner guys who come into the knowledge of the Earth being flat and stationary, like they're introductory, right? He's basically like what you would consider like the doorman to flat Earth. Like he says a lot of things, and the things you can look up to, like the stuff he's presenting, all have its merits. But then there's arguments within like how he's presenting certain things that wouldn't jive with like how we already taken it. Like, okay, let me just paint a picture for you, if you let me, 3Z. I just want to show you like within. Okay, so when the flat Earth got really big on the internet, it was around 2014, 2015, something. We exploded on the internet. It was like the most searched thing that you could ever think of. More popular than Donald Trump and all these other things that are happening on the internet.
It was number one on the Google for a
Yeah, the
while.
algorithm was going bananas, dude. It was going crazy.
Yeah.
So
And,
at that,
and then they shut it down.
well, no, just wait. And at that time, there were many factions for the flat Earth. Like there was camps, like the different camps that you could get into were infinite plane flat Earth. You had like the Pac-Man flat Earth, like the idea that one of the maps was that you'd go all the way to the east and then you'd wind up back on the other side. You know, like it was like, I don't know if you know what Pac-Man is, but like
Yeah, I know.
It's a crazy concept, right? But that was one of the concepts. You know, of course, the dome over one. You know, like there was like these ideas were all different, separated, and everybody was trying to figure out where they're going to be at and such. And so, flat Earth, like when the main guys like Mark Sargent, Eric Dubay, and all that, they started to fit into a specific camp, and so they would propose that they would show people like a little toy model of like, you know, what it looks like if you were in the flat Earth. It was a dome covered in, you know, like a snow globe or whatever. And so everybody got used to like showing that depiction. So because they became very prolific, right, these figures in flat Earth, they became very popular very fast. So everybody started to lean on these guys as if they were, you know, some type of experts. So they got a lot of popularity really quickly. And so when you're that popular and you've been saying the same thing and you haven't advanced the argument, what happens is it becomes very stale. People are asking new questions about like what you're talking about. So like he hasn't changed what he's been saying this whole time. So it's only been about, you know, presenting that model, you know, talking those same talking points. And so now in the like 24/7 when we came about, we were always trying to see like how to advance the argument to where we're not staying redundant, where we're not staying stagnant in what we're saying, and keep moving it forward, right? We always have to keep advancing because our opponents, the people who come in here with sophistry and stuff, so I'm making going the long way around, but what I'm saying is in here, we're always making sure that what we're saying is not something that's redundant. Like another argument that used to be, you know, when we first started, 2016, 2017, the argument for flight paths on working on the AE map. You know, how do flight paths work on the globe? Because the AE map can show that the flight paths actually work better on a flat Earth or the AE map. And yeah, it was like these two competing things that in nowadays 24/7 would say we don't claim a map or model, and that's where we used to get stuck in. So if like Eric Dubay, let's go back to Eric Dubay. Eric Dubay was saying a lot of the similar things. He was clinging to these arguments. So basically, I would treat Eric Dubay like an introductory to flat Earth, but he's not the one who's going to carry the advancement of the arguments. 24/7 has been doing this for 10 years. Like I'm going to say it's around up to 10 years. That's how long we've been here. We've had a Discord for 6. We've been putting thousands of hours of content up, and I'm pretty proud of the team that we have because we're very diverse. But at the same time, Eric Dubay is saying some good things, right? He is saying some positive things about flat Earth, but at the same time, it's still with those old arguments that we used to cling to back when we first started. Because all these factions that are out there right now, you even have, I think, there's another faction of upwards moving Earthers who would claim that the Earth is. Yeah, it's very niche, but the what I'm saying is there's always going to be like these groups, right? So if you're saying, well, what about Eric Dubay? What about Mark Sargent? What about these types? And I would tell you the same thing. Most of the big types, they've been around since the beginning, but at the same time, they're not saying what we would be saying in here. Like we're very careful to not overstep our boundary to tell you things that we are not able to verify ourselves. And that's why, like, yeah. So
can I just
anyway.
add something in?
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
I get it.
Yeah, so when you say Eric Dubay, you've been listening to Eric Dubay, and then you know you're on the fence. Can you be a bit more specific about what Eric Dubay said that started you thinking? Like which arguments were they? And then we can probably elaborate on those.
Like, okay, I'll tell you what. Like when he says, "How do we experience the Earth and how we view the Earth?" that just hit home right away. Like,
Mm.
like when it comes to like experiencing the Earth, I would say it's coherent to say it's a flat Earth experience, right? But then when we're trying to theorize what the Earth is, we use this like heliocentric model with spheres and like moving luminous planets and stuff like that, right? And it's just, I've never witnessed that myself. It's just a conceptual model, and it's non-verifiable from an individual,
That's
right?
correct.
And,
That's correct.
and as a like an individual, you should be able to verify scientific phenomenon, right? Like if somebody says that fire doesn't burn your hand, and then I do an experiment to see if my hand is burnt by fire, I can do that as an individual all by myself. Like the means are all with me, right?
Yeah, self-evident. That's what you mean, like something that's self-evident, right?
No, I mean like scientific experimentation in the natural world is not necessarily expensive and cumbersome. Like you can do very simple scientific experimentation as like a citizen scientist, right? Like that's
Yeah,
how
I
scientists.
agree. I agree.
Yeah, but like everything in order to verify the globe Earth requires a burdensome amount of investment and tools and just to verify their model, right? So it's like that's the weirdest type of science, right?
Well,
Like you can
yeah, it's called pseudoscience actually. Yeah, but I know what you're saying. It puts it out of arm's length to you, so you can't
Yeah.
get to it. I mean, they will say that, well, there's you just don't have enough money, but yeah, you could take a rocket to whatever, and then you're just like, dude, that's not like, I mean, realistic. Like, I'm never gonna
Yeah.
have that kind of cash. Like, I can't just do. But you could if you did. Like, so that's not our fault. They,
Well,
It kind of
we
reminds me
always
of
say,
like,
we
sorry,
always say
kind of,
they make their claims unfalsifiable. Yeah.
yeah,
So any claim they make, that you can never prove that is true or false. It's
exactly,
unfalsifiable. Yeah.
right. And so another thing, it kind of reminded me of like the Catholic Church, like back in the day, where like a regular Christian didn't have access to the Bible. The only time he ever had access, or she had access to the Bible, were like sermons on Sunday, right? So it's
Right,
like
because most of it was
you
in
never
Latin.
knew.
Right. The priest language. The same thing still goes on today. Sorry for interrupting. But when you go to the doctor and they say you got sinusitis, you're like, oh my God, sinusitis. But you look it up in the Latin, it means swollen sinuses.
Yeah. Yeah, well, what I'm trying to say is that, like, as a Christian peasant or even like nobleman, you didn't have access to a Bible in the 10th century. Like that stuff was like, this is what the Bible says, and if you were trying to read it yourself, that you wouldn't have access to the Bible, right? Because
Oh yeah. Do you know they're actually saying that about what science is, 3Z? They're telling you that you can't know all these things because the scientist knows. He studied 20 years in this. You're just some peon. And most of the people that come in here, they're so they castrate themselves. They're like, "Oh,
yeah, I don't like
I'm
that.
I'm a dumb person. I can't know anything. The scientist knows everything though." And it's like they're doing exactly the same thing that what you just described with the old
Yeah.
the old system with the priests and all that. It's the same
Yeah.
thing. It's awful to see that.
Yeah, so for me, right away, that's like big red flag. That's like, yo, even if you're right, I can't trust you because the way you're controlling the information, right? Like, this information should be accessible to me, right? For anybody to verify, and for you guys to like win one at a time. Like, you can shut everybody up one at a time. Yeah, the Earth is a globe. Okay, come, just make it easy for us to come and see and verify, right? But no, it's impossible. You need like NASA budget to kind of investigate, and so I'm certain that nobody knows the true nature of the Earth, but we experience it as flat, and we hypothesize that it's heliocentric, right? Because that's how we do it in academia. So that's what I mean by I'm on the fence, right? Like,
Oh yeah. No, I think that the missing pieces of the puzzle are going to come to you. I don't know how long you've been looking into this, or perhaps coming across the 24/7 was just a fortuitous happenstance. I don't know. But what all I do know is that you're here, and you got to make the most of this, Reezy, because in here, 24/7 has been carrying the argument forward. We're like, would you consider like the tip of the spear when it comes to arguments? There's there's a group of people in here, right? I'll just name a few. So it's myself. There's Crit. I'm gonna go down the list. Effie Batman is a part of it. Going to jail. She's another one. We got Deccan. Deccan's in there. I am Larry. Let's see. I'm gonna go down the list. Plum Bob, Quad, going down Resolve, T-Dub, Timbo, Trinity's in there, Under Heaven Earther, an old dude. But all of us in here, we're 24/7, dude. Like we've built this like place here, the number one channel on politics. And we're number one because we challenge people, right? We're doing the challenge to everyone. And so when they come in here, they're getting the like a mirror put to them. How do you know what you know? Go ahead and tell us. And they get kind of either some people get scared and they run away, or they face their fears and say, you know what, I don't know. And then they realize they don't know. So, but that's what we're doing here. We're setting up so that people can realize, look, either I know what I'm saying or I don't know what I'm saying, and I'll tell you that because people, they don't like being intellectually honest because they want to be right? So it's all about pride and ego and all that stuff. So
do you know the prohibition of sailing west on the European continent? Have you ever?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
You guys know about this?
The Phoenicians didn't allow anyone to do it. The Phoenician Empire isn't really talked about a lot.
Yeah.
But the Phoenicians would not allow people to just willy-nilly travel. Like people think that you could just willy-nilly go to Antarctica. It's been this way for a really long time, and I think that Antarctica today is a lot like Iceland in the past. The Norsemen went to Iceland and they said, "Oh, you don't want to go to Iceland." They're basically calling it tundra, right? It's a frozen desert. That's what Iceland is, right?
Yeah.
But actually, it's quite green, right?
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
that's what's going on in Antarctica. If it were possible to irrigate geothermal activity, you could terraform the shit out of Antarctica as opposed to hypothetically going to Mars.
Yeah. But the one thing I want you guys to take in consideration, like North America in the 1500s was much, much, much colder than it is today, right? Like when we talk about latitudes, like if you look at France, you know how warm France is? It's almost like, tropical pretty much in the summertime, right? And if you just follow the latitude and it hits like Maine area, like Newfoundland, Maine area, that place in the 1500s was like very, very cold. Like it was very hard to, very cold, right? And so what I think, right, there is more land west, but it's cold right now.
well, I mean that's a speculation, but here's the thing though. Weather cycles happen on a bigger time scale than what we probably imagine, because everything is cyclical in nature, even the way weather happens, right? Because you got farmers' almanacs and things that are predicting weather systems to happen in a specific way throughout the year. So weather patterns can be known and can be actually predicted for the future. And so there's certain cycles that we're under, and just we're like, have you ever seen those Russian dolls that you can stick another Russian doll inside, and then there's another one in that one, and another one?
Yeah.
So the same goes for the cycles. We're underneath like maybe a 10-year cycle. Above that is a 20-year cycle. Above that is a 100-year cycle, and so on. So it gets exponential. But then there's going to be one where, you know what I mean? Like it gets to a place where it's already the end. Like there's like maybe 2,000-year cycle or something. Like that would be the maximum, and then everything resets back to the way it was originally. So it starts all over again. The clock.
Yeah. So
yeah.
do you guys know if there is more land on this Earth that we haven't discovered? Like I'm talking about continents, right?
No, that we would say that pretty much everything that we have right now is what everybody understands to be the case for like the land that we discovered. But anything that gets continents that get discovered need to be like actually investigated into. Like we can't, if somebody says, "Hey, there's a new continent, it's over here," like Admiral Byrd was talking about in his documentary, then we wouldn't know that because we can't go there. Like so nobody can travel to that place.
Okay. But like, if it is a flat plane we live on, where and how does it end?
Where? So the where probably I don't think that's been established. But yeah, it would be finite and not infinite. Finite meaning there's an actual place where it would be the end of you can't move any farther past that. So yeah, it's an enclosed system for all intents and purposes because we have gas pressure, but the actual place where you can't go any farther, I don't think anybody's been to that place. But it would have to be. That's the thing that we're saying because we have gas pressure.
So if we have gas pressure, that means it's an enclosed system, huh?
That's correct. Yes.
So what is outer space? What is it?
Well, that's the place that people say that you wouldn't have a container. It would just be an open system, and you could travel to places outside of the Earth's system. Outside of the Earth system, you can go to like other planets and travel to that. That's the heliocentric notion. It's nothing to do with flat Earth.
Yeah, I know, but like, I just want to know what the hell are those stars above us, right? Are they just celestial phenomenon, like they're just lights, or are they?
Oh, as far as we can tell, they're just lights in the sky. The composition of the elements that they're made of, people are starting to like these intellectual types. They say that they got spectral lines that they can tell you because of a certain color that they emit. They're a specific type of element, but that's like an educated guess, right? That does pseudoscience because you have to something that's used in a controlled environment, like what is it, spectroscopy? Yeah, you can't use it in an uncontrolled environment, meaning the environment from here to that star. You don't know what different environments are those encompassing. You can only tell from a controlled environment all the variables that are around that specific apparatus. You couldn't do it to a place that's like you wouldn't know any of the elements that are around the atmosphere that surrounds that element.
So we only have one sun.
Oh yeah, of course.
Okay, so what is the sun really? Is it like a sphere or is it a disk that's like translucent?
As far as we can tell, there's no way to determine a shape. We can infer a shape because of how it looks like to us in the sky. It looks like a circle. That circle, we can say, well, it could just easily be a sphere, and that would be that. Like we can just infer that. But as far as like knowing for sure with primary evidence, there's no way to know that. You'd have to actually see what you're dealing with and all that kind of stuff. So
okay, so what I always wanted to know is they say that the moon is a solid body. It's a mass, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when it goes in front of the sun, it blocks out. Like I'm talking about in the right time, in the right place, right?
Yeah, solar
when
eclipse.
when you have a full solar eclipse, it should be blocking 99.99% of the sun. But if you still look at the solar eclipse, it can still damage your retina, right?
I disagree. I looked at it the other day for minutes on end. I think it lasted for like 5 minutes, maybe.
Yeah.
And my eyes are just fine. But that was a total solar eclipse. I'm not saying you should do that. That's what I did.
Okay, so what I was gonna say, if it was a solid body, right, and it did block out. Yo, hold up, Larry. You said you looked at the sun and it didn't do anything. That means they lying.
During a solar eclipse. So the moon was in front of it, and I stared at it. It didn't hurt at all.
In totality. Yeah, in totality.
Right, but I'm not saying you should do that. That's not any kind of medical advice.
I know. I'm not gonna do it, but like, what I wanted to know is that how is it like their lies are not consistent. Like they're saying the moon is a solid
That's
rock.
not a good argument. Let me give you a good argument. So they say the moon is 1/4 the size of the Earth, but the path of totality went from Fort Worth to Tyler, which is like 100 miles. So how come we don't have a shadow of totality that should reach from like California to New York if the moon is 1/4 the size of the Earth?
Wow, that's interesting. There's absolutely no shadow, huh? At no point there's a shadow.
The people in California and Florida could see a partial eclipse on the 8th, right? But we wouldn't measure the size of the moon based on a partial eclipse. You would only measure the size of the moon on the path of totality, because if you're trying to measure the whole moon, why would you measure a piece of it and go, I got the answer? No, you would measure the whole thing.
But I just wanted to know is how does it block out the light but not block out the
It's a
UV
solid
rays?
it's a solid object, possibly. Now a lot of flat earthers disagree with me, but from what I experience, I think the moon is an object. I just don't think that you can walk on it and play golf on it like Masons on a rock.
Could be a disc.
Yeah. Yeah, well, no, I mean, but it very well could be a solid object. The point is, like, when you say I look up at the night sky and I see the moon, it looks like this, I could agree with you. Yeah, it looks like that. How do we know it is that? That's the point that we're making. So the argument's
Okay.
always going to stand to be reasoned that we're only just assuming that what we think it could be. We're inferring it. That's it.
I just wanted to know, from your guys' estimation, like how far is the moon and the sun in
It's
reality?
unknown. 3Z, it's unknown.
But they
It's
say it's
unknown.
like 300,000 kilometers, right?
Yeah, 200,000 miles. So it's unknown because there's no way that we can get an actual measured distance from the surface of the Earth.
Okay, you know when something is like, I don't know, like 50 kilometers away, right? When there's an obstruction, right? There's obstruction because of the atmosphere. Like things become hazy. There's a deterioration of the
Talking about
image.
atmospheric turbulence, right? Like those long
Yeah.
distance sniper videos that I've been posting for the past few minutes. You can see everything kind of wobbling.
Yes. So I'm wondering if that's really 300,000 kilometers away, and we know that space is not empty, it has some kind of space dust. How come there's no outer space turbulence? You know?
No, yeah, but there's
Because
I don't
it's
know,
near
man.
vacuum.
Yeah, but no, we shouldn't talk about like it's just too much to speculate. There's way too much you leave hanging. Like I don't know. I know I get where you're curious, right? And that's okay. But like when you get into all of that, there's way too much just hanging out there. You're not giving somebody anything positive to really reflect on. You're just giving more ideas of what you think couldn't be the case. And that's nothing wrong with that. It's just that in this particular arena, people want to know things. Either I know or I don't know. And so sometimes for the case of the globe, they say, I know what's up there. But you're bringing it to like a level of like, well, I don't know, but let's just talk about what it could be. And that's not really, I guess in this case, not helpful.
No, I'm just saying their model is there's holes in it, right? Like
yeah, it's called begging the question. They're telling you that the Earth exists as a globe, as a third rock from the sun, and it exists that way because that's how it is in the solar system. Because of the Big Bang and all these things, nature created it. So you're getting you're getting into the weeds. Like none of that stuff can be proven, and start talking about all that stuff just makes it harder for the person who's trying to figure out truth. So I don't know. Instead of that, I think you just focus on like what can be known.
Okay, all right. So my final question, and I can give the floor to anybody that wants to ask a question. Okay, is the possibility that this plane can contain more land that's not discovered? How do we know?
Revealed. How about revealed, right? Would the government hide things from us?
Yeah.
I mean, have you ever seen like a FOIA request? Like most of the shit's like redacted for like national security, and then you go back and you find an earlier version of that FOIA request, and the part that was redacted is now not redacted, and it's not actually part of national security. It was just something that didn't go along with the narrative, so they later on redacted it.
Yeah.
Yeah, government hides shit all the time. That's called a lie by omission, by the way.
Say that again, Larry. Say that again.
There's 3 ways to lie. I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Well, the truth is an outright lie. The whole truth is if you tell half a truth, and nothing but the truth is like lying by addition, adding something that wasn't there. So lying by omission is I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, right? The whole truth is lying by omission. That's what that's
Oh.
implying when you swear that, or when you affirm that in court.
I thought it was a vow to lie.
No. You're supposed to, when you testify, you're supposed to tell the truth.
No, because I mean, like for me, right? The whole truth, nothing but the truth, right? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? To me, that's like God, right there. You know, you want to know
There's three
about
ways.
God.
There's 3 ways to lie. That's what that's saying. That I will not lie this way, that way, or the other way. That's what you're saying.
Oh, okay. So I misunderstood. I thought they were asking. I thought they were trying to force you to vow to lie, because if you say
No.
you're going to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, to me that's God. You know what I mean? So besides God, you're basically going to promise them to lie. You know what I mean?
All right, so let's see if there's anybody else in here that wants to ask any questions about the Earth being a globe or lack thereof. The floor is open, guys. You can jump in here. We just finished having a conversation with 3Z. If anybody is in here that wants to ask a question or you want to challenge that the Earth is not flat stationary, go ahead and chime in. Fair bit of globers coming in tonight, it seems. That's fine.
Yeah, earlier I heard someone saying that like it's like Christianity but flat Earth. I would like to point out that the sun worshippers that are in here don't realize it, but they have a belief, right? That the Earth's a globe, that the sun is the center of the solar system. They have a fundamental belief in the 4 fundamental forces, one of those being gravity. So yeah, they're fundamentalists too. They just like to hide it because they're taking your tax dollars.
Yeah, let me just show kind of a little bit of what I've been looking at lately. People like Waz in the text channel says, yes, sun is 93 million miles away. Moon is 250,000 kilometers away or so. It just so happens that they both have the same angular size. Now, these statements that he just made here are absolutely something that's dogmatic what mainstream scientists are saying today. Now,
Excuse
and
me,
the only reason why he's saying that is because like that's what they're saying. So he doesn't know any of this information, because if he did, he would know that the first thing that he needs is the size of the Earth. That's the first rung on the cosmic distance ladder. For me to say that anything is X far away, you need to know how big the Earth is, and then I can figure out more or less, this how far away something else is from the Earth.
Hey,
But if you
Larry.
don't have that, if you don't,
I'm sorry to interrupt you, man, but I really want to directly have something answered. Do you think that we haven't learned anything and gotten any benefit from NASA?
Well, I don't know the answer to that question. I guess
How
it
about
would depend
Velcro?
on what. Hold on. It would depend on what you value, right? Do you value cartoons and entertainment and movies of supposed moon landings? Like, is that something you value? I think that if we would have spent the money that we're spending on NASA, like on America, like on the ground, I think we would benefit a whole lot more. But as far as benefiting from NASA, I would say show me where we're benefiting from NASA other than cartoons.
GPS, Velcro,
The Loran system
the
existed
computer.
before NASA. Velcro was invented on the ground, not in space. Go ahead.
by 3M.
But
go ahead.
We had
Yeah,
the
you've been
Loran system.
you've been fed a narrative though, Guardian. I think you're
GPS. That's a good, benefit where we all
Okay,
seem
we
to
had
be
the
able to.
Loran system before GPS. Loran works just like GPS in the sense that it gives you results of location of ships over water. But the Loran system existed before the GPS. So we had that already.
Did you know that, Guardian? What he just said?
I wasn't completely aware of it, but would you say that it is a benefit that we get from it, and the fact that you can carry around a small little box that can tell you how to get from point A to point B just about anywhere you are on the Earth?
Did you just whistle past what he said?
No,
It sounded like
I
you
did
did.
not. No. what I said is it. And has that system been carried forward into the current smartphone generation? Like you can use that instead of GPS?
That was the beginning of GPS, dude. He just told you that. That was they were using the Loran system. Can you do me a favor, Guardian? Because you sound like you're speaking here without any prior knowledge to Loran. Can you look up the Loran system? Just do
Like
that
I
for me.
said, I was unaware of it.
Yeah, but can you do that for me? Okay, because like right now you're gonna fire off more questions, and you think you know what's going on, but dude, if you haven't looked into this, you need to. That's just another part of information I think that would help you, and so you're not gonna keep coming back with a lot of energy, and you're not giving any substance to anything you're saying because you don't know anything about the Loran system. That's all I'm asking you for. Look into it, dude, because Larry's made a good point. If you don't look into it, you're not gonna know. You're gonna keep firing off questions without any. You're just gonna whistle past it.
That's the other
To
thing.
answer the question, hold on. To answer the question directly, now that I've thought about it, because I have to think about things. I can't see how NASA has benefited me, but I can see how, if NASA is working solely as the military-industrial complex's campaign for propaganda, I can see how it definitely benefited them, not me. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, yeah, just look up the Loran system, Guardian, because I don't think you're doing that right now. I don't mean, yeah, like it's hard. It's hard mid debate. I get it because you want to stay in the fight, but you can't do that if you're missing information, bro. And it's just going to leave more gaps in your argument than it would give you a firm footing to have a rebuttal to what we're saying. That's
Can I
important.
ask
I think
one
that's
thing
important.
then? Please type the full name in chat so I have a spelling. I suck at it, and I really would appreciate somebody to type it into the channel so I get it correct.
I'm pretty sure someone's going to oblige. Just be patient.
Yeah, I'm fixing to sit down. I'll see if I can do it when I sit down.
Yeah. So, does anybody else have any questions?
But yeah, seriously, that thing about NASA being the propaganda arm of the military-industrial complex. Like, think about that. Don't they always need funding? I mean, back in the day, in the 60s, they couldn't just, whoops, we lost $2.3 trillion. 9/11, forget about that. Right? They couldn't do that back in those days. So in the 60s, they were like, we're going to go to the moon, not because it's easy, but because it's expensive, and we want those tax dollars, so pay up, motherfucker. You know, that was kind of what I think was going on.
That's a veritable cash cow right there, if you ask me.
That's a black hole money pit. Thanks, NASA.
Mm-hmm.
No, thank you, citizen.
See, we can't get money. Dude, that's like the ultimate thugs. Like,
I
you know,
really
like
would
these,
love to live in the universe where Russia went to the moon first.
You remember those mafia types that would go by like store owners, and it would ask them, "Hey, man, you need to pay up. You know, like your rent's due." Like, you know, like I think that's what like they've done in an exponential way. Like they've gotten everybody to give to them for the cause. Like, yeah, we're just gonna go and take those tax dollars, thank you. It's like you didn't even have a choice in like what you're doing. Like, it's crazy, bro.
Right, I'm about to post it. It's Loran. Obviously, I'll just post an article for Britannica. It looks like there's, some. Oops.
I appreciate it, man. Like I said, I suck at spelling.
Yes, no worries. But like, do a little study on this and some research, and you'll start to realize the origins of how GPS came about. It isn't like what you. I think a lot of the times, man, people just are half cocked when they come in here, and it's just like they come out shooting from the hip. They think that they got it all down pat, and they're just gonna type a few keywords in Google, and there you be. You know, like they're all about it. It's like that is the worst thing you can do in this specific arena. Like we're gonna ask you how you know what you know. You're not just gonna get away with, wow, it says a Wikipedia link right there. No. Do you know what it says in there? I mean, there's a lot
I
of information
read
you
the
got missing.
Wikipedia links I put up, by the way.
Well, that's good. But I'm kind of speaking to everyone else, but I mean you could say what you want. The thing is, that's the most important thing, that people are informed about their arguments when they come in here. Is
You know, now that I think about it, this room is kind of like the atheist hotline, but for sun worshippers. Right? This is like the sun worshippers hotline.
Dude.
Dude, would you get a globe tart to put his balls in his mouth? Like his own nuts?
Yeah, why do we gotta go there though? Come catch this trip. Like, honestly, you guys who think that you're so intelligent, come in here and say the dumbest shit, dude. Like that.
It's actually a reference to something. I don't know if you know it.
Yeah, that's the dumbest shit. Like, and if you had something to bring of substance, you would have done it. Like, the rest of you Globers are like, you're shaking every time you come in here because you know you don't have anything or you got what it takes.
Why do you think I'm a Glober?
This is an intellectual. This is an intellectual debate forum, and if you can't even like say anything about an argument, dude, it's like put yourself on a white mic.
I'll say something.
Wait for a globe champion to come in here because I mean that's
Globe
a very
champion.
poor way of coming in. Yeah, it's a very poor way of coming into this chat saying that
That's
dumb
hilarious.
shit.
Yeah, I'm not
No,
representing.
it's hilarious how you're doing it.
I'll
That's
tell
what's
you
hilarious.
something.
Yeah,
I do
you don't know
believe
nothing.
that there is a pressure gradient, and let's say you fill a vacuum chamber that has like negative pressure around it. You pour helium in it, it's not going to fall to the bottom. I feel because there's negative pressure. It's going to take up the entire space of that vacuum chamber.
There's no
right?
such thing as negative pressure, bro. Please reformulate your question or argument or whatever it is that you're trying to do.
Yeah, there's negative pressure that's actually in.
Okay, cite your source for negative pressure.
He's still saying it, Larry.
Let me
Like he's
cite my
he's right.
source. There's negative
Where did you
pressure and positive. There's negative and positive pressure.
Yeah, dude,
in
where
like
do you
a
get
system.
right? Where are you getting this information from? Larry's asking, where is your source
Yeah.
for this?
So basically, the idea is absolute pressure.
No. We're not talking about your idea. Where
Yeah,
are you getting
what?
your source of information from? Who told you this?
law-
A
literally the law of
professor?
physics.
Wikipedia? Where are you getting this from, dude?
The law of physics.
The law of physics. That's not a thing. You need to give it to us from where it came from.
Thermodynamics, dude.
All right. Go, dude, what you said verbatim, post
Yeah.
where it says that somewhere. Where did this, because
It
you're
says
not,
what?
did you just make that up? Let me ask you that.
Where it says what? Where it says what? Did I make what up
Negative
about a vacuum?
pressure. Negative pressure.
So let me explain. Yeah,
No,
let me explain.
no, I'm
it
not
to
gonna.
you.
I don't want an explanation. I don't want an explanation. I need you to
Well, this
post.
is this is
I
from
need
my
you to post.
idea.
No, I don't care about your idea.
This is from my brain.
I
This is
don't
not
care
from
about
a
your brain,
stupid
dude. I care
article
about
that
where did
think
you
is
get this
out
from?
there. It's not. I didn't get it from anything. It came from my brain, you dumbass.
Okay, so then
So
yeah,
he made it up.
back on
He
mute.
made up negative pressure.
There you go.
According to him, it's from his brain. He just made that shit up. So, yeah, enjoy the crayons. We got a main course coming next. Maybe we'll provide some paper if you don't finish all your crayons.
Can you believe that, dude? How are they like? I don't understand, dude. Why are people saying wrong things when they're in here? And then furthermore, they don't even cite any of their source, like the information. They just shoot from the hip, bro. Like it's the thing to do. Are you kidding me?
Can I just add? By the way, I just did a search on what I asked Larry. By the way, and the first, I'd say like 10 results are all from NASA.gov. So, yeah, I don't want to just go there with those references because I know they'll be immediately rejected.
Well, if that's
Why
your
would
feeling,
we reject it, bro? I will look
yeah.
at NASA sources all day long. You guys don't like it when I post NASA sources because you say I don't understand what assume means.
Well, do you understand what I'm saying? It's NASA
No,
saying,
cite your
here's the
source.
value of NASA. I'm like, that's just a bad idea in general.
That's propaganda.
I feel like you.
I totally
I
agree
feel
with
like,
that. I was
Guardian,
trying to find non-propaganda
Guardian, if you-
sources, and I got
listen.
propaganda.
Guardian, if you have a point to make and it comes from NASA, then cite your source from NASA. Like it doesn't. You guys do this little song and dance where we're not going to hear you out if it comes from NASA, dude. If that's what you're saying, you are saying something, and NASA's saying the same thing. Then post it. We want to know why they're saying it, and that's why you're saying it now. Do you get it? Like it just nobody. Oh wait, that's from NASA. Let's throw that out. Like. What is this
That's
idea?
a genetic fallacy. When do you see us committing genetic fallacies, bro?
I don't get it, but I mean, it's fine if he feels that we're gonna talk. I mean, maybe because all the things we're saying about NASA, but that's still information is information. You know that people okay, you can disagree with somebody like Donald Trump or something. He could say right things and wrong things at the same time. He doesn't nobody's always going to be 100% like always saying the right thing. So
even
Right,
Donald
yeah.
will not say something that's
I'll
correct
put
from
it in
time to
chat
time.
and I'll let you guys make
Uh-huh.
the decision then.
Yeah, but make sure
Right.
that it stands up for something that you said, because otherwise, what are we looking at? You know what I mean? Like, did you say something that was in that thing that you're posting? Hello.
I'm posting it now.
What are you saying about the thing that you're posting?
It was just basically an answer to the question that I asked Larry, and I'm like, I wanted to see if there's anything I probably missed, but most of these look, like I said, propaganda. In my personal opinion, there's a lot of it, but that's a possibility.
Oh, we'll just I don't know if you claimed. I don't think you claimed anything what you just said there, but
All right, I posted something from NASA. It says the method called stellar parallax. This method that relies on no assumption other than the geometry of the Earth's orbit around the sun. So wait a
yeah.
minute. That's an assumption according to NASA?
Yeah.
Yikes. Is this
Well,
the part
it's
where the
an
Glober tells me
accepted.
I don't understand what assumption means?
Mm-hmm.
It's an accepted, basic. We'll take these facts and say these are true based on our observations, and we can do these things or these calculations based on it. That's all.
No, it's an assumption that this method of stellar parallax for measuring from January to July, assuming that the Earth is on the opposite side of the sun, and this is creating parallax, like this is an assumption according to NASA, relies on no assumption other than, that's a caveat, right? That's like saying, yeah, I'll go to the North Pole if you give me $1 million, right? That's a caveat.
Or
It's
how
a
about you just give
conditional
me the?
acceptance.
Or how about you just give me the $1 million?
Right.
Well,
Yeah.
it's like turning the key in my car and assuming I have gas in the tank.
Yeah, it's an assumption, right? If your wife's been driving your car all week, chances are it's on empty.
Where's it? Do we got somebody that's brand new? We got Papaya in here. Papaya, what's going on? Anybody else that's brand new? Like to chime in? Chime in.
Yeah, please don't assume that we're not going to look at your source because of where it comes from. That is really low brow, in my opinion.
Okay, let me just be fair. Okay, most of the time it gets things I put into chat get put up as this is definitely propaganda. To
Well, we're going to
me,
address the argument, not the person who provided it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, just post it, man. Whatever it is, as long as it backs up.
It's really weird when the Globers say that, oh, you got this from Neil deGrasse Tyson? That dude's an idiot. I'm not looking at this. Like, what? What do you mean? Like, do you want to straw man your own model? We got straw man Earthers over here on the globe side.
Yeah, they do that often. They threw Brendan under the bus, or Maximum did. He didn't even know him. I was like, dude, we got a meteorologist on our team over here. He's like, oh, he don't know what he's talking about. I'm like, really, dude? You don't even need to talk to him. Wow.
He's like college educated and actually isn't just a professor who's never had a job in the field, but he's actually working in the field.
It's strange though. I don't know.
Yeah, we shouldn't listen to that guy. It's not like he's, working in the field.
He only tells you what he does every day of his work.
Crazy, bro.
Nuts.
I recently watched one of his videos he put up, and I'm like, I liked it.
For for all you new people that are in here, I double dog dare you to go somewhere and type in logical fallacies 101 and just go over the fallacies, right? And come back in here and listen to these Globers argue after you know all the fallacies.
You'd be surprised.
It's always some kind of confirmation bias, sunk cost bias, anchor bias.
Begging the question.
Yeah.
Pragmatic
Permanent
fallacy.
consequent. Something. It's always something baked in their argument.
The pragmatic fallacy. Well, it works, therefore it's true. Like, dude.
We made a prediction about the heavens, even though they're like perfect clockwork and it's repeating patterns for thousands of years. We made a prediction and it comes true. Therefore, everything we say about the prediction is automatically true. We got theories.
Yeah.
Even though science doesn't prove anything, and all we have is observational science, except when we see too far, then it's got to be refraction. So we don't even have observational science. That's why Globers don't know anything. But we're going to come in here and tell you everything we know and how you're wrong.
You know, refraction also is actually an observable, thing that
Yeah,
you can
if you got a fish
test.
tank, yes, if you have a fish tank or some glasses. But if you're talking about Snell's law, how does that have anything to do with the atmosphere?
You
There's
need
no
two
barrier.
contacting media. Two contacting media. You don't have that. Just I only have one.
Like the atmosphere and the lenses of my glasses or the lens of a telescope. That's
Any
what
lens.
refraction is. When you're talking about looking at, these sniper kills that I've been posting tonight, 2.3 miles or so however many kilometers, whatever. Like you can see that it's not refraction in the sense that the light's changing direction and that guy is actually behind the hill. It's just atmospheric turbulence like heat waves.
He'd never hit his target because he
Globe,
would have to
Earth,
account for it.
sniper. You see that one guy 4 miles? He hit.
Yeah, that
He
was
made
nuts,
a
dude.
bullseye from 4 miles.
4.4, yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't a confirmed kill. It was a bullseye.
Damn. Imagine the breathing technique of that guy.
I think he just kept firing and kept adjusting and kept firing.
You
and
think
kept
so?
adjusting. He
I
wasn't
feel like he
adjusting for
had-
curvature. He was talking about the wind. They were saying that there's no way that you can predict the wind over a 4 mile stretch. But if you keep doing it and keep trying and having fun doing it, I'm not saying we can do it every day, but we did it that day.
Texas sharpshooter fallacy. Sheesh. You can't get away from these fallacies, man. There's no way.
It just kills me when they say it's a prediction. The globe predicted the eclipse. Like, who the fuck are you gaslighting, bro?
Hey, Larry, I got a message from Professor Phil in the DMs. The GPS is a perfect example of flat earthers denying evidence. Loran was an old system used before GPS satellites existed. 4 GPS satellites are required to make an accurate fix. Why is it all you need to do is wait for 4 satellites to provide signals for your device? How does that happen in the middle of the ocean or in a desert or outback? Do the imaginary flat earth cell towers move?
Professor Phil, if America's addicted to oil, why is NASA addicted to helium?
Yeah, you're not going to convince Professor Phil. He's always listening on the YouTube, so that's why he's not in here.
Yeah, he's always sliding up in everybody's DMs like, let me tell you about how you can save you 15%.
Hey, we got Love that just entered the chat. Weird. How's that name? Uh-oh. Everybody get ready. Jedi is back. And he means business this time. So clear out the wankers.
Force is not very strong with these guys, Jedi.
Is it not? The force is not very strong with me. I've literally been awake for like 1 minute. So give me a minute. I'm in a really bad mood, so let me get some coffee and I'll come and chat to you. How's it all going this morning? Everybody good?
Yeah, man. I'm trying to scare up a baller, but nobody's taking the bait.
No.
We're schooling the normies about the Loran system.
And then Professor Phil chimes in on my DMs with his, his usual nonsense.
We need Scott Mackey right now.
Who?
No
Here,
one
I'll
knows.
fill in for Scott Mackey. You guys don't understand what you're talking about. I don't understand either, but I know that you don't understand because you're flat earthers.
No,
And
here's
that's
how he
not the
does it.
genetic fallacy. I'm going to gaslight you.
You got to do it this way, though, Larry. Larry, that's not the real reason why you are a flat earther. Tell me the real reason why you're a flat earther, Larry. Like that's what
He's
he
just trying to
does,
put
dude.
you on the couch, bro. Like,
Yeah,
quit
he
trying to put
does.
me on the couch, Scott Mackey. Like, this isn't your job. You're not getting paid to psychoanalyze flat earthers. You're supposed to be proving the globe, bro.
But he uses that tired, like, I don't know, gimmick over and over again. It's exhausting with that one. I think he's just trying to wear you down, like to where you're just like, dude, whatever. Like, you don't even want to argue with him anymore.
Yeah, the horizon is not straight. Scott Mackey, 2024.
We could play Scott Mackey
What about
bingo.
that guy, Peter? He said that there is no crisis in cosmology.
Oh, dude, that was a good one. And you got him too. It was so good. You got
Yeah,
him.
because there's like a million links that I could give that guy.
But where is he anyway? Oh, he's banned, isn't he? I think he's banned.
Is he banned from here?
I think so.
Oh, Peter, the grand poobah of GF6.
Yeah.
He
Yeah,
is an
he's banned.
obfuscation expert, man. All he does is come in here and muddy the water for everything.
Yeah, he was
With charts and graphs.
He's pretty annoying.
He just makes charts and graph arguments. Like, if this was what the world was like, this would prove the Earth was a globe. Only if.
Yeah, dude.
Why don't you believe my charts and graphs? Why don't you believe my cartoons?
Yeah, most of the GF6 don't come around over here anymore. It's a good thing, actually.
I guess they're not mascus.
Well, one is still, but they're changing their name. They're taking the GF6 off, I think. They're just coming in with their normal name.
I just call them Troll Team 6.
But what do you do? Like, what would they do without this channel? You know what I mean? What, sit in a VC by themselves talking about the Earth as a globe? What everybody's doing anyways. Like, they're in the biggest echo chamber. Like, why do they need to go make another channel to, like, just go back to any channel? It's what everybody's doing. They're talking about the Earth as a globe. Or not even that. They don't even care.
They'd probably just attack creationists like it was their job. Or conservatives.
That's not the Larry. That's not the real reason why you're flat Earth. Just tell me the real reason why you're a flat earther, Larry.
Because I went to the ocean.
Went to the levee and the levee was dry.
I told him I wasn't gonna let it go. So as soon as he's off of his red mic, he's gonna have to tell me how he knows what the sun is. Yep. And then he left chat too. He was all upset and he got in a tizzy. I'm not letting it go either. He's gonna have to tell me what he knows, how he knows, because he didn't want to ask. He was dodging. He was dodging. Oh, what's his name in here? Earlier in the was it a day ago? Yeah, he was having a conversation with Says Who, and Says Who was asking him the very specific question about what the sun is, and then he obfuscated, and somebody else picked up another argument, and then he swung off that branch into another one. So he never answered Says Who. So I was upset. I was like, dude, you need to answer Says Who. What is the sun? And he just like bypassed what I said, like as if I wasn't there. And I was like, oh, really? So, yeah, that guy is being disingenuous. Yeah, you will. Listen, I told you, when you're ready to answer the question, Scott Mackey, when you're ready to answer the question, all you got to do is tell the whole channel what the sun is. That's how you end this. You get your white mic back. Tell everybody what the sun is. When you're ready to do that, you'll be let off the red. Well, at least for me, because
Come on, Mackie. Just tell us what the sun is, and you can come back. Yeah, that would be awesome.
I see Waz is like, Mackie, come back. You can blame it all on
Yes,
me.
I'm vouching for Mackie here, buddy.
Well, he's got to bite the bullet if he wants to do that.
That's why I think it is a big ball of hydrogen being compressed into helium, and
Yeah, but
you
that's
know,
what
and
you said.
other heavier elements. Wow, I can't say anything tonight.
Really? Jeez.
Sorry, my tongue gets tied from time to time. I try.
It's all
That's
right,
all right.
Northwest Guardian.
You're right.
Yeah. But yeah, that's what I think the sun is. It's just a big ball of hydrogen being compressed down to helium.
You see
Why do
how
you
he's
think
right? Hey, go ahead, Hershey.
Well, I'm just wondering why he thinks that.
It's certainly better than the other theories I've seen, which
Well-
is like it's a big ball of, burning wood in space.
What the fuck said that?
Dude, what are you saying?
Well, that's what they used to think it was, is a big ball of burning wood in space.
Bro, nobody's saying that, Guardian. No one's even saying that.
Used to. I didn't
just
say
brought that up.
now.
Yeah, what?
Okay,
Yeah,
he's
I'm
talking
not even
about the
gonna ask.
other models of the sun. So, have you seen the videos that Jedi and I post in here? Thanks, Jedi, by the way.
Dude, way to go, bro. Like, not you, Larry. I'm talking about Scott. He said, I don't respond to threats from little bitches. I'd rather stay on mute. If Heretic allows this, it's his room. I'll respect it. Once again, I'll restate it. I asked Mackie what the sun is, and he refused vehemently to answer the question. Now, it says who was asking him before, and he diverted away from it. And it was kind of suspect, and I was wondering, why are you diverting, Scott? Why don't you answer the question? I don't get it. But he stayed away from answering what the sun is, right? So he didn't want to, go ahead, Eric.
Well, why does Scott refuse to answer that question?
I have
posted
no
what
idea.
the sun is. You can
Yeah,
just read
everybody
that.
can,
Mikey.
everybody
I posted
can,
what
and
the
it's
sun
not.
is too.
Everybody can, and that's not the point. Like, he doesn't want to do it, which was, I don't know, is weird, right? Like,
He doesn't have to know. He could say, I don't know. That could be an answer, but why won't he answer at all?
that's what I was asking. And it says who was asking this question at the time, but he was talking to him, but he refused. Like, he wasn't gonna give him the answer, and I'm like, that's strange.
Well, he says he'll answer that question. Why he won't answer, he'll at least answer that. So let's hear that.
Yeah, because it was a sidetrack from my question. My only assertion was that the sun moved across the sky at 15 degrees per hour. And Jerry or Larry or whoever the hell I was talking to at the time wanted to divert and ask me what the hell the sun was. I said it's irrelevant. I don't need to know what it is to be able to track it. And then Alpha got involved and said that I need to tell him what the sun is, but it was completely irrelevant to my point. So
No, it's not. No, it's not.
I'll go
Because
back on mute now.
Says who was saying that because he wanted you to get to realize if you're saying the sun's moving across the sky at 15 degrees per hour, then you're making a claim as to what the mechanics, what drives the sun or what it is, and you couldn't explain to him what it is. Not even from the heliocentric standpoint, which is very suspect, because anybody that stands up for the Earth being a globe and a heliocentric, they would all just tell you. It's an easily put answer. You
Can I
could
ask
even
a
say it.
follow-up
Like,
question to
I
that?
don't get it. I don't get why you don't want to be forthcoming with that information. Why do you have to make it seem like you don't want to answer it? Like, you're saying I'm acting like a little bitch. I think that's you, bro. That's you.
I'm gonna play devil's advocate here. Do we need to know what Polaris is to measure an angle to it?
No.
No.
So why do we need to know what the sun is to track its movement?
No, because that's what says whose question was, and it was suspect that he didn't answer it.
Yeah,
So,
he was asking what the sun was, but
do you know? Listen, do you know what the sun is?
No.
Okay, why didn't he say that?
I don't
You
know
that-
why Mackie.
Well, that's
is not saying that.
and you're playing devil's advocate,
But-
and you're not getting to the crux of the issue, which is why wasn't he honest? He could have
I
just
don't
been
know.
honest, and this would have been done away with. Like the instant he said, "Well, I don't know what the sun is."
That's
Well, why
that's
didn't
true.
he do it?
I agree with that.
Well,
But
there you go. That's
to
the
be
point that
fair-
I'm making. To be
to be
fair, all
fair,
you
the
need to do is answer
tracking-
the question. It's not
No, I
about
agree.
that, man. It's not about tracking it. It's about him being forthcoming, whether he knows what the sun is or not. That's all it was. And he didn't do it, which is the reason why I was like, why didn't you do it, man? It's just simple. If you didn't know, why is it so hard for Mackie to say he doesn't know something?
I have no
Right?
idea. But
Well,
why
that's
do
my
you
point. That is
why
my
do you want to
point.
know what he thinks the sun is?
Oh my god, dude. Because it's all about, do you see this chat? What we're doing in here? It's all about honesty, dude. Intellectual honesty. Do you agree or disagree, Watts?
No, I agree, but I'm just
Okay,
wondering.
then that's the point. That's the
To
point.
his
If he doesn't,
argument, why
it
you
does not
want
listen.
to know what?
If says who wanted to know the answer to the question and he couldn't provide it or he did provide it, either way, he didn't do any of that. He didn't say he didn't know or he didn't provide any information. To says who. He just glanced over says who's question and said that's not important to me. I'm going to talk about something else. But if he would have said like, well, shit, we don't know, or yeah, here's the answer. That's the point I'm making. He wasn't honest to him.
I
And
didn't
so
say
he
I was
was
going to talk about something else. I said I was going to talk about what I was talking about, and I was not
Yeah.
going to allow Says Who to sidetrack what I was talking about, and which is
Yeah, but
clearly what he was trying to do.
either way.
Because he could not deal with the 15 degrees per hour, so he had to divert into something else.
Yeah, but why didn't you answer
I know
him?
his tactic. I wasn't going to play the game.
Yeah,
Simple
but
as that.
simple. Everybody asks questions that are
Play the
probably
game.
leading.
Not playing his game. Sorry. You
Okay,
can
so
mute me
you're
if you need to,
basically
but I'm not playing his game.
You're basically gonna do what you want, right? In here. And so being an entitled baby, you're gonna do only what you want. Because when we're in here, people ask us questions that are leading. We have to answer them because it's part of what we do here. And if you're not willing to take part of that, then why do you open up your mic to say anything? Because everybody has to be exposed to the fact that some of the things that we say are going to be leading to something else. We could say, yeah, I'll answer you. Just hold on a sec. Let me get through this point. That would be something, a courteous thing that someone can do, but you defer. You don't rather not do that. That's the only thing. I'm just like, that's what this chat's about. I mean, we're going to ask questions that sometimes lead off of the point, but the person saying it, because yeah, I'll talk to you about that in just a moment. Let me answer this one thing that I'm talking about here, which is, that's fine.
What I don't get is they're always asking for like published papers, scientists. I'm posting it, but how many of them are actually going to go check out what I'm posting?
No, that's more to my point, I think. You're
It's
giving them.
because you're a flat earther, and no matter what evidence you bring up, this wouldn't be the right person, mate. This is not the person we need to look at. He's going against the standard model, so he's not worthy of our time. That's
Wait a
the
minute.
response. That's all I've heard.
Did you say he's a flat earther? You didn't need to say the rest. He's wrong.
Yeah. Well, the guy's not a flat earther that Larry's published. It's because Larry, the flat earther, has posted this person. So I don't need to look at it anyway. But even if it was, this guy's going against the standard model of the sun. And there's lots of people who disagree with him because there's a standard model of the sun. So this guy is ipso facto just fucking wrong.
Oh yeah, going against the standard religion of the sun, that means you're wrong.
Yes.
That makes you a heretic, right? Heretic?
He's an actual
Yeah,
heretic.
exactly. Yeah, you figured out my name. Exactly.
No, it's weird. I mean, they throw Nobel laureates under the bus, dude, just to salvage what they think that from the Earth being a globe. It's crazy, dude. I've seen Jedi post all the citations for, when he starts speaking of gas pressure and whatnot, and people are just like, yeah, but what do they know? I'm like, dude, seriously, is this where we come to with logic and reason that we're just gonna toss every, thing away just because we want to like salvage this? I don't get it. It's psychological. It must be, because it's like, how else can you reconcile that behavior?
Anyone who challenges the orthodoxy is just wrong.
That's why I felt like Mackie was more of an acolyte to the Earth being a globe, because it's like he doesn't care about looking at sources or answering questions. He wants to just say what he wants and sit back and just like relax, knowing that the Earth is a globe in his mind.
No, the experts. The expert know.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
The experts
It's
told.
crazy. This expert right here, he's agreeing with us about the violation of the laws of thermodynamics of the solar system. Sorry, the solar model. But, if you guys click on that link, you might actually see like a dude that's like a specialist in his field arguing that the argument that flat earthers make is correct. You have to deal with that. I'm sorry. Be the bearer of bad news or whatever, but You have to, if you're an actual nerd, you have to deal with this. If you're just like a NASA fanboy or whatever, I guess you could just whistle past the graveyard and pretend to nut it and post it.
You have to admit the heretics were right about something.
Yeah, heaven forbid, right?
Blasphemy.
That's what it seems like. I know, I'm serious, man. These guys are ripping their clothes because it seems like every time we say things, it's so bad. They can't even understand like how, like, yeah.
Well, that's.
Heresy.
I mean, I was central banker when I came out here, and I changed my name to this because I felt like a heretic talking to these people.
Yeah, I remember.
I think it's on point.
Yeah, me too. I think it suits you.
Yeah, especially how they treat you when you start talking to them. They just spiral out of control, bro. It's like the spiral is real. Yeah, so this PDF here, Larry, it says Eddington's mass luminosity relationship, a violation of the laws of thermodynamics. Stephen J. Crothers, Pierre Marie Robotil, that's his name.
Well, this guy's saying that the gravitational collapse of star formation is bullshit, basically. So the whole idea of a lump
Black
of
holes?
gas turning into a star is just ridiculous. Gas does not attract gas, right?
Bingo. I think
But
it's hilarious.
You know, Jedi, that they got this far, but that they don't reconcile the fact that you can't have gas in a vacuum is beyond me, man. Like, that's the worst violation ever. Like, you can't have a worse violation. It's like they're trying to, you know, argue this little small point where the freaking elephant in the room is like, yeah, but did you forget about it? You can't have gas in the vacuum. I don't know. I'm just saying.
Don't take their temple away, right? They got to have their Jupiter and their Saturn gods and the particle collider, and above that is the temple for Jupiter, and they want you to pay your tithe and tax to the temples.
You know, Larry, like, what I'm seeing though is, like, even though we can talk about these things like this, it's basically okay. So the priests say, "I'll allow it," because it's not knocking down the whole system itself. This is just like it's a little smudge. You know, you can just wipe it away. You know, it's okay. We can forgive your sins, my son. Like, it's not it's not too heretical, I guess you could say. Like, if you say that, you know, the relationship is a violation of the laws of thermodynamics, that's okay. We can talk about it tomorrow, and maybe you'll feel better. Like, like, but if you were to say something like Jedi, like you can't have gas in a vacuum, oh hell no.
Well,
you know, we're gonna exercise the demons, man. Like, there's no way.
It's not only that. Let's just say, for example, and we'll go with that idea that there's gas out there, and like nebulas and all of this type of stuff. We understand gas behavior. It spreads out. It disperses outwards. That creation of stars is gas pulling in on itself and attracting and forming an explosion, and all of these, you know, nuclear fusions and all of that type of stuff, and boom, there you've got a star. But this is what these people are pointing out, that gas expands. It doesn't attract to each other. So you've got all of this gas out there in the vacuum. It's not going to start coalescing and forming stars and suns. That's just not going to happen. Why is that? Because gas expands to fill the space.
Oh, kinetic molecular theory would fly in the face of that. Perfect elastic collisions? Are you kidding me? How do you have perfect elastic collisions when everything coalesces? That sounds like it's opposite to perfect elastic collisions.
Yep.
Sounds like to me they just said, you know what? Let's not collide. Let's just hang out. Like, you know, it's like.
So you're saying that suns shouldn't exist based on our current models?
Yes.
Ah.
No, not the sun shouldn't exist. That what they're telling you the sun is can't be true if it violates natural law. Because the thing about laws, it's not like a theory. Like, it's true every time, no matter what, that high pressure will go to low pressure until it fills the available volume and attempts to reach an equilibrium, colloquially speaking. Right? It's always going to happen.
But that's just not true. That's not what it says.
But wait, rewind for a second. He strawmanned you with his own claim of what stars are.
At any rate, let's assume for a moment, like, there's two supernovas that seem to happen at near the same time, or the the gravitational waves happen at the same time, and both of them end up forming a black hole distant light years away from each other, but these gravitational waves hit the molecular cloud at the same time and push the atoms together, and bam, we get a sun or a star.
What a great story, dude.
I like how you added the special effects of sound. That's pretty cool.
It's really evocative.
That really moves the story along, when you're excited that way.
Yeah, I'm moved.
I'm just saying, like, that's what they currently say is this how suns and stars are formed.
That's what you're saying, and what you're demonstrating is that you're a storyteller.
Not bad, but it could do some work. You got to really feel the story, get into it, act like you're there, and speak from that.
I might have a career in filmmaking.
That's true.
I would love to also see us actually get nuclear fusion down and actually be able to reproduce the same effects that the sun does here on Earth.
There you go.
Oh God.
Yeah.
But that's, and I don't think
you know
it's
that's what the
possible.
sun does. That's the whole point. That's the crux of this. Because you think that that's what the sun does. That's why you brought it up. How do you even know that?
How do you know that, Guardian? I'm curious.
Because we've actually done A-bombs, which are uncontrolled nuclear fusion.
Yeah,
no, that doesn't follow.
What?
A-bombs. What? Are they like N-bombs?
Well, I mean, even if you dropped an A-bomb, or you've done an A-bomb as you worded it, that doesn't tell you what the sun is.
Yeah, A-bombs, therefore the sun? Is that true?
No, what I was saying is A-bombs are a similar event to what is happening in the sun, or at least
dude,
that is what we
that's the
claim, okay?
Look, I'm interrupting you, sure, but that's just the claim again. You're just repeating the claim. You just say, well, there's this other thing that's like it. Well, how do you know it's like it is the question.
Yeah.
So what do you say it is? Because I didn't, by the way, I watched the video that Larry put up.
Guardian, he didn't say anything about the sun, bro. You're saying the sun is like an A-bomb. So what's happening? He's asking you, how do you know that? Can you answer that? Is this thing on? Hello?
Because, okay, here's another thing I see happening a lot.
Thing. We didn't get
another thing besides the point.
You didn't. Are you serious?
I'll admit
You're
it's
gonna leave me
beside the
hanging,
point,
bro.
okay?
You're gonna leave me hanging, bro. I'm just waiting. Like, what's going on? Like, the answer, man.
Because I claim something. Because I say that this is how, or what we think happens, at least. I don't see explanations. They say, oh, this thing doesn't work because of X,
You're
Y,
not
Z.
giving an explanation.
Hmm.
Yeah, you're not giving any explanation. Anyway, it's clear now. You have no clue. You're just repeating a claim. We get it.
Poor
Okay, that's why I see a lot in this channel too.
Really?
Yeah, people claiming there's not a curve on the
So
Earth.
do
and
as the
then
Romans do.
I
huh?
show them
You just
several
do as the
videos and
Romans.
examples, and they all are
yeah.
dismissed.
So when in Rome, right? That's your model. So you're just doing like everybody else is. Hey, I can do it too, right? Is that what you're saying? Hello.
So your argument is you guys make up shit. Questionable whether we do, but never mind. I can make up shit.
That's about the size of it.
I offer an explanation of what the sun is, or an example of what
you didn't offer
happens
shit,
inside the sun, and then it's immediately dismissed.
Hold on, bro. Wait
because
a second.
I don't know how exactly everything
You put
works.
like 1,000 carts before a horse, bro. Like, what the hell? You didn't talk about the inside of the sun. You were saying on the surface. Now we're inside of the sun. What's going on, bro? No, you're
So
losing
what
touch with
just happened,
reality.
right?
You're losing touch with reality by the minute. Let's kind of reel it back. You don't know what you're saying. That's all we're saying here.
Exactly. What just happened was he said that an A bomb, what we see an A bomb doing when it explodes, that's like how what's happening inside the sun. And then Heretic said, "How do you know?" Right? That's like what it is, and he could not answer.
Oh, he still
No
has
Had
it.
no
chance.
answer, and what he had to do instead was project his failure back onto us. That's exactly what just happened.
Yeah, better said than I was going to put it. Good stuff.
I like it. Yeah.
I mean, we're over here like showing people like different ideas of what the sun could be, and these people are like, "Nuh-uh, I haven't looked at it, and I don't want to look at it, and I can't even really
Okay,
be bothered
then
to watch the videos."
That's
But
blasphemy,
I
Larry. It's
I
blasphemy.
watched one of the videos, and all it did is say, "Hey, this isn't what it is." Did not offer an example of what it is.
That's
Yeah,
because you
you
didn't
just
go
made a
through the rest.
claim, dude. Sorry, Larry. Go ahead. Well, you didn't make.
Oh, you
You
got it.
just made
You
a
got it.
claim. You didn't back it up with evidence. Sorry. Go ahead, Larry.
You got it, bro. You got it.
No, I just wanted to make that one quick thing. Go ahead.
So, Guardian. So no evidence that you have that the sun is anything like the inside or on the surface, because you said like it's like an A bomb. Just trying to figure out how you got that. What did you? How do you know that? Once again,
Because that A bomb fuses hydrogen and causes a chain reaction, which then causes the explosion that you see. But
well, we see an
call me
explosion.
crazy.
Yeah, crazy. I'll call you that. Crazy. Because how do you know that? How do you know that? How do you know that? I know silence isn't going to get us there, Guardian. Use your words. Use your words.
Well, last I
Trying
heard,
not to
we
talk
make.
over you, by the way. I'm sorry. So,
Well,
at any rate, I could go
What?
through all the thermonuclear
Yeah, did I miss something?
explanations of
I
how
didn't hear you. Sorry,
fusion
Guardian.
actually works.
Guardian, I didn't hear you.
And
Were you talking? Did you give the answer? Because I didn't hear you.
no, I haven't.
Okay, so did you have an answer?
Do I have to go grab a whole scientific paper on how thermonuclear explosions work?
Well, I don't know what that's going to do for you because you wouldn't understand what it says anyways. You don't understand what it means now. So what's that going to do for you? I don't see it's going to benefit you.
Well, apparently it's going to benefit you because you keep saying
Okay.
that you want to know
Oh.
how it works.
Yeah. And you just told us it's like an A bomb. I'm trying to figure out how you got that information. How do you know that? You don't answer my question. How do you know that, Guardian? Like the fourth time I'm asking.
Okay, I'm going to be completely honest here.
That'd be great.
A TV show told me.
Aha! We're getting somewhere. At least the honesty is coming forward, right? And the whole room knows it now. So
The most powerful weapon ever invented by mankind: television programming.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Guardian was just a moment ago offering to find us a paper that would substantiate his belief. Is that a paper that you read before you formed your belief?
Nope, I haven't, and I'm sorry, but I just don't need that.
Yeah, you saw it on TV,
I
bro.
know. We have established
Okay,
in
so
this
what
channel.
can you?
Hang on.
Okay, all right. You said no. So what can you provide us with that led you to the conclusion that you hold now?
Hang on. We have established in this channel that I am a slightly more gullible person than the rest of you guys, apparently, because I accept some things on face value. Am I wrong?
Well, okay. Well, that's a big thing to admit. If so.
Yeah, but I mean,
that's good. At least you admit it.
Is there any flat earthers in here?
Yeah, we're right here,
No.
but check it out. But hold on before you get there. We're glad,
Yeah,
Guardian, that
Mike-
you finally
Mike
you
check.
got there. We hear you, Timbo, or excuse me.
Good. I just picked up my headphones. They were getting fixed. That's better.
Yeah, you sound a lot better too.
Hey, Alpha.
But yeah. What's up?
Yeah, do you have like a sort of argument that establishes the conclusion that the Earth is flat?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna get rid of him. He just does this over and over.
Rolodex?
It's a shtick.
Oh, he's got a gimmick.
What?
He was like
Yeah.
Gunzenheimer or whatever before. Remember that guy? Whatever it was.
Yeah, genuine question.
Oh, that's Goon. Yeah, Goon.
Well, I mean, Mickey, do you want to talk to him? If so, go ahead.
Yeah,
Well,
I don't know. Goon
give him a
has a new
chance.
gimmick every time. Who's that?
All right.
Waz?
Well, yeah, do what you want to do.
Make sure you
Yeah.
don't deviate from his narrative. He gets really talkative when you do that.
Yeah, I know. He doesn't let anybody say a word in edgewise. I've had encounters with him before. But hold on, Rolodex. Just want to tell Guardian, thank you for being forthcoming, but being honest. It took us the time to get us there, but we got there. Either way, dude, you're absolved of your sins, my son. Okay, so let's move forward and talk to Rolodex.
Yeah, so the question was, right, before, you guys sort of got opted out there, the question was, do you have an argument, a sound argument that actually establishes the conclusion that the Earth is flat?
Starts with the conclusion.
That establishes the conclusion. So that's going to be tracking error number 1. We'll try that again.
Okay.
He's asking you to do the same thing you told me to do earlier, so okay. Let's see.
Yeah. The Earth doesn't measure any curvature on its surface.
Do you know what an argument is, Alpha?
Yeah, the Earth doesn't measure any curvature on its surface.
Hold on. So that doesn't answer the question. Do you know what an argument is?
Well, if you're going to make an argument, yeah.
Oh, hold on. So that's going to be a dichotomous question.
Yeah, the Earth is flat and stationary. And so
okay, hold on. Do you know what an argument is?
Yeah, the evidence of that is that it doesn't curve on its surface.
that think the Earth is
Wait. What do you think I mean by argument there, Alpha? Hold on. We're gonna this is getting like super nonlinear. Hold on. So I just want to really like clear answer the question.
Rolodex.
What do you think I mean when I say I want an argument?
Okay, so let's not go into that. Let's just say we both have positions to talk about, right? You have a position that the Earth is a globe. I say that it's not. I say it's flat and stationary. My position is flat and stationary. Your position is that it's a globe. Can you confirm that so that we know that we both have a position? Because if I'm arguing with somebody that doesn't have a position, I don't want to be hitting a moving target. All right, I have to hit a stationary target, which is your position. Is your position that the Earth is a globe, sir?
Yeah. So notice how that.
Okay. So now that it's I want you to make your statement known that it's a globe. I make my statement that it's flat and stationary, and we're just gonna see who can get into this debate about what we know. Okay. We'll do it that way because your little antics are not gonna work here.
Yeah. So you're gonna answer my question now that you know my position.
Yeah, that it's a globe.
No. The question. I don't know. Okay. So this is gonna be tracking error number 2. The question was, do you?
What tracking number 2? What are you doing, dude? Are you holding some type of scoreboard or something? That doesn't help us here. You just need to be honest. All right. So, so you're saying that the Earth is a globe, right? What evidence do you have of that? I'll give you my evidence as soon as you finish giving me yours, and we'll go from there.
Notice how that doesn't answer my question.
Yeah, but we're not going to do your spiel. All right. So I'm only going to do it like once or twice more. And then I'm going to go to somebody else because I think Oxymoron was in here and wants to have a conversation.
Somebody has control issues.
Yeah, he's Goonshine.
Guy's a moron.
Yeah, one more time, dude. Come on. You can do it. And if you can, then we'll indulge having a conversation with you. But of course, if you're going to run with your gimmick and say, well, that's one more detraction. I got 2 more demerits, and then you're disqualified. Like, we're not worried about your gimmick.
Imagine someone came up to you in the...
Yeah, go ahead, Timbo. What'd you say? No, I didn't hear. Yeah, you're disconnected, I guess, Timbo. All right. So, Goon.
Yeah, I just cut out for a sec.
Yeah, what did you say, Timbo? Go ahead.
I just said, imagine someone come up to you and started speaking to you like that in the street. You just look at them like, go, what the fuck?
Yeah.
What are you talking about, mate?
He wants to be the debate lord of all the known universe, but he forgets
and
that.
then they never get to a subject, though. They just talk about the word.
He forgets that. He forgets that 24/7 has already taken up that position, so he's a little bit upset about
It's
it.
part of the debate bro community.
Debate, bro. Is there such a thing as that? No, seriously.
The people who want to have formal arguments about everything. Like, yes, that's debate bro.
Just about like, why the color white is white, or
Yeah, like premise. He wants to get to premise, conclusion. That's what he's trying to get to.
Jesus.
Yeah, because they go on about formulating a logical argument. This is what they. If you can't formulate a logical argument, then you don't know anything.
Wowzer.
You know, he doesn't come in here and do that shit on the Globe Earthers when they make really bad illogical arguments. I wonder why.
Because it's got a confirmation bias. All right, Rolodex. We should just call you Goon from now on, dude, because we already all know you.
Yeah. So look, I've already like sort of embarrassed you on the point that you don't know what an argument is. So like in the I guess formal sense. So
you're a strange one, aren't you, dude? You're kind of strange.
I mean, to be fair, you did sort of peruse around the question. To be fair, you sort of did avoid the question. To be fair, right?
What question?
To be fair,
what question?
Dude, like,
yeah, to be
just
fair,
relax,
you're sort
bro.
of just dilly-dallying around the question, right?
Okay, so what question?
What question?
Oh, you forgot the question. Okay.
That's
I didn't know that I was talking to two fucking
No,
dimwits.
listen. All right, so what was the question? If you're not
I
a
didn't know
dimwit,
I was speaking
what
of
was the
Bill
question?
and Ted's
That's
Excellent
tracking error number
Adventure.
4.
Guys, just calm down. You're like talking at once. You're all retarded.
Is that detraction number 6?
Oh, hey, he just bolted, eh?
That's detraction number 7, Larry. We can't have that, bro.
Okay, let's ask this dude. What was the question?
Yeah, I did.
What
He
was
didn't
the
know.
question?
Oh, he's muted.
I don't even think there was a question. What was
ask-
the question? Oh, the question was, do you know what an argument is?
Yeah.
That was the question.
Yeah, but ask dude, where's my car? He'll probably tell you.
Let's get back to debate, bro. Number 1.
Debate bro number 1. Let's see. Do you know that the Earth is a globe? Oh, he's something. I guess he's muted. I can't undo his mute. Oh, he left.
Must have been
He
Eric.
left.
Oh, he was. It was a ghost I was trying to unmute.
Well, I muted him because I thought both of those guys were talking through me, but my stupid iPhone, like the input just cut. No one hears me. I'm speaking. I'm like, they're just talking through me, but like they don't hear me. So anyway, my bad.
Oh, I don't think we heard you either, bro. I guess.
No,
Yeah,
not at
nobody.
all.
The stupid phone does this shit. Anyway.
Yeah, mine
Go
does
ahead.
that too. You know what mine also does? It flicks between, if I've got my earpods in the car, and then I've got my other headphones, the ones I'm using now, the good ones, it'll automatically flick to the ones in the charging case.
That's it. That's
when
the
it cuts
7th.
out.
That's the number 7 detraction, Timbo. You're out, bro. All right, we'll go back to Heretic. See if he gets any detractions. What the fuck, dude?
It's craziness.
Well, it's just kind of funny he asked for a sound argument because he brought exactly not that a couple months ago when he was in here doing this exact same thing. We flipped it around on him. We asked him for an argument for the globe since that's what he's looking for all the time, arguments. And he gave us a garbage, unsound argument. We criticized it, and then he said it's valid because the form was valid, but he never claimed it was sound. And he just went on and on like that. What did he say? I think he said if NASA provides pictures that it's shows it's a globe, then it's a globe. NASA does provide pictures, it's a globe, so it's a globe. It's like just the logic doesn't connect, right? So it's unsound, but it's valid. It's a modus ponens, right? It's a valid form. And that was this whole thing. Well, I made a valid argument, not a sound one. Never said it was sound.
Isn't it affirming the consequence?
No, it's modus ponens. It's not affirming the consequence. It is a valid logical form, but it wasn't sound because it didn't follow.
Yeah, because they do provide photos of.
Yeah, they're providing it. So
yeah,
it just doesn't follow that they provide photos, so-called. Therefore, it's a globe, right? Which was his argument.
Oh, did he use the word photos? Did he?
I don't know if he did or not. It was a while ago.
That's
Probably.
That's the 8th attraction, Timbo. Like we
get out of here.
You're out. Like what is this debate, bro? Kind of things like do they like this? Like that's garbage, bro. Like listen to that all day.
It's not even talking though. They're just like winning an argument over the meaning of the word argument.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the whole purpose of debating. Like it's not even about the truth. It's just about winning a logical argument.
It seems kind of bankrupt to me, if you ask.
Yeah, it's boring.
It's like a road to nowhere. Like, okay, I won. What's my prize? I don't know. Like, are you king of the hill or something? Like, what's going on?
Yeah, what's more interesting than learning the truth? You know,
being debate bro number 1. Let's go.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm picturing them in these like polo tops with like a V-neck woolen sweater. You know, like a V-neck short sleeve vest, like those kind of dudes with like pleated pants and stuff.
They're snubbing their nose at society because they're the top echelon and you can't do any better than them. Because
It's some elite school, you know.
They're like all colossal douchebags and whatnot. Like every single one of them.
Chad.
Shit.
Or Brian. Brian?
Yeah. Jeez. Price of atoms, as long as they're boosting numbers. Dude, I don't know if we'd want to say that. Hey, y'all debate bros, come back. We're going to boost some numbers. They're going to have me like on 12 detractions before the day's over, but, you know, we'll get our at least 20 or more people in here. That's like getting demerits, dude, for not doing something correct.
I know I don't fall into this category, but have you had anybody come into the channel and at least offer you something that you find to be somewhat persuasionary from a globe perspective?
Hell no.
Yes.
Now, hang on.
Pictures of Mars.
Oh yeah, that'll do it for us every time.
From the road.
No. I'm asking flat earthers here.
Yeah.
And
Let me.
he's one. I
one.
understand.
I got one. When Scott Mackey puts you on the couch and says, "That's not the reason why you're a flat earther." Come on, tell me the real reason why you're a flat earther. That right there, baby. That does it all the time. Because then we're just like, shit, dude. Now we gotta really just say, you know, Scott, you got me, bro. That's not the real reason why I'm a flat. I'm here because, you know, I just I like the people. That's it. Just like the people. Pretty cool people, you know.
Well, every now and then you guys do come out and tell us why.
Yeah, because you know, we're just hanging around. We like to kind of chat on the internet, and it's kind of fun. But the truth, we don't need to worry. We don't worry about that. It was kind of cool. You can put us on the couch with your crackerjack, you know, philosophical mind. See if you can get through.
And if you know, like if you catch someone lying, like you're going to question if they tell you something next time, you're going to question what they say, aren't you? You're going to go, okay, well, they lied last time, so you know, let's have a look at this thing that they're telling us now.
So you know,
look more into it.
Yeah, Timbo, how did the Goonshine crew, the bro debate guys, make you feel? Not tell me the real reason why you felt they were disruptive, because you know we just like analyzing everything to its nth degree. You're like discovering new things about somebody.
Miggy.
Like, it's weird, bro. Like
Miggy.
seriously.
You got to admit, there's nothing we can tell you that's gonna reach you, right?
Yeah, but why do you got to put everybody on the couch, bro? Like I
don't
don't get it.
But is there anything you can say that's going to reach us?
Yeah.
You think you can say something that's going to reach us?
Hell yeah.
Well, like what?
Just like, let's see, when you come in every single day, whether you admit it or not, you know that you don't have evidence for the globe. And that right there, my friend, is reaching you every single. It stings. You know what? It cuts you.
Wow, you believe that, huh?
No. It cuts you. It cuts you to the deep, bro. Like you
So
are.
that's interesting.
Yeah, you know why? Because
That's
afterwards, yeah. Listen, you think that you put us on the couch? We're putting you on the couch because you're in here like moths to a flame, bro. And every time your wings get singed, you want it even more. It's like a drug. You can't have it more. You just I'm so wrong that it feels so good that I'm so wrong. Like, and you keep coming in here every single day, and we know why. Because the truth either attracts and keeps you coming, or you just like you can't figure it out. So you're just like in this awe amazement of like what this is. Yeah.
You're a guy that likes to get
I'm lying
dressed
why
up
I'm
in
here,
leather and beaten.
Yeah,
so you think I'm lying
thing, but
why I'm in here, huh?
Well, of course. Why would you tell anybody that over, I don't know, 60 years, you've been believing that the Earth is a globe, that it's not one anymore? You know what that would do for you and your social status or your people that you talk to, and especially if you believed it as in academia, that would just imagine, a complete destruction of all things that you think is real, like to you.
It would be like
Yeah.
saying the square root of 9 is not 3. Yeah, it would make you a fool. Yeah, everybody who knows that the square root of 9 is 3 would think you're a fucking idiot. Yes, they would.
And then what else would happen? Like, not only that, there would be the social aspect would be, you guys already, that's the reason why. It doesn't have anything to do with you what we're saying is true, that you don't have evidence, but
you really
still
believe
come
that?
back every
Wow.
single you don't.
Wow.
You don't have evidence. You know what? Otherwise, this channel would not exist. I put it to you that way. If you
Wow.
came in here with evidence of the Earth being a globe, none of us would be here.
That
I'm
is some
telling you
confidence,
that
man.
anybody, you
That is some
want to bet?
confidence.
You want to bet? Ask Jedi, ask Heretic, ask anybody. If it was the truth that the Earth was a globe, then none of us would be here. Like, we would all be at least convincing each other. Come on, Heretic or Jedi. He brought this is evidence of globe, bro. We are denying the truth at this point. Like, we would, do that internally. No, you wouldn't need you to do it. It'd be like, dude, come on, man. The guy came up with some really good stuff. But that's not the case. It never is. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's the opposite. You guys are the ones doing it.
You can't unsee what we've seen, Scott. So
I've heard what you've seen.
When it's done, it's done. Yeah,
I know. I've asked you what you've seen, and you told me what you've seen,
because
and
we
it's like,
see
really?
now you
That
open
convinced you?
your mind. Now you open your mind to all the bullshit, and you see it every time someone opens their mouth. You sense that bullshit. Some people come in and spout stuff about the globe, but when you speak to them, they go, "Okay, yeah, I don't know that." But as soon as someone comes in that is not like that, you can pick up on that vibe straight away, and you know.
There was a young lady.
Timbo.
There was a what?
Okay, go ahead.
No, there was a young lady that came in here earlier today, and I think there was hardly anybody on, and she
came in hot.
Oh man, boy, she was flaming hot. Now, she was all up in a tizzy about it. She was really just calling us, just no, it's not. She was really kind of energized about it. But after a while, she started to realize she didn't have any answers. She said she saw curvature from an airplane window. And even though Bruber wanted to take it to the airplane windows got curvature on it. It's no, don't distract from that. I want her to get the idea that what she's saying, if it has any implications of it being a curve, then she can measure it, right? So I wanted her to realize that. So once she got back down to the ground and see, well, let's figure this out. Who's measured it? Eratosthenes, but she didn't know who that was because it was just a link that she posted in the chat, but she didn't know anything about it. So that was getting drawn out to her by Bruber, and people started to have that conversation with her. Now, being as that she's new, she didn't have the same expression as you do, or anybody else who comes in here who doesn't understand why they're attracted to truth. They just are. So she was kind of oh, that's really interesting. I'm not the smartest person. And we just I kind of affirmed to her, yes, you are. Don't let anybody tell you that you're not. Because that's the thing that we do here. We want to lift people up and get them to know that anyone can know the truth. It doesn't matter who it is. So that's the thing, though. We make it for every person who comes in here that they can know truth themselves. And if that's available to them, then it means that you can't be lied to, the way people can try to convince you that the Earth is a globe via, some information that doesn't, it's not even reality, dude. It's an imagination. That's what all it is. And you have to be convinced by the imagination that the Earth is a globe and, the cosmos being what it is. And then you believe it. But that's all.
And you guys are opposite to that as well, because you guys are. No, well, the guy's an expert, so I trust him. So everyone is dumber than this expert.
Yep.
So you're in the opposite lane where you just put everyone down unless they got a degree.
Yep. And then you castrate yourselves because you don't want to actually have the type of
You're
intellect.
not listening if that's what you're hearing.
Well, it's the truth, because when it comes to it, you would defer. Oh, I'm not a scientist. They're a scientist. Dude, that's what we hear every day. You're trying to make it sound like we're not saying that. Dude, we're telling you because this is our experience with you guys. You castrate yourselves to some kind of intellectual impotency like where you don't know anything. Oh, I'm just saying things because I thought it was true, or I believe what the scientist says. And it's like, dude, but you haven't verified any of this information. You haven't. And then that's all it is.
I haven't verified that I watch sunsets. No, I verified that.
Yeah. So what, dude? Like, it's not telling you that Earth is curving in any way,
But
or
it
that
actually
it's spinning.
is. But it actually
Really?
is. If you took the
got
time
the
to
Earth's
think about
geometry.
it.
You got the Earth's
If you took
geometry
the
from
time
looking
to
at
think
sunset.
about it, you would understand how it has to be true.
Well, it has to be. What?
Yes.
Not demonstrated to be true. Has to be true.
I've seen the sun with my own eyes go below my eye level.
Therefore, globe.
You have no explanation. Yes, therefore globe, yes.
That's oh, shit, dude.
Yeah,
Below your eye level.
What's the logical statement
you up
there?
on a hill?
Below my eye level,
Up
yes.
on a hill or up on a hill or something?
Yes,
What's the logical statement?
we have lots of cliffs in California along the coastline.
Scott, what's the logical
Some of
statement?
them are quite high.
What's the logical
I have a
statement?
4,000 foot. I have a 4,000 foot peak just behind my
that
house
is great,
that looks
dude.
over the ocean of Santa Cruz.
Who cares about the details? Who cares
Yeah,
about the
it's
details?
beautiful.
Like,
Quite beautiful.
So what? No one cares.
And I've seen
All
the sun many times below my eye
You're gonna
level.
keep bloviating. You're gonna keep bloviating. No
Dude,
one
you've
gives
been
a
talking
shit.
for the last 15 minutes,
No
man.
one
Go
gives
ahead.
a shit
Go
about you
ahead.
talking about how beautiful it is.
Preach,
Just tell us.
preach, man. Go ahead and preach.
Yeah, well, yeah, you
Go
don't
ahead.
allow me to because you keep saying preach. All right, so how did you get geometry from looking at a sunset? Because you just finished making a statement. I see a sunset, therefore the Earth is a globe. You said that right now.
But that's not all I said. Why don't you say all I said?
Yeah, who
This
cares,
is what you do,
dude?
Harry. This is what you do, Alpha. You have to ignore half of what I said in order to make your argument. Say everything I said.
You do that every
What?
time, Alpha.
You want me to put lipstick on a pig and a wig and
Just
makeup and
just
shit?
repeat what I said. Let me know you heard me.
I am not going to tell them about your 15 degrees per. Like, listen, all
Jesus
you have
Christ,
to,
No, what
all
I
you have
just
to
said.
do,
What I
all you have
just
to
said,
do is
Alpha.
tell them that you saw
Yeah.
the sunset and therefore globe.
That's not what I said, is it?
So that's not the case then.
No, this
Either
is you.
that is the case-
This is you
No.
necessarily ignoring what
Either
I
that is the
actually
case or not.
said. Because you won't address what I actually said.
Eye
Go
line.
ahead, Jedi.
The sun went below his eye line. He's talking about cliffs and the sun going below his eye line.
That is correct. Thank you, Jedi.
That's
All
right.
right.
How hard was that?
So sunsets, therefore the Earth is a globe. Back to my question.
So dumb.
All right. Well, answer that.
This is why nobody takes you seriously, Alpha.
Yeah. Who gives a shit, dude? He's making a claim to the sunsets and then saying the Earth is a globe.
And you can't
You
even
think that's-
repeat the
You
claim.
think that's funny?
No, it's really funny that you can't repeat the claim.
He said that he
It's
saw
funny.
the sun move
Jedi
across
just
the
said
sky.
it, and you can't repeat it.
Jedi
You
says
can't
it.
allow
Who gives a
yourself to
shit?
even
Is it
feel
scary
it.
to say?
Listen.
I know.
So yeah,
I know.
what about the sun tells you that the Earth's geometric shape? Go ahead.
Because it drops below my eye line, and that is impossible if the sun
And
is
when does
going
it
in
do-
some kind
when-
of track motion above
when-
my head.
When does
It
it
just
do that?
can't happen.
When does it do that? A guy and Scott Mackey, because you both seem to be very up on the argument.
Every
When does it
day
do
I've
that?
seen it set. Every day I've
Yeah.
seen it set.
So east to west, right? On the sunset, perhaps?
Dropping below eye level.
On the sunset.
Dropping below eye level.
Okay, a guy. There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. What I've been saying. Yes or no?
Anyways, this is
but
my
it
point.
drops
So.
below eye level, not sunset
it
there
doesn't
for
matter.
globe, right?
It happens below your eye level on a sunset, right?
Yeah.
Okay, what I've been saying. Hello.
No, you said sunset because globe there for globe. That's what you said.
Yeah, that's exactly
not-
what he's saying. You're trying
No.
to dress it up and make it sound like it's a. Well, we're talking about below your eye line at 15 degrees per
Yeah.
hour. Who gives a
That's
shit?
the
Dude, at
most
the end of the
important-
day, at
that's the
the
most
end of that,
important
no,
part
it's
of it.
not. That's not the most
Yes,
important.
because if it didn't go below eye level, then you wouldn't. We couldn't say it was a globe.
So you're saying the same thing he is.
Or not
the
the-
sun sets. The sun sets. Therefore, the Earth is a globe. Yeah.
Sunset there for every globe. No, I wouldn't say
No.
that.
So you're not saying
No,
that.
the
So
sun
Scott,
drops below my eye level, therefore
when
the
does
Earth is
it
a
do
globe.
that,
Repeat
Scott?
that back for me, Alpha.
When does it do that? When does it do that?
Every time I've seen it.
And the sunset, right? At the
The
sunset.
sun drops below my eye level,
At the
therefore
sunset,
the Earth
right?
is a globe. A globe.
At the
a
sunset.
globe. A globe.
At the sunset, right?
Yes, when the sun
There you
sets.
go.
Yes.
Then I'm right. I
know.
did say exactly. Yeah, I know. So it didn't matter how it was repeated. It doesn't matter how it was repeated to you.
I know.
So long as the concluding argument is that when the sun sets below your eye line, you still have the Earth being a globe.
Yes, and who's the one protecting one's ego right now, Alpha?
No, I'm actually showing you that it didn't matter how you dressed up this pig and put lipstick on it. It's still a pig.
Okay,
dude.
explain it.
You can't tell me that the Earth is any geometric shape from looking at the sunset.
Sure I can.
Okay, how did you derive radius and diameter and circumference? Go ahead, the
Doesn't
floor is
matter.
yours.
I don't need to.
No, the floor is yours, please.
Everywhere on Earth, the sun sets below one's eye line.
Oh, therefore globe.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what I've been.
But this comes back to
saying,
my original
dude.
point. There's nothing I can tell you that's going to change your mind. I get
It's
that
not
already.
about that. It's about your argument.
Nothing I can tell you. Nothing
Your
I can tell you
argument
can change
is
your mind.
trash, bro. It is
No,
trash.
my argument's good. You just don't get
Yeah.
it. And
Okay,
that's
so how
fine.
did you derive?
Nothing
how
I can
did you
tell you.
listen? If you say that, and whoever else, like a guy, I'm gonna lump you in here because you're a part of this now. I need you to give me how you've gotten the radius, diameter, and circumference from looking at a sunset. The floor is yours.
I don't get all those from looking at the sunset. I just get it's a globe.
Well, I'm not telling you now.
Period.
You and a guy. Go
Okay,
ahead,
gotta give it a shot.
try it.
Why? I know it's a globe because of a sunset.
Yeah.
Because the sun isn't. It shows that the sun isn't like going in a circle above our head, and because everybody can see the sun. Like at some point, everybody on Earth can see the sun. That means that the sun must be above some flat ground, which you guys are supposing. It has to be curved because that's the only way somebody else on another place on Earth can see the sun, and at the same time another one will see the sun goes below eye level. It's
All right,
impossible.
man. Yeah, that's
Has anybody
fine.
ever heard of a midnight sun, by the way?
You know, that's fine. That's fine. But I just proved my point. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
There you go.
Well, that's our problem right there.
Yeah,
You think-
because
you-
there's
you
no
think you
answer to
proved a
radius,
point.
diameter, circumference. There's no answer there. I didn't get one from a guy or you, Scott, for sure.
I know.
So I mean, we're good over
arguing,
here.
I don't need to have the exact number for it to.
Yeah,
be true.
you do. If you're claiming
No, I
shape,
know.
we don't. No, we don't.
Okay, well then no, you don't.
Are you
then. How about
saying
that?
what's invalid about the argument? Can you explain to me?
Once again, one more time in time, because I've been saying like 3 or 4 times, probably more. But you didn't get radius, diameter, and circumference
and?
from looking at a sunset. Or did you?
We didn't claim to.
Well, then how do you know it's a globe?
You don't have to know the size in order to know it's round.
You
Like
guys are crazy.
if you have like yeah, sorry.
It's
if
amusing to me, man. Like I don't know. How do you guys reconcile the fact that you can't have a geometric shape known and still say that it's a geometric shape? What is going on with your minds?
I can draw
gentlemen?
a circle without knowing its circumference.
No one cares.
Yeah, like if you take a picture of a ball and you don't know the distance to it, you don't know don't know the size.
Yeah, that's good.
Can you not say, I can't know if it's a ball or not because
that's
I
good.
don't know the size?
That's
Obviously,
great.
you
I
see
like
it's
that.
a ball. You just don't
That's
know the
great.
size.
Wonderful.
It's unknown
Wonderful.
size.
That's great.
Right.
But see, there's a
great.
difference.
You're just gonna ignore everything I said.
Yeah,
That's great.
because there's a difference. The difference is we know the numeric values to the radius, diameter, and circumference. That is a glaring problem. When you say
No, it is not.
Yeah,
It's
it
not,
is
dude.
because the Earth
People
is
knew that the Earth was a ball long before
Not
they
a-
knew the
not
size
a
of it,
size,
right?
a
And
shape.
this is the reason.
It doesn't matter. If the ball is a certain size, you would know it. So if you're saying it's just a ball and it doesn't have a size, then it could be any size. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It's conform.
Any size, but it's a ball. All of the sizes, of the sizes are still balls. That's the point.
That's not what the Earth being a globe is claiming. It's claiming geometry. And in order for you to know that,
it's a
you
shape,
need to know
curved shape.
Yeah,
It
it doesn't
is a
matter.
sphere. Yep.
So
as-
okay,
a
if
late
it's listen,
spheroid.
if the curve exists, then what is the drop over distance on that curve? If you can't,
I don't know based on that argument alone. I don't know based on that argument alone.
You do. If you don't
I know
that,
it's
that means
curving.
it's not curving. No, you don't. To
Yes, I do.
say that to say you have knowledge, primary knowledge that the Earth is curving, then you would have the supportive information of how much curve there is.
Yeah, it's because it doesn't drop below. That's not the argument I made.
It's because
that's not the argument. The argument I made was because it doesn't drop below eye level. Don't say no. That's my argument.
But it
don't say no to my argument.
No, because it doesn't give you how much curve there is.
You're ignoring my argument then.
Yeah, so it's not a curve then. It's not a curve.
Yes, it is. You're just you're not repeating the argument. You're just saying something else.
How do you define a curve? Define it for me. What's a curve?
Like an arc or something.
Yeah, how do you know it's an arc?
Because when two people see the same object, when one person sees the sun going below the eye level and another person on the same surface, surface.
You didn't say that. No, you're moving the goalpost. You're moving the goalpost. You didn't say that. You said
that's what I said earlier.
No, you didn't. You said I saw the sunset. Therefore,
that's
no, you
how
didn't.
it's.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You said I saw the sunset. No, you said I saw the sunset. Therefore, the Earth is curving. Yeah. Where's the other person in that argument? That statement.
That's Scott Mackey.
No, you said the same thing.
Yes, it is.
That he did. You said I saw the sun.
Setting, but he and me and him isn't living in the same place, so both of us are not saying. Okay, you don't care.
You're saying the bad argument is what I'm exposing you. Your argument to say that the sun is below the eye line, therefore the Earth's curving, and I'm asking you, how do you know the Earth's curving? Well, somebody else is over here. I didn't ask for that.
So, are you saying all I need to do for my argument to prove that, or for me to prove to you that the Earth is a globe, is to have another guy standing on the opposite? Then what the hell? What is the problem then? Is it like
you said this is your statement? I saw the sunset below my eye line, therefore the Earth is curving. And I asked you, how do you know the Earth is curving?
Okay.
How do you know there's an arc there? And then you started to say, well, take another guy over here. So
what you're saying is all I need for the argument to be convincing to you is to have another guy on the other side of the Earth and to actually see.
I need
you. What are you saying then?
I need you to.
Is that the globe evidence?
Well, yeah.
All I need is another guy.
I need you.
That's fine. I'll add another guy into the. Another guy into the hypothetical.
You don't know how to stop, dude.
There we go.
I don't need another guy in here. I need you to tell me how you, as one single person, detected that the Earth is curving. Nobody else involved. How do you know that as you by yourself? Because you saw a sunset below your eye line, and then therefore the Earth is already curving. How?
I explained to you.
What?
I'm going to ask you the same question again. Is the problem that I need like the other observer?
No. You are the only observer looking at a sunset.
Okay. Let's say that I was wrong there, and then I need to add another person.
Well, let's move
to the
on.
argument.
No, we don't need to add more people. We're done. You were wrong. Your statement was wrong.
Okay, so you don't want to hear about the globe argument. You just want to
because you're gonna I didn't straw man. I let you explain how one observer can do that.
And I changed my argument and you're not letting me, or
no, not mid debate.
You're not. It's not about proving the globe Earth. It's about you being right.
Yeah, it is. It's about proving the globe.
Okay, that makes sense. That's why you're acting like this. That's fine.
No, I'm only acting like this because you made a statement that I just proved you that
we can move on. That's fine. If you don't want to talk about globe
we're moving on,
Earth,
absolutely, because you already conceded that you, as one single observer, couldn't tell me how the Earth is curving by yourself. So you had to use some other person that you invoked where it wasn't even a part of your first premise.
That's just a horrible globe argument. I have to add another observer. That makes it impossible to prove.
It wasn't your first statement.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it wasn't your first statement. So yeah. It's a bad argument.
It's so hard. It's a bad argument, yeah.
Yeah.
Add another person. Wild argument.
But you didn't do that in the very beginning. You said,
possible? How can it possibly
below my eye line?
Whatever. I don't care. This is gotten childish at this point. I'm not gonna do this.
Well, then that's up to you. But yeah, you actually conceded, so we're all good.
Okay.
You as a single observer couldn't do it, so all good over here. Just that simple, man. If you as one single observer can't do it, then what difference does it make?
That the Earth is flat?
No,
the Earth is flat?
That you're claiming that the Earth is
I can't prove the Earth is a globe unless I am doing it all alone, or?
Hey, it's not my statement. It was yours. It was your statement. You're the one saying that. You said that at the beginning.
Technically, nobody actually said there was only one. If you're going to be pedantic,
you're a single observer.
Okay, let me tell me when you're done. Overtalk.
You're the single observer making the claim that you're seeing the sun move beyond your eye line, below it, your eye
No.
line, and then you
That's
said,
what actually that's the
therefore
part you're
the Earth is
adding,
curving.
right?
Therefore, the
Actually,
Earth
that's
is
the
curving.
part you're adding, because what we actually said, the only thing we said was because there is a sunset, therefore we can prove that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah. And
right?
how did you do that by
And then
yourself?
we said because the sun moves below the eye level. We asked you asked for the abbreviated explanation, right?
Yeah.
Did we anywhere there say? Did we anywhere there say that Did we anywhere there say there only is one observer? Did I only say only me? Only me?
Yes.
No.
Yes, you did.
No,
Yes,
in
you
my
did.
explanation, I told
No.
you that there was if there was another person, another place, and
you
then there
added
was
that. You're moving the
another
goalpost.
person.
You're moving the
I did that
goalpost.
after when you asked me for a deeper explanation.
No, you're moving the goalpost. You can't do that. That wasn't your statement.
I can't do that.
No.
Okay, sorry. I guess so. You were choosing the rules there.
Yeah. No, you did. You said
That's fine.
I'm a single observer looking at the sunset, and when the sun goes beyond my
I'm a
when
single
it goes past
observer.
the
I'm
horizon,
going to look at the. I'm
below
going
the
to
eye
look at the
line.
tape. Is this a
Yeah,
recording
you
of
can.
this?
Yes. Go to the.
I might be wrong.
YouTube.
I'm not going to be that, but I'm
You
quite
are
sure
wrong.
I didn't say I am
I'm
as a
quite
single
sure you are
observer. I'm
wrong.
quite sure I didn't say that.
Yeah, go and rewind the VOD.
I'm going to look
You're
at.
welcome.
I'm going to
You're
look at
welcome
the
to
recording,
it.
man.
You're welcome to rewind it. But
This
you
is so
and Scott
funny.
Mackey were saying I proved the Earth is a globe because I see the sun move below my eye line. Therefore, the Earth is
Because you
curving.
can see the sunset. Yeah.
Yeah. You and him both are advocating for that position. There was no second observer ever talked about until you just.
I did
brought it
when
up.
I abbreviated, when I explained it.
Yeah, of course. When you came forward and said, "Oh, well,"
You asked why, and I explained you why, right?
I didn't say there was only one single observer. And I was like, no, because
Okay,
you were
okay,
saying
okay,
that you
that's
were the
fine.
single one. Well, yeah, I know.
Okay.
But that's my point. So it has.
So
to
your
go
point
from what
is
you first said.
that if we are, what's your point, really? Tell me.
Yeah, you didn't provide evidence that the Earth is a globe via one single observation of the sun moving beyond your eye, below your eye line. Can't do that.
So if I have two observations, I can prove the globe. Is what you're saying?
No, I didn't say that
So
either.
what is your point then? Is your
My
point
point
to
is the
show that
statement?
you
No,
can't
I'll
can't
say it
prove
again.
that the Earth is a globe with only one observer? You need two.
I said the statement, and I'll say it again. That you guys both advocated for the position that as a single observer looking at the sunset when it goes below your eye line, that proves that the Earth is curving in an arc. So you guys said that, and I'm like, oh, that's interesting. How'd you do that? How do you know the Earth's a geometric shape by looking at that? Well, we don't know. It just is. That's the only thing it can be. That's the only thing you guys say. But you didn't introduce any second observer any time in that discussion until you started to think about it. Like, oh shit, yeah. But if I had another guy,
the only thing I need to do to prove the Earth is a globe is to add a second observer. Great.
yeah, if you think so,
I
but that's not
can
gonna help your
happily
case.
concede. I can happily concede that first part. If that I can't prove it with one observer, then I'll add another observer and prove it to you. That's
Well,
fine.
it doesn't matter if you add
There
10.
you go.
It's not going to help your position.
So now, welcome to Globe Earth Alpha.
Whatever that means.
Welcome to real life.
Real life.
Hey, Alpha.
I don't know if you know about that.
Do you have an opposite model that shows a flat Earth
Jesus
that we
Christ.
can observe, or pictures of it? You know,
Well, it's
like
measured-
we can show you a globe from space, but don't want to
It's
accept
measured
that.
flat, mate. It can't be a globe because we use the sea level when we're navigating to get distances of thousands of miles an hour on the sea level. It's measured flat.
Yeah, but
but you've never shown me any pictures of it outside looking down at it, and that's something that we claim we can do because we show you pictures all the time from orbit, but you don't want to believe them.
Dude, you're so filled with space, globe Earth nonsense that you think that imagination is reality. You're convinced right now that you're.
Oh, hang on. Let me go
all
get
the
one of
images
the
are
pictures
reality.
that you guys tend to say is what you believe, then. And then see if you agree with it or not.
I don't know what you're gonna put up, man, but it's just true, man. That every time that we make these logical, consistent arguments, you guys bring up something that you can't provide evidence for. It's always the case.
I gave you an argument. You dismissed it because there was 2 observers, not
No, I
1.
told you, a guy. It doesn't matter if you had 10.
Oh, you don't care about that.
It's not gonna. No, it's not that I don't care. It's not gonna make your chances for it being a globe any better.
Okay, so why isn't it a globe based on the explanation of 2 observers? And tell me.
Because 2 people aren't measuring the ground; they're looking at the sky, bro. So it doesn't matter. It's
Can the
celestial.
sun? How can the sun move below eye level over a flat Earth if it's above the ground all the time?
We've probably been through this argument several times with you already, but you already know the answer to that, and I'll tell you, right? So it has to do with perspective, how you see things in your vision. So everything moves across the sky, and the way you see it, perceiving it, right? You're perceiving it in a different geographic location where maybe another person is, who knows, 1,000 miles away or whatever. Then we're gonna have a visual representation of that same thing that they're looking at in a very different degree in the sky. It's going to be at a different angle to that person, that second observer.
Yeah.
So,
but
you
if
can never have
if an object is above some person's eye level and it's that all the time and it just moves away, it will never drop below eye level.
Yeah, but that's how perspective works, dude. No, that's how it works.
But we see it drop below, so what's going on?
Okay, so the dome of perspective that you're not going to, it's too much for you, man, because you're so much into globe nonsense that if I was to tell you the answer, you could be like, no, that's not true. So it doesn't matter if we tell you.
It probably isn't, right?
It's just, it is,
But
dude.
I'm going to ask you this very simple question. If an object is above your eye level and it just moves away from you and it's always above your eye level, will it ever drop below your eye level?
Bro, you keep saying the same things over and over again.
Yeah, but you don't answer that.
I've been telling you, it's perspective. When you see something move across,
no, that's not. It's perspective.
Okay,
it's a yes
dude,
or no
question. Are you gonna
question.
let me finish? Are you gonna let me finish? You're just gonna interrupt me.
You can write down the answer, yes or no, in the
no.
text
I'm not gonna
chat
write down the answer. You need to shut up so I can tell you. That's what you got to do. Next time you interrupt me, you just hit a red mic. I don't give a shit. You're gonna get a red mic next time you interrupt me. That's simple as that. I don't want to do it, but you're just being a jerk about it. All right, so basically perspective, the way it works is that when something moves away from you and your position, it's going to look like it converges to the eye line. So everything's converging to your eye line. That's how your vision is operating on an everyday basis. So when you look at the world around you, everything's converging to your eye line. So including the sky. So when you see things that are up above you and you see things down towards the horizon, everything's converging so that you can see it that way. Now, whether it's
so that means no, basically it will not drop below your eye line.
I've just told you what happens.
Yeah, and that's the answer is no, it will not drop below your eye level.
It's converging to your eye line, bro.
And that means it won't drop below your eye level. It will go if it will converge towards it.
Yeah, it will eventually once it finishes moving past the eye line.
Converging.
It's called the vanishing point.
Mean... Yeah, but the vanishing point. That means approaching never go past it.
Oh man, dude! Sometimes people can't have conversations with you because you just make up something else different than what I said in your own mind. You're changing what I said to fit some narrative in your own head so that you can have something to say. That's what you're doing.
No, then you're changing the definition of converge. What it means?
What does converge mean?
It means approach. It means approach something.
Okay, so if something's approaching
when it goes
something
to
else,
infinity.
Yeah, so it's approaching something else, like the horizon. What is happening at that point? Either
it will never touch it. It will never touch it.
I know that.
It will just approach
it's not about that. But what I'm
saying. Okay, so
is
then if it will never touch it, or it will only approach it,
you see
then how can it move past it? It can't move below the eye level. Then.
So yeah, but it's not. Listen, below that, you're using below the eye level as if it's going literally below your eye level. Now, when you see, no, that's not the case. So let's take a look at what I'm talking. Let's take a look at what I'm. Yeah,
can it go below eye level or not?
Let's take a look at what I'm saying. So if you're looking at street lights right down the highway, if you're standing underneath the street light, you know that the distance from the street light to the ground is on a specific elevation. As those street lights look to seem like they move farther away from your position, you start to see the street lights look like they're converging to the eye line. Now, the simple fact that they're not really... Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. So when it comes to that converging to the eye line, everything looks like it's getting closer to the horizon, right? So the eye line is converging everything. So the street light that's above your head at the same elevation, as it gets farther in distance, it looks like it's going to be getting closer to your vision, like of the midpoint of your eye line. Everything, even street lights. So as they get further away, and people that take art class know what I'm talking about. The same conversion happens for 2 railroad tracks. If you're trying to draw them out on a piece of paper, you have to make it look like they're converging. That's what you do. They're not really converging like in reality. It just appears that way. So when you see this, you think that it's actually happening, like the sun moving down on the horizon. You guys think it's curvature when it's just perspective. That's how your eyes see. So all you're witnessing is how perspective occurs in your vision. That's
when
just
the
that
sun
simple.
is directly overhead, and then
Now I can unmute
6
you.
hours later, it is below the horizon. Explain it to me. When I mean that movement
I
in
just
the
want to
sky,
respond
you
to him
cannot
quickly.
give me any model. I swear you guys will refuse to give a model that actually can account for 100%, by the way, and I do mean 100%. And I can show you where your model breaks 90% of the time if you try to show me one. So
Yeah, I
go
already
ahead.
told you.
Can I just respond
hang
to
on, hey,
Alpha?
guy. Yeah, before you go, I just want to tell him the model. Yeah, I will, hey, guy. Just hold on a second. I will respond to you, Guardian. The model that we're using is a model that everybody uses. Now, I'm going to say this, but there's a lot of people that don't really know about it. It's called the celestial sphere, right? So you can look this up. This is the model that everybody uses when they're looking at the sky. So longitude, latitude, distance to, excuse me, not distance, but the angles to Polaris and how we're observing these things in the sky. We're going to be able to say that the celestial sphere is good enough for us to say how everything appears to us in the sky in appearance, right? That's the model where everybody uses, everyone, right? So this is not just flat Earth, the globe Earth. This is just everybody. So that's the model that everybody uses. Did you hear what I said in Guardian? Celestial sphere. Look it up.
Yeah, I heard the word sphere. It's amazing how it's a sphere.
Sphere.
Yes, it's a
Celestial sphere.
Yes,
Did
it's
you
a
hear what I
sphere.
said?
Yep.
Did you hear what I said? What did I
Yes,
say?
I heard what you said.
What did I say? Hold on, hey guy. Hold on.
Sphere.
What did I say? 2 words.
Celestial sphere.
Okay.
Guess what would
Can you
I
look it up,
wonder
please?
what would make it be a celestial sphere?
The perspective, the way you see.
Yeah.
Your eyes. That's what we've been saying this whole time. That's what fits that. Their perspective. It fits the celestial sphere. That's perspective.
Yeah, and
That's
guess
how
what?
you
A
see.
sphere might actually, infer that you're on one.
That's not. No. That's the problem though.
Yeah,
That's the issue. So the issue is that you think you're inferring that, but what we need is actual verification that that's the case. So the celestial sphere, how we see the world around us, and then everything looks like a dome of perspective. Like when you go outside in the nighttime, there's no light pollution, and you see the night sky. You see a star full of skies. Excuse me. Yeah, it's star-filled sky, and all the stars will wrap around your vision all the way to the horizon. And so everything, it's going to look like a dome that's right above your head. All this night of the stars in the night sky. So what you're doing is you want to model that out. And in order for you to do that,
so
you
like
want
that one then?
No, not that one.
Oh,
I'm not even,
okay. How about,
hang
on, let me go back and get another one.
No, I'm not talking about that. So I'm going to put you on mute if you don't go look at. I want you to go look up celestial sphere right now, Guardian. Don't be posting anything else until you go look it up.
Can I respond now?
Yeah, but Guardian, did you hear what I said?
Oh my god.
Guardian.
Yes, I heard you. I'm getting one for you.
Please go. Please, no,
And
not
guess
getting
what?
one. No, we're not gonna. No, go look up celestial sphere.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Whatever. So TLDR, what you're saying is it doesn't go below eye level when something moves away. That's what you said to me.
No,
Yes
I
or
did
no?
not say that. No, I did not
So
say
will
that.
it go below eye level?
Yes.
Will it drop when it converges?
Yes.
That is not what converge means.
Oh my God! I know what converge means, but there's
So
a
it's not
point where
converging.
it is Oh my God! Dude, listen, you're being difficult right now.
Yeah, but
When
converging,
I'm saying
you're
everything
using the word
converging,
converging, right? But
Okay,
the converging
hold on a
means approaching, but not
here,
touching,
no,
right?
you're one that actually uses visuals, aren't you? So I think that's what's going to do for you.
No, I'm using math.
You're a very difficult person to speak to unless you have a visual. There's a lot of people like that. Here, let me see if I can pull something up. Give me a second.
While you're doing that, Alpha, it does say in the celestial sphere that the model does not provide description of the lagging and wandering motion of the sun, the moon, and the planets. These are best explained by ignoring the Earth's rotation.
Yeah. Okay, hold on. Let me. Yeah, that's true. But that's the way that the stars, when they operate, to say that longitude and latitude are garnered from that. Here, let me see.
But you do realize converging, it means approaching, but not go beyond or touch it, right? It's in math, it's called a limit.
I know
when
that.
you have a limit, it's a place. Okay, so that's
Oh my
converging.
God, dude.
But you're saying it go below the converging point. That's not. Then it's not converging anymore.
I know.
It's
So
very
what? So what does
simple.
that mean? What does that mean when it's not converging anymore?
That means it doesn't follow the laws of perspective that you proclaim it does. Because it should. According to perspective, it should converge. But that's not what we see.
Trying to get a good
Right?
example here. All right, this one I think.
I
would
want
be
the
a
definition
pretty
of
good-
converge, not a picture, right? Unless it's like a diagram explaining what you think.
But just hold on a second. You're one that needs images, so that's why I'm trying to do the images.
I don't understand how you can disagree with anything I said. This is like straight out of the definition. If you're having if you find it, if you disagree with that definition, you need to say so, right?
What this one? Yeah, this is good enough. It'll do for now. I'll put it in the text chat.
Thank you. Mm-hmm.
I think Manufact Totem said that he takes 7 years of art class. And when I show this one image, should debunk everything he just said for 7 years. Like, if that's the case. Look at that image I just put in there.
Yeah.
Now, if we take a look at let's say the light that's right above the observer, we're going to see the light being right above them at a specific elevation, above the observer. But as
the ceiling,
move,
you mean?
Yeah, the ceiling as it moves away. Well, it doesn't move away, but like as from where the observer standing relative to that person's position, off into the distance, you would see that the lights above them appear. Okay, I'll use that word again. Appear to be moving down on the eye line. So the eye line starts to see a bit of convergence from the ceiling.
I'm getting a bit of confusion when you say we're starting to see a bit of converging. This is converging.
I know,
Not,
but what I'm saying,
bit.
Is because you start to realize is what I'm saying, that the light that's above your head and how you see in perspective is going to be such that the ceiling is not really going to the mid level of your eye line. It's not shrinking. There's nothing happening to the hallway. It is exactly the way.
No, I'm just purely speaking visual. I'm purely when I say something converge, I'm not saying it's not converging in reality. I'm saying this is how vision works.
Right.
But
then
so, but what does it mean when it converges?
So everything appears that way, right? In the image.
Yeah, this is how vision works. This is how things looks like, right?
So are we disagreeing on this, or because I need to know?
I when you used to, I say it converges. But the problem here is, what does it mean to you? And if this roof goes off to infinity, what do you think gonna happen with that roof?
The roof. Yeah, you're gonna not be able to see the distance, and what you can see in the distance won't be able to be resolved by the eye optically. So at some
Okay, so
point,
let me ask you this simple,
dude, are you wanting me to
question.
finish telling you, or are you gonna just interrupt and just go straight to your point again? So when you as far as you can see, there's going to be a point optically where you're not going to be able to resolve what's in the distance. So it will go to a point where your eyes cannot resolve the far distance. So at some point, as the convergence happens, like all these ceilings and the floor, the ceiling and the floor and the walls look like they're going to a point in your far distant vision. So in the far distant vision that you see, you're not going to see the result of like something really far away. Let's just say if the hallway was like 10 miles, I promise you wouldn't be able to see the end of that hallway. It would look like a blur in your vision. So that's called angular resolution, the angle at which your eyes are viewing from the surface. So when you start to see things from the ground at a whatever observer height you are, you're seeing this convergence happening, but it's an apparent one. It's not an actual one. So your apparent conversion that's happening is taking place. It's how people draw when they're using art class, like railroad tracks look like they're converging to the distance, but it's an apparent conversion. It's not an actual one.
I don't know what
So
apparent
knowing
means in this case.
that
But,
means it's not actually happening, dude.
Nobody's saying that, but it's still vision.
That's
it's still,
what I'm
it's
telling
still
you.
a real vision, right?
So I
This is
know.
how light is gathered to your eye, right? When you
Dude,
view
like
things
so
from a
then
distance.
if we're understanding
It's following
that this,
geometrical laws, right?
if we're understanding that this is what's happening, then why are we having such a difficult time when we see the
Because
sun
I'm asking
or
you
stars?
this question.
Dude, hold on.
Will the roof?
Why are we?
Okay,
dude,
tell me. Tell
why
me
are
when I
we
can
having
ask
a
the question.
difficult time when we talk about the sun converging to the horizon, and then when we can't see it anymore? I think that
Converging doesn't mean not seeing.
see,
Converging,
here
by
we
the way,
go
doesn't
again,
have
dude.
talk.
Yeah, here we go again. That doesn't mean converging.
Can I
The
please
sun
ask my
is
question?
converging to the horizon.
Can I ask my question,
Yes or no?
Alpha?
Yes or no?
Please.
Yes or no?
I was
Is the
about
sun-
to ask you a question 5 minutes ago, and you
Well,
cut me off, and you said,
you're
no, let me
discounting-
finish.
You're discounting
No, I want to ask you.
convergence. You're discounting
I'm asking.
it.
I want to ask you this. Converging. The problem here is that
Yeah.
you're not explaining what convergence is.
I just
'Cause
showed you an example.
Yeah,
an
but
image. You want me to do it again?
Let me ask
do
you
it
this
again.
simple question. This roof, will it drop
Here you go.
below his eye level, right? That's the whole question.
Yes,
Yes or
at
no?
some point it will, because he won't be
That's
able
not
to resolve.
convergence. You said it will approach
the
vanishing
You know
point.
those lights? Yeah, you know
How
those
can it
lights
drop
that are
below
above,
the vanishing
You know those
point
lights.
if
Hold
it's
on, dude. You know those lights that are above him in that hallway? At some point in the far distance, he will not be able to resolve what's happening because his eyes cannot see. But definitely everything will come down to a fine point in his vision, in the center point of his
fine
vision.
point? What is a fine point?
Oh my God! Do you understand English, or are you English not your first language?
But
'Cause
you're
I think
using
that's a
we're
barrier
throwing
for
out
you.
words. I know, like I understand English very well. You're just throwing out fine point. What the fuck is a
Yeah.
fine point?
It's a very
I use
small
a definition
point
I
in
can
your
agree
far
on.
distance,
I
dude.
don't want to use the word beautiful or nice or looking
My
good
God,
or
dude, I
something
think
like
you just
that.
have a trouble with English language. I think that's all it is with you. Because when a
What
fine
is a
point
fine
is made,
point then?
it's a
Explain it
very
to me.
specific point in your distant vision
Yeah,
when you
the
see
vanishing
something.
point.
Oh my God, dude, just put yourself on mute, bro. You don't. The difficult thing is that you start making it sound like you don't understand what's going on. But I think it's more of a language barrier than it is a cognitive
It's
one.
not when you say vanishing point when you mean vanishing point. Don't say a fine point because I don't know
Yeah,
what the hell
dude.
you're talking about.
It's just, oh my God, just put yourself on mute. I'd rather talk to somebody else.
So you guys have been talking about vanishing points, and then when he says appears to go into a fine point in the distance, you don't know what he's talking about?
Yeah,
No,
he
because
feigns ignorance.
the reason why I am confused is because
No,
he's saying the roof is
I just asked
converging.
you a question. I just asked you a question. Is that correct? Did I get it wrong or right?
The reason why I'm skeptical of his definition.
Did I get it wrong or right?
You're getting it right.
Okay.
And I'm about to explain why.
So you understood what he was talking about when he said a fine
No,
point,
I had to
didn't
guess.
you?
I had to guess to be sure because sometimes he actually he changed the definition of convergence.
Okay. You know what? You can fuck off, man.
That's what I said.
This is his shtick, dude. He's been doing this for years. Like, this is nothing new. He just very pedantic and yeah.
Well, even
it's not even pedantic. It's an excuse not to answer something.
Or it's a debate tactic to make it sound like what I'm saying is irrelevant or it doesn't make any sense. It's an obfuscation tactic.
You're saying something stupid by saying fine point.
Yeah,
you know,
and it has no relevance. Like, what does that mean, man? Like, it's retarded, dude.
He's taking us away from the actual physical Earth measurement all the time.
I mean, it
Well,
doesn't.
I didn't even hear him make an argument. That's the whole thing.
Well, his
he just said sun goes over the horizon, therefore Earth goes.
Yeah, he said the same thing Mackie was. So they both claim that because of sunset, and I said it when I said it at the very beginning. Oh, so you're saying the sun sets, therefore the Earth is a globe? And they're like, no, that's not what I said. And then we're like, well, okay, so you said that sun is going below your eye line. I didn't say that because the only thing I needed to say was that when the sun hits the horizon and it goes past the horizon to where you can't see it anymore, therefore Earth globe. And then they were like, that's all I'm saying. I'm like, yeah, but so that means that because of horizon, therefore Earth, or excuse me, because of sunsets, therefore the Earth is a globe. And they were like, yeah, okay, that's my point. I told them at the beginning, and they made it sound like I didn't, like what I was saying is not valid. No, that's not what repeat my argument. I'm like, dude, you're just saying that when the sun hits the horizon and you can't see it anymore, it goes below your eye line. Okay, so my question to you is that if you see that happening, how do you know it's a globe? Well, it has to be. Like, that's all they say. They don't have evidence that the Earth is curving, because if they did, they'd be able to.
They were even willing to throw out the size of it as well.
Yeah. Yep.
Because that's the most important part. Like, yeah, okay, Earth is a globe, but the size of it is the second most important thing, because that's where their cosmology comes from. Everything is based on the size of that Earth. So if they don't believe that size of the Earth, then they throw everything out that they claim to know about cosmology.
Right.
But they're willing to do that just to say that Earth is a globe because of sunsets.
No, we're not talking about our cosmology. We're talking about the shape of the Earth.
You don't know that.
You would agree that you threw out the size of the Earth, yeah?
Different question. I'm talking about the shape of the Earth.
You brought it up. Alpha brought it up before.
I did.
And you guys go, yeah, who cares about the size of the Earth? We're saying it's a globe.
Correct.
Yeah. So you've thrown out the size of the Earth, so you might as well throw out the rest of your cosmology.
Well, you can if you want to.
Yeah. Well, you need the size of the Earth for everything of the cosmic distance ladder. You need to know the size of the Earth.
I agree. I agree.
Well,
we do.
I mean, not only that,
but that's not what we're talking about right now.
Yeah, but the consequent of a geometric shape being the size of the Earth that they say that it is, with the specific metrics that they give us, you look it up on Google. What's the radius of Earth? What's the diameter, circumference? All this information that they give you are specific metrics. They can't be ignored because of the fact that they've already established the size of the Earth. And so if you're saying that you're just saying, man, it's curving. Oh, really? What is the curvature drop rate? Well, we don't need to know that, really. So the consequent of a geometric shape is that it's such that the surface would be curving on the surface. Now, how do you know that that's the case? How do you establish that? Well, we don't need to establish that. We just need to see a sunset. That's what you do, man. Like, it's ridiculous. Either come with the information to support the claim and say, I know that the sunset proves that the Earth is a globe via the drop over distance that happens over the surface. And I know that it's curving because X, Y, and Z. You're not doing that. You're not establishing how the premise is supports the conclusion, bro. Does not do that in your case. And you know I'm right.
That. But, Maggie, do you remember how this whole conversation got started this time?
You're bringing around the argument of the sun moving below your eye line?
Yeah, but do you remember how that came up? What preceded that?
Well, shit, I don't know. What you were talking about, you saying the sun moving 15 degrees per hour in the sky?
Yeah, but what preceded that was me telling you...
Dude. You're going to have to tell me.
Yeah, what preceded that was me telling you there's nothing I can tell you to convince you that the Earth is a globe, and there's nothing you can tell me to convince me that the Earth is not a globe.
Yeah, but you didn't establish the fact that you know that it is one. That's
It
the
doesn't matter.
problem.
There's nothing you can tell me.
So what are you doing here then?
Yeah. Well, no, the problem
Observing
is
you guys.
Yeah, he's
Listening
gonna
to
put
your
us on a
arguments.
couch. All he does is put you on. That's not the real reason why you're a flat earther. Tell me the real reason why you're a flat earther. Like that's all he does. That's his
No.
shtick.
See, but Miggy, this is it. I understand that when I watch the last 15 minutes of sun in California, hold on, yes, and I watch it move from 15 degrees elevation to 0 degrees elevation and below that. At that very same time, there's somebody in Japan watching the sun move over their head at 15 degrees, probably at close to 90 degrees. And, from somewhere between maybe 85 to 90 and 95, at somewhere like that. And I understand that there is only one shape, only one model on which that can happen. You don't understand that. But this is why you will never convince me, because I know this.
Say that again.
I know
Say
this.
that again. Say that again, that example, Scott.
Hold on, I have to move. When I'm watching the sunset in California, hey, and it's at the same time, it works in Australia too, actually. Most likely, you guys are X number of hours.
So when it moves away from you, then it's over someone else's head.
No, but it's not moving away from me. It's moving from 15 degrees to 0 degrees in my angle elevation, right?
You can't take elevation angles below 30 degrees.
Oh, God, see, this is you guys just distracting from the point. But the whole point is, I'm not trying to convince you. Miggy said before this that I actually believe the Earth is flat. And I'm trying to explain to him how I know it's not. And there's no way, given what I know, that he's going to convince me otherwise, because what I've seen cannot be explained on a flat Earth model.
Okay, so if you agree with that, and if you can't be convinced, or you think that you can't convince any of us, then what's your end goal about being here? Like, I know you said I'm observing you guys, but what are you doing? Writing a book?
It's a good
question.
Actually, if you need to know, I might be doing videos, but something along those lines.
Oh, I hope you do videos. I really do.
Make them. I'll hope that you make them honest as well, and put them in context, and don't chop them out.
I don't even care. I don't even care if he makes cartoon characters of everybody in here. I think the most important thing is people are going to hear is illogical arguments, and we're going to expose the shit out of them. So be my guest.
I'm not going to analyze the arguments. The arguments are irrelevant. It's how you think and the arguments you
Make sure
use.
you put that. Make sure you put that curved sea level in the video, mate.
Don't forget to spell his name on Discord, right?
Wait, aren't you guys worried about this? Are you guys worried about this? What he's saying?
But it'll include things like what you just did to me, Timbo, right there, is you shut me down before I could finish explaining my point. I think that's a cognitive defense mechanism.
Well, the whole thing is it's not a defense mechanism, because
it is.
If you're on a flat surface and the sun moves away from you, then it's going to be 90 degrees over someone's head, isn't it? So when you say the sun is setting, which is the sun moving away from you, it's moving over the top of other people's heads. And you said that the only time that can happen is on a sphere, which is not true.
No, but you did what Alpha did earlier. You missed the critical part of what I said. You only heard a part of it.
Yeah, he's gonna say the same thing he said to me.
It's moving at 15 degrees per hour. So in the hour
not
that I'm
always
watching
moving. We
Also,
spoke
the
about
sun
this the other day.
isn't moving away. The sphere is rotating.
No, that's nice.
You just
that's
wait,
nice that you think that.
The sunset and sunrise, isn't the sun moving closer and farther away from the fucking planet?
From the fucking planet,
Wait,
like you know what you're talking. You don't know what you're talking about.
Can I just finish with Scott?
Yeah, go on.
And then we'll move on to you. So we spoke about this the other day. You said you were going to record the sun traveling at 15 degrees per hour, right? You haven't done that yet. And even if it does, which is not going to, because when it gets down to the horizon, towards the horizon, it starts to slow down. It doesn't move at 15 degrees per hour.
I even said this. Who did I just prove with that? That left the chat when I said that.
It's really close.
No.
What's really close? You haven't done it.
He just said that it's going to move 15 degrees per hour, but when it gets to the horizon, well, it's really close. What the fuck?
But he had the even funnier thing is he hasn't done it.
He's not going to. 100%. Timbo, he's not going to do it. He doesn't do any of that. He just okay. Scott will only. He's laughing because he knows what I'm about to say.
No, because this is great data for me. What you guys are doing right now is exactly what I'm going to write about.
I don't care, dude. I actually, like I said, I want you to make cartoon characters.
No, the fact that you're over talking and not listening to the explanation.
No, I actually do want you to do
something about
make a
your
video of
resisting
it.
hearing.
To be honest,
you guys are resisting hearing right now.
you need to stop with your crackerjack psychiatry, bro. Seriously, it is annoying as fuck, dude. Fucking hell, bro.
I wanted to ask Mackie a question before you go, Alpha.
Yeah,
I wanted to ask, do you think there's a possibility that the Earth is not a sphere?
No.
Like even a 0.1% chance?
No.
Not at all.
There is, Timbo.
Okay.
That's not dogmatic at all.
Okay, sure.
Dude,
I just wanted to ask that.
That's science. That's called scientism, right? Dogmatic beliefs in the Earth being a globe, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're in a little cult.
This is just you more making up stuff.
That's a little cult-like, isn't it? Scientism.
No, not at all.
Yeah. I think
Wait, so Alpha, what evidence would you need to see to be able for you to believe that the Earth is round?
Well, it's real simple, right? We always we lay it out very we listen. Yeah, he answered the question, but like we lay it out every day for you guys. It's not. We don't hide. We're like, dude, hopefully they don't find out. The thing that we need is like, no, it's out in the open. Bring us forward the evidence that the Earth is a globe via the direct measurement of Earth's curvature. Just please do that. The one thing. Drop over distance, over X amount of distance. What the fuck's going on? What are you doing, dude? Are you typing to your mothership or what the fuck?
Oh, sorry, I thought I muted. My bad.
What was that? Sounds like you had some alien contraption.
That was just me typing.
Anyway,
sounded like a 1980s pinball machine or something.
No, it sounds like he's communicating with Planet Xenon or something.
Xenon.
I make shit up on the fly, bro.
I want to say how the our Earth is flat, though.
Oh, who's this gentleman stepping in the arena? DCI? Ah, welcome.
Tell us about it.
Okay, so it's gonna be confusing at first, but you'll start to get it like once your mind wraps around it, right?
Oh, if you convince Jedi, then you'll convince me. How about that?
Okay, bet. All right. So tell me this, right? So when you drop an apple, right?
Here we go.
Does it orbit around Travis Scott?
I don't even. What's going on, man?
Oh man.
Yeah, I didn't have a point. That's
fine. That's fine.
Really?
I was going to go further, but I knew he was like, all right, bro. He's going to mute me, bro.
No, listen, we don't mute for that shit. We mute for people being belligerent and just being like incredibly headstrong and obtuse.
Yeah, just to be clear, I didn't. This is nothing to do with geeks, by the way. This is not my style, troll-wise.
Oh my god. Yeah, I do believe that the Earth is round. There's like actual multiple evidence that.
Well, you're in good company because a lot of people believe that too. So I mean, there's people in here that...
it's a bunch of evidence, like literally NASA.
I don't think so.
NASA.
Give us one.
So
you know that the NASA live,
what?
The NASA orbiting Earth.
Live. The ISS. You mean the ISS?
Yeah, geeks. Let him finish what he. Let him do it. Go ahead, DCI.
Okay.
Say it.
Sorry.
When the actual like Earth view of like space, right? Of like their probe and shit. It's orbiting literally is literally orbiting around the fucking US. So
I think your head's orbiting at the moment after those drinks.
You might not be in the right headspace.
It's like if they even have like the actual like
what?
He's got a good point.
All right, I got some measurements here for you if you want. Said you want
Is that-
measurements of
yeah,
Earth's
just
curvature.
I know you.
Can we
you-
let this
let-
guy
let-
finish, though? Can we
Yeah,
let this guy finish?
let DCI just finish what he was.
It
Everybody's got a
actually
chance.
rotates. I'll send the live. It actually rotates like around the Earth, right? So that's automatically says like, oh, that's easy.
Are you going to debunk that one, boys? Huh?
No, we're done. We're done. Timbo,
bro.
Timbo. I mean, we got a live one here, man. We gotta just close up shop today.
Yes,
Pack it
you're
up,
done.
guys.
Close it.
We're good.
Close
That's
it.
done. That's done.
QED
Easy
proven.
dub. Easy dub.
We're
Easy
gonna
dub.
we're gonna
No more debate.
rename the channel. Rename the channel
No
to
more debate. No more
24/7
debate.
Globe Earth.
ISS.
Easy W.
The ISS.
Well done, DCI. You've put the discussion to rest.
Yeah, tell them like you do. Geeks, tell them
What
like you do everybody else. You're a gentleman and a scholar in your fake accent.
Yeah,
Works
my
them over,
fake.
doesn't it?
You are a gentleman and something else. Yes, well done, sir. Well done. I tip my hat to you, my proverbial hat, my round earth hat.
I don't
It's
even
kind of-
debate like that. I'm
Are we
scared.
still
I'm too
going?
scared
Are
to
we still
debate.
going?
He's not done yet.
I'm too
We're
scared
going.
to debate, bro. I can't debate for shit. But if they
Really? Because you're
literally-
doing a really good job here. You're doing a really good job.
You're
Keep going.
gobsmacking everybody with globe
if
evidence.
they literally have like a whole like
I hate it when people
whole
use the
Where do I
word
post?
literally.
Where do I put
Orbit.
links?
Can't stand it.
Where do I do this? In voice links?
Sorry, can we let this gentleman finish his Yeah, let's awesome go. thoughts? You
And
got
that-
measurements?
Yeah, well,
measurements. Me?
Timbo's
What do you
getting
need
tired.
measurements for?
Yeah, he
do
needs
you
to
mean
have some measurements of the Earth being a globe. You got
They
that?
asked.
No.
All
Why
right,
would
so
I have
the
that
other
shit?
guy does. That's why we're trying to get to him. So
Damn.
Yeah, because you got nothing.
hey, we got none, dude. You just
do
got
I-
a little
again,
lowbrow troll. All right, go ahead.
So
Oh, you
I
know where
thought
we're
it was
at, right,
great, DCI. I thought you were great, DCI. Well
Mister?
done. Well done.
You know where we're at? Our text channel?
is it not voice links? Where is it?
No. Click on the voice channel in here. There's a little chat bubble. Right? Are you on your phone? Android, Apple?
I gotcha.
Okay.
Wait, is this guy a
so
Glober?
first-
Or is it-
First,
Oh, sorry.
important. I'm putting a PDF here about
Okay.
about
It better-
how I'm specifically talking about how satellites that take images of the planet need to take into consideration the curvature of the Earth in order for their images to actually be used in some type of what's the word they used? Orthographic view of the
Okay.
Earth and a planimetric photo map. So and they have their calculations and all the stuff related to that in there.
Yeah, it just matches the size of the globe of the Earth that they give you. That's it.
Let's see what he's got. He just dropped it in chat right now. What are we looking
I
at
think
here?
it's that. Remember that guy who came in who was a satellite guy who said he measures things with satellites. Remember him? He was a weird kind of dude. But
What was his name? I know him by their names usually. Us.
it was a really kind of generic name.
Well,
so
Mr. Satellite.
Yeah. Let's here. I'll tell you what. Here's what we're gonna do. This will make it better. Oh, you already done it for me. Nice. Here.
So
Let me add some more.
This when was this source made though?
What, the PDF?
PDF, long time ago.
Yeah, the PDF.
Oh.
2006.
Here, let me post something. You got some math on there, huh?
Oh, you're walking on touchy ground here.
Yeah. Here, I just posted. This is part of the PDF, by the way. Like the
Yeah,
third
that's
page.
part of the PDF, right?
Third page.
We wouldn't
Alright.
know.
What?
That's too much. They wouldn't think about that. If they're taking pictures of the Earth, they wouldn't think about.
Wait,
we
let's
gotta think
let
about the geometric.
Yeah, DCI. Let's let the gentleman come through with
I
his.
bet.
I don't know what he's gonna actually say. I don't want to put words in his mouth. All right, are you ready with your little
Well,
presentation?
It's not a presentation. It's just this is the data you wanted. So I talk about specifically about Earth curvature, and at the end of it, and then it explains
what's that?
These are the references.
What's the image that you put in there? That first one, sir.
Well, that's one how the first image is the difference between like an offset or an ordinate, right? If you're standing straight and you're looking at the horizon, right? It's not a good representation necessarily of specific curvature. You'd have to be the observer would have to be above and having to understand that they're looking at the curved. And then if you look at the third picture, that's what I'm talking about. Because then what the horizon actually is ends up being flat from your perspective, unless you're
Wait a minute. You only have second picture. There's only 2 pictures you support.
There's 3.
Well, I only see 2. I see that one where
the one with the green.
Oh, wait.
The
It's
green
got
cone.
2
Yeah.
green cone. Oh, yeah. My bad. All right. So how high do you? Wait a minute. Well, yeah. How high do you have to be to see that green cone?
I have to find that here. I don't know off the top of my head. I just find it.
Oh,
just now,
okay.
It's dangerous ground. I can imagine.
You can't help people, geeks. You got to
be.
He's not phoning a friend yet.
I can imagine it has to be higher than 250 miles because.
Well, I'm curious to know what elevation that is that he put that green cone, the tip of the green cone.
Because it's a big percent of the ball.
That's huge, bro.
Yeah.
Oh no! That one is not a to scale representation. The third picture. It's that's just for a visual representation.
So we don't know the elevation, or excuse me, the altitude at which.
No, not in that third picture. No.
So it's without context. Is that right?
That third one, the only context being it's a way to visualize the fact how
okay.
satellites have to look down and take this into consideration.
But I guess the problem I'm having is maybe what Timbo was asking is that a correct altitude position for seeing that much of the ball Earth? You know what I mean? Like
again, I would say no, in this picture probably not, because it's not necessarily to scale. It's just
oh man, it's so hard to even have that as a part of this. I don't know. Was this in the PDF?
So you don't have if so, then disregard it.
Well, no, I'm just saying it bothers me, but it wasn't. I didn't know if I didn't look at the whole PDF. Was this a part of the PDF? This image?
No. That image
that's
was
something
not
you brought in.
Yeah.
I brought looked at the PDF.
The 3 pictures are separate from the PDF. What you posted is from inside the PDF. And if you go down to page where was it? Page 2. It's the whole section about talking about how they have to take the curvature of the Earth into consideration.
All right, let's
what did they say?
Yeah. Sorry. Can you actually talk about exactly where? Like, let's get some citations going. Where in that page 2 do you want us to look at? Well,
the
it's
specific sections.
Page 1, I think that you said the second page in the PDF, right? Or the actual page number 2.
The second page in the PDF. Sorry, you're right.
So where in there do you want us to look at? Direct
the section
where?
Marked Earth curvature.
Do you want to read, or do you want? I think it's good. Maybe somebody's looking at the PDF. We could just.
Well, so
I just pulled over. So.
I mean, it talks
Timbo
about
pulled
specifically mathematical relationship between the projection and the reference surfaces of the Earth that have been developed and should be used where precise transformations are involved. This is talking about how these photographs that are being taken by these satellites, right, have to take this into consideration because of the perspective of the satellite to where the Earth is and the curve of that image, because it's taking a flat image. And the image is spatially corrected to remove such radial displacements, right? And also this relationship is widely used in photogrammetry and aero triangulation, correcting for Earth curvature. There's a foundational commercial use for this mathematical constant.
Right, get this right.
Because all of these all satellites that are doing satellite imagery and any type of pictures or like that, there are some that are private companies that are open source intelligence even.
Okay. A space photograph is a perspective plane projection of the curved surface of the Earth, and therefore its imagery is distorted. The mathematical relationship between such a projection and the reference surfaces of the Earth, via ellipsoid in brackets, has been developed and should be used where precise transformations are involved. A space image can theoretically be spatially transformed to any map projection desired, but no plane projection can depict the Earth's surface in its true form. However, displacements resulting from Earth's curvature can be minimized by various means. They're not actually saying anything.
Okay.
They're just saying, okay, we take a photo and then we change the photo into a sphere.
No, they then go in. Then you stopped and said they don't explain right before they then go in to explain how they do it.
Okay, all right. I'll shut up and I'll read then.
Well, here's another important part of this thing, and I'm gonna post it. So let's have a look.
Okay, so calculate the Earth's curvature.
Here, I'm gonna clip this. Here you go. I'll put it in the text channel so somebody can actually save this clip if they want to. It's up to them. All right, did you see that what I put in there, Timbo? Kind of hard to read because the letters are really tiny.
Yeah.
If any of you using, or you could just blow it up. Like, just get the image and blow it up. Now, these are the assumptions that were being made when this image is being, I guess, processed or thought of or put forward.
Okay.
So we have one of these. Well, there's 5 assumptions I think they say it's going through based on May 1969 data provided by NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center, GSFC. The following specifications for the ERTS-A are assumed: the orbit, circular and sun synchronous at 920 kilometers or 496 mile altitude. Inclination is another thing.
So that's the assumption of the satellite. Yeah.
Yeah. This goes into
this satellite was launched, I think, in 1972.
Yeah, the one that they're talking about here. But this information are the assumptions based on the data that the 1969 data that was provided by NASA's Goddard Flight Space Center. So these are assumptions being put into this. I don't know if you want to call it observation, but inclination 99 degrees, 9 degrees west of north at ascending node. Daylight photography of the U.S. is on a descending limb of 9 degrees west of south at descending node. Vertically, sensor is held within 1 degree of vertical. It's got some information here. I'm not going to go through all of it, but you guys can see some of the assumptions that are being put into what he claimed to be the observation of the satellite from above. So there's a lot being put into, I think, how, the type of lens that's being used in the optics portion. And then look at I think the scale that's being used here, 1 out of 7,300,000 at 920 kilometers. The scale is freaking crazy that it's giving the coverage to the image. So that's a pretty huge area that is supposed to be covering, as represented in that little green cone that he was showing us on the Earth. So
the green cone is not related to this.
No. I get that, but I'm saying there's a huge area of coverage, with this image. Let's see what else is here. It says ground resolution. NASA has estimated the ground resolution of the point scanner to be something less than 61 meters or 200 foot. But what does it say? It's kind of like the letters are all like not all there. XBV, because it is a TV system, requires some detailed resolution analysis. An accepted method for converting TV lines to optical line pairs to divide the number of TV lines by 2 times. What does that read there? For maximum scene contrast. It's really hard for me to read these letters. They look like they're rubbed out. Some of them, probably from an old document.
I mean, yeah, it's pretty old.
Oh, but we're just getting to like all the assumptions that have to be put into like what their analysis of how you interpret the the imagery and such. The 5 external conditions that affect the geometry of the space imagery are treated separately in the following paragraphs and then summarized. Simplified drawings illustrating the resulting displacements are shown in Figure 1. The mathematical basis for the displacement values are covered in the references, as the system has not been rigidly defined and several variables will always exist. Only 2 significant figures are shown for computation.
I have another more recent one here as well from another.
Oh, that's fine. I mean,
this is with stereo images from more recent satellite, but it ends up it's the same situation here where they're having to because this one's even actually using 2 cameras. So because the satellite's moving so fast and the 2 cameras are pointing at a central focal length, the actual curvature of the Earth fucks with the fact that there's 2 images that are slightly across from each other. And so they have to take that into consideration as well. And they have the mathematics here for it as well. And this is, again, commercial satellites. Well, this one specifically is a disaster monitoring constellation satellite.
Here's something that's maybe not be relevant. This may not be relevant to what we're looking at here, but this one piece of information that came from this PDF, which is, thanks for the PDF. It's more information that we have to look at. One of the things that it says here is map projection error is one of the categories.
Yeah, I saw that before.
In practice, positions and distances are usually measured on maps, all of which have certain scale errors due to their particular projection. On a large scale USGS maps of the US, 1 out of 63,360 and larger, the scale error due to projection is no more than 1 out of 10,000. And can be disregarded.
So are they getting photo images and then using the USGS to see if to correct the photos?
Well, this thing's built on assumptions. Like, so it's really
because for them to say that the photos being distorted at the side. And they got to be basing it on something. So, and what they base everything on is the US, is it the GS84 spheroid model?
No, this is what it's saying. The 1 out of 250. Sorry, did you want to say something?
Well, I was going to say that the point that's being made here is that there is distortion where there would expect it to be if the Earth was a sphere and ellipsoid, and then with making those assumptions and correcting for those assumptions, they are able to clear up the imagery. That's my point here.
Oh, okay. And what height are they at, and what camera are they using?
Well, they told you
25.4 millimeter raster and 126 millimeter focal length camera, giving scale on the raster at 1 to 7.3 million at 920 kilometers.
Yeah, it does. It says so in the beginning of the second page.
And what height's the satellite?
Looking, I don't know off the top of my head.
Hold on, I'll see if I can find it too. Here's there's some other interesting points here. The 1 out of 250,000 scale series is based on the Universal Transverse Mercator, the UTM projection, which involves scale error as much as 1 out of 2,500 at the center and edges of zones in the US. In this case, the maximum positional error may be about 42 meters. Is that what it says? May be additive to the Earth curvature error if one compares a distance on the map with one on the image.
Yeah, you guys know what the Mercator transformation is, right? Yes, no? If you like.
I don't think we've looked at this PDF.
No, the Mercator transformation. You know what that means. Are you familiar with what the Mercator transformation is referring to?
Nope.
Oh, cool. So the Mercator transformation, I mean, this is kind of simplified, but it's when you take what would effectively be a round, globy Earth, and you project it onto a 2D surface, effectively. Yeah, you're always going to have some issues with it because it's not going to line up 1-to-1 because they're different projections. But the Mercator transformation, generally speaking, is when you go from a spherical map, a globe map, and you project it onto just flat for like 2D purposes.
Mercator, you mean?
Mercator.
Mercator?
All right, Mercator it is.
You know a lot of...
So, like, sorry. Wait a second. So I had to do a lot of this Mercator transformation. It wasn't transformation per se. It was more allowances when I was working in working tech firms that needed to do transformations from a globe to a flat Earth. The reason why is because when you start dissecting the globe up into little bits, like tessellating bits, like hexagons or triangles, the way it's represented on a flat plane, when you're actually sort of doing a presentation or something, some of the triangles or hexagons, whatever tessellating objects or the shape that you're using, they change size based on the fact that when you're taking a globe and putting it onto flat plane, you have to make some concessions. So some shapes some of the hexagons are a lot bigger than others based on where you are on the Earth. Maybe I'm not explaining that very well. Sorry.
I mean, you explained it, but it's
yeah. What's the use of it? Yeah. What's the point? Right?
If you guys look, I mean, it's what's important here in the point, right? Is that you asked for.
I'm a glober, just to be clear.
Not you geeks. I'm talking Alpha now. The original point that my contention to you, Alpha, was that you wanted calculations to the Earth's curvature, and so I've now shown you multiple sources that show that the Earth's curvature is determinable, measurable, and needs to be in order for certain commercial technological services in order for them to work properly.
But that's just a pragmatic fallacy. It works, therefore it's true. We need to know the underlying premise of how they established it in the first instance.
Because if it didn't work, then the images would not.
That's a pragmatic fallacy. Look at what a pragmatic fallacy is, June, when you get a chance. You'll see what I'm talking about, and you're committing it right now. This is why I'm saying just look it up before you continue, because you'll continue to commit the fallacy and not understand what it means.
I'm not saying it works. Therefore,
yes, you just said that. You just said that.
I'm saying that there are certain things where they have shown that the information is determinable, and why it's determinable is because it is needed for certain things to work. And so then they go through and they have put in the calculations to find it, and it has been found and it's been determined. That's the point I'm making. Yeah, I'm not saying because that the satellite imagery is good, therefore it works. I'm saying that in order for them they have to have found out whether or not you can even determine the curvature of the Earth from these systems and from these tools in order to fix the problems that were being found. So the fundamental problem was determined, that being the curvature. The curvature itself was then determinable.
Okay.
And then the correction of error was then put in based on that information, and it was able to then solve the problem.
All right, let me know when you're finished. Was that it?
Yeah, that's it.
So basically, if you want to get a satellite up into orbit, what do you need before you do that? Before you get the satellite doing all kinds of fancy things, what do you need? What information do you need to get it up there?
I mean, there's a lot. Can you be more specific?
Obviously, I'm gonna make it a glaring obvious thing for you to understand. If you're gonna put a satellite in orbital trajectory,
yeah.
What information do you need to actually put it in that orbital trajectory?
Circumference of the planet, I guess.
Correct. That is correct, sir. So we don't know that the Earth is measured as a globe if it's never been measured in the first instance. So you were giving me something after the fact, right?
But this, I don't.
Are you giving me something after the fact?
But okay. So your point here is that.
What's my point?
That we don't have the information needed.
No, that's incorrect. That's incorrect. I'm asking for the premise of how a satellite gets into orbital trajectory with the mechanics that it does while it's in orbit. What you need to have before you do that. And you answered correctly, right? You answered correctly.
The circumference, yeah.
Right. So how did we get that prior to that? Because that's after the fact. Putting the satellite up and doing all those fancy things are after the fact.
No, you can put objects in space without knowing.
Yeah,
the
no,
exact
incorrect.
circumference of the planet is.
Incorrect. No, that's incorrect.
Why is that
People don't
incorrect?
because okay, so this is basically what you're doing is trying to escape the fact that you're being held to be accountable for how they got it up there in orbit.
Yeah,
in the first instance.
they put a satellite in
Yeah, they don't
orbit.
spray and pray. Okay, they don't.
Why not? Wait. Why?
Yeah, they don't do that.
Why would they not? If they don't know, why would they not send a satellite
relax,
and see what's going to happen?
Relax. Bring the energy down a little bit because you don't need to get that energized for this. What you need to understand, though, is that if they're going to send
no. There's nothing that I need to understand. You need to corroborate that this claim that you're making that no one in the history of science would ever try and put a satellite up into the Earth because we don't know what the circumference of the planet is.
Okay, so how did they get the circumference? How did they get the circumference?
By sending a satellite up,
no,
and that satellite didn't crash.
No, that's incorrect.
Why is that incorrect? Why is that incorrect?
Okay, so how long have we known that the Earth is a globe? Let's put it this way. Be easier for you.
Okay, I'm gonna say since the first successful satellite that was able to measure the planet.
No.
That's what I'm gonna say.
No.
Okay, why am I wrong?
Because that's not the first place where, when somebody said the Earth was a globe, when was that ever? When was that ever said? When was that ever put forward?
That was the beginning. I don't know the answer.
That's the point that I'm making. So you're actually going off based on this information that you have being the first instance, and it's not.
Yes,
it's not.
But that's whether that's irrelevant to my assertion.
It's not irrelevant. It's actually detrimental to your if you don't.
When it was determined is irrelevant. Because that information is irrelevant. There are satellites that are working right now that need to do this. Me not knowing when the first satellite was or when the first time they were able to measure the planet was is irrelevant to the fact that is to my assertion here.
No, it's not. So if you want to know how to get something up there to do what you say it's going to do, you have to have the mathematics that support that. So if you're going to do fancy,
yes, and the mathematics of a rocket going up work. Right.
Okay, so are you saying they made some mathematics for a rocket to go up, but they didn't know that the Earth was a globe, that they did some math with the idea that the Earth is a specific size and then sent a rocket up? Which one do you think it is? One of those two.
I haven't seen October Sky in a long time, my dude. I can't remember how the fucking scientists were able to figure out to get their rockets up.
That's not the point. That's not what I'm asking.
I'm gonna say they didn't know.
Yeah, but they did know the size of the Earth prior to a rocket launch.
Okay, and
So that being the case, you don't know that they already had that information. So you're saying something incorrect. You're saying they didn't know.
Okay, great. So they did know. Awesome.
So you're
so
wrong.
That means it
They
worked.
did know.
So they,
Yeah,
so
but
they
they
sent
did
their So they sent the rockets up. The rockets dislodged to the satellites. The satellites began their orbit, and it worked, right? Because the satellites are up there.
But
Starlink
hold
works,
on. But hold your
right?
horses. I think you're jumping the gun here. Don't get too excited thinking that I've given you the answer to support your claim. What I'm doing is getting.
Actually.
All right, so I'm getting you to realize if that's the case, if they figured out that the Earth is a globe prior to the rocket launch, or excuse me, the satellite to go into orbit, that means what? You didn't need the satellite for your evidence that the Earth is a globe. The only thing you need is to provide evidence that how they got there in the first place of how they know the Earth's a globe should be the only argument you have right now. Because now you're finding out, well, wait a minute. If I'm sending satellites after the fact, they already figured the Earth is a globe. Why the heck would I need to? Satellites would be just icing on the cake. It's not the actual cake itself. The cake is you knowing how they established the Earth is a globe. That's the most important part. So you don't know that yet. You are claiming that they didn't. They sprayed and prayed. They just built a rocket, millions of dollars, sent that son of a bitch up, and hope for the best. They didn't do that, dude. They according to the
assumption. They made the assumption that the Earth was. So they knew, matter of a fact.
They are coming. The rhetoric is they're coming from a stance of saying that we have all the information about the size of the Earth, and now we're going to send a satellite up into orbit, and so on and so forth. But you're coming at it like from a point where you're saying they didn't know. That's what your whole argument.
No. That's not my whole argument, my guy.
You said
I said no because to see where you were going with this. Okay. So if you're now, I'm gonna so Alpha, wait. I'm going to accept that. You proved me wrong. They knew the Earth was to us. They knew that the Earth was to a certain extent a maximum amount in terms of circumference, and then they put a rocket, aimed it at the fucking sky. That rocket went to a certain height, and they were able to then get a satellite to orbit. So the calculations that they made, based on what you're telling me that they knew before they sent it up. Right, because they're not going to spend a bunch of millions. They're not going to spend millions of dollars just to send something they don't know is going to work. Right, that's what you just told me. So now their calculations and at least to the maximum point of the curvature of the planet and its circumference could be worked. The satellite was able to do its orbit, and so now many generations later, that idea, that maximum curvature and circumference of the planet obviously has held up because we don't have satellites crashing into the fucking planet every 15 days. Elon Musk, a private guy, has able to put up a constellation, low Earth orbit, in order to provide satellite-based internet. And anyone who deals with any type of satellite communications knows that you have to take into consideration the curvature of the Earth in order to send a line of sight communication. So. What's your point here?
Well done, Jupiter.
You get a high five from Geeks. How about that? All right. So, if I may.
Yeah, go for it.
All right. So, what we're getting here is you conceded your last point that they didn't know, right?
Yeah.
Are we getting
100%, that? Buddy. Yes.
I'm not. Listen, I want you to just stand on all 10 toes when you do this, right? So, I'm going to help you kind of get to the point, at least where you're not making it seem like I'm just trying to make it hard for you. But if they're saying that they knew this so if they knew this information prior to the satellite going into orbit, don't you think that the best thing you can do is not talk about the satellite, but how they actually know that the Earth is a globe?
No.
Because like I said before, isn't
wait, Alpha, wait. I'm going to stop you there because what you just said is wrong. And I'm going to say no to it. And I want you to respond to me saying no.
Yeah, you say. What do you mean? You say no because
I'm saying no. I don't think I need to figure out. I need to assert however they came to that assumption, because the assumption, and to its fullest extent, provided the ability for them to make these satellites work. Right. So where or how that assumption necessarily came from, right, is not so really relevant because it's been able to be built upon for all of these different types of technologies.
All right.
So it's been steadily proved the hypothesis, right? Because in science, obviously, there is no fucking, I guess, true fact. The theory and the hypothesis have been proven over and over and over and over. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so they have satellites, and we don't need to know how. Now I'm gonna kind of steel man you a little bit. We have satellites that tell us that the Earth is a globe, so we don't need to know how we know in the first instance how we got the size of the Earth. We don't need to know that information. It's not important. The only important thing is however it came about, whatever method it was, or whether some guy said, "Hey, I think the Earth's a globe. Let's send a rocket up. Let's do some math." And that's okay because he can assume anything he wants. So long as the end result is we got satellites and they're not crashing into the planet, like you said.
No,
that's the only thing
close.
Right?
The only thing I would change in what you said is that there were assumptions made. Those assumptions were then refined and then continually
refined assumptions.
Yes, obviously, all
Okay.
scientific hypotheses begin with an assumption. And
No, that's incorrect.
And then you go in and then you prove your hypothesis, and their hypothesis
That's not correct.
obviously was proven.
That's not scientific. All right, but we're not going to divert into that. What I do want to show you is that because you said all of this and you're skipping the most important, the most crucial part is how they got the size of the Earth in the first place. We don't know that.
I don't think they had an exact
well,
idea
what
of
if
what
they
the circumference
well,
was.
That's fine, but listen, what I don't know.
No, but you keep saying, right, that it's the most important aspect is that they didn't that they somehow knew what the exact circumference of the planet was, and I'm saying no, they didn't. I disagree with you that that's the most important thing. They had an assumption to the maximum size based on the mathematics that they had on the ground and on the sea.
All right.
And
so how did they get the radius, diameter, circumference?
They put up satellites, and the satellites measured them.
No, that's after the fact.
No, it's not. You
yes,
don't need to know the exact circumference. Am I wrong?
Yes, dude, you're wrong.
Why am I wrong? Why do they need to know the
gonna,
exact circumference to put a satellite into orbit?
Because that's how you stated, so it don't crash into the planet.
No, it's not. I've said multiple times that they made an assumption to the maximum circumference possible of the planet, and they put up a satellite beyond that maximum.
Okay,
and
so you're making
so the exact circumference was then able to then be corroborated from the satellite that
dude,
they
you're
put
getting
out.
really energized. But here's the thing: do you have
because
anything?
You're not...
All right, you said a few things. Do you have any evidence of what you're saying is true? Like, where does it say anywhere in a citation form of what you just said? Anywhere that states exactly what you said. That's how they figured it out. I need to see that.
I'm going to continue off of the satellites that I've already posted about.
No, I'm not talking about that. You just made a claim to how they ascertained the information. They said the maximum. You said the maximum size of an assumption of Earth being a certain size.
Yeah, that's
the maximum. That's where. Where does it say that anywhere? Go ahead and point that to me.
I don't know.
In a citation. I need to know where you got that. Please.
Because so where I'm getting that off of is the idea that you build a rocket, right, to go put up a satellite, and until the point where you actually have a tool outside the planet to then take a full proper measurement, you can't properly physically know down to the exact point of how big the planet is. So you have to make an assumption. And they did, and those assumptions had to be made because they put the fucking rockets in space and they put the satellites in space. Sputnik.
All right, so how do you know? Like, what you're saying is, anything? Can you find a citation where it says what you just said about all of this? Because I need. Where's the source?
I'm going to look up about Sputnik right now.
No, I'm not talking about Sputnik. I meant
Sputnik was the first satellite, right?
Yeah,
would that not be the perfect example here?
No, I don't care about Sputnik. I want to know exactly what you said about the Earth being an assumed size, right?
Yes,
maximum
this is about
size.
Sputnik, right? Sputnik's the first satellite.
I don't care about Sputnik.
But why would you not care about the first satellite when my contention, right? My entire contention here, apparently.
Oh, you got a lot of energy for this.
Yeah, because you won't shut the fuck up and let me goddamn speak.
Okay, go ahead.
If what you're saying is my contention is that before they put up the first satellite, right? They're making the assumption as to the maximum circumference of the Earth, and then they're going to put the satellite up anyway. That's Sputnik. That's the first one that worked. So, but when they put Sputnik up, right, before it could begin to use its sensors to map out the planet, which I know that's not what it actually did, right? Let's pretend that Sputnik was able to do that, Okay, that's what its job was. Okay, we haven't done it yet. We don't know. We can't determine the exact circumference of the Earth because we don't have a sensor that's able to do it. So we have to make an assumption, and we put this tool on top of a rocket. It's the Soviet Union, so we can fucking spend people's money. Who gives a fuck? Okay, it's gonna go up into the goddamn sky.
Do.
And based on our assumptions, the Earth can only be so big. So this Sputnik is beyond that, so it should work. And
How big do you think those assumptions were? How big?
I don't know off the top of my head. I'd have to look.
Oh, so do you know how less they were? Like, what's the tolerance range? What were they guessing?
I don't know. Let's say it's 20.
I don't know. I don't want to say what it is. Where are you getting this information from? Like, where is this coming from?
This is
you're not.
We're talking about the
what?
fundamental idea of how this could work, right?
How this could? And I'm not saying how this could. How did it? I want to know.
Okay,
the
so
specifics.
let me look about you telling me you don't care about Sputnik.
No, I want to know how you got that information of like this tolerance of how big and small they thought the Earth was. I want to see that. I'm holding you accountable to what you're saying.
Yeah,
Sputnik can be secondary. You can tell me that later. I want to know how you know the tolerance of like the assumption of the Earth being a specific size. That's what I want to know. Where is that? Point that to me in a citation form or a source.
Give me a second and I'll find it.
Okay. Will do. We're here 24/7. In the meantime, if anybody wants to chime in, meanwhile we're waiting for the information, so we can give him some time, I guess, so he can look it up. But yeah, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Hey, you found it that fast? Really?
Well, no, I just have a picture from Sputnik specifically.
Yeah, you can do whatever you want. I still require that information.
Yeah, I'm working on it. I'm working on it.
Yeah, if you guys want to chime in here, go ahead. He's looking for some information. We'll get back to that in a moment.
Just something separate, completely separate. I'm not going to keep. I'll let this conversation go on. There's a chat I'm having with Sylvan. Would you agree that you could create a hypothesis without any observational data, or do you have to have observational data first? Do you think?
It won't be scientific.
Which one? Sorry.
That's cute.
Yeah, creating a hypothesis without any observational data.
Yeah, but then you could go and get some observational data to back up a hypothesis.
Actually, that's the first step. You have to make your observation of the physical natural world and understand that there's a process that's occurring, and you want to know what that process is, like a natural phenomenon.
Gotcha.
So you want to inquire. Do you find it?
You'd say you can't have a hypothesis first.
Sure.
Yeah, it's an observation is what is the beginning step.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. I just wanted to check. Oh, he's back. I'll shut up. Thank you. Thank you.
Go ahead. What are we looking at?
Fucking what's his name? Eratosthenes.
You're fine. It doesn't matter how you pronounce his name.
Whatever the fuck his name is. He made this assumption. Measured it in Syene, and then measured it in Alexandria. That was where this assumption came from.
Okay. What is the unit of measurement that he used to find the distance between those two places?
Hold on.
Better not fumble the bag.
You have no fucking clue, man.
Whatever they used back then.
Give him time.
I
You can Google it.
Hold on. Mr. Jupacabra?
Jupacabra.
All right. Yeah, just chill for just a moment real quick. I'm going to entertain these gentlemen that just joined. So welcome, gentlemen. 24/7 Flat Earth channel.
So
do you guys have any questions?
No, I know Jupacabra from another source, so I was trying to see what his point of view is.
Well, he's talking right now, but I mean, if you had something to say, I'll entertain your questions here. If you have any.
No, I don't know much about the flat Earth, belief. So I was just seeing what you guys are gonna talk about.
Okay, I'm just saying because you guys made a kind of an entrance, and if you wanted to be known or talked to, then I'll do that now.
So
hold on, Chupacabra.
Alpha.
No, I always do that when I hop into a chat. I just like, yo, what up?
Yeah, that's cool. I mean, if like I said, it's a very provocative topic. So if you wanted to say something before I get back to your buddy here,
no, I don't know much. I can't talk about anything I don't know about.
All right, go ahead, Chupacabra.
So this was where the assumption came from, and then based on this assumption, they took the maximum possible. I don't know what the measurement was that they had. They ended up using.
What are you
kilometers,
posting?
I assume.
Hold on. What are you posting?
I did the same thing with the fucking whatever the guy was.
Oh, you're just
thing,
talking
and then
about it.
Pythagoras,
No.
and then
I thought you were
Aristotle
posting something.
Continued. No, they continued this same idea.
Who did? Who continued the same idea?
No, Pythagoras, and then Aristotle, and then this guy Eratosthenes.
Yeah, Eratosthenes. All right, so yeah, what I asked for was from Syene and Alexandria. What was the unit of measurement that they used to understand that the distance?
Let me check.
It's relevant. That's why I'm asking. Need some more time? Hey man, this isn't this isn't a sprint. It's a marathon. So take your time.
I'm looking. Don't worry.
All right.
Cubits.
No.
I mean, the guys, ancient Greeks, they used cubits at the time.
I know that would be the most intuitive thing to say, but no.
So what do you want me? What do you want me to say then?
The answer.
What's the answer? I don't know. I don't know.
I can't give it to you. This is the part where you start to research.
What are you talking about? What?
Well, it's research, sir.
But what's your contention here?
My contention is that if you're not establishing the unit of measurement by which they establish distance,
I'm going to say kilometers. Prove me wrong.
Well, I don't need to prove you wrong. I know the answer. You need to search it out.
I'm saying kilometers, and if you don't prove me wrong, we're just going to stick with kilometers.
Well, you can say whatever you want, but it's also useful for understanding.
But that doesn't refute any of the contentions I've made.
Well,
every contention. Hold on, Alpha. Every contention I've made so far, all you've been trying to respond with is that we need to go back to the source and figure out what the defining measurement was, and that's irrelevant to any of the contentions that I've made to you so far.
Not to a critical thinker.
No, Alpha. At the beginning, you said I asked you, what type of evidence do you need for you to believe that the Earth is round? And you said, show me the measurements for the curvature of the Earth. And I've provided multiple different examples of that measurement and where it's used, not in a vacuum, of how it is fundamental to certain commercial technological services. Okay. Now, every response that you've given has been that I don't know the original historic
unit of measurement.
Unit of measurement, thank you, that defined where all these assumptions came from. Therefore, everything I've said is wrong. But yet, the satellites are still there, and they're still working. So what's your assertion here?
My thing is that for a critical thinker that investigates all of these claims, they want to drill down to the point where they start to realize either they know or they don't know what the premise is. And so if your whole worldview is based on something you don't know, that underlines everything that you do know, then you're just taking what you think is an assumption and building off of that, thinking that it's okay to do that. But see, that's how you've been told to do. But that's not what we're doing here. The reason why is when you start to realize all the information has a foundation that it's built on that doesn't support the outcome, the conclusion, then you're going to realize, oh shit,
what do you
then
mean?
thought, yeah.
What, be specific.
Well, if I'm asking you for the unit of measurement at which they used in those days, right, to get the distance from Alexandria and Syene, then you would start to realize, wait a minute, that's not the same thing that I would. What do you? This is different. So
stadia.
Well, but you've been given the answer now, which is it didn't come from you, but that's fine.
No,
if you're used to getting handouts, Stadia. Listen, Stadia is good, but what do they say? What did they say? How did they measure one stadia? How do they know what one stadia is?
Doesn't matter. The foundational principles that allowed them to take those measurements were then done with kilometers. And with kilometers,
but the measurements
also work.
It's weird, man, because when you start to realize that the breakdown of information. So okay, when Stadia.
Are we still on satellites, or have we gone past satellites?
We're on
he hasn't responded to any
We're
of my
regressing.
assertions and keeps
Yeah, we're
just saying
regressing.
that because I don't know where the foundation of mathematics came from, I'm not allowed to make the assertion that satellites work because they need to take into consideration the curvature of the Earth. And that's
I don't think he's saying that. I don't think he's saying that.
That's exactly what he's saying.
He's absolutely saying that.
All right.
That is
Alpha,
his
you're not also
fundamental
saying that he has.
You're not saying that.
What he also.
All right. So if you're starting to say
he's not saying that, dude.
Yeah, go ahead.
He's not saying that.
Well,
no. I'm just defending you,
Yeah.
Alpha.
Yeah, no,
I don't think he's saying that at all. He's not saying that. Like all of what you've said is like
Alpha, is that what
irrelevant
you're trying to
because-
imply? Is he
No,
correct?
I'm waiting. I'm waiting for for a chance to talk once I can. So basically,
No, hang on. I just want to finish
Go ahead.
defending Alpha here because, like, I don't know. Maybe I missed something.
Why can't he
but
defend
it does-
himself? He could speak.
Well, okay.
Yeah, that's weak when you don't let him talk for himself.
Yeah, I know. I'm a glober, and I'm defending him. Okay. So it doesn't. It just doesn't sound. I don't think Alpha would do that. Like he's saying, "Oh,
Why can't he
all
just
of this-
answer himself?
All of this is all of this. Well, is that saying, Alpha? You're saying that just because
An opinion?
we measured things differently in the past, therefore the satellites
What?
don't have
Are you giving him
capability?
time to look
You didn't
stuff
even
up?
comprehend what Jupacabra said.
I think they're
that what
stalling,
you're saying?
giving him time to talk and look up stuff.
I'm a glober.
Geeks,
Doesn't
shut
matter.
the fuck up, for the love of God. Alpha, can you please answer?
Yeah. So basically, when Eratosthenes was used, like in those days, they were measuring with the length of a stride. So the person that was walking the distance, let's say, from Syene to Alexandria, was getting from one place to another, and the length of their stride was the unit of measurement that they were using. So it's about as inaccurate as you can get, but they were close to something where in the case of like it being 500 miles away from those two locations, right?
Okay.
But so from Eratosthenes' position, could we say definitively, like, because I think that's the case where you're establishing that's how we garnered the information of how big the Earth is from a measurement perspective, right?
Nope. I'm saying
No.
his experiment was that he put a pole at Alexandria and he put a pole at Syre, and at the same time of day, the shadow was offset by a certain amount of degrees. He then took a measurement of the distance between those two cities and took into account the degree change of the shadow. That whatever that distance was, and however he measured it, is irrelevant to the discussion because we then did the same exact measurement, except we used meters and kilometers, and we were able to determine a similar outcome.
Came to the same conclusion.
So the foundational elements of the mathematical hypothesis were there. The specifics
Actually,
of the type of
He
measurement
was saying that.
aren't
He actually
actually
was
relevant.
saying. He actually was saying that. Okay.
So
Alpha, you were saying that. Sorry.
So here's the thing.
Sorry,
though.
guys.
With Eratosthenes,
No problem.
you're not establishing a foundation for knowledge. You're just saying that his assumptions were such that, like what you said before, Chupacabra.
Right.
You were saying that he was based on our assumptions. That's how we know that the Earth has a tolerance from being either small or big. Remember, you said it was a specific size that they assumed it. Yeah, assumed it to be. And I said, so I said, how did they get that information? So you brought up Eratosthenes.
Yes.
But Eratosthenes didn't have what you claimed in the first instance. Right? So that's not what
Oh my God!
Eratosthenes.
He actually was. Alpha, you actually were saying that. Sweet Lord. I was trying to defend you, brother, but sweet
He
God.
was
Okay,
able.
I'll shut
He
up
was able to make that measurement and make a assumption based on that measurement as to the circumference of the Earth.
No, that's incorrect.
Yes, it
Eratosthenes.
is.
No, that's incorrect. If you look over the details of Eratosthenes, you got it wrong anyway. So it wasn't two sticks; it was a well and an obelisk. So what he was using was noon. I think it was noon out where the well was, and he was looking down the well where the light shined 90 degrees from the position of the well, and the other obelisk was at an offset angle for the shadow. So now, like what he's doing here is already assuming that the Earth is a sphere, and then using the measurement of radius. So he's using mathematics, essentially,
Proportions,
right?
yeah.
So using mathematics, essentially saying that there, since the Earth is a sphere, we're going to see how much of this curvature there's going to be from between these 2 points. And because of that, it's like they use their math to then say, because of this radius diameter, we're going to be able to find out like its total circumference of the sphere. And so that's why it's not a measurement, because here's the different thing that I'm going to tell you about. If you can do the same test with the light and the shadows with a flat surface, then you can actually show that it's not the ground that you need to have curving. It's just that the light source needs to be a specific distance away from the object that is shining on. So let's say, I'll give you an example, right? If you have like your floor is flat in your room, if you have a light source and you have 2 objects, if you have a light source right above one object, and then of course the other object is a distance away, you're going to have the same offset shadow on a flat surface. So the surface hasn't to do, it's the proximity of the light to the object. So with Eratosthenes, you could say, well, we could think of it like it being a globe, and then of course you have the 2 distances of the the well and the obelisk. But then again,
on the summer solstice, yeah,
on the summer solstice, and you can have where in this specific location, it's a flat plane. Let's say it's a flat plane, not exact, because there's elevation, right? Because hills and mountains, whatever. But you'd say like it's a horizontal plane from the one. Hold on, wait a second. Oh, he left. But you could say that it's a flat plane, a horizontal plane, from Syene and Alexandria, if we're using the idea that it's not curving, and you have the proximity of the light is such that it's right over where the well is, and the obelisk would be at a distance away. So it works the same. So it's not conclusive to it being a globe. It's just an assumption.
Wait. So you're saying that, and for that to work for the flat, right? That means that the light source would have to be moving closer and farther away, back and forth, right? Because on the globe situation, right, it only works on the summer solstice, where the sun is directly over the equator, where the city is, right?
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but what I'm saying too is that if we look at our observations, because right now we're starting with just what we can see, right?
Yeah.
Like me and you are all things equal, right? We go outside, we're both gonna see the sun moving east to west on our horizons. That's what we're gonna see. Now,
unless we're in the North Pole, sure.
But the logical leap would be
or Alaska, I guess.
The logical leap would be that if the sun isn't moving in the sky, it's actually still the Earth is what's moving. That's the logical leap, because we haven't established that. We've only assumed it. But what we can observe is that the sun is moving east to west every single day from horizon to horizon. So we don't see the Earth spinning, we just see the sun moving across the sky. So that would still fit with what I'm telling you of Eratosthenes, from the sun's proximity being location or geographic location.
But they're able to track that the sun is not taking the same route from east to west every day.
I know that.
That's the whole point, right? So
yeah, of course not, because we have seasons.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly.
So what I'm saying too,
in order for there to be seasons, that means that we're moving that either the sun is moving is either the distance, right? It has to be because of the distance of the planet to the light source, of the ground to the heat source. Yeah, right. So either the heat source, while it's moving east to west along its track, and it's moving a 12-month cycle that repeats itself. And we're able to track that just through observation, both of us, without any technology. We can just put stuff in the ground and track the shadows and all that stuff in the seasons, right? That means one of two things. Either the ground we're on is getting closer and farther, or the heat source is getting closer and farther, right? Right?
Yeah.
So now...
Wait, Alpha, you didn't say that we're spinning, right? You didn't say anything that the Earth is the one that's spinning around, did you?
No, we're talking about Eratosthenes right now.
Yeah.
So it's the foundation. Listen, and the reason why we're discussing it in this way, it's the foundation for his conclusion. So it has to be discussed.
But you mentioned that the sun could be the one that's not moving.
Either
which
or.
means the Earth is.
Yeah, the
But
idea.
that's impossible because the Earth isn't a spinning ball.
Yeah, but hold on. The idea right here in Eratosthenes' test is either or. That's what we're having here.
Yes,
But
and then as time went on, as time has gone on, we've been able to do further experiments, and based off of those assumptions, we were able to put satellites in the fucking sky.
Yeah, but hold on, because here's the thing that we said: it's either or, right?
Yeah, and then we were able to prove which one it was.
Yeah, but don't jump the gun because you have a tendency to do that. So if we're saying it's either or, that means that the possibility that the sun is moving east to west and it's not the Earth that's moving, because here's
east
like
to
I
west
said,
and east. It's not. No, that means the sun is moving on 3 axes. Right, it's moving X and Y on because it's taking a different track across the sky every day in a 12-month cycle that then repeats.
Yeah.
Right, but we have seasonal change, so that means it would also have to move on the Z-axis of moving back and forth in terms of distance, and it would have to be a very, very small change.
No, listen, this gets covered in the solar analemma. So the analemma of the solar. Well, I'm just going to give you a few buzzwords and just hold tight, okay? It's called a solar analemma, and then there's a lunar analemma. They have a specific path in the sky.
Mm-hmm.
The moon has a monthly analemma, and the sun has a yearly analemma.
Right.
So if you look at the solar analemma, it's going to look like a figure of 8. Now this is going to coincide with
figure of 8.
Yeah, I know this is going to be overwhelming because you haven't heard it.
No, bro, it's not overwhelming. You like all day you keep telling me how I'm feeling. Stop.
Well, you're sounding like you're like analemma.
Yes, because I'm having to because we're talking about a 3-axis motion, and then you're giving me a 2-dimensional shape. So I'm going to have to put that in a 3-axis idea in my head, right? I can't do that immediately. I have to think about this.
I think there's models you can look at. Let me see if I can pull one up. If you allow me to. I don't know if you want to just hurry up and get to the end because.
No, you don't have to show me the model. I'm thinking about it in my head because you're saying it's a figure of 8, right? But this is and we're assuming that it's flat, right? So what we're talking really about an ellipsis, if I'm not mistaken. Or how the fuck is it called?
Ellipse. But I think there's
what's the type of loop called?
I'll use this. Let me see if I can save this.
It's just keep going about your point. Yeah. So it forms a figure 8.
Let me copy
I'm assuming,
this.
and I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt that it's moving in a 3-dimensional figure of 8, almost like a racetrack.
Well, no, this is here. Thank you, whoever put that in there, Sly Lavam, whatever your name is. But mine is my link is actually to the one where it shows like how it works on a globe, so you can wrap your mind around it.
Okay.
But basically, this is just showing you the sun's path throughout the year, and whatever geographic location you are.
Right, and so you agree with me, right, that this motion from this 2-dimensional image is representation of a 3-dimensional 3-axis motion, correct?
Well, as the sun moves across the sky, of course, and then
no. We're talking about the sun. The sun moving across the sky is just X and Y, right? Sure. But then, in order for the season change to exist, there has to be a change in the Z, right?
Yes, of course.
Okay,
as represented by the analemma. Yes.
Right, but that analemma is a 3-dimensional representation. So we're at either the sun is the one that's making the 3-dimensional movement, or we're making the 3-dimensional movement, right?
Yeah, of course.
Right. Okay. So that is the assumption that him and Pythagoras and Aristotle had, right? They could have the same observation that we've had, that the sun is moving in this shape, and it has to be because we have seasonal change in a 3-axis change. Okay. So now we're a bunch of fucking Nazis, and we want to build some weapons, and we want to put something in space. Okay.
Yeah, but we're not there yet. We're still not there yet.
Why are we not there yet?
Yeah, because of the fact that we're trying to reconcile the conclusion. So if this can happen on a globe or a flat understanding, then you're going to have to realize that it's already interpreted to not be conclusive. So if you're saying
no. It's not inclusive back then when they weren't able to make the experiments.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing, though. Isn't that what Eratosthenes done with light and shadows?
No.
And it's not an experiment, but it's a test. So if they haven't done that,
his test was to determine whether or not that the foundational binary situation that they have exists or not. That's what his thing showed, right? Right now, you and I are at a binary situation. Either the sun is moving. Either the sun is moving on 3 axes, X, Y, and Z, in a 12-month period, or the ground that we are on is moving in its own period, right? And the only type of rotation that would allow for this type of figure that we're seeing in our observation would be a spherical rotating object. Would you agree?
No.
Okay. What? So you think if the sun is not the foundational element that's moving, you're saying a flat surface would be able to replicate the same situation?
Of course.
So a flat surface moving.
No, not moving, but
So
it's
then it's not. No, wait. No. So wait,
it's
Alpha.
representing the nature of reality. So if you're saying that the sun is moving across the sky with a flat surface, well, horizontal plane. But if you're saying the horizontal plane is being referenced here in regards to how the sun's moving, then yeah, it works just fine. You don't need the
No.
yeah.
It doesn't work on the same axioms of light traveling.
Oh, we're not talking to you, AK. Well,
Alpha.
Besides,
Alpha,
that's a different
Alpha,
argument.
Alpha. So the pattern that we observe, right? I don't. You would have to corroborate to me with some type of evidence or calculation that would show that a flat object would moving flat object would provide the same observation as we are seeing.
Yeah, but that's the thing, though. The ground isn't moving, so that so the two.
Your assertion, but that's not what we're talking about, Alpha. We're not saying which is the correct in this binary situation yet. Okay, we're determining what the binary is right now, and the binary, if you would agree with me, is that either the sun is moving on 3 axes in order to provide us the figure 8 and the changing of the seasons, right?
The analemma,
or in order for us to see the analemma from the ground, right? The planet has to be doing something specific, correct? It has to it has to then be moving in those 3 dimensions, right?
Yep.
Now, so you're telling me that you're asserting that a flat disk.
Oh, not disk, but just flat Earth. Yeah.
But what is that? What type of? Because it has to be a specific shape, right? In order for it to move in 3 dimensions, right? You're agreeing with me that in order to get the whatever the fuck, I forget the word. Sorry.
Analemma,
right? Then our ground has to be moving in order to get the opposite of the binary, because the sun's not moving, right? You get what I'm saying here?
Yeah. Okay. So let me spill the beans just for everybody listening. So let me walk you through it. So basically, literally, right? Because if we were to say, okay, we have a binary situation. It could be the Earth that's moving, or we could be like the sun that's moving, right? Either one of these things are happening. So we start with our
it could also be both moving.
Okay. Well, fuck. You're right. I guess both of them could be moving in the situation.
No, dude. Because if we're
I don't think so. I don't think we would get the observations we would get.
So, all right. So what we're trying to figure out is that binary situation first of all, right? To see
we've determined we determined the one of the sun, right? We've determined.
All right. So you listen. Hold on, but real quick, Japaka. So if you're saying there's a third option, is that what the globe Earth is claiming, AK? Is the globe Earth claiming that there's a third option that both of them are moving?
What?
No, logic is.
No, then just
logic is.
They're not both
you just sit back, AK.
I guess technically they're both moving. But
no, but the thing is he's adding another layer of complexity to it. It's gonna make
you're claiming it's binary when it's not.
Yeah. Okay, so you are saying this from the globe Earth standpoint?
No, logical. It doesn't matter what word you use
supporting. I know that the sun is.
You could say.
Listen, I'm trying to make here.
Yeah, you're just going to muddy the waters right now. You're going to make it more difficult for.
I'm not muddying the
globe
waters.
Does
I'm
claim
correcting
11
what
vectors.
You're
the globe claims at least 11 vectors.
Yeah.
Oh God, it's important to understand. it's important to understand the difference between investigating the difference between two models that you're investigating or looking at the moment and a true logical dichotomy. You claiming it's binary, which says it's a true dichotomy, which is not the case. You're observing a relative motion between sun and earth. You're seeing the sun going across the sky. That's the observation, right? Now, there's three situations how that could happen in first instance, logically. It could be that the sun is moving, the earth is resting. It could be that the earth is resting, the sun is actually moving.
The same thing.
Or the other way around, that the earth is moving, the sun is actually resting. Or it could be that they are both in motion relative to a different inertial absolute resting. Just saying.
All right. So if we're going to say that it could be 3, 4, 5, 6 options, let's go outside and make our naturally observation of the physical natural world. Let's go do that, right? We start our premise with saying, okay, everybody's, AK's got his corner, I got mine, you got yours. So mine is simply that the sun is in motion. I see movement, right? Yours is that the earth is in motion. That's your claim. AK's is both of them are moving.
And my assertion is that it's a curved spheroid in order to.
But I mean, you can add whatever caveat you want. But like for now, this is the claim, right? You have your claim, I have mine. AK has his. Well, we go outside and witness with the naturally observed observation, right, of the sun. What do we witness? All three of us.
We witness if I'm standing in New York, you're standing in Sydney, and he's standing in London.
No, wait. Yeah, wait. I think we're standing together. I think that makes it easier because we're all witnessing. We're witnessing the same phenomena because we have to do it together.
No, we can't be witnessing if this experiment is to be proper.
No, it's not proper, bro.
Yes, because Alpha. Because if the three of us were standing at those three cities, we'd be experiencing different seasons.
That's not the point. The point
it's
I'm making.
Absolutely the point.
No, the point is like
because your assertion that the sun is moving would require the fact that that no matter where we're standing, we'd be experiencing the same season. Am I wrong?
No, that's not the point. The point I'm making right now.
Am I wrong, Alpha? Am I wrong?
No, listen. I have to get to the point.
No, because
you interrupted me with this obfuscation.
I know, because this is foundational to your fucking worldview here.
Yeah, but we're not separating. We're gonna be together witnessing the same thing.
But that's irrelevant. But that's not. But the foundation of the experiment is that there's two different positions that provide the data.
You're changing my example to fit your example, and that's not my example. My example is mine. I made it. You didn't make my example. So my example is all three of us are going to stand outside and witness something happen, which is the sun moving across the sky. So what we're witnessing right now, all three of us, is something occurring, right? Now, like remember, AK said both things are moving. I said only the sun is moving, and you said that the earth is moving. That's where our three different stances are. When we go outside and we see the sun itself, what do we witness? That's what I'm telling you, Chupacabra. What do we witness? All three of us.
We witnessed the sun moving across the sky. Yeah.
Correct. So now I witnessed that. You witnessed that. AK witnesses that. Now I don't see the earth moving. Do you see the earth moving? Does he see the earth moving?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see the earth moving from your vantage point? From your vantage point on being on the earth?
Yes, I see it moving.
Okay.
But the scale that I'm at, right? To me, it might look like it's not moving. If I was able to take an image every time I blink and then watch that back in my own mind, I would see that the stars are staying in place and that we're moving. The fact of the matter is that my understanding of time is relatively small to the size of the planet that we're on.
All right. So you're telling me that all three of us are going to witness the earth moving just like you're witnessing it.
Yeah, we're just witnessing it very, very, very slowly because we're very small.
Okay. So geographically, where can we go to witness the earth rotating?
Everywhere.
Like,
again,
you got a location?
You have to, what time frame are we talking about here?
Looking at so we're looking at the actual earth that's underneath our feet moving.
We're not looking
like
across
rotating.
the horizon. We're not looking
Like
at the horizon.
It's no,
or
no,
into
no.
space, up.
No,
We're
no, no.
looking
Because
down at our feet.
yeah. So what I'm saying is the Earth that's underneath your feet. Do you witness it rotating?
So I'm looking down at my feet right now.
Yeah, like a skateboard, kid.
My
like
goodness.
a skateboard.
Alpha, it's important. The perspective here is important.
Crying out loud.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
And what time frame are we talking about here?
Oh, we could take all day if we want. We could say
So
all day
12
long.
hours? 12-hour time frame.
I'll tell you this. From the time that it takes the sun to get from the eastern horizon to the western horizon.
So less than 12 hours.
Yeah, so we're all three of us are going to do, right, is record everything that we see. Leave nothing out and don't put anything in.
Can I ask you another question? How far can I see with my eyes? What's the farthest I can see?
Yeah, all three of us are witnessing. For right now, all three of us are standing. I don't know. Let's just pick an arbitrary location. I don't really care. Like I think we just need to go somewhere.
And
standing on ground, like we're standing on solid ground.
And so if is there and so we're saying. That's okay, and and nothing's happening. There's no earthquake, which could cause the ground to move.
Yeah, that's not. We're not entertaining that yet.
I'm looking down at the ground at my relativistic height at a human's size time frame, right, of a few hours. No, I don't see it moving.
Okay, do I? I'll say no. AK, would he say? Hold on, because I have to make sure. AK, would you say that you see the Earth moving? You're somehow a part of this conversation already. You entered your other opinion. Do you see the Earth moving underneath your feet? Within 3 hours. He said 3 hours, so we'll use that time frame.
Depends.
So wait, that's 15 degrees per hour. You wouldn't notice your feet moving? Are you kidding me?
I mean, he said it depends. See, that's why Chupacabra. That's why I asked him. No, Chupacabra said he didn't see his feet moving from that time frame, but you said it depends. You explain on that?
I didn't see the Earth. No, the question was I didn't see the Earth moving. Like, I didn't see
well,
the
he
ground
did.
moving.
He said it depends. So I want to know what he means.
I'm assuming he's going to mean a whole bunch of.
I don't know. I don't want to divine his thoughts. I want him to say what he's going to say. If he's going to say, if not, we're going to move on. No. I don't know, man. These guys.
Back to the satellite.
So Alpha, let's get back to the main conversation.
I'm gonna continue moving forward, AK, without you. I gave you an opportunity. Anyway, so basically now what we have is we have established that the Earth isn't moving a 3 hour time frame, like Chupacabra said. I didn't see the Earth moving underneath my feet. Neither did he, but we did witness the sun moving across the sky.
Yep.
The next step would be any other observations that we didn't leave out. I don't want to leave anything out. Did we not witness something we should have seen, or are you seeing? Okay, so now the next step would be we made our observation. We documented everything we saw. We didn't interpret it.
We marked where the shadows were. Yeah,
that's fine. That's fine. We marked where the shadows were. We can do anything we want with those shadows, but just making it known to people right now what we're doing. Right. So now the next step. From our observation to the part where we're starting to make our claims. Now, I want you to make your claim from everything you've seen. I'm going to make my claim.
Okay, sure.
We're not going to worry about AK.
No problem. If we look at the shadows and their precession across the ground based on where we are, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, we can see that something needs to be moving. Either the body that we are standing on or the heat and light source above us. Okay, now, in order for us to be moving, in my opinion, in order to see this type of precession, and we're going to do the same thing in 3 other places, right? And we're going to take the same information, the same time frame, okay, and we're going to compare them. That data is going to show that the object that we are on has an amount of curvature. And now I'm going to take that assumption.
How are you going to figure out where you are, kid? Are you going to use a spherical coordinate system and invoke a sphere from the onset?
No, I'm going to go.
Okay.
I'm going to wait till the summer solstice. And I'm going to track the shadows.
So how do you tell how far away you are from everybody?
I'm going to measure it.
How?
With a measuring stick.
Okay.
Oof.
Yeah.
Aaron, keep going.
So let me just now. It's my turn. You made your claim. I think you kind of went a little bit further into it, but my claim is that absolutely the Earth is stationary. There is no movement to it, and I do observe the sun moving in the sky because that's what we've all witnessed. We both agreed that's what's happening. So I can safely say that with what my understanding is, by what our observation was, is that the sun is moving and the Earth is not.
Okay.
And you agreed with me to a certain extent, although you went and said that you are now assuming that because of the shadow lengths, that's due to the fact that the Earth is curving.
No,
So
not the shadow lengths, the precession of the shadows on the solstice.
the precession of the shadows. My bad. So
On the
precession of shadows on the solstice are going to give you the idea that you live on a globe, but that's not confirmation.
Not necessarily a globe. Just there is curvature to the body that we are on.
Oh, there's curvature.
Yes.
To the body we're
To
on.
the
So
land.
there's the body is included into some idea that you think you live on a giant body.
Well, we live on something.
Well, that's fine.
It's there.
But that's fine. But like, there's no assumptions being made on our part. We just say we call it the Earth, right? It's just the Earth.
At this point, no. You know what? I'll give you that. At this point, we don't know that there's space. I'll take it back. From where we were standing, we don't know that there's space. All of my observations would make me think that the thing in the sky is moving. Yep, not us. I'll agree with you there.
All right. So, and I would say that I think that's what Eratosthenes done. But in his case, now I'm trying to move it forward now from where we were. So now we're understanding. Eratosthenes was saying some things in what he showed people about, his assumption about the Earth already being a globe and just confirming that it is one because he's using math to come up for the circumference of the Earth. So now, getting all of that, what did he solidify in a measurement method, which it wasn't. It was just a calculation. All he's doing is calculating the circumference of the Earth. There's no measurement done because what you and I understand is that the sun could very well be moving in the case of the Earth being flat and stationary. So
I don't. You still haven't proven to me yet that a flat stationary Earth would have different regions have different seasons.
Okay, so now that we're just talking about this one aspect.
I know. We'll get back to that. We'll get back to that. We'll get back to it.
All right. So basically establishing the fact that Eratosthenes took us to this idea, this quote unquote experiment that he's showing us. But what I'm trying to get us to is the fact that it's inconclusive. That means that there's no conclusion that he's making. He's just saying, I think it's a globe based on me saying that there's a 90-degree angle to the well that light was the light was shining down the well. I could see all the way down it. So I know on the solstice, it's 90 degree to this well. And then the obelisk over there in the other city was 500 miles away is getting a divergent shadow, and all that good stuff. But, so assumptions built on the idea that predicated by the fact that he said the Earth is already a globe, and it's got the mathematics to support that it's got a measurement to radius. The radius value is being used here to ascertain the distance of the two cities and say that I know that the Earth is a globe because the two cities that are the distance they are apart, the way it works over an arc is that the radius value that we know, that in his case, right, that he knows that it is a globe, or with you're going to try to figure out the circumference because they've taken a small little sample of the Earth from Syene to Alexandria. So that surface, they would assume that's curving. They're going to finish the circle of the circumference. So that small little part that they took, they're going to make a giant circumference out of that little small part and say the rest of the Earth is this way. So that they came up with the circumference, and so they were saying.
Well, they were able to determine that the two countries on a 360-degree surface were 7 degrees apart.
Yep, that's it.
And the distance between them, because they were 5,000 stadia, which were paces, I guess.
500.
So it would be 5,000.
It says 5,000.
Yeah, 5,000 stadia. So
the distance.
So then they was then able to use proportions to make an estimate of the circumference.
There you go.
And that I agree with you up till now. What's your point?
The point it's built on an assumption.
Buddy. Fucking do that it's an assumption. Multiple people worked off of that assumption and then were able to prove that the assumption was correct.
No, but he's saying that because of
Holy
his assumption.
shit!
He's saying,
Are you trying to tell me that your answer to all of the shit that I've brought forward is that one of the original guys who came up with the idea that there might be curvature to the fucking thing that we're on was an assumption?
Oh yeah. Yep. And how are you going to establish the premise that the Earth is a globe with an assumption?
By sending up sensors.
You can't send
outside the globe.
Because
Why
you don't
can I
have the-
not? I
because you
already
don't-
have.
Yeah, you
I've
don't-
done it. No, Alpha, I've done it.
Yeah, what did you do? What did you do?
I took a satellite, I put it on a rocket. That rocket had a bunch of fuel on it. That fuel took it up into the fucking sky, separated. The satellite came out, and the sensors were able to map out the fucking body that we are standing on.
Really?
Yes.
What organization do you work for?
I don't work for it. I said me as in just general people, not me specifically.
Oh, so you didn't do it. You made it sound like you were doing it.
No, because if I was saying that I'm the one who did it, that would be a what the fuck fallacy was it?
You
The
said
pragmatic
I
fallacy?
sent up a satellite. is
Sure.
what you
Oh my
quoted.
god, guys, it was a fucking.
Well, I
Okay.
I actually did do it myself.
Is that the Royal
a bunch
Eye?
of universities.
I mean, I don't know.
I was part of a university group that actually did do it. I'm still getting the data from it right now. I didn't want to bring
good for
it
you,
up.
geeks.
Yeah,
there
good
you
for you.
go. Replace all of
well, there you go.
my progressive my possessive pronouns with geeks. How about that?
Well, yeah, I did it. I'm still
There
getting
you
the
go.
data actually. If you want to see it.
Yeah, I don't know if you
one
want to
day.
back geeks up in any argument.
I'm
But
not,
anyway,
Alpha. I'm saying that it's been done. So you telling me that no, you can't. I'm gonna retort with it has already been done.
Really?
I did it. As an example.
Yes, really.
Do you
Yes.
know? Do you,
And I've
Wow,
used
this is-
services off of multiple different satellite arrays.
Really?
Yes.
So
really.
you were saying I, which is not I, it's the Royal Eye.
Oh my
right?
god!
Everybody
Are
else but you.
No, Alpha,
Everyone
Alpha.
else but you.
You're not gonna stick on this fucking thing. You're gonna answer the fucking assertion that I'm giving you. That you saying no, you can't is wrong because it already has been done.
Hey,
Answer
chill,
that.
please. It's very annoying to listen to this guy. Can you chill a bit? It's very
No,
annoying.
deal with it.
He's just energized. That's all.
But Alpha, I did it. I did it specifically.
Answer answer, Alpha.
What? That someone did it, so therefore
Yes,
it must be
it's
true.
already done. Yes, it's been
Okay.
done, and I accessed services from these satellites almost every day.
Right. What's your evidence that they actually are going to the location that they say they are, according to you?
The fact that certain weather patterns make it me unable to receive the data. I can track it where it is. I can based off of the signal time it takes for me to send signals between my nodes. I can almost triangulate to within a 15 square mile position of where that satellite actually is.
Okay, so
I can actually
are we?
see it with my telescope every now and
Good
then.
for you. Good
There's
for you.
another
Geeks. Good for you. How do you know they're not high altitude technology that's up there? Or what is the difference from you saying that they are in a space vacuum like low Earth orbit, or as considered in the acronym LEO? How do you know
Yeah,
they're in
not all of them are in low Earth orbit.
So where are they?
My one is.
Some of them are in very, 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 very high orbits because they're doing infrared satellite
High altitude,
imagery.
like in they're not in low Earth orbit, basically.
No.
Okay. So basically not space or low Earth orbit or anywhere that they claim satellites are supposed to be in.
No,
So there's
not all satellites are in low Earth orbit.
Okay, so the ones that you're talking about, I don't disagree with that because I understand that there are satellites that are using balloon technology, like the Google Loon project.
Well,
The
yeah,
Google
but
Loon project.
that's I guess they're not using balloons in
Yeah, they
type
are.
of satellites. No, I'm talking about infrared imaging satellites that like
Okay.
that.
What are they? What is the utility for that specific
They're
satellite?
most of them are military.
Okay, and they're not using balloons.
No,
What are they using?
they're using they're in a very, very high elliptical orbit.
Okay, what are they using? What type of technology?
Oh my God, hold on. I have to look this up because I don't know the exact technology Lockheed Martin uses for these fucking satellites.
It's important, man.
But why does that
really.
matter? Like, are you saying that they don't exist?
No. Listen, the type
Alpha. Wait. No. I'm not gonna let you fucking do this again. Can you answer the goddamn assertion that doesn't include just because I don't know the exact specifics of how these very, very, very technical pieces of technology work doesn't mean that they don't exist and the foundational principles of them don't exist.
That's not what I'm saying.
You have not provided a single bit of corroborative evidence to any of your claims, to any of your assertions that anything that I'm saying is wrong. And the foundational question that I started at the beginning that you asked for, I've provided, and you haven't answered it once. You just keep going on and on and on and on and on about how I specifically don't know the foundational fucking measurements of these very specific pieces of technology.
Okay. I would say let's let Alpha answer the question.
Geeks, I swear to God, if you interrupt me one more fucking time.
Oh my God.
Shit. I get it, Geeks, but you gotta stop getting in fucking front of people when in the middle of fucking saying something. Alpha, please respond with any type of corroborative evidence to any assertion that you've made or any type of corroborative evidence that I've made an assertion that's wrong.
Yeah, so basically we're not talking about low Earth orbit, which is the case for the satellites that people say that they are in orbit around the Earth, in a decaying orbit falling around the Earth at a specific rate. So everybody would claim that these satellites are either in a geosynchronous orbit or they're actually those that are not stationary and are moving in a specific trajectory, right? So they're in a specific range or an area in the atmosphere, whether they're between the thermosphere and the exosphere, and that's where they exist, like where the ISS is above that, like, somewhere high above in altitude. So either they're in that location or the much lower. So the kinds of the satellites that we would say could be a possible satellite are using balloon technology. And some of them are probably using some type of high-tech drone technology. What we don't say is that they're in a vacuum of space. So if it's for me, it's fine if you're saying satellites exist.
Geosynchronous. There, I will move on from this pedantic fucking point of yours, okay?
Well,
we're talking about low Earth orbit and geosynchronous orbit satellites. Although some of them could be over 22,300 mile orbits, some of them could be very, very small orbits for low Earth orbit. The foundational assertion here is that those satellites work, and some of them there are foundational mathematics to their work that include taking into consideration the curvature of the Earth. I presented these examples and I presented this evidence to you, and beyond you saying you're wrong, deal with it, you haven't brought forward any type of corroborative evidence against the fact or any type of evidence to your own assertions.
Yeah, because we would agree that satellites can be above our head. So technology does exist that can be floating around above us. Well, I don't think we disagree on that.
That did not answer anything that I just said.
Yeah, so
the idea that Earth for any of it anyway.
Yeah, I was gonna say the idea that you're thinking that it has to support the Earth being a globe for it to be up there is incorrect.
That's not the assertion I'm making at all.
Yeah, it is, dude. You actually started off with saying that satellites are the evidence that the Earth is curving. That was your whole premise of your beginning. When you first came into this.
No, the premise
when you first came into this, it was
that in order for these satellites to do their job properly, in order for the information that their sensors are receiving to be correct, when it is calibrated, it has to take into account and calculate for the curvature of the Earth. And I've shown you multiple pieces of evidence to support that.
Yeah, but they're not in the place you think they are, which is
they're
high
in
altitude.
low Earth and geosynchronous orbits.
No, I don't think they are. I don't see. That's the claim that you can't support. However, I'm telling you,
what does that have to do with my assertion?
Because you're saying that in order for them to be there, the Earth's got to be globbed.
That's not what I'm saying. Stop. Alpha, you've done it now 4 fucking times and I'm fucking getting pissed off here. I'm saying in order for the sensors on these pieces of equipment to work properly, they have to be calibrated. And part of the process of that calibration is taking into account the calculation of the curvature of the Earth. Otherwise, these sensors would not work properly, and the information would not be able to be sent on various different types of platforms.
Dude, I think you're speaking
satellite imagery, the Bitcoin blockchain network.
You're speaking way out of your depth.
That's
dude.
wrong.
You're speaking way out. I think even for Globers, you're speaking way out of your depth. You're saying a lot of things that are incorrect, bro. I'm serious. Even the ones who do believe that the Earth is a globe and the satellites are a reality to them, you're saying things that are wrong. So I'm just saying, just energy.
So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong,
bro.
Prove me wrong.
Yeah. So first of all, you're saying
show me some Show me some corroborative evidence.
Dude, you're saying so many things, and you haven't provided any evidence to support any of that what you just said, unless you're able to.
I've shown multiple fucking things, and everyone who's been here since I came in here knows that I brought multiple pieces of evidence forward. You haven't brought forward a single.
No, you didn't.
Bring me some piece of
everything you just
evidence.
said. Jubacabra. Everything you just said, you didn't support anything with evidence. No, nothing in the text channel. Zero
declarations.
Yeah, you're declaring things.
The multiple pieces of information that I posted are about satellites that require to compensate for the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, you're just declaring that to be the case.
You're saying it, bro.
They're in the fucking text chat.
Really?
Look at the documentation.
Where's the documents? Let's look at them. I don't see any documents.
You're declaring that because you believe that there's tin cans orbiting the Earth. This has to work.
Tin cans, my guy. They're really tin cans that they're using for Starlink, my guy.
Chupacabra. You had him on the roads, and he got the best of you, dude. He's won this.
In what way? Beyond him just going, you know what?
Dude, Alpha won this. Alpha won this one.
Okay,
there's no contest. Yeah, there's no contest.
Not necessarily because he was correct in terms of the debate. You're absolutely right, but he got the best of you, man. You had him on the road.
Okay, buddy. Thanks.
You're the one that's shouting and screaming and getting pissed off, and he's cool as a cucumber.
So I hope everyone listening can hear me cool and as a cucumber and not making any points whatsoever. Not
I agree with you, man.
Shut the fuck up and let me finish fucking talking. Holy shit! You're the main reason why I've been getting so fucking angry.
Calm down.
That was Alpha.
You and the fact that Alpha has not made a single point beyond saying nope. You're wrong.
Just breathe.
That's been his entire argument.
Just breathe, man.
Bro, hey, maybe if you stop,
brother.
How about you stop fucking interrupting me, and I can be absolutely fucking calm. I'm not losing my mind. I'm not fucking having a fit. You guys are just apparently never had someone be emotionally fucking through the roof because someone's so fucking stupid.
I mean, Jubacabra may be emotional, but you guys aren't really helping or being productive because you guys aren't actually.
You don't give a fuck what you have to say, dude. Shut the fuck up.
I mean, I would assume
he's not giving anybody a chance to say anything at the moment.
Right?
Yeah, but Provoke, it's like this, man. It's like this. We're just all we're doing is,
and then Alpha's just gonna latch on to somebody else speaking up. Alpha, how about you answer one assertion that's been brought forward to you beyond just saying you're wrong?
Assertion. He just said it himself. They're assertions.
That's cool.
But he hasn't answered a single thing brought forward to him besides saying you're wrong.
I declare this to be true now.
Yes, and I provided evidence. He has not provided any evidence to anything.
I was just going to respond to your friend because he had he's saying that we didn't help anything by, not giving you any information. But the problem that we're having is this whole thing was built on your idea that the satellites are providing evidence that the Earth is a globe. And that's what I was telling you. You don't know that. So we went all the way back to figuring out what the premise was for people establishing before satellites went up into orbit, how they even are going in orbit, around the Earth being a globe.
Sure.
So when we're looking at Eratosthenes, we're trying to figure out, did they know that the Earth is a globe or did they assume it?
They made the assumption.
Right, that's what we were talking about. So
yes, I know, and that is not an answer to anything that I've brought forward. They made the assumption. That assumption was built upon. That assumption turned out to be correct. What is your counter to any of this?
That is not correct.
How? Show me evidence of how it's not correct.
You're just declaring it to be correct, man.
Yeah,
you haven't shown how
the evidence that it is correct, but not just with the satellites, but with the various other technologies that require and have to calculate for it. You haven't. All you've said.
Well, you're just declaring that that's the case.
You're just saying.
You weren't here for the part of the discussion where I went through the documents that were. Part
I've been listening the whole time.
Correct. Correct relative to what? Correct relative to what standard?
Oh, leave him
What
alone.
standard are you
Leave
correcting
him
it to?
alone, guys. Leave him alone.
Good question,
No,
Amish.
Geeks, I don't need you to defend me, buddy. I'll be okay. Alpha,
Dude,
if I'm wrong,
you're not
show
going to
me
win
some.
this. You
Answer
keep
Amish's.
doing the
wrong,
same thing, man.
Provide evidence to your claim.
Answer the last question, dude.
Oh, Christ.
Amish had a good question for you.
Yeah, so thanks, Viking. So correcting to what standard? What ideal? A globe? Oh.
A spheroid, yeah.
Chupacabra, come on, man. Like, is this your first time in the flat Earth room?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah, you've been here
Just take
before,
this as,
dude.
then, dude, just take this as like a lesson. You had him on the ropes, like you were making good progress.
Thanks, Geeks. Thanks, buddy.
But Alpha got the best of you here. Like, the rules are different.
Yeah, thanks for the psychoanalysis, bro. We need to
Alpha, again, you haven't. You've not brought nothing with you.
He's still saying the same thing.
Yes, Geeks, because there's nothing else that I have to bring forward here, right? This discuss. I've made my assertion, and all Alpha has responded with is no, you're wrong, and we have to go back to where the idea came from.
No, there are different ways. There are different ways of approaching an argument. Okay, this is one way.
You're not my debate team coach. I appreciate it, buddy.
Trolling you.
Alpha. Okay, we've established where this foundational assumption came from, right? We went back, we had that discussion. The assumption is there. Are you saying that this assumption is wrong?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Now, okay, so in what way if it's wrong, that means that there has to be a correct version, correct? There has to be a correct assumption?
Well, there has to be something that's correct, not as far as Eratosthenes, but something that's true.
Him. Right.
So if we're
what
saying,
do you think is true?
So what's true is that the Earth is not measured to have any curvature whatsoever. So it's observed as a flat stationary plane. It's measured as one, and it's practically used as one as well. So when we're talking about the Earth, in relation to it, we have to know either it can be measured as a curved surface, or it can't be, because like if it's an oblate spheroid of a specific size, right? They put the information or the numerical value to like the radius and the diameter and the circumference. When you type it into Google, like what is the size of the Earth, you're going to get some numbers spit back at you, and those values are important because if somebody got those values, they actually have to come from a place of knowledge. Like where did they get that from? So my question has always been, who's measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history, right? And so we're going to try to find out the drop over the distance relative from an observer standing on the Earth, and looking off into the horizon, preferably over a large body of water. So what we need to do is make sure that if the Earth is curving like the way they're claiming it is, a large body of water would represent the best place without land topography to show us that it is curving in a specific way. So we need to find out the predictable amount of Earth curvature that would be there if the Earth is curving in a very specific way, like they tell us, 8 inches per mile squared. Now, if that's the case, then we're going to have to see if the predicted amount of Earth curvature is going to obstruct an observer viewing at a long distance observation. So you're going to make a long distance observation to the horizon. Hopefully you put a distance marker between you and the thing in the distance, so you can know, like if I'm looking at the horizon, something between me and the horizon will demarcate a distance. After I get that information, I'm going to say, okay, for a 6-foot observer, I'm going to see how far I can see to that horizon according to the Earth being a globe with a specific set size of dimensions. So the Earth being, 3959 radius and 24,901 miles in circumference, I'm going to establish how much curvature there would be there blocking my view, like, where the boats disappear behind and all that good stuff. So once I establish that place where the boats disappear behind is at a certain distance, I'm going to be able to predict every time where I'm not going to see something because it'll disappear behind that curvature. Absolutely 100%. So what happens is when any one of us, right? If we were to get inquisitive and go to the beach ourselves and do this line of sight test, we're all going to find out that the Earth's predicted amount of Earth curvature that should obstruct an observer viewing off into the distance to the horizon will not be obstructed by the Earth's curvature. at a specific distance, where it should be, where the predicted amount of Earth's curvature should be. In fact, we're going to see beyond the predicted amount of Earth's curvature that would obstruct a viewer, an observer, and we're going to see much, much, much farther than the predicted amount, which means that the Earth isn't curving at the set rate that it's supposed to be to obstruct a viewer at a specific line of sight distance. So if you say, hey man, I saw this thing at 30 miles away, well, that can't happen on the Earth being a globe, because you, as an observer standing on the beach, are seeing something disappear from the bottom up. That means that we have confirmation, if it is a globe, that at a specific distance, the Earth can be predicted to have curvature that would obstruct your view. And if that's not the case, then you don't have a Earth being a globe as they claim it is. But if that is happening at a much farther distance, or not at the predicted distance, then we have a lack of information, or we don't have the information correctly. Something's going on that we can look at other things like angular resolution or the distance to the thing that we're seeing.
Do you believe that people's eyesight is a 100% objective metric?
Well, I say that everybody's eyesight would be different, so you can't stand on the eyesight being 20/20. Like you have to be.
Do you believe that that what a person sees is always what exactly represents reality?
I would say that if we don't see what exactly represents reality, we can explain what the thing is we're seeing. In the case of let me just give you a case. Let me give you a case real quick. In the case of like a mirage, right? A superior or inferior mirage. You might not be able to detect like what's in the far distance because you see it really wavy or something. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is you'd be able to.
Wait. That's not. I know that's not what you're saying. I don't think that's what you're saying.
Okay.
What I'm trying to say here is that without using a completely objective metric, some type of tool that can remove any type of perceptual error that could come down to using a human eyeball, which is affected by many things. I mean, we can just compare the comparison of looking up at the moon with your eyes and taking a picture with your phone. The reason why it's so different is because the phone doesn't deal with the many type of lensing artifacts that you get with using the human eye, right? So yes, to say what you would be observing in your experiment is correct. I agree with you. However, that does not mean that the foundational measurements and systems that are being used to then later on make an assumption and put more objective measuring devices in the sky and further into orbit to then use lasers, to use optics, to use infrared, to then take measurements of the planet, right? Just because we didn't have the exact measurement and we had perceptual problems to deal with at the time does not mean that the foundations of those technologies are false.
Right, but that again falls into the pragmatic fallacy.
No, it doesn't.
Because of something that you say
that's just
technology.
Nope.
Yeah, listen. Yes, it is. Because you say something works, or it works because of your premise, would be fallacious. So if I could tell you, well, that's actually working outside of what you think it is, because if you think it's a globe, I say that the Earth isn't measured that way, so it's working just fine. The Earth not being a globe.
I'm saying, but I'm saying they don't. I'm saying that the measurements that I would say before we put these tools up, I would say it could go either way. But we've put the tools up. They've done the measurements, and that they've shown the curvature is there, and they've shown that it's shape. Says the fucking data.
Okay, I'll tell you what. Let's do this. Let's just table this argument for another time.
No.
Yeah, we got a room full of people. So
you don't have anything to corroborate anything that you've tried to say beyond the fact of the most basic hypotheticals of someone standing and looking at a horizon and us trying to figure out where the idea of measuring the fucking precession of the sun came from. Those are all the things that you've said. You haven't responded to a single fucking point that's been brought forward to you in the slightest. All you've done is deflect.
They came from flat Earth measurements.
Yeah,
came from flat Earth measurements, actually.
Yeah, we just want to keep it open. Yeah, but you brought some good energy. I think that's most important. You had that really good energy. Everybody's kind of like, you packed it in here, so everybody's kind of excited about it. So people want to speak. I'm just going to open up the floor so that if anybody has any questions, I'm not saying for you to leave. I'm just saying, let's see if there's anybody else wants to talk. Because you and I have been kind of talking for quite a while.
Yes, because you haven't said anything.
But we ain't going anywhere, dude. I'm here all the time.
Because we aren't going anywhere because you're not responding to anything and not saying any points.
Well, that may
all
be your,
you've brought
that
up
may
could
be
be
your
summarized
idea.
in 3 sentences. You got to go back to where the history of the metric came from. We don't know based on the idea of someone standing and looking at the horizon, and you're wrong. Those are the only points that you've made, and you haven't corroborated them with anything.
Okay. I'll let you kind of like think about what the next interaction would look like. But let's see if this is anybody else that wants to chime in. What you guys have heard so far. Maybe you have another argument. Welcome to the Flat Earth room. So 24/7 Flat Earth has a Discord as well. If anybody wants to drop the link to that, you can do so. We're being live streamed on YouTube, guys. We got people listening on the live stream. We're also on Rumble, and we have a lot of information in our Discord server. Welcome to the channel, #1 channel in the politics server. Appreciate you guys. It's all because of you guys, and we're keeping the energy. So, yeah, thanks for everybody that's joining us right now. I just want to give a shout out to the team really quickly, guys, and I'll be out of your hair. We got, let's see, in the team right now, Clay Under Seal's hanging out with us. Going down the list, going to jail, but deafened and muted. Heretic's the big man that owns this room, so appreciate you, bro. We got Julius J hanging out. Matrix, what's up, brother? Migo Wego. Mix kind of he's in there, but Mr. Amish is, of course, he's one of the moderators here, guys. Appreciate you, sir. Going on the list, Quad, but he's deafened and muted. Who else? We got T-Dub. What's up, T-Dub? Under Heaven Earthers in here. Old dude, he's at the bottom. We got some moderators in here, so appreciate you guys. And if anybody wants to jump in, the floor is open for now. We'll continue with Mr. Jupacabra at a later time, but we just want to open up the floor for new people. So anybody that wants to join in?
After this song.
Yeah, I have to do an introduction because I think it's 24/7 is a brand, geeks.
No,
We've
dude.
been a brand.
I'm joking. So. That was a good little radio kind of thing that you had there. I like
every
it.
now,
I like
every now and
voice
again, we kind of do a plug. We do a plug because of the fact that we know that people want
to
know.
Are you talking to people in
here?
Are you talking to people in here, or are you talking to people listening outside?
Everywhere. Because like this gets put on the internet, so we're actually these interactions get kind of logged to a YouTube channel. So yeah, all of our interactions are logged, so we can review them if we need to. And that's how we refine. We review, refine. It's pretty cool.
Wish.
All right. Who did you say was in here that wants to speak to us? Peace.
She left, unfortunately.
Well, that's too bad.
Yeah. She's a spicy one, though. That's all she said.
Amish, Amish, if you got a lot of dry powder, bring it up.
That's all right, man. We don't mind. We got Crazy
You didn't give a
World
shout. You didn't give a shout out to geeks, though. You're number one.
No, but
number one issue troublemaker.
Yeah, you're an enigma too, just like Rob Noxious.
Based little shit.
Yeah, I'll take that. Based little shit. You didn't give.
We got Crazy World in here. What's up, Crazy World? Some of you guys that are in here, brand new to the channel, what's up? Let's see, who else is in here? Provoked. Hey, what do you think about the interaction? Are you provoked? Maybe not. He probably fell asleep by his PC.
Oh, Blood Sticker is in here as well. Get him.
Who?
So at what point do I bring it? Do I keep pushing you on this, Alpha?
Oh, you can. I'm here all the time, man. You can keep coming back.
I mean, I'm not going to repeat myself at this point. I'd like
you don't have to, but
I'd like for you to give something, like anything really that doesn't involve you trying to berate me for using some type of something.
I don't know about berating you, but
I mean that's what you it's what you've done. Like you've said, I don't know you've said your responses to the things I brought forward that I'm wrong, that we have to go back and understand the types of measurement that were used, that the experiments that I brought forward weren't correct, and that I don't know what I'm talking about.
Well,
those are your responses so far.
Weren't you?
And those are valid responses.
Yeah, weren't you enlightened? Weren't you enlightened by the information? I mean,
not
when
really.
we went through it,
you haven't given any
not really.
information.
So,
you haven't given me any information so far. All you've done is had me go and look for more info. It hasn't supported any of your answers.
I thought you weren't going to repeat yourself. That's exactly what you're doing.
Because I'm not repeating my points. I'm saying I'm repeating myself in the fact that he hasn't brought anything forward.
It's all right.
Okay.
Geeks,
I'll DM you, Jupacabra, if you want to hear from me. There's just it's
You're
just.
gonna tell me to calm down. Don't bother.
No, just
no. I don't give a shit about your calm. I'll
he's
DM
gonna
you,
send,
and there's
he's gonna send you a analysis of flat earthers.
So Alpha, you think that the land that we're on is a large flat object, and the sun is what's moving in the three axes? Yeah.
No, I don't think that's the case.
So what do you think?
I'm heading off. Good chat, boys. See you boys later. I love you all. Take care.
See ya.
All right. Yeah. Good luck with this guy.
Who won the debate?
Who won the debate?
I feel like I lost because I didn't get anywhere.
No, well, you did. You did. Yeah, maybe it's your first interaction in here.
I don't think you could call that a debate. Really, I brought forward assertions and evidence, and Alpha just told me that I'm wrong. That's it. That's all that happened.
Well, we're trying to figure out how you know what you know. So,
sorry, guys. Can I interrupt for a moment?
Sure, Anthony. Go ahead.
I've been here for about 10 minutes, and I've heard about this evidence that's been brought forward about 74 times.
Well, you missed the part of the conversation where we talked about it. Sorry.
I wouldn't mind taking a look at this evidence that's been brought forward.
It's in the chat, and and in the context of what that evidence is, I was talking about how there are multiple different types of commercial satellite systems that require the calculation of the curvature of the Earth in order to calibrate the different types of sensors that they use in order for their information to be accurate. That was my original assertion.
Let's have a look. Let's have a look at this, bro. If you can repost it in the chat, because I mean, I've seen documents that literally state the complete opposite. That like there's military documents that state that you have to assume that you're on a level stationary plane when you're, say, flying the the airplane, or using.
We're not talking about airplanes. We're not talking about airplanes.
Okay, well, irregardless of what we're talking about, I'm just saying.
No, because Anthony, what you said is correct. If you're in an aircraft that's traveling within atmosphere and you're only and you're at 10,000 feet, then obviously you're going to be assuming you're operating on a flat plane.
It's like
because you're
ballistics,
moving.
bro. It's not necessarily planes. It's also ballistics. So, like, you're firing a rail gun.
We're not talking about rail guns, my guy. We're talking about geosynchronous and low Earth orbit satellites.
Okay, irregardless of what we're talking about, I'm just saying that there's documents as well that assume that state.
But you can't say irregardless of what we're talking about and then say, oh, I have stuff that refutes what you're talking about.
I'm not saying that it necessarily refutes it. I'm just saying there's documents as well. I'd like to see those documents, right, that you're talking about.
Wait, but documents as well that what?
Saying I'd like to see the
document. You have document. No. You said, I've heard about this evidence. I'd like to see the documents because I see documents that refute that to the opposite. And then I pushed you on that, and now you're just saying you've seen some documents.
I never said that they refuted it. I just said that there's documents that state, right, that, this that needs to operate this machinery or whatever.
Which machinery?
To be assumed that it's a flat stationary plane, right? Level plane.
Which machinery?
You guys, anybody have a copy of what we're talking about, where they state that it's a level stationary plane? I think it's for rail guns or something like that, or is it for
rail guns?
Well, it always floats around.
A projectile would be moving at multi-Mach speeds.
Yeah, but like if you want to hit a target,
right,
If you want to hit a
Yeah,
target,
because it's moving so fast that the curvature of the Earth does not and the motion of the Earth does not create Coriolis, so it would be irrelevant in that situation to a certain range. Has nothing to do with anything that we're talking about or the evidence that I brought.
You've got a railgun that's fired, like it has a target that's a line of sight that's say like 5 miles away.
Yes.
Wouldn't it would have to calculate whether the Earth is curving
no,
or
because
whether
of how
the Earth
fast the projectile is moving.
What do you mean? The pace of the projectile is irrelevant.
With bullets, with bullets, right? They fire in a curvature arc. That is because the speed and force that they have at that distance is still being affected by Coriolis and gravity. With the railgun, because it is going so figgity fucking fast at 5 miles, that curvature it doesn't come into the equation early enough in the motion of the projectile for it to be relevant.
If it was 5 miles away, wouldn't it miss its target?
No,
by like
because
7 feet?
because it is going. The reason why bullets and all that stuff would move is because of what I just said, and the railgun is moving fast enough. If it is moving fast enough, there's a certain theoretical point where that projectile wouldn't have to take that into consideration. That has nothing to do with the discussion that we're having with the calculations and the calibrations of geosynchronous and low Earth orbit satellites and the various sensors and tools that they use.
Can we take a look at these?
Yes, you can scroll up in the chat, search under my name, and you will find the documentation. I've already closed the tab. I don't want to go looking for it again, my guy. So, Alpha, we're just gonna leave it at that, huh?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I just feel like it's a good stopping point. I don't know if you feel like you want to continue.
I mean,
would you drink a Red Bull or something?
What? No, that's cancer.
Would you? Or you a organic person or what? Nothing but clean stuff.
Not necessarily. I just don't drink that fucking cancer.
Oh well.
You a vegan?
No, God, no. I actually mostly only eat meat and protein.
Well, something we agree on.
Smart, buddy. Energy drinks will fuck you up, man. Smart, man.
Yeah, I try to minimize the amount of sugar just in general.
All right, 3 Red Bulls a day.
That's
Louise.
You're gonna fucking die, dude. You gotta stop.
I hope you enjoy kidney failure.
Yeah, you're gonna die at 40, man.
I don't care. Get you to the day, bro. When you're fucking landscaping all day, you tell me what the fuck to do.
Yeah. Wait an hour and a half after you wake up and drink some black coffee with no sugar. You'll be fine.
Drink some freaking good coffee roasted by somebody you know.
Coffee's toxic. Fuck that shit.
Oh, it's not. You're out of your mind.
Bean sludge.
All right, let's talk about the topic of the room. Do you guys have any evidence of the Earth being a globe?
Yes, I brought it forward multiple times, and you haven't responded to any of it.
I know you have an argument, but I'm waiting for the new guy, Spork.
Yeah, you're deflecting every time. You've done this.
I just joined here to listen.
Fucking deflecting, my guy. I don't know how you're supposed to be apparently the one leading.
This is what you
do,
here.
But you're just not. You're like I've made all my points, and then you've just not done anything. And then when I press you on it, you've grabbed at any opportunity to deflect to bring up somebody else. Obviously, no one else wants to say anything because they've had all this time to bring it up.
I think you're scaring them away, dude. They don't want to speak because you're overpowering.
Yeah, get a new mic. Yeah.
You're really up on that mic.
Is your mic up your fucking ass? What the fuck?
It doesn't matter. Talk about the points, not my mic.
All right. So let's just see if there's any sports.
Sure,
might have wanted to
I'll
say
mute
something.
myself. Let's see if anyone else wants to bring anything up.
No, I just joined here to listen. I am a glober though, but
All right. So what makes you think the Earth's a globe, Spork?
because I don't really deny the evidence that we have.
Well, what evidence you think we
I'm
have?
not going. all the pictures and stuff and the satellites and shit.
Okay, so pictures and satellites.
I don't think it's fake. Like I don't think it's fake.
You don't think it is, but could it be?
No, in my
No.
opinion, no.
Your opinion, no. But you
Like,
said I don't
what's
think
the
it
point
could
in
be
them
fake.
lying to us? I don't know.
Well, they're controlling a narrative, the narrative that the Earth is a globe, and
Who's
if they control wherever you get the information from.
So the entire commercial space industry is in on it. Is in on the.
Well, Spork is asking
Every
the question. I'm
single
trying to give him-
employee. I just don't believe it.
Well, not every dude. Most people just go to work and go home. They don't think about deceiving mankind. You know, like that's not the point of going to work at a.
Yo, I have
an
proof
organization.
of the Earth being flat.
Yeah, what's your proof?
Well, when I see you in real life, I'm gonna flatten you out.
That's such
so
a
that's like right
teenage thing
there.
to say. That's a teenage thing
Could you
to
come?
say.
That was could you come meet me?
That was actually
You're
a
like
really good joke, dude.
That's
That was
an
really
internet. That's an internet tough guy, dude. We don't need that kind of stuff.
Excuse me.
Convenience.
Yeah, just an internet.
I'm
tough guy.
4'9"
Relax.
and really strong. So
No one really cares, dude. What do your muscles do in this place here? What are they
Why do
doing
you have
in this
Alpha
place?
in your name? You're like 40.
Alpha. So
What's
this
up
guy,
with
you'll
Okay.
engage with, huh?
Well, he's just
Very
being.
convenient
You know,
guy.
he's just
Well,
being
they're
silly.
scared of me. They're scared of me, right? They're
Of
scared
course,
of me.
everybody's scared of your
Fascinating.
avatar. It's a very
Alpha
scary
V,
avatar.
like he knows to behave around me.
You're not just
He'll
gonna
get
tell this guy to
slapped
be
up if he
quiet and
doesn't.
talk
He'll
to
get
sports
slapped
without a
up.
question. Alpha, I think you're just a fucking grift, my guy. At the end of the day,
He is a
Like,
grift.
I think you're just. I honestly, based
He's
on
all
this
he's been on
interaction
Discord for like 10 hours, bro. This guy's fucking. It's Tuesday, bro. Go get a job, bro.
I really think you're grifting, Alpha. I don't think you actually believe whatever it is you might purport.
I'm pretty
to say
sure most of the
something to do
people
with
in this
flat
channel
Earth.
are like really old and retired, so that they don't really.
Stop sucking them off. Shut up.
Forward. You seize any opportunity to deflect. You engage with interruptions. Like it's just a grifter, man.
Yeah, you are a grifter, Alpha. That's why you're getting quiet too. Notice how he's not saying anything. He's reading off the fucking. He's trying to read the script.
What's the average
Alpha
age
has
for
a
flat
script.
earther, do you think?
Man, I really love these globe evidence arguments today. They're very strong.
Shut up. Fuck
Yeah,
you.
hey, Clay, I've brought forward multiple bits of evidence consistently throughout the whole conversation. If you wanna try in any type of
I
conversation,
can only listen to people that don't sound like as if they're
Fuck
about
you.
to have
Yo,
a
shut the fuck up,
stroke.
Clay. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, your name's Clay, bro, and you
average
sound like
age
you're
of a
from
flat
like
earther
Bulgaria,
is
bro.
like
Shut up.
35 to 50.
I'm from
Clay,
Germany, but nice.
Yeah, you're
argument,
0-2 in World War, so shut up, pussy, fucking loser. Shut up.
Is that your globe evidence?
Before we US you again, bro. You want to get America? You want to get America?
Clay,
Is
here's my
that,
globe
is that your
evidence.
globe evidence?
All my globe evidence.
globe evidence? Bro.
There's gonna deal with this fucking guy, please. Thank you. Okay. Hey, Clay, my evidence is the evidence I put forward in the chat. You got anything that can corroborate against it?
No,
Well,
I'm eating pizza right now.
Yeah, he's not
okay.
really. I don't think
Okay,
he wants to engage you, Chupacabra. But yeah, if anybody wants to see what he
What
posted,
about you, Alpha? Are you gonna engage
Me?
anything? Yeah, you haven't.
I don't
you
know.
just
I'll think.
haven't engaged a single point.
I'll think about it. But if there's nothing happening within a couple of minutes or whatever, maybe 10, 15 minutes. But if anybody wants to see what he posted, just scroll up in the up there in the chat.
I mean, he can verbalize it if he want to, but I'm too lazy to read anything right now.
I got a timestamp on when he posted this. I've been looking for a while.
What kind of apple are you eating?
Here, I'll add you, Anthony. Hold on.
What kind of apple are you eating?
I'm not eating an apple. I'm eating pizza, man.
That shit was crispy as fuck.
Dude, what do you got? A crispy? You got? Oh, it's thin and crispy. Is that what you're eating?
That dude's eating a burnt ass fucking pizza.
It's a pretzel style dough pizza.
It's crispy as hell.
Very good.
Damn, that's got crunch.
Was it made by Turks?
Turks. What does that have to do with anything, dude? That's
He's
totally
from
left
Germany,
field.
so.
Yeah, I know.
It tastes. It tastes even better when I listen to all these good globe arguments.
It's flatbread, right?
Oh, he got you. He got you.
Yeah, and it's round. Look
And
at
it's
that.
round too.
And there's an iceberg on the edge of it that the government's hiding from us.
Wait,
No,
if you're eating,
you
if
had
you're
a better
eating-
arguments just sticking to what you said.
if you're eating pizza, does that mean you're eating the Earth or?
No, Waz, you can't top what they. Yes, nice try. You couldn't top what they came in with because it was fresh and new. So we don't really have too much. in the way of intellects coming in there. Just a bunch of people saying things. There's a bunch of internet tough guys, huh? I'm 4'9" and I got muscles. Oh yeah, what's that?
I think the most
Alpha
Discord.
is actually
Hold on, Officer Friendly's trying to speak. Go ahead, Officer Friendly.
I was just saying that's Discord people. That's just the kind of people you're gonna get, man.
Oh, internet tough guys? I don't know, man. That's lowbrow though, man. Like, why are you? What are all those muscles doing for anything in here? Like, this really, it's not the way it works.
He's just a bored kid. He's just bored, probably.
Yeah, that's all it is.
Lifting weights, not books.
Well, have you guys realized? Have you guys realized how other people started spazzing out as soon as I mentioned how good these globe arguments are? Because they know they have nothing to say but to have.
Clay, you need to stop. This is actually fucking hilarious. How much of a grift you are in this fucking chat. You've said multiple times now that no one has brought fucking thing any forward, and yet neither you or Alpha will respond to any of the things I brought forward or any of the evidence. Because Alpha, you've been the only one. You're the main contention here. I asked you what evidence you would need to see, and I brought it forward to you, and you just haven't responded to any of it beyond going with simply just deflecting to something else, or with you saying that I'm just wrong. That's it.
Well, I think that you're wrong because you don't know the premise to your argument. That's why you're wrong. Not because you're wrong just because I say you are, because you don't understand the premise.
Because I don't understand the premise, I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Okay, and we went through and showed that I do understand the premise, and I then showed why me knowing that whether or not the premise is right is irrelevant.
Well, yeah, because that means you understand the argument. Otherwise, you don't.
It is irrelevant whether or not I understand the historical fundamental premises of what I'm trying to put forward to you. It's irrelevant.
Yeah, if the outcome is going to be such that you understand the truth of the matter, then yeah, you have to understand what you're talking about. And like, if somebody asks you a question...
So do you understand what you're talking about?
Oh, yeah. That's why I would ask you the question.
Show me how.
Well,
because you said I'm wrong, and I'm disagreeing with you, and yet you have nothing to prove it.
Okay. Well, I don't know. Do you want to continue to talk, or I'll wait till you're done. Go ahead and finish.
Well,
I've said my points multiple times over. All you have said to me is that I don't understand and I'm wrong, but you haven't brought any type of anything to corroborate what your stance is. You haven't actually given a fundamental counter argument to anything that I've said, and all we've done is discuss where the fundamental premise of measuring the Earth came from.
That was my point. That's my point. That's what I'm bringing to you. Is that you don't know what you're talking about.
And I'm telling you. Okay, great. And you showed me. And then we went through that whole discussion and saw how it's irrelevant to the assertion that these satellites that need these calibrations have to take into consideration the curvature of the Earth. And that calculation, which you then forced us to go down the fucking rabbit hole to find where that came from, was a proved assumption that has been proved over and over and over, which has led to these technologies working.
It's not a rabbit hole. It really is just for you to understand everything that you're speaking of. It has to rely on a foundation of knowledge.
And that foundational knowledge is correct.
Well, says you.
Says the various people who have proved it over and over. Says the foundational elements of these systems because they work every single day.
Oh, that's a pragmatic fallacy.
Hey, that's not true at all. Sorry.
Clay,
that's not true. That they work all the time. There's a lot of flights where the inertial reference system is the only redundant system that it falls back to. I can literally post you videos of this, where mid-flight, certain systems will fail with an extreme modern airliners like the A350, 787, and so forth.
And how often do they work?
And then they fly for like 1 to 2 hours with only having the inertial reference system working, which is... also a sufficient way to navigate, by the way.
Yeah, for sure. I agree. Yeah. What's your point?
So the GPS is not always covered. There is not always everywhere GPS covering.
Why is GPS not always covered?
Because there's no dishes flying in a second law of thermodynamics defying vacuum.
No, GPS satellites are not in a vacuum, my guy.
Yeah. So yeah, he's not claiming. You know, he's actually claiming that they're in high altitude, which is kind of something that we all agree with. That technology is above our heads at high altitude, but just not in low Earth orbit where they're claiming to be in the vacuum of space. So
Well, yeah, there's a reason. There's a reason why NASA is the biggest consumer.
Wait, there's a whoa! What'd you say, Officer? Friendly?
Some flat earthers think GPS is land-based technology.
Well, no, like I mean, check this out, man. I'm sorry, Clay, but yeah, some people will say that land-based towers, or getting repeater towers. Yeah, I'm just saying the repeater towers that they're working off of will then be able to say that the information they're getting their data packets are coming from land-based towers.
Yeah, most of it is. It's called differential GPS.
Yes, differential, but like they're getting that information from a ground-based tower, so they're not necessarily. The idea that there are satellites is fine, but it's not working off of the low Earth orbit notion that you think you live off of globe. So there's a lot of things that.
Just saying, by the way, differential GPS requires satellites, my guy. Just saying. You can't have differential GPS.
Okay, what's your point?
Because you're trying to say that there are.
What's your point? What's your point? So what?
You were trying to say that ground towers are
providing. They have to use ground towers to get precise location.
Yeah, but the ground towers require the satellite.
I know they do. I didn't dispute that. What's your point?
The way that the point was being made was that flat earthers say that there are only ground towers, and then you said, differential GPS.
Yeah, it's called DGPS.
I don't think not these flat earthers. Some flat earthers do think that all GPS is a ground-based technology. That is a thing, but I don't think these guys are making that argument.
No. Like, listen, there's a lot of technology that's flying above our heads. That for somebody to dispute that fact, they're not gonna be in a good place because we can prove that. Not what we're saying.
There's conventional aircraft, there's balloons, there's drones, UAVs.
There's many ways you can get something up above our heads. That's not. I think that used to be a hot topic back in the early days of the argument. Not anymore. There's nothing to contend here when it concerns that. Now the idea that it's going around an orbital trajectory around a globe. Now that's something to contend.
So what trajectory do you think it's taking?
Well, it could be taken any number of
No. Okay, Alpha. Now I'm really starting to begin to think that you are actually a grifter, because it's now the fourth time since the beginning of the discussion I've tried to pin you down on what you actually think is real, and you consistently deflect or just be like, well, maybe I don't know this that. Meanwhile,
you interpret it.
Meanwhile, you have asked me to dig down to the foundational element of where measuring the fucking Earth comes from to find out if I understand if my assertion is correct or not. So I want you to say unequivocally what it is you think is going on.
Well, we got stationary satellites. We got ones that are always in motion, and whatever trajectory that they're taking, they're not equal to the others. So they're all in different motions. Would you agree or disagree with that?
Sure. They're different motions from each other. Some of them are in race. Some of them are in like the Starlink ones are literally just a fucking line of them.
Well, what we can say
some
is
of them don't even make any sense.
Yeah, so we're not saying that they're all the same. So they're not taking the same path each one.
They can't. They would bump in. They'd bump into each other.
That's what I'm saying. Why are you getting all up in the tizzy?
Because you're saying it's not them orbiting a globe. You're saying it's them what?
Moving across the sky.
And so, they do a racetrack.
They have their different, places where they travel. So
sure, but I watch a satellite go across the sky from right to left. Yeah. Okay, where does that satellite go for it then to come around, and I then see it again from right to left?
Well,
does it do a racetrack?
Can I put in real quick, and then I have to go? 28 minutes past the hour. Can you explain that orbital path on a globe, Mr. Chupacabra?
Depending on which satellite it is and what it's doing, right? If this is specifically like
so what is that? How does that make sense on a globe?
What do you mean? It goes depending on whether it's low Earth or it's geosynchronous, right?
How does that make sense on a globe? You're an expert. Tell me.
I never once have I said I'm a fucking expert, my guy.
Gravity and inertia.
Ooh.
Yeah. What are the forces causing it to trace an analemma over the Earth? Can you describe the vectors?
Momentum,
its tendency to continue in the same motion and its attraction towards the Earth.
The orbital vector. Diagram the orbital vector. How do you do that?
Hold on, I'll pull up the map. 1 second.
Earth is rotating and orbiting. I want to see those motions reflected in the satellites that trace this analemma that I posted.
Yeah, he's got a GIF in the text channel, Chupacabra. Do you see the GIF?
Yeah, I see it. Hold on.
That don't make.
I'm showing you this to show that you don't know what the hell you're talking about, because I know what that's called.
Those are serious satellites, right? Those are. And what do those satellites do specifically?
I know what they do, but I'm asking if you know, because I don't think you know shit.
That's why I just asked you, Amish.
No,
what specifically those satellites do.
All right, I'm not obligated to answer, but I just want to reveal and expose some things.
All right. So you're not going to engage in the fucking conversation. You're doing the same fucking thing that Alpha's doing, and you're just deflecting it with answers. I don't know what I'm talking about, therefore we can't have this fucking discussion. Get the fuck out of here, bro.
Right. Those are communication satellites, and that is called a tundra orbit. You don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, great. And I'm assuming those communication satellites probably doing that type of orbit for a specific reason, right?
You assume anything you want about satellites because you don't know what they do.
Am I right or am I wrong?
Yeah, you're right. You assume what you don't know. You don't know jack.
Okay, buddy.
All right. So who else we got in here? Welcome to the channel, guys. Well, we got the dude just joined the chat. What's up, Timbo? We got the same old people that we had here. Just a few more joined us. Welcome, guys. Good morning.
That divulged. He sounded like he was all right before.
Who?
Wasn't that the guy that brought up the PDF with the satellite photographs?
Yep,
that's him. He's still here.
Why is he yelling now?
Oh, he's been going back and forth. He yells. He doesn't yell. It's
just because Alpha and Amish just don't have any points, and
one thing I will say.
Angry.
I don't know.
Getting worked up never helps, man. You just gotta stay chill. The last time I was in here, Alpha was actually worked up like a motherfucker, but it looks like he's chilled out since then.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that you actually talked about a specific point, Officer Friendly. It just depends. Some days you can be like that. Some days you can be chill. I don't know. Just honestly, I think that debates could be kind of free, but just not too belligerent where people can't understand what's going on. Like audio chaos. I think that's way over the limit. But I think, so long as you can express yourself without being like, okay, we got to have it regimented. Where only 10 minutes you speak this way and 10 minutes I don't know. Because a person doesn't feel like they're expressing themselves. And that's kind of one thing I would say. He might sound like it was getting a little hot under the collar, but I will say that he's still all right. I don't know. It's just maybe somebody can't take what he's saying because of how he's saying it, like Chupacabra. But I get it. I get that way sometimes. We all do. Come on, let's not play games here. We're not all just fucking listen. We're not all just like robots gonna be like, well, just everybody stay calm. Like, I mean, in a perfect world, right? But everybody's got their own, some days you feel like getting in there and duking it out. Some days you just want to chill.
I mean, there are calm people that like stay pretty calm like almost all the time. Not everyone gets really antsy.
I get pissed
that's
off.
fake as fuck though, but I think.
Not really.
Yeah.
I think it's
just different people are different.
Different strokes for different folks. Who knows?
Yeah.
I don't know. I just feel like if you shouldn't feel like every conversation needs to be that way.
Yeah, of course. I agree.
Maybe.
That's boring. Yeah, if everyone's the same, life is boring, man.
Right. Nathan Oakley's pretty calm.
Some people rub different personalities up the wrong way. Like, you can have someone who's really calm with certain people, and then when a certain type of personality comes in, they just fly off the handle,
Yeah.
It just
triggers
depends
a certain
on what
thing
you
in them.
like and what annoys you about someone, or
Yeah, some people rub you up the wrong way.
One of the things I was saying that one time I came in like super hot was when the conversation was happening about flight paths. Like a 2017 argument was taking place in this channel, and people were on both sides like, no, that's not the way it works. The flight paths work this way. I'm like, Jesus, dude, we're back to this again. Like, we fucking ironed this shit out a long time ago. Like, we shouldn't go back to this.
I was gonna jump in. Was that like a couple of days ago or a day ago?
No, it was, I can't really tell. Remember, but it was it was just being had, the conversation, and everybody was just like going in. They were going ham on both sides, and I was like, this is not. What is going on?
That was it. I remember. I heard. I had my shitty headphones in, and I heard Scott Mackey saying the distances between these places, and I was like, "Fuck!
Yeah,
I want to jump. I want to jump in."
Yeah, exactly
Can
that.
I bring up a
Distance.
point?
I think fuel. Go ahead, Professor.
Yeah,
You can bring it.
it wasn't Scott Mackey. It was that other kid.
It was
I don't
somebody.
know,
That was not Scott Mackey.
I don't know what this means, but I just figured it out yesterday. So when you look at the sun from like on the ground level, right? It's pretty small. It's like maybe the size of a quarter or like a 5 cents, you know. And then I just saw a video of someone in a plane filming the eclipse. But the sun is huge in the airplane video. It's like a fucking like basketball. It's fucking huge. So why
the reflection huge or the actual
The
thing that you can
atmosphere,
see with the
atmosphere
shadow?
affects how
Yeah.
human eyes can perceive the sun and the moon. That's why when you take a picture of
No,
the
but
moon,
it's just like if it's 80 billion kilometer whatever the fuck miles away,
93 million miles.
and then you go fucking what only 10,000 meters or 10,000
because of
feet up in the air, it's gonna get that much bigger. It's impossible. It's literally impossible.
No, Professor, because your eyes perceive things differently when it's looking through the atmosphere. That's
Yeah,
why
but he was.
if you take a picture, if you take a picture of the moon, right? You know how
the
it's
other
really
way.
it was really small and
Well,
weird.
let's just hear what he has to
Did you
say, though,
just-
Chupacabra. I
did
don't
you
know.
just shush me?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, I already asked. That was my question. That was just my
You
question.
get
It was just,
shush, bro. What the?
my question was just like, why is it so much bigger when you're in an airplane than when you're on the ground level?
All right,
Well,
all right.
Again, because when you're looking at the sun through the atmosphere with your own eyes, you're seeing a much different perception of the light than if you're looking at a video that someone's taking with a sensor that's capturing light that's coming through a much less amount of atmosphere and into the window of the plane.
All right. So, does Patricio have anything he wants to add? What's up, Patricio?
I think I'm European, so I am inherently superior to everyone in this call.
All right. Okay.
Oh golly!
Imagine being.
Hey, we got an internet tough guy. We got a guy.
Also, the Earth is flat. The Earth is flat as well.
Yeah,
there we go.
That's something that we agree with. All right, so I guess.
Okay, buddy.
Oh, you're a retard.
Well,
That's
so
crazy.
Hey.
I mean, they're agreeing with you, my guy. Like unironically.
No.
Well,
I'm the only correct. I'm the only person here that is correct. You are all incorrect, regardless if you're on my side or not. If you're on my side, you are still incorrect.
I'm gonna go make.
I think you're. I think you're
I'm
incorrect.
yelling at you, Atlas. Or sorry, Alpha.
I bet your parents.
Yeah, I know it is.
I bet your parents
You'll get
hate you.
addicted to it.
I'll probably be back to yell at you more later.
All right.
How do
Is
we
anyone
know that
gonna
you're?
answer my question?
How do we know that you're
Other than
correct
that guy?
about being correct? About being incorrect?
Hey, where in Europe are you from, man?
Well, I'm from Afghanistan, but I live in Germany.
Oh, dude. Yeah.
So no one answered my question though. Is the sun actually 80 billion, whatever the fuck, miles away?
No way of
No.
measuring it.
Yeah, we'll let the Glovers.
Why
actually,
wouldn't it be?
We'll let the Glovers come in here and
Glovers.
yeah, where are they at? Globers, where you at? No, seriously, if you guys think the Earth is a globe, answer this guy. He wants to know, how do we know the sun is 93 million miles away? Go ahead.
Yeah, it goes from 50 million to 60 million to 70 million to 80 million in 20 years. Makes
Let's
no
go.
fucking sense.
Anybody have the answer to that question? Because he's asking it. We got answers? Let's
I
go.
also want to know from flat earthers, like, what's your?
What is the specific question?
Hold on, Clay. He wants to know how we got the distance to the sun.
Oh,
We don't have one.
So, well, that's our answer. But let's see the Glovers come in. What answer do they have?
Put a
Guys,
stick in the ground.
Where's the Glovers at? There ain't no Glovers in there. Just
Put a
us.
measuring tape from the Earth to the sun. Yeah.
I can
it's
be
the
a
length-
glober for a minute.
Let's
Can
use
answer that.
let's use the Eratosthenes method. The length of a stride. All right. So the length of a stride to the sun.
Yeah, and then measure. You got to measure stadia with camels too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
Can't they use lasers?
Laser camels, dude.
Laser camels.
I don't think they had that invented back then.
T-Rexes, but nah, but like lasers,
Like you
bro,
guys,
like lasers.
all right, but like the
can,
question,
measure stuff.
no, seriously though, the question would be for anybody that's in this chat: if you think the Earth's a globe, how did they figure out the sun's 93 million miles away?
They flew to it.
Yeah, that's an answer. It's not the right one.
Actually,
Okay, here's another one.
North
Here's another
Korea
one.
did
Let's
claim
change
recently that they landed something on the sun.
It's a bit with gravity, and it involves also going 53,000 kilometers a second through the galaxy. Yet
You know what that sounds like, Professor?
We are still. We don't move. We're not moving. I don't feel any movement when I walk. I feel completely still when I walk on the Earth. And if gravity did
you should
exist,
feel
then
movement
wouldn't
if
it
you're
mean
walking, though.
that if I made a big ball of metal, and what doesn't that mean if I threw a ball at it, my tennis ball would curve towards the huge mass of
You know, the beginning
technically
part
I
of
could
what
curve bullets. I could curve my shots with gravity.
but let's kind of like pull back a little bit because you're getting way off in the weeds. All right, so if the beginning part of your explanation was something that I could akin to me talking to my wife and trying to make an excuse for like staying up late or doing something like it just sounds like you're saying a bunch of things that nobody understands. It's just
it's complex.
I know, but
how
like,
fast a photon takes to reach from one side to another side. A photon.
no, we're asking the Globers if they know how they got the
Hey,
93
I'm a
million.
Glober.
Okay.
No. I'm asking.
you?
So the sun is going 10,000
not
kilometers through the galaxy, right? And then the Earth is rotating around the sun at another like 15,000, right? So like we're spinning constantly through the galaxy at 25 or whatever the fuck, huge amount of number per second or per whatever. And
800
we don't
miles per
feel any movement. We don't feel any movement. There's no like we fucking slow down, or we're always moving, but yet we're completely still.
Hey, before we
feel no
lose the
movement.
Glober, can the Glober kindly tell us how they got the distance to the sun?
Yes.
Through an equation of motion.
Equation?
So S equals VT. So the time that the photon takes to reach Earth from the sun's surface.
No, how did they get the distance to the sun?
That's what I'm telling you. That they measure it off
Well,
photon
that's
speed.
incorrect.
So then, how are they going to know the time it takes for the photon to get to the Earth if they don't know the distance? But are you just going to back calculate? Are you going to like reverse engineer how you got that?
What's the method by which you could detail one photon like arriving to the Earth? Like what kind of apparatus do you need to actually detect that? What device is that? What do we call that? The photon detector?
Yeah.
Photometer.
The photometer? Like
Dude, you know what I just did? I did how to measure the sun from the Earth in Google. All right, because Google knows, and this is what they came up with. This says the easiest way to get the distance between the sun and the Earth is using the equation of motion.
Really? Okay.
And Google says that
Cool.
is the easiest way.
Okay, so explain that.
Well, they find out how fast the photon travels in a vacuum.
With the photometer, right?
Just the photon in itself. Like this one
Right,
photon.
and how do they know the starting point of the photon that's coming from the sun?
Because they can measure the density and then they can transfer that to the power and the distance of that photon at a specific time.
Dude.
How do they know what density it was when it left the sun?
Because they can tell by the energy it perpetrates from the direction of the sun, and they can calculate that into a measurement.
That's some
crazy.
Wow, dude, that's some Star Trek type stuff right there.
No, it's been going on since the 80s.
What if the light changes its speed based on its medium? How do they know what medium it's traveling through to get to Earth from the sun? How do they know that?
Well, they don't. They don't because they never said it was an accurate measurement. But that's why they have a reference in the vacuum.
Just trying to figure out how they've
But
measured
we can't replicate
this
outer
photon.
space vacuum.
Like, there's a claim about a photon doing something, man. What in the world? Nobody's ever heard.
You know,
Who's
there is
measuring this
something.
photon?
Yeah, there's something in common with headlights and lamps and TV lights and with the sun. Do you know what the relationship is between the light that we make and we see on this planet and the sun?
Yeah, go on, tell me.
Photons.
Photons.
Cool. How do they know the source of the the source of? Well, I asked you before, and you didn't.
Well, I mean, we know when we're watching TV and it's shining in our face, we know where it's coming from.
We don't know anything.
Oh, I mean, we don't know anything, but then we can't talk about anything if you're going to go down that risk.
That's true. But we don't know anything about the sun. So
that's true.
You're saying this photon comes from the sun, and
No.
density that. Hang on, I'm not finished. The density that it when it arrives, the density is different from when it left.
Yeah, science.
How do you know
right?
that?
So,
how do you know that?
How do you know
How do you
know that NASA is completely lying to your ass?
You're
That's not my question.
That's an obfuscation.
No, because every time I point the finger at your flat Earth theory, you guys go, "I didn't say it was flat." You know, like I've been here before. I wasn't born yesterday.
So you're not going to answer. So you don't know the distance to the sun.
Just say you don't know the distance, bro. That's it. If you
They
don't know,
have
just
an
say them.
estimation. They don't know exactly because no one knows
there you
exactly
go.
where anything is, right?
Well, that's all we need. Yep.
Like
We
you
got
guys are pretty clueless when it comes to not knowing anything.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Is that why the sun is always changing? Because it's an estimation.
I got your mum.
We do claim to be clueless in things that you can't have knowledge of. So if you can't call us clueless in things that we can have
Have we all
knowledge
got PhD in science? Have we in this room, or do we?
Yeah,
Tim.
Why do you need a PhD?
Exactly.
Got a PhD.
So why are you accusing me of saying things that I don't understand when you haven't came up with
because
anything?
your claim is the claim is that you know the distance to the sun, and we're like, well, how do you know? Well, I don't know.
Well, I don't know
Okay,
the distance, but there's people that do, you know.
Well,
I do.
That's
I know
fine.
what it is.
That's
I know
good
what
job.
it is.
Well, good for
Can
you,
you
man.
give us? Can you
trust
give us their email?
over
Can
an
you give us their
establishment.
email or their like maybe a contact number so we can talk?
93 million miles.
I can give you that.
I know.
They probably wouldn't respond to you because
why?
All right. What about?
Why wouldn't they? Hold on.
Well, let them speak for themselves. Sir.
Yeah. Why wouldn't they respond? Why wouldn't they respond to us?
Yeah,
Well, I
that's just
think
rude.
it's self-explanatory, really. I mean, you
I
can
don't
only.
know why. Tell me
That's
why.
rude. Let them speak for themselves.
Put it this way.
sir.
Let it put it this way. If everyone was autistic and not one person was normal in society, would society last long?
Oh,
what's that got to do with anything?
That's a zinger
Well,
if
if
I
we
ever
had
heard
that,
one.
What are you calling people?
we
Calling
had
them
to,
all
we would have to
autistic now or something?
extremely put into resourcefulness into looking after these retards, then we wouldn't get anything done.
That's a
Sir,
zinger,
there
man.
are manners cost
Hang on a
nothing.
minute.
Thank you.
No one
I
needs to know.
didn't say anyone's.
Hang on
I
one
didn't say
sec.
anyone's autistic.
No one looks after
I think
me.
you guys are thinking
I look
about
after
it.
myself.
You know.
Well,
Yeah, well,
Good on you.
I'm
sure
a glober,
you
sir,
know.
and I still think that's rude. I'm a glober, and I think that's rude. So watch
Really?
yourself.
You're a
please.
glober and you think that's rude? I mean, the flat earthers probably don't think that's rude.
But
No, it's just
that's relevant. I'm saying what I think. So,
Yeah, and I'm
please
saying
do
what
not be
I'm
rude to these
saying.
gentlemen. They may not agree with you, sir, but they deserve respect nonetheless.
Well,
Thank you.
patronizing is something else, but you know, fucking it goes two ways. If you want to be all fucking high and mighty on my ass, I'll come back twice as hard on your ass.
You guys know?
Oh, we got another tough guy.
Yeah.
We're gonna get to that tough guy.
The globe.
Yeah, buddy.
It's tough. It's tough. Listen, we're gonna dub today Tough Guy Tuesday. How about that? Is that better? Go ahead, Professor.
No, look. I honestly made up all that shit. I just made all that shit up. I was just fucking trolling. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Okay,
yeah, that's very apparent.
Why are you getting so angry about it then?
I thought you were being rude.
I figured it out.
Because it's fun to be angry sometimes.
Water's flat, so that means that the Earth is a square. There you go.
Okay.
I don't think that's true. I'm not sure that's true.
So it means that
It might be.
there's like 6 continents, right? So each continent is a side of a cube.
I can't believe you guys don't
And
know
then because the water's flat, that means
Seven.
That means it's a square. It's a flat square on each six
That's
sides
okay. He
of
can say
the square.
he can get it wrong.
Dude.
He's got this other part wrong, so he's just might as well be all the way wrong.
What
Yeah, go
about
big or go home, right?
Is water flat?
ice cream cone like a cylinder?
What does that have to do with all tea in China, bro?
Well, I mean, we could be living on it. You know, like
Yeah.
Could we?
So
Got
you
him
just,
there, Alpha.
you just went a full troll. You just went full troll. You didn't even
I know that
hold
was
back.
too obvious.
All right.
Hey,
Is there anybody
quick,
else
got
in
there.
here who wants to tell us that the Earth is a globe in 2024? We got Tough Guy
I'll do
Tuesday.
it. I'll
Yeah,
do
but
it.
you've
I'll
been
do
doing it like for what, a couple months straight. Let the new people come in here. I mean, there's been some, the young kid that was hot under the collar for about 2 hours.
I can chat with you, Alpha. Officer Firmly can chat.
Go ahead, officer.
Let's get away. The globe stuff's boring though. What's interesting to me is the flat Earth thing. I don't want the poking holes into the globe theories is boring. Let's do that. Let's do flat
That's
Earth.
fine with me. Go ahead.
On the flat Earth model, why are people in the North Hemisphere versus Southern Hemisphere seeing vertically inverted images from one another, like when they look at Jupiter and such, upside down?
Vertically inverted images.
Yeah.
You're just looking at it from a different direction.
Well, I know what you mean, like using Stellarium or like
the red spot on Jupiter, like the big.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's a hurricane.
That's a
I don't know what
good
you guys,
one.
but it's
That's
vertically
cool, yeah,
inverted.
that's
Like
a
if you're
good
looking from Argentina versus Greenland, for instance.
Yeah.
On the flat Earth model, how are we working this
Someone's
out
looking
here?
north and someone's looking south. That's why.
Well, it just depends on where the person is geographically. But okay, so when somebody sees a specific
And the
thing,
alignment of the planet.
do you want to take the point, Professor? Or?
No, go ahead. I was just gonna add on to that. Is that cool?
Oh, the alignment of the. Would you say the alignment of the planet? You're
Well,
adding
like
that to.
like the angle of which is where it is, and where you're looking from changes everything.
Yeah, exactly.
On a flat Earth, though, so if we have two different observers, just like sticking with the Argentina, like Greenland example, for instance, like from their angular perspective, making the image vertically inverted. In order for that to happen, both observers and the object they're looking at would have to all be lined up on the same x-axis.
Yeah,
right,
so
and then both observers look, and then they're saying vertically inverted.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
But if you deviate that object greatly to one side or the other, though, on a flat Earth, we would never expect them to be seeing a vertically inverted object, whereas on the globe, it works out quite nicely.
Okay, so when hold on a second, I'm just gonna address
this is Alpha. This is Alpha. There's people thirsty here. I'm talking to Alpha here.
Yeah, he's
Relax.
talking to me. That's just I heard you. So, and I was saying this in an argument before. I think it was maybe 2 arguments ago, or so. I'm not really sure. But I was talking about the celestial sphere. Do you remember when I was saying that, Officer Friendly?
I do not, to be honest. I probably was not listening.
So, and I actually want everybody to pull this up if you can, if you don't mind. If you don't mind, if you don't, I don't really care. It's up to you. But pull up the celestial sphere, and you can do a Google search for it if you want. Now, we'd say that's the model by which we represent perspective to be working off of the visual perspective of how we see the sky. The sun, moon, and stars, but namely
real
the stars.
quick, where is the thing I'm supposed to open? Is it in the? I'm not seeing it in the chat.
No. Just type it in. Type celestial sphere into the Google chat. Excuse me, the Google search.
I know what you mean. I got you.
What it's going to do is going to pull up and it's going to talk a little bit about what visually everybody sees in respect to like whatever observer is wherever you are in the world. Things can be mapped out that way so that you can see the stars in a specific location. They also show like certain, and there's different apps you can actually use, but they're all working off the celestial sphere. Basically, in perspective to an observer standing in any geographic location, you're going to be able to see the type of set of stars in your night sky, and also the predictable paths which they're going to take according to where you're at. So all of this is mapped out on a celestial sphere model, right? So it doesn't matter where you are geographically. The thing is, you'll always be able to see the specific night sky in a certain way in whatever location you are, depending on your geographic location. And that's all due to the fact that everywhere you go is going to be a different visual phenomena, right? So you would say that you see things inverted at two geographic locations. I would say that's fine because of the fact that here's the big thing that I'm going to drop on you guys that I think a lot of people may or may not know. Now I'm gonna pose something to you in your mind, and when I say this, just tell me what you think about it. It's real simple, right? When I say flat Earth, what do you think about in your mind? What do you visualize?
I'm visualizing a flat disc and like circular in shape.
Mm-hmm. All right. So we would. This is what I'm saying. I would say that there is no, because you're attributing the phenomena you see in the sky to that. So basically, you're kind of putting that together with what you think flat Earth is, and then saying that can't work. But the position we would take here is that nobody knows the landmass orientation or in conjunction to with the landmass sizes, right? The sizes or the orientation of how everything is splayed out over the Earth. We have more or less kind of like an idea, but there's no corresponding information.
For this particular problem, though, the layout of the Earth doesn't matter. All that matters is whether it's a flat disk. Because if it is, then that object should not be inverted.
But what I'm saying though is the position at which the observer is observing that specific, celestial object. They're not seeing what somebody else is seeing geographically. So I'll give you an example, right? So the moon is a perfect example. You can use something inverted into saying that somebody in Australia is seeing the moon's face differently than somebody in North America. How about that? That's kind of like the same thing, right?
Yeah, pretty similar.
Right, similar. So now I want you to take notice of something. So everybody's observation of the specific celestial object changes for one observer in a specific geographic location. So if you're saying that thing's inverted, you didn't remember that the thing's actually doing a specific I wouldn't say orientation. I guess that's the best way I can put it. For one observer, let's say for you, Officer Friendly, wherever I don't know where you're located in the world, but wherever you're standing outside of the night sky, when you see the moon on your eastern horizon, notice the face of the moon on your eastern horizon. I want you to pay attention to this. If you've never seen this before, take a note of this. You see the face, the way its orientation is. Now, just remember how the way it looks, and as it travels across the sky above your head 90 degrees, it's going to start to change its orientation. And as it reaches the western sky, it would almost be inverted in the same night sky that you're making that observation. The one observer looking at the moon's face and the orientation will change in that one same night sky. So it's not the fact that it's just different orientation in a different geographic location. That same celestial object will change orientation in that same observer's night sky. One single observation that one guy is making of let's say a time lapse or a time period will also invert something, because you've probably never witnessed this, and this is the reason why I'm asking you to do this. I have, so I know I'm speaking from experience, and I want you to experience it too, so you can corroborate with what I'm saying. Because either if you disagree with me, it's going to be based on ignorance, not going to be based on knowledge. So when you go outside and you do this and you see it on the eastern sky, maybe you won't stay up all night to watch it, but you can come back in the morning or wherever the moon is on the western horizon. You'll be able to see that the face of the moon will be at a different orientation from the eastern sky. So that has to deal more with perspective and how you see things. Works great on the celestial sphere. Has nothing to do with anything about any geographic location or us being on a disk. So
that's okay with both models, though, right? Like that's fine with flat Earth. No, if we're gonna say like the moon's a flashlight, facing us, whatever, and it's like moving over us in an arc, like obviously when it's on the other horizon, it would be vertically 100 or 180 degrees rotated, basically.
Well, not so much 180, but yeah, it's very close to similar to what you would think.
And like on a globe, then it works as well with the rotation of the Earth, and that's why it's changing. But I understand that. But
so what I'm saying is, it's identical to our observations because it's following the celestial sphere. It's not following a specific terrestrial model. The terrestrial model that you're thinking is occurring, that's like looking at the sky has in no way telling us anything about the ground. All we're doing is seeing the sky in a very specific way. Right, so I don't know what are the points you wanted to bring up, but
I mean, just like, well, let's just simplify it. Like, forget about like the motion of objects, like terrestrial objects in this celestial sphere. Just at any point in time, with two different observers from a flat Earth visualizing a far off object, I'm not understanding how any sort of change in angular perspective from their different geographical locations on the Earth, irrespective to the makeup of continents or any of that, would ever result in them seeing a 180-degree reflected object relative to someone else standing on the same flat plane. I don't.
Yeah, you're trying to make an argument out of something that I'm telling you already occurs for one observer. So the
but you're talking about the motion of an object over 12 hours. I'm just talking about at one point in time, two observers looking at the same object.
Okay, so the question is, will the moon be inverted at one point for one observer? Like the guy who's in North America looking at the night sky, if he was to stay all night watching the moon, would he be able to see it invert by that one, travel of the moon going from east to west? Will he be able to see that inversion just by him doing that? Just observing.
With tracking it over 12 hours, I don't know that it would be a perfect 180 degrees, like you said, but I'm sure it would be changing because of its path of motion over him. But what I'm saying is much simpler than this and has nothing to do with the motion of any, celestial bodies. I'm just saying 3:52 a.m. wherever you are, Argentina versus Alaska, both looking at Jupiter. Take a picture on a flat Earth. Why in the world would it ever be flipped from what both of them are saying?
Because you're in a different position. So in every position on the Earth will change the orientation.
But a different position on a flat plane would never invert it vertically. It would change what they were saying horizontally. You could have different angles looking at something. But for instance, like if they're looking at something like the number 6, you would never expect it to flip over and become a 9 because you went far enough to one side or the other. It would only change horizontally.
Past the other side and it flips.
I think that's been one of the fallacies, I think, within the context of flat Earth. When that conversation gets brought up, they're like, well, if you're in North America, you see a 6, you're in Australia, you see a 9. I think that argument is not correct to state.
Yeah, I think someone just said that. I think Amish just said that, actually. And that's only true if both observers and the fixed object they're looking at are all along the same x-axis, which is not true for many celestial bodies we can see. If the object goes from one side to the other... Yes, we do. You can use a fixed object like the moon if you want. Draw a straight line between two observers and the moon, and then take another celestial object in the sky.
You can't do that. No, you can't do that.
You can't triangulate it. No,
you can't triangulate it. You can't do that, Officer Friendly. You can't do that.
You can't do that. You can't draw a straight line between two observers on the Earth and then have a fixed object in the sky.
No, it doesn't work. Nobody's ever been able to do it, right? That's the weird part.
Yeah, you can't do it. Trust me. I know what I'm telling you. This argument
saying you can't do it is a very interesting claim. I think this is a very easy observation.
Hey, every time it's done, it's failed and been inaccurate and doesn't describe the prevailing model.
Yeah, let me just tell you, this argument that you're bringing up is not one that's brand new. What you thought of right now has been thought of in like years past of us.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure. I don't think I'm a genius. I'm positive it's been discussed before.
But it's not that. I mean, what I'm saying is that we've talked about it in spades. Like we already know that people have tried this already. Like there's been many, like on the anti-flat Earth side that wanted to prove this point, and they do it. Okay, so they do it with Eratosthenes. They do it with the moon. They want to use celestial objects to provide evidence that the Earth is a globe. But what I'm trying to tell you is that the celestial sphere for one observer in a location will give them the description of like how things are in a cyclical nature. So the cycles that happen, and how things look like to that person can display to them like a model. Like you could use stellarium or some other type of stars and sun and moon, the path of which they take and all that, and you could kind of map them out on a model. But doing that doesn't mean that it's turning the Earth into a globe in any way. So
sure, but I want to stay away from the globe thing, though. This is just digging into your flat model that we're all standing on a flat plane. Because if that's the case, I just don't understand how you would ever have the 6 flipping to the 9 unless all 3 or 2 observers in the object are all in the straight fixed line.
So think of it like this, right? So as the rotation of the face of the moon, right, from east to west, you see that it's not full 180 rotation, but you do see the rotation happening as it crosses the night sky. You'll see it actually kind of looking like different on the western sky. So what we're doing is now we're going to put another observer in a different geographic location. So what they see when they see the moon appear to them in their horizon, they'll see a different orientation of the face of the moon at their location. And what's going to happen in their night sky is the same type of inversion, but differently. Because they started seeing the moon in a different... Okay, so when you saw it on let's say you're in North America, and it was a specific orientation, that same orientation that you seen it in your eastern sky, they're not going to see it in their eastern sky. It's going to look different, orientated differently in their eastern sky. So the argument itself is, where did they see the orientation inverted in their night sky? Because it would have to be at specific points, right? So if you said, okay, so I see the moon's face this way, and you draw it out like on a piece of paper so they see the orientation, and then you say to the other guy, well, he sees it upside down perfectly 180 from what I saw it. If that's the claim, at what point in the sky did you guys witness that inversion? Was it close to the western horizon, close to the eastern horizon? Where was it located in degrees in your sky? So you're going to have to figure that out, right? Because if it was at a specific point that doesn't line up with their point, like if it didn't happen, let's say for instance, I'm going to give it to you like this. If it's not like in an example, like 90 degrees from your position looking straight up at the moon, if you see it straight up and you tell the person, okay, now I want you to look when the moon's right at 90 degrees from you, look straight up. And if you see what I see, then we're both good. But the problem is it has to be exactly at the specific point that they say it is to have it a complete inversion of what you say. And it depends where they're at. So what geographic location are we talking about? Like, there's so many variables here for you to actually say, well, it's inverted, thus it's, now we can see that can't work on a flat Earth. No, it's the things that we see happening. At what degree was that object at when you saw it? So like Jupiter was one example. So we're going to have to know exactly where these people were and at what time, what degree was it in the sky? Was it like close to 90 degree? Was it 45? And so what did the other guy say? Was it 45 too? Or was it at a different place? It's almost like, okay, yeah. I'll tell you what this is like.
We're still not on the same page here. So we got to simplify this. We have to get rid of any motion of any sort of celestial objects.
Well, we can't do that because they're always in motion.
We can. Here, go to an analogy of a room where we're just like standing on opposite sides of it, like looking up at something on the ceiling, like a 6. And so I'm seeing the 6 and you're seeing the 9 from the other side.
Yeah,
right?
But that's not going to help us, I think.
That would not help us. That's the only way that you can have a vertically inverted object from one another on a flat Earth.
No, you're thinking of this. You're thinking of this too. Like I don't know what I want to say. Like it's too narrow of a view that you're seeing this through. The lens at which you're seeing this argument is very narrow. So you're only making it sound like, well, it can only happen if two people standing in the same room are looking up at the ceiling fan, and one sees it spin one way, the other guy sees it spin the other way. That sounds like a good argument to have. But in reality, when you're outside, the two geographic locations of where somebody is, they're measured in degrees. Like, what degree did the person see the complete inversion?
I'm talking. No, but on a flat Earth, it really is that simple. On a flat Earth, you should never see a 180 degree rotation of the object unless they are all three within the straight line. That should never happen on a flat Earth.
It moves. It's
impossible.
No, it's possible, bro. Listen. The celestial objects that are moving in the sky are doing such according to like your visual perspective. So you're seeing something like the face of the moon and it's traveling from east to west and it's like it's starting to change. So if you said to the other guy whatever location he is that you see the moon in a specific orientation, right? And then you call the guy up in the other geographic location and you're like, oh, guy, do you see the moon being completely inverted to what I'm seeing? And if he's like, yeah, but what degree are you seeing the moon at? And you're like, well, I see it at 45. He's like, well, dude, I see it at like about 20.
Yes, and, but this your analogy here with the two people looking at the moon, it's first off, you're correct. We're not exactly disagreeing here. If you have two people with the object they're looking at between them angularly, with both of them looking at it, then that will do some. Yeah, that'll change things. That's the same as the two people looking at the moon, as the two people in the bedroom looking up at the 6. That's the same thing going on there. It's the same exact thing.
Yeah, but what you're not understanding is that because of the fact that the different geographic location is going to change the perspective of the observer.
The room analogy hinges on that. It's only because of our different geographical locations within the bedroom of why we're seeing the 6 and the 9 differently. It's the same exact concept with the moon. But where the flat Earth model falls apart is if you have a fixed object that deviates greatly to one side or the other, such as Jupiter from a great distance away. We should never be seeing that vertically inverted from one another on a flat Earth. It should never be inverted.
You're missing the point, dude.
No, no.
yes,
Your
for
point
one
is the
observer-
angular perspective of the different areas changes what they're
Listen.
saying based on different angular perspectives.
No,
I
so one
understand your
observer-
point, but you're failing to
Okay, so what-
understand
okay,
how
so one
angular
observer-
perspective interacts with their
So listen,
point of
dude.
view from an object that deviates from the x-axis
Officer
of both the
Friendly,
observers.
now you're getting fired up. Listen.
No,
what
no, I'm not
saying is-
fired up. I'm just talking quickly,
you
man,
are getting
because
you're starting to, you're over talking, and that's the problem.
No,
right?
no, I'm
So
not getting
what-
fired
what-
up. Here's
what
here's
we're
the thing,
saying-
Alpha. So you've
here we
you've
go.
talked like 99% of the time in here. That's the only reason I have to talk like that in order to speak to you. I'm not getting fired up. I promise. I just have to talk like that in order to get anything out because
All right, so
you're just the kind of
now
person
can
that
I
talks
say-
over people.
Well, I'm not talking over you. I'm waiting for you to get to the point because you,
Yeah, no,
the point you're trying to make
I have to do how
is-
you're doing. I have to
it's
do
a very
what you're doing to talk.
simplified- It's a very simplified way of looking at things, which I told you doesn't work because there's so many dynamics that are happening in the sky, especially when we're talking about degrees of angle at which the observer is making, to say that he's seeing the same thing that you would be if you're in the same room. The simplified way that you're putting it is two people in a room looking at something in the middle of the room as changing a perspective from the other guy. But you're not seeing the fact that for one observer, the degree that they see that thing, how do you know it's that same degree for the person that you're speaking to that they see in the other geographic location? So is the same guy looking at 45 degrees in the sky as you? That's my question. Do you think they're
Well,
seeing
we have even on a flat
but
Earth
answer
model,
the
we still have
question.
grid coordinates,
But
right?
answer the question though. Does the guy at the other
I'm
geographic
desperately
location-
trying to, man. I'm asking you if on a flat Earth model we still have grid coordinates, right? Where we can you can have a make sure, like for instance, you could have someone in Alaska and someone in Thailand or something along the same line of a grid coordinate on the flat Earth.
No, I'm not
Yeah, we
talking
got
about
so
that.
many different
Listen, I'm
coordinate
not
systems
talking-
that'll make your head spin.
All right, I'm not talking
I understand that. Wait, grid coordinates of flat Earth is not my forte.
Officer
I'm not
Friendly.
sure
Doesn't
how you guys
That's
measure.
not what I'm talking about. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the geographic location position. I'm talking about the degree of angle at which you see the celestial object in the sky. Okay, so imagine a protractor, if you will, right? The bottom baseline of the protractor is the place where we're all standing on. We're standing on that baseline. Now, the degree of angle at which you see the object in the specific area of the sky would be measured in degrees. So my thing to you is that you're an observer standing on the Earth looking at the object in a specific degrees. So what degree are you witnessing the object at is my question to you. What degree are you seeing it? 45 degrees, 90 degrees? What degree is it? And what you got to do...
It would be the same exact degree as the other observer, so long as you guys are
Okay.
equidistant from the pole, from the North Pole. It'd be the same degree.
All right. Got it. So now we know they have to be at the same degree. So are you looking east? Is he looking west? What cardinal direction are we looking at?
It doesn't matter. All that matters is their angular perspective of the object. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. The cardinal direction doesn't matter at all. All that matters is their
absolutely
angular
does.
perspective from where they're standing.
So,
if
yes,
they're
it does.
equidistant from the North Pole, then the degree of their angular perspective will be the exact same, 45 degrees, for instance, if they're looking up at the moon.
Yeah, if they're saying 45 degrees and it's an inversion, who's done that? I want to know the two people that have done that. Go ahead and point that out in the citation form if you can. Who's done that inversion, and then for them to say they've witnessed that inversion exactly the same time, at the exact same degrees, looking up at the same position. It's because that would be akin to two people standing in the room, simplified as you so put it, looking up at the same ceiling. It's simplified. You can't do that because the dynamic of where the people are geographically, the degrees at which they're seeing it at, will change because of the perspective. Well, you see the face of whatever it is you're looking at. It will change for one observer. So much, let alone.
Are you saying there's no, like, you're denying the fact that there are images of the moon from or Jupiter? It doesn't really matter what the objects we're talking about from like South America at the same time as Southeast Asia, and that these are 180-degree reflections of each other?
No, because when you say, okay, I'm staring at let's say Jupiter, for instance, I don't care. I'm staring at Jupiter. I'm at 45 degrees. It's 45 degrees in my sky. Now we got person B standing at whatever geographic location, and he says, yeah, I see it at 45 degrees in my sky, and we both see things, and it's inverted to that guy. Are you guys doing that? Because try it. If you think you can achieve that goal, I'd like to see it. Show me that, because that's not happening anywhere, and it never will, because it can't be done. It's just what I'm trying to tell you, bro. And it's not as easy as standing in a room, because I know it sounds like it makes sense, but it doesn't when it concerns to like. There's so much dynamic, man. If I could unpack this for you, we'd stand here. We'd be talking forever about it.
I guess I don't know. I think I understand what you're saying. I just don't think it applies to a far off celestial object that requires
that.
both observers to
Observer
look
friendly
to the side, for example.
I'm sorry, I was interrupting you. Finish.
No, you're fine. You're fine, man.
But I'm saying that only because of the fact that you've been exposed to the mindset of like the simplicity of curvature being the only answer, the simplicity of it having like basically what is it? Occam's razor.
Well, I wouldn't look. I'm not making that argument right now. I'm just poking. I think that problem is a extremely large hole in the idea of a flat Earth. Like that for a flat earther, that is a very large problem that someone in Australia sees Jupiter upside down because you're all. Unless someone's holding that person upside down, they should not. They should not be saying that far off object.
Do you understand planets go along a circuit by the ecliptic, and the ecliptic is basically over the equator, and the equator is north of Australia and south of the North. It's really not that hard to understand, dude.
Yeah, the problem we're having though is two observers looking at the same degrees in the sky, like they would in the room. Let's say they have the same angle of degrees to the object in the center of the room, right in the ceiling.
Right, but they're looking from opposite.
Hold on. Now, Amish is making the point I was earlier though, because this can happen on a flat Earth model, but in order for that to happen, what you're saying, Amish, in that instance where it's happening, is both the object they're looking at and both the observers have to be along the same x-axis. If at the same time they're now looking up at that because it's equidistant between them. And that's the reason they're seeing a vertically inverted object.
So
if you take another celestial object such as
the same longitude, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, it would just be. It doesn't have to be an x-axis. Just a straight line between the object they're looking at and both the observers. You're saying it's going over the equator, so they're both looking at it. You can say they're equidistant from it,
from
both sides of the equator. But now, if there's another celestial object way off to one side from both of them, if you can imagine both of the observers now having to turn. One to the right, one to the left, or the moon, for instance. The
moon's along the ecliptic too. The moon really
on a
hugs
flat
the ecliptic.
Earth. On a flat Earth, they would never expect to see that.
Well, you don't even represent your own model properly.
Yeah,
the moon isn't going to be way
saying.
off from the ecliptic. It's in the same line as the planets.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
It can be, but it does not necessarily have to be.
4 degrees from the ecliptic. That's it. 4 degrees inclination, dude. The sun is 23.5 degrees inclination over the course of a year.
So you're saying every explanation of every vertically inverted object is because the observers are standing on like opposite sides of it from the equator.
No, bro. No.
I mean, that's what.
Hold on, Alpha. I'm asking Amish.
Fine.
I know what he's asking, Alpha, but I don't see what this matters, honestly.
It's just an honest question. It's an honest question. Is that your personal argument? Obviously, Alpha has his.
So yes, my answer is in two parts. First, yes, you do observe it from the other side, so it's going to appear "quote unquote" upside down. Secondly, the moon wagon wheels throughout the day, depending on when you observe it and where you are. You know how it wagon wheels, right? It moves like 45 degrees, like over 3 or 4 hours, and then it rotates back. So it rotates a little bit from a fixed position. From your fixed position, you see it rotate.
So this claim of inversion, I don't know who made it, but it sounds like they think they have a logical argument here. It's not, because it's
more nuanced.
It's way nuanced. Like you'd have to have like it's way too complicated. There's no way that you can be done. There's just no way, because the observer wherever he's at and you wherever you're at, you're going to be looking at specific degrees in the sky, and I guarantee you the inversion that you think is happening at the specific moment that it's inverted is not going to happen at the same degrees you think it's going to happen in the night sky, because you guys are in two different geographic locations, and there's no way of saying that you know where exactly the other person is to say that you're looking at the same degree of angle in the sky. There's no way, bro. You can't do it. No one can. I'm telling you, try it. If you think it's possible. You know, listen, when you take a photo of something, let's say the moon's orientation, right, in the night sky, and then you have your buddy do the same, and you say, well, look, it's completely flipped upside down. Really? Because you can actually do that at any time, and then just turn the thing upside down and say, whoa, it's inverted now. Like how do you know that it's inverted? Like, that's what I'm trying to tell you. It's like it wagon wheels off from the east to the west. So you have that complication on top of the angles that you're watching from your perspective, from your geographic location.
Yeah.
I'd like to see you try this, man. That's my thing. If you think it's possible on the idea that you're trying to disprove the flat Earth, because what we're saying is that it's simply an observation that you make. Something that you think is inverted is not going to hold water to like how you think the Earth can't be something. It's
Is
just
anyone
not.
in Australia? T-Dub, is T-Dub in Australia?
Yeah, but hold on, because I mean, I'm trying to explain to Officer Friendly. I know where you're coming from because a lot of Globers came into the chat and they want to provide evidence that that image, what Geeks has put in there, is exactly what somebody would see at a different place. But you didn't add any of the dynamics of where the person is facing, what is the degrees that he's seeing in the sky at the
Sorry,
what
you're
time
right.
he's
You're
seeing.
right. Sorry, I should clarify. Sorry, but I hear you, Alpha. Like I could have just flipped that image upside down. Now I'm looking at it actually,
Dude,
which is exactly. But
that's not
I know,
reality.
Exactly, which is not good evidence actually. But the clarity, this doesn't matter because I could have flipped upside down. But the clarity is, the first was taken from the UK allegedly, and the second one was taken from Western Australia allegedly again. But it doesn't matter. You're right, because I could have just flipped it upside down. Yeah, it's not.
Yep.
It's not.
And then
evidence.
said, "There you be." Like that's not.
Yeah. But that's why I asked
evidence,
if there's anyone in Australia here. Is T-Dub from Australia?
Yeah, we got many Aussies in here, but like they're probably busy right now.
I think it's
But
like
Alpha,
middle of the night or day.
Oh wait, Amish, are you in Australia?
No. East Coast USA.
No Aussies here.
Anyway,
does anyone here actually have like a telescope, like a proper Schmidt Cassegrain optic telescope, like a proper powerful one?
you'd have to get something close to something those guys in observatories use, man.
No, you don't need that necessarily. You can still see.
Yeah, you can get an amateur one that you can like see other planets and stuff. They're kind of expensive though if you want a decent one.
Yeah,
like
they are
thousands of dollars.
Yeah, they're a bit more. They're almost like $2,000.
Yeah, middle of the road. Yeah, you're talking about spending some money if you want to get.
But I'm wondering just if anyone actually does have one. I mean.
Why? Because you think you can see Earth curvature?
No,
no, it's nothing to do with Earth curvature.
The Earth is a globe. Look at Jupiter.
You want me to take a picture of the moon?
Yeah,
no, it would be. But it would be. I mean, I'm just curious. I mean, obviously, it's a lot of money, but wouldn't anyone? Have
I'm just saying though. There's been problems with people speculating on how things would work based on these ideas or reified ideas of what they think the model is of the Earth. And like I said, that's partly part of the problem, Officer Friendly. That when people say flat Earth, they imagine a disc. That's no slight to them, but it's the imagery. Everybody's tossing around these AE maps and models, and everybody's like getting all giddy about like talking about those things. So when you say flat Earth, that's what comes to mind. And a lot of people on flat Earth are actually standing on that. They're standing on those points, which I was saying. I was listening to a conversation a while ago, and I was getting upset because it's like people in the flat Earth side should know if they're making a claim to any map or model, then they're going to have to provide the evidence of how that's so. Because if you say the Earth is like a disc, okay, how do you know from top-down view that it looks that way? How did you verify that? That should be the question we ask the flat earther, right?
And what makes it frustrating, Alpha, is that a lot of these new flat earthers are repeating arguments and providing evidence that we originated, that we dug up and we understand, and they're misrepresenting it. And we can't always go in at that moment and correct them.
Yeah.
And it's like, there's a whole new wave of flat earthers that are like this, and it's frustrating.
What happens is it becomes a runaway.
New flat earthers?
Yeah, just people new to the argument. That's all, geeks. So it becomes.
But what are they? What are they doing?
Just one second. I'll tell you. It's like a runaway train, and you can't stop it. So you got people like Officer Friendly who's heard this from somebody who's quote unquote flat earther, right? And then he comes in and is like, "No, but this is the way it doesn't work." And we're like, "Yeah, I know, because that idea that you have was given to you by a runaway train, and like we couldn't do nothing about wherever you got that information from. That's just these guys out there in social media that are putting images and like, dude, Earth is flat. Check out my disk image, and it's like now we got to contend with that Like,
Yeah.
I hate that,
Yeah,
bro.
they are unintentionally strawmanning us, and they think we're supposed to believe what they heard from somebody else is what we have to believe.
Oh
It's
God, it's
becau-
super
but
irritating.
It's because of the
Super
name,
irritating.
though. It's because if nothing else, then the labeling flat
I mean,
Earth,
flat.
like
Yeah, it's
that.
flat. I think the flat Earth ideology, kind of like other like maybe like libertarianism as well, has a severe problem where like it's designed the way it's designed is like inevitably you're going to have a lot of splinter offs like inside within the group.
Well,
like
that
That's why the
there'll be
meat caucus
constant
took over,
splinter
right?
groups.
Mises Caucus, baby, represent.
Like
Yeah,
I'm the
they-
real flat earther. Like
Th-
you're
no, I
obviously
know, but-
you're full of shit, like that sort of
but-
stuff.
no, but-
like I think the ideology is just kind of doomed,
So-
or not doomed, but like is
I know
designed
what
to
you
be
mean.
like that.
But see, that happens with a lot of categories. But what I'd like to say is this: this is what clears up the air. So long as you can present a logically consistent argument in a framework that would be able to explain things in a very concise way, I think you're in the clear. But here's what happens when you try so hard to explain something and use reified models like the Gleason's map or the AE map, is that you get yourself in a pinch because you're not able to tell the person how you verified that specific idea, the model, right? So you're stuck with trying to make excuses for this thing that you're trying to explain because you've been supporting it for a while. So now it's just these new flat earthers are getting questions like, okay, if that's your model, prove it to me how you got that information. And just like, dude, that's just what the Earth is. What else can it be? They say the same thing the Globers do. So it's an issue. But the way you can know how somebody either telling you the truth or they know what they're saying is to test what they're saying. How do you know what you're saying is true? How did you verify it? It's a positive claim. You said it looks like this AE map. I need to know how you verified that. Because I tell flat earthers too is the same thing. If you're gonna make the claim, you're gonna put this out in the argument and say, okay, well, we got flight paths that work on the Earth with the AE map. They work just fine. On the globe, they don't work. Really? Did you know that the AE map is actually a flattened out globe? That's all it is. And for the Globers, you refute
What does AE stand for?
azimuthal equidistant projection. So if you say that the globe Earth is refuting the AE map, you're just arguing with yourself, bro, because you just refuted the globe. So that's what you've done.
Alpha, just out of curiosity, so are you like completely agnostic about the shape of the Earth, or like whenever I ask you like flat Earth, like what do you picture in your head?
I picture the realm in which we exist in. I picture the real reality, and when you go outside and experience the Earth for what it is, that's what the Earth actually is. It is just an experience in the realm of that you're in right now. To say,
but visually, like the same question you gave to me earlier. Well, I'm talking like zoomed out visually, like the way I answered your question.
An orthographic view is not possible in any way. Now, a high altitude imagery, that's possible. Orthographic view, not possible. You can't stimulate a mind with something as a concept, because that concept will never be put into reality. So it is fine to say that, well, this is the way it would work if it was this way. Now you can think of it like that, but it can never move into reality or a form where it's logically consistent with what we know reality to be, because you'd be able to poke holes in it and say, okay, flat earther, you just said the Earth, this is your model. Now I need you to demonstrate that that's the case. And what's he going to do? He's not going to be able to support it any way he can verify it. I promise you that. So really, what I'm saying right now is that you as a glober could shellac a flat earther that's out there that's claiming these things, because all you got to do is say, just prove it to me. Are you saying the AE map is the real thing? Go ahead and show me. How did you get that information? How do you know? And that's simple. That's where it has to be, because it's a flat earth. Can't get away with it, because we're asking you the same thing we asked the glober. It's the same thing.
Yeah. Gotcha.
I have a situation too where people have an imaginary version of the globe that doesn't even fully comport to what the globe's official status is, by NASA and astrophysicists. So they're defending their strawman version of a globe, and then compare it to their version of flat Earth, a strawman version of flat Earth. And so you have two imaginary cosmologies going at each other, and they're asking us and badgering us for evidence and proof the whole time. It's insanity.
Yeah, which is the wrong thing to do if indeed your position is, it's well, Alpha, you put it better than I could, and I don't want to misrepresent what you said. Yeah, that I've suspected that is what the view of a lot of you guys have held for a while. It's really good to actually kind of like hear it from the horse's mouth, and just because it helps me change my approach to the better, for the better, when kind of like again coming up with thought experiments for you guys.
It cuts the fat from
Exactly.
like what people
Exactly.
would make arguments out of these fallacious reasonings.
Yes.
So we're very lean when it comes to like what we say. We're very concise. We're not going to waste time in bloviating over things we can't tell you we know that it's the case or verify.
Do you think you should call this 24/7 flat Earth then? If indeed kind of the flat, it makes it just kind of doesn't really represent.
Well, it does, because let me just
You know
tell
what I
you
mean?
the reason why it's important, right? And I went over this point before. So I know we might be diverting from Officer Friendly's, questions or whatever, but
No, you're fine, dude. This is interesting. You're absolutely fine.
The reason why it's important is because a lot of times people say flat Earth, and I think they don't understand the implications of actually saying the Earth is flat and stationary. But what we're referencing, everybody on Earth is a flat and stationary plane. The plane that we reference is flat. That means that there's a horizontal plane that extends, in every cardinal direction. So we're going to say that assertion of a flat stationary plane is true in the very sense of saying that everything in nature finds its equilibrium balance to that flat and stationary plane that it's referencing. So water finds its equilibrium state where large bodies of water will show no convexity over the large surfaces, like the distance or whatever. So because of that, everything flows to that natural state, right? So and I've mentioned this in the earlier talk that I had, the vestibular system in your inner ear, it has the liquid that has in the inner ear, and you can establish horizontal where you're actually horizontal and you're not leaning over, because you can tilt your head. You could feel like the notion that you're actually tilted. You know that you've changed orientation, right? So that in and of itself is actually aligning itself in a natural state to be horizontal with the horizontal plane that we reference of the Earth. So just like a bubble sextant. So we would say.
Is this more of an? Sorry.
Go ahead, Geeks. You have a question?
Is this so? I guess it's kind of contrary to the physical manifestations that you speak towards about how everything is measured as flat.
Yes, this is.
I get what you're saying. More of an ethereal flatness, more of an ethereal kind of equilibrium.
The ethereal part actually coincides with the state of the Earth itself. So what we say is that everything itself, nature, right, is corresponding with it being flat and stationary. So we're saying that nature tends to that. It always does. Water flows to the lowest point of resistance. So it tends to want to lay flat when undisturbed. So everything is, when it's in motion, you can't really tell. When there's elevation, you can't really tell. But when you want to get that level and you want to hold it to a standard, let's say you have a level, a bubble sextant, right? A bubble level, like a spirit level, and you're trying to hang a picture on your wall. What that level is referencing is the horizontal plane. So yeah, you got that picture straight on the wall, but what was that bubble level sextant, that bubble level, the spirit bubble level referencing? It was referencing the horizontal plane that it's on. Water does the same thing. So when you pick up water in a cup, it holds rigidity to the floor, the ground that you're standing on. The horizontal plane of reference is what it's referencing. So that in and of itself is flat as can be. The horizontal plane is flat. So what everything is tending towards, nature, right, is that flat and stationary. So when everything's at rest and it's standing still like water, not moving, then you'll see the flatness of that water.
This is making a lot more sense now.
We have essentially two uphill battles, Geeks. On the one hand, we have an uphill battle against the globe. And on the other, we have an uphill battle against what people think Flat Earth is.
Yes.
Because you have this goofy clown organization called the Flat Earth Society that was set up to be a parody organization by their own admission, by their own founder. I mean, it's supposed to be all in good fun. And the whole rest of the world has heard about this Flat Earth Society and has joked along with it. I'm sure many people we talk to have trolled those forums before. And that's not a legit organization. It was founded and formed out of members of the Royal Society. It's It's comical,
I'm not sure
and it's
you
supposed
do.
to make
I'm not
people
sure.
laugh at us and move on.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
not
why
sure
it's
you do have two uphill battles. Actually, I think you only have one, and that's the latter, because the uphill battle, as you say, against the Globers. Actually, if you were to purely explain, as you've eloquently done, Alpha, just there, which I've never heard that kind of method of explanation come from you, that everything tends to it, but you know, you're still not convinced of a globe. I mean,
Yeah, no.
we're in the same camp when it
Yeah, but
comes to
check
that.
this out. But check this
You and
out.
I agree.
Yeah, but it gets better, right? So when we start saying that people are doing work on the Earth to actually reference the horizontal plane, what they're doing in their every day-to-day life actually references that. So let's just take, for example, certain
agree with you.
certain industries, planes. They have mechanical equipment, digital equipment that keeps steady level flight, right? What are they referencing? The horizontal plane of reference. Now, land surveyors, they have plumb bobs, they have theodolites, total stations, and their everyday day-to-day job is getting that ground flat and level to the horizontal plane of reference. So everything, so everything in nature, everything that
bear
we
with me
wanted.
1 second. I've got something playing in my ear. 1 second.
Go ahead, Roots.
I'm hot micing. Apologies.
All right. So basically, everything in nature, everything that we use in an industry tends towards the horizontal plane that we've referenced. So now we're trying to establish level, right? Let's say we want to get elevation height off of whatever country you live at. How do we establish that? We figure out that there's a mean sea level, a vertical point off of where we're going to establish that one point of mean sea level, right? The rise and fall of tides. We're going to get an average of where that is. That vertical point then becomes the location where we say mean sea level is. Now, the next thing we're going to do is connect the dots. When you stand on elevation, let's say 100 or 200 miles inland, what's going to happen is you're going to draw that imaginary line from the horizontal plane of the mean sea level all the way to where your feet extends. But from where your feet are down to the bottom, there's going to be a connection to the 90-degree where the horizontal plane meets where your elevation height is. That is how we know the elevation where you're standing from mean sea level to where you are inland. It's going to give you a reference of like flat Earth, because that's how we establish from mean sea level, the vertical point, all the way to your position of your feet, a 90-degree from the bottom of where, like if you were to drill down.
I'm following. That's how you would establish elevation.
Yeah.
It's not based on
So
what you
now,
would say to be a curve.
So if you were to think about a grid system, so the Earth is a horizontal plane, like in your mind's eye, think about a grid system working over the flat and stationary Earth, right? Everything has this like imaginary grid system, right? That's called mean sea level. Mean sea level will extend off into the distance, and everything that we say is underneath or above that mean sea level. And so that horizontal plane that extends outward is going to show you that everything tends towards equilibrium state, which is being flat on the surface. So water will tend to do that. It will flow to its lowest point. You know, that's how water will behave. And so we understand that everything is holding a specific rigidity, like gyroscopes. When they are spun up and they're holding rigidity, what are they referencing? Indeed, they're referencing the horizontal plane. So everything that is being held as rigidity in free space is according to the horizontal plane of the Earth itself. And everything in nature is tending towards that. So that's just to finish that. Everything is tending
Well,
towards
no, I hear you. And again, like this is a treat for me because it's the first time I've kind of am understanding, you know, what your actual genuine views are.
That's flat Earth.
Well,
that's flat. The horizontal plane that we reference is indeed flat all across the plane. And
would you
like
say
we're
that
saying,
there's a
everything's tending.
philosophical element to it?
I mean, you could state it in a way philosophically, but naturally it would extend as a horizontal plane that continues to tend towards that equilibrium state. And so we find, you know, everything that's tending towards that, when it's all still and no movement is happening, it's gonna find its rest. It's gonna find its rest in an equilibrium state. So that's why everything's tending towards it. It's holding rigidity to it. So like gyroscopes,
And you're
like
saying
water. Yeah.
And again, like you're saying, I mean, these new flat earthers, you call them. I mean, again, like I say, I've suspected this for quite a while now. That like binding yourself to a certain map, the AE map or whatever maps they are, representation of a disk or anything else is problematic. That I get. Like I don't blame you for that, because I wouldn't want to be in that position, because it's just a non you can't win when you're in that position. Do you know what I mean? I think you said the same thing, Alpha. Is that correct? Like if you bind yourself to a, you know what I mean? So I
It's
don't
almost
blame
like
you for.
you gotta say those two words to anybody that makes these claims. Prove it. And that's where it falls apart, because either they're going to have excuses for it, or they're going to be able to tell you how they verified it. And I guarantee you, nobody's had it. So what it is, and I said this, I think Officer Friendly was talking about it. Nobody has ever had an orthographic view of the Earth. That has never been done. Contrary to popular, contrary
what do you mean exactly?
So when you have an orthographic view of something, it's like a zoomed out third person perspective of looking at everything from a distance.
Muppet vision.
Yeah. So Muppet vision, you could say it's Muppet vision. Yeah. So basically, people imagine that when they see solar system, that's an orthographic view. When you represent the solar system as in the way it operates, that is orthographic. That's nobody's ever seen it in that way. No one's ever seen this. And so
of the Earth, you're talking about of the Earth.
Yeah, so it's a zoomed out kind of looked at something from a far distance. It's like when they represent the galaxy, the Milky Way galaxy, how it looks like a spiral and all that. Nobody's ever seen the galaxy. That's an orthographic view of the galaxy. Nobody's ever seen that.
For the Earth, you mean for the Earth?
Well, anywhere. Like tell me who's ever taken that photo of the galaxy looking like that? Like
no, not the galaxy. The galaxy's impossible, obviously.
But I know, but those orthographic views are taken from like this. These are imaginations, right? And we're entertaining them because we don't know how. How can you refute something that's irrefutable? Like you can't falsify something that somebody provides like this image for. Like they show you the Earth as a globe, and they say, "Yeah, prove me wrong."
You guys do it all the time. You guys do it all the time.
I know, but like listen, geeks. If let's say the establishment came to you and said, "Look, we got this evidence that the Earth is a globe. We got photos, we got videos, we got." Now I need you to refute that, and you're like, "Well, I don't have any. I don't." What can you do to say that something that's imaginary can be refuted by you if they're saying it's the truth? Like nothing.
Well, you guys do a good job, like of doing it. Not when you just say, that they're not real. Like you guys have got some really good rebuttals for like arguing against it. Absolutely. So I wouldn't say that it's completely irrefutable.
Well, it's like me saying
you guys have shown me that first.
Yeah, it's like me telling you I have a Lamborghini in my garage. Trust me, bro. I got some images of it. I got videos of it. And for you having a low standard of evidence, being like me to show you, like that would be all you would need. Is for me to do that.
No, because you guys, I've seen you guys.
Well, not you, geeks. I wouldn't say you.
Yeah, but I've seen you guys in that equivalent. I've seen you guys do the equivalent of saying, "Well, hang on a sec, that doesn't make sense because you don't, you don't have very much money. So how the hell could you get a Lamborghini?" Or you would, that sort of thing. You're not picking it apart and just saying, "I don't believe you because you haven't shown me." You guys have got good arguments.
Let's just say somebody's lying through their teeth and maybe willfully or unknowingly are committing this lie to you, right? Because some people, they advocate for the Earth being a globe, even though they've never seen it in that orthographic view of the way they show those images. They've never seen it in that view, ever. They've never experienced a globe that way. They've never been able to represent it that way. They've only been shown images. So this indoctrination has been taking place ever since you were a young child, and you carry this information forward like you think you know what you're talking about. But when you come in here, you realize shortly that you can't. There's no way that you can tell us how you know that's the case. You really feel it in your heart that it's true because you've been told by people that are claiming to be experts. But when you're given the information as to like, okay, now tell me how you know you experienced the globe in this way. There's no way.
that's what one of the reasons, I think I've said it a number of times, but one of the reasons why I love this room so much is because, well, like I say, I've said many a time, you guys have given me gifts of how to engage in completely different ways I didn't know existed, which I think that Chupacabra guy, needs a lesson on, for example. But this is exactly what I love, which is everything has to be up for debate. And the fact that, the very simple notions of, well, I haven't seen the orthographic concept, does legitimately make me question, based on the evidence that has actually been given to me, is that enough? Is that enough? I'm not saying that it necessarily changes minds or whatever, but you guys do absolutely the right thing, in my mind anyway.
So basically, you're trained to taught how not to use your critical thinking skills, and really that's important in life. So when somebody tells you, but listen, when somebody tells you to kind of switch that off, because like when you're in class or whatever, and the teacher's like someone is an authoritative figure, and they're like, look, this person, they know what they're saying, just listen to the lesson and try to get as much knowledge as you can from that. You kind of take that in every aspect of like listening to authority, right? So there's never not been a time where you're like, well, maybe I should like question like how they know this, right? But when that starts to happen, and a person, and a person, well, when a person gets inquisitive, right, and they start to ask questions, what happens to the rest of the class is that they shut that person up. Shh, man, we're trying to hear the teacher. Don't ask any questions, dude. We're trying to get out of class. Like, just keep a low profile, bro. Like, and you get this kind of peer pressure to kind of stay within the pack, so that you don't be too, you don't ruffle any feathers.
I don't agree with that. Right. But one thing you are missing in this equation is the impact. Like, so what impact does it actually have, say, on me?
Well, that means that
whether it's flat or round doesn't actually impact me.
Listen, the critical thinking skills that you've had for a long time is such a low standard of how you perceive the Earth as what they tell you it is to how you know what it is. So you don't have a way to combat that. To you, everything seems to be evidence, right? Well, they talked about sticks and shadows, or it's a globe. That's good for me. Like, why not you? Like, and so everything to you, it's like all of the information is easy if I tell you that you don't have to have, or at least you think about the Earth in a certain way because the experts figured it out. You don't have to think of the Earth anyway because the experts figured it out. There's people that studied this. And so all you got to do is listen to the information and just trust us, bro. It's a globe. And that's basically all.
Back up for a second, dude. Back up for a second. Because would you agree or disagree that part of critical thinking includes determining whether or not something is worthwhile pursuing? Would you consider that part of critical thinking?
Yes.
Good. I agree.
Depends. Yeah, it depends on what avenue you're taking because there's things that are really fruitless endeavors. Like you'd be like, dude, this is worthwhile when it's not really. Like,
I mean, not if. Yeah, that's one.
I'll give you one. I'll give you one example. Right? If you say, man, it's worthwhile for all of us to petition to go see what's in the South, Antarctica, because I think if we figure out what's over there, dude, everybody would know the Earth is flat. Like that right there, that whole like thought process behind us, like trying to go to the Antarctica and see how far the flat Earth goes, and like all that stuff, that's a fruitless endeavor. It doesn't. You don't need to do all of that, right? The truth is staring you right in the face.
What about how much does it affect you or me, for example? That's what I'm trying to get to, right? Is whether or not, it could be flat. It could be, I don't know. It could be whatever. But it doesn't affect me, really. That's
more of a philosophical. That's more of a philosophical question because you haven't. Well, I don't know what if you're a religious man or not, but like depending on what you think. Depending on what I kind of figured that, but depending on what you think, how everything got created, how everything got created, either nature created everything or a creator made everything. was going to affect you in a way that you're going to understand. This place is very special. It's created. It was put here intentionally. It has its laws that it was given by the lawgiver. So all of these things that you start to think about change the way that your attitude is towards life in and of itself, because you start to realize
You're religious.
that
You're religious, aren't you? Like you're a Christian.
well,
I
I know, but I'm not pulling any punches of that. I am, but the
Yeah,
same
yeah.
thing
I'm
with
not, dude. I'm not saying. I'm not like
yeah.
trying to like make fun
But
of that or anything
yeah,
like
so
that. I'm
like
just
so when thinking about the origin of like how things became becomes a I guess you could say a reasonable segue for anyone who thinks of the Earth as a flat and stationary plane that's enclosed. I think that would be something very reasonable for somebody to say, you know what? I didn't think there was any meaning to things, but I think if this is the case that it is, then I think we're all put here for a specific reason. I want to find that out. So people will start to search for meaning, right? And they'll look for things and they'll ask questions. But the biggest thing, I think, what's going to take away, the big takeaway is going to be, is that they're going to realize that the Earth isn't what you've been told by, actually doing some legwork and figuring it out. So that's really going to
sure.
help.
So I get you on the religious point because I agree. Like if we're talking about the Creator and what Yahweh has given us as gifts, it is important to kind of have an understanding of what those gifts actually are. So totally agree on the religious point. So, but again, for me, not religious, I don't believe in any particular God. So for me,
I'm sorry to hear that.
it's okay, man. Don't worry, I'll be all right.
It's all right.
But again, like for me, for example, the reason why I guess it's less of a problem if it's round or flat or whatever is because in day-to-day life, even kind of medium term life, it just doesn't really affect me. Now, I'm not saying it's not important. I'm not saying that it's not important to discuss because, like I say, everything has to be up for debate. Even things that people say it's settled. I hate it when people say that and they just close the book, done. Arrogant bastards. No, everything.
Where's dogs are gods, man? To kind of fill in the understanding for that, man, because he's one, him, and I think Scott Mackey's another. There's a few individuals that will say that's the case, but there's a different position, right? If you're not holding truth and you're holding this belief, that's a whole entirely different subject. If it is true, then I think there's value in that. That the truth that you hold is the reason why you have this position, versus you just thinking that the Earth is a globe because bro, we've been told like that. There's no value in that. So
you need good reasons for it. You need good reasons to believe in what you believe in. That you and I think, are aligned on without a shadow of a doubt. You need good reasons for it, not just someone told me it or what have you. But yeah, dude, thank you for giving me some insight into like how and Amish as well. Is he still here?
No, he took off. We got a few people in the
I'm
panel.
gonna shut up now because you've given me loads of your time. Very much appreciated, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, every day's a new day. I think everybody can reset and think about things.
Yeah, but I
and
appreciate
try
it just
again.
because it helps me in my endeavors to engage with you guys, all of you, in the right way, in the most respectful, productive way. Yeah, it helps. Thank you.
Well, yeah, the important thing is we get people to think about like what our arguments are about and what we're saying and what we're not saying, because it's going to
But
get.
you also want to be challenged, though. You also want challenges, though, right?
Of course. Like, why do you think I'm always waiting? Like, it doesn't matter who it is. I'll talk to anyone. The important thing is that they have their A game when they come in here. They think about the thing they're going to talk about, and they support their claim with any way that they think is evidence. So I think that's great. Come with your best foot forward, and then let's see what you can muster in this argument. Because I think that's the only. I hate it. I hate it when people come in here inebriated, bro. And it's like, dude, it's already bad that there's arguments that are fallacious in the Earth being a globe. But you come in this, it's like you're hobbling yourself. I'd rather you come with the sharpest of wits to come in here. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like with all your arguments figured out, with everything that you have understood, and then come in here and then let's talk about it. Because I think there's many different aspects of like it's not just one type of argument that you should bring. It's just like think about all the range of how you know the Earth to be a globe if it's true. Well, how is that? How do you know? Like we got to prod all those things.
100%, man. Thank you, like, for giving me some, like I say, giving me some more insight into actually what your position is, because that really does help. Thank you.
Yeah, keep bringing more people in here too. I think you were bringing a couple of people into the discussion. We didn't get to talk to that other guy because that younger guy that was in there was pretty steamed.
Oh no, it was it's a lady, soft. Anyway, she's very spicy, so it would just be
Well,
fireworks.
Jeddi's always here. If anything, he'll deal with that.
Well, let me see if she's still on. Then get her back in.
I'm throwing Jedi in front. What's up, guys?
You throw me under a bus again? What's going on?
Yeah. Geek said there was a spicy person that he wanted to bring into the chat. I was like, well, there's Jedi. You can deal with that.
No, she was already in here. I didn't bring her in. She wandered in, and I was like, oh.
Followed you in here? Okay.
Yeah, probably.
Does anybody have any evidence for the Earth being a globe? Any evidence of that? Crazy. Tumbleweeds. We've only been doing this for.
I'm trying my best. I'm pinging a bunch of people.
I don't worry about it, man. Like I'm just having a conversation.
Since no one's talking, I only heard the last part of you and Geeks talking. Was it a pro globe position that was put forward, or was it just like generally like
Yeah, you missed
meta? Yeah.
It was satellites proving the distance to the sun. I forgot what he was presenting. I think it was the distance to the sun. Could be wrong.
Right.
The point of it was though, he didn't know how to like support his premise or his conclusion. I'm sorry, getting mixed up now. I'm getting tired. He didn't know how to support his conclusion of the satellites being able to measuring the curvature. That's what it was. It was measuring the curvature of the Earth with satellites. He brought in one PDF, I think. Let me see if I can find it. I think I actually saved it. I'll just post it, and maybe you can agree with it or not. It doesn't matter. I'm just gonna post it for you guys.
Yeah, I'm always willing to take a look. You know, I want to know until whatever helps me know.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I don't know who actually had this thing, but he presented it
Cool.
earlier.
I'll scroll up. I'll find it.
This. Oh, you don't have to scroll up here. I have it. I'll post it in text chat. Okay, go ahead and look that over. I think that's all you put in.
I think.
Did you see that PDF,
either...
Jedi? I don't know if you've seen it or not. That I put in the chat.
I think the link
but we kept going. I think we went from satellite conversation to Eratosthenes of figuring out if he knew any of the information of how they figured out the size of the Earth, to then put into the math for the Earth being a specific size so that they can get the rocket up in orbit. Like there's a lot of stuff that's it's like all connected, and he didn't have a way to articulate how he knew the premise to his conclusion. So that was troubling, and I was trying to point that out, but he was yelling. You guys can go back on the VOD and listen to the interaction. It's like 2 hours, man. He was pretty hyper. He had a lot of energy.
I saw the ping come in that there was a quote in quotation marks satellite expert in the chat, but I'm busy at work, man. I'm on my lunch break at the moment, so I was ashamed that I couldn't.
Oh, you missed the live one, did I know that much.
Yeah, it sounds like it, man. You said he's shouting and ooh. That's the type of guy that I like to hear.
Yeah, I know. You live for those moments. I know that.
I do indeed.
It's crazy because like you're holding on to truth, and you know that anything that's coming up against it with the ego and the bravado, it's never gonna pierce anything about the truth. It's just like you can see them trying, and it's like you're trying to see where that button is, where it's gonna turn off that shields that they have up, so you can just let them have the information.
Couldn't you say this same in reverse though for you guys?
Because we're not making any claims like the way you guys are. So the extraordinary claims that you guys make.
Well, this is the thing about a satellite expert, right? He's got a vested interest in this. His whole work is based on the Earth being a ball that spins in space. We don't have that, and we don't go to work on
the claim would be the global international conspiracy would be the extraordinary claim that needs extraordinary evidence presented by flat Earth, or at least for me, which I haven't seen a flat Earth ever provide me with any evidence of this conspiracy.
Yeah, but it's not a conspiracy if you believe it like tradition, Officer Friendly. If you've believed it all your life as if it's something that everybody knows, like a foregone conclusion, it's not in the realm of conspiracy. It's like a tradition, like Santa Claus.
I'm just talking like the definition of conspiracy. Like it's a group of people, like coming together, conspiring together to spread disinformation and deceive people.
Well,
like it's an international conspiracy with zero evidence presented by flat earthers.
I get what you're saying, but more of it has to deal with like people that are propagating this information have nothing to do with a secret organization of individuals sitting in a conference room finding out like. Let's try to figure out a way we're going to deceive Officer Friendly today. What can we think about, guys? Let's come up with some good ideas. Like nobody's doing that at all. So that's illusionary. People think that that's going on. It's not.
Yeah, no, not small of a scale. I wouldn't think. Yeah, I wouldn't like put that on you either. But on a grand scale, there has to be. I mean,
no.
India's space program, they're sending a lunar probe to the moon that's having images of the Apollo landing gear on the moon. Like. There's some sort of massive international conspiracy that's getting their hands inside the space program of India, editing their programs before their images before they send them out. Like this is international and widespread, but I've just never seen you guys present any evidence for it. But obviously, you guys believe in it.
I like to ask people, can you demonstrate water bending?
Thank you for sharing.
A wave. And guys, water bending as a wave. What's your retort, Bluker?
Water bending at rest.
I'd see that's different, isn't it? You need to expand on your question.
Oh.
At rest, yeah, no, you're absolutely fine. When contained and at rest, water most definitely lays horizontal level upon the surface. I would agree.
Yeah, but that's because bending is motion and rest is the absence of motion. So it's like fallacious to ask the question like that.
Not really, because when at rest over distance, if the surface of the Earth was curved and that surface was water, then that water would curve. No.
then the world would curve, not the water. The water would be relative, right? So
The surface of the Earth is primarily water, isn't it? Mean sea level and elevation and depth below that mean sea level.
I think we're talking past each other. All I was asking for is like to sort of extract additional information on what is bending, right? Because bending.
Hey, did I cut out? Sorry.
Yeah, you did.
Definitely. You've been quiet a long time.
I don't think so.
Yeah, it was so nice.
Too long. Weird.
Yeah, I mean, but I guess like the only thing I don't really appreciate is I have no vested interest in whether or not the Earth is a globe.
Bullshit.
That's
I
what they all
don't.
say.
So what does that say? What does that say about your life?
What do you mean?
What does it say about your life if knowing the truth about your world makes absolutely no difference to you?
Well, it's not that it has no impact. It's just there are things that have a higher impact, right? So when I say I don't have vested interest, it's like this is not at all a priority for me. So everything that I say, right, related to this, I don't really have a motive behind saying them, right?
Okay, well,
You're
this is
still
about
interested.
unpacking the nature of reality itself. For me, the only thing higher than this is metaphysics.
Your
There's no
yeah, but
proof
your
of
your
metaphysics.
your appearance in the server is saying that that's a lie because you're here almost every day, and
Yeah, but
you saying
that
you have a vested interest in this whole argument because to you for some reason you identify in some way that the Earth has to be a globe, and you have to have your 2 pence of information that comes through this chat because you just have to be right. We know we are.
AV
You
at
are
face
saying that you
value.
think you are.
At face value, I could see why you would think that, and I think
Dude,
it's
you're
a
here
fair
every day.
criticism. I think
Oh,
it's
are you
fair
not?
criticism. Let me respond,
Well,
right? I think it's fair criticism, but I would offer you why I'm actually here. Why I'm actually here is because I'm very interested in dynamics of conversation and knowledge and how argumentation plays out, sometimes evenly moderated, sometimes unevenly, right? I want to be able to hold my ground in a neutral setting where I don't have vested interest so that I can be truthful to myself and to the topic. And this is a good playground for all of that, right? There are a lot of
Yes, it
intelligent
is.
people in here. There are a lot of intelligent people in here. And I am being sincere when I say that. Also on both sides, right? And there are a lot of drunks and retards in here on both sides.
And AT, your own presentation to us has changed, I think, and I think you've been a lot more congenial and affable. So I appreciate that too.
Thank you. Likewise.
I've
right?
noticed.
And so what started off with just like a clickbait room, because it is clickbait, right? What started off with just like engaging with the clickbait and trolling has turned into more of a social analysis on human interaction for me. It's okay that for you it's
us
still
too.
really important about the topic, like of Earth and whether or not it's flat or curved. I do care about knowledge and integrity of knowledge. I did go through both a bachelor's and a master's, so I've been through the system, right? But I, as well as you guys, know that you can definitely put any paper under scrutiny, and you can probably find something wrong with the paper, right? Or the methodology, or the data. There is always something that probably is false, or not, or hard to have falsifiable. And so all I'm doing here is just I want to A, know the interactions I talked about, and B, understand how to hold my ground in a discussion without losing it, and C, I want to know how we can sort of arrive at higher knowledge. And the methodology in here is so different. I mean, everybody offers different aspects. Some come from engineering backgrounds. Some come from being maybe a police officer. So it's like a very, very high range of people, and the dynamics are interesting. You don't see this all the time. So yeah, that's why I'm in here so much, AV. Just to let you know, I don't really care about the Earth in itself. It's just it enables this forum to exist. That's why I'm here.
Well, if you don't care, then say you're a flat earther and be done with it.
I don't care that much, is what I said. Right?
Ah, so you do care.
Well, I mean, I think
You
behind
can't
every
escape,
action,
dude.
Yeah, the
you
social
can't
pressure is
es-
too high to convert.
Yeah, my freaking logic is a steel trap, dude. You can't escape. You're in my clutches, dude. There's nowhere to go. You are only here, and this is where you'll be at, like forever in my clutches. Until you relinquish your silly notion of the Earth being a globe, you will forever be in my clutches. Let's just say that.
You know,
Forever.
I disagree, but
listening to
okay.
him talk, I'm convinced he's already a flat earther, but he just doesn't
Well,
know
yeah.
it.
I mean, yeah.
He doesn't
just
know
say-
it, but on a subconscious level, he knows. Just like
I
we
still
all do.
have-
I was a
let me
flat
put it
earther
this
for
way.
like 6 months and I didn't tell anybody. I said the opposite. I mean, you kind of go through a period of awkwardness and you're trying to grapple with the social pressures of it.
Yeah, it's all good. Do what you do. Do you? It don't matter to me. In the end, I sleep like a freaking baby. I
Yeah,
don't
that's
care.
right.
Yeah,
it's
if you
not-
think the Earth's a globe and you come in here with a lot of, anger, you're spitting venom. You're, it's a globe. Blah, blah. We're like, that's good, man. Have a good one. I mean,
The truth of this topic reveals truth about other topics, which means it also exposes the lies of other topics. So becoming a flat earther, we often say, is kind of just like the first step into learning how to use your mind correctly for the first time in your life.
Yeah,
You
I
know,
think I
we're
would agree
adherents
to
to
all
the
of that.
idea of zeticism and zetetic cosmology, which is an old movement over 100 years ago. People basically said, you know what, we're going to treat the world like it is. We're actually going to be hyper empirical about everything. And they were flat earthers. And they were popular for being obstinate assholes like a lot of people confuse us to be, just because we are so stubborn about what's empirical in our reality.
Yep.
There are other groups of flat earthers that are more into like the hippy dippy stuff, like occult energies and gematria and stuff like that. Okay, fine, you do you, but our community is definitely siding with arguments from empiricism. We feel this is the best approach to getting people to wake up to the world that they live in.
Gentlemen, I have brought a friend of mine, Kayla. She has some questions for you.
Oh, okay, another lady. Geeks, you've got a whole harem of beautiful women to throw at us. To what do we owe the pleasure?
Geeks is harem. That's fucking
This is
funny.
like the third lady he's brought in here. I mean, Geeks, you're a player, man.
It's like
Bit
the
of a
eighth,
fire,
but yeah.
What it is. It's like the Terry Thomas of the Flat Earth world. It's
You have
awesome.
to be nice. You have to be nice. She's very good at debate. I gotta say, you gotta watch out. You have to be a gentleman, please.
Well, Jedi, you're up.
You're up.
Hey, Kayla, how are you? Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth channel here in Politics. How can we help you today?
Hi. Geeks just put me on the spot there. I don't give me 1 minute. I'm just joking. I was just actually trying to listen to what you guys were talking about for a minute. Yeah. Geeks, you can.
Well, that didn't
Go.
work. So ask
No, I mean, I don't know, what.
Yeah. We don't have there's no parking on the dance floor. You got to get a dance partner and you have to dance. So Jedi will be your dancing partner for today.
Awesome. It's awesome. I don't know. I just don't think I've seen any evidence that proves the Earth is flat realistically. Like everything we've ever known and everything that's ever been proven, like every single planet in the galaxy is round. I mean, why would Earth just be the one that isn't? It makes no sense.
Okay.
This is more like of a common sense kind of answer, but I don't know. It's just not.
Whoa. So common sense.
Sorry,
we'll start.
to me it was. Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine. So common senses. I'll ask you a couple of questions on your common senses. How do you know the Earth is moving? Do you feel any motion to the Earth when you stand on it?
Well, no, because we're also moving at the same speed, right?
Okay. So you don't feel any motion. That's
No,
what you're
because
saying.
the Earth is moving at however many kilometers an hour, so are we.
Kayla, We don't want to get off onto a wrong foot. So
No, I was just
your,
replying.
your,
Sorry.
your answer is that you don't feel any emotion. I don't need the excuses as in, well, because the Earth is so big and we're going at a constant speed, which we're not. But I don't need the excuses. I just need the common sense of, well, I don't feel any motion. Do you see any Earth curvature with your own eyes without switching on a TV and somebody telling you that the Earth's a ball? Do you have the common sense of seeing the Earth as a ball?
Yeah, of course.
How do you know? What common sense, for example, would you see the Earth to be a ball? Where do you see that?
I mean, even so, I fly a lot. Like, even when you're looking out the window on a plane, like you can clearly tell, like there's some sort of dip, right? Like, it's not a flat.
What do you mean by dip?
So the center of where you're looking will be higher, a little bit like higher than the edge of wherever you're looking, right?
Okay. For
Just
example, if you were in a hot air balloon, let's say that you weren't in your aeroplane, but in a hot air balloon at the same altitude, you understand that when you turn around 360 degrees, you have a circular vision. Would it be easier to point out than when you're looking through a window that is actually curved, or taking an image through a lens that's actually curved, that horizontal line is curved because of the refraction through the window, knowing that when you turn around, you have a circle of vision around you 360 degrees?
sure, I haven't been in a hot air balloon, so I can't say what I've saw, but I mean, sure.
You understand the premise that I'm trying to put forward.
Mhm.
When you turn around, you have a 360 degree view around you. So if you were to look out the other window of the aeroplane, you might see that horizon curving. If you went out to the front of the airplane, you might see that horizon curving. But you know that that would just be distortion, because if you were to turn around in free space, you have a 360 degree circle of vision around you. This is the sort of thing that's kind of put forward by scientists and well-known globers, that even if the Earth was a ball, you wouldn't actually expect to see curvature from an airplane at 35,000 feet. We get people like Neil deGrasse Tyson when they reference things like the International Space Station. That's 200 miles plus, so we're told, above the surface of the Earth. You shouldn't even expect to see left or right curvature from that high above the surface. So maybe the reason why you think that you are seeing curvature is just as simple as the window you're looking through.
That could absolutely be true. I mean, let me ask you this then. How, and these are just kind of common things that first come to my mind when I think, oh, the Earth is round, this makes sense. Like, how do you explain it being daytime in Australia and nighttime in America, right? How do you explain that if it's not round?
Locality of the light source, the sun. The sun moves above the surface of the Earth, and as it moves above the surface of the Earth, it leaves areas in darkness and illuminates other areas. Like if you were to walk around with a light source, you notice that you're just illuminating the portion of the surface that you're standing on, leaving other areas in darkness. So it's just because of the locality of the light source.
For that to happen, the sun would have to move under the Earth.
No, the sun just circles above the Earth.
So you think the sun is how big? Because if that was the case, the whole Earth would be alight 24/7.
If the sun was, or the light source was smaller and not X amount of millions of times bigger than the Earth, or however big we're told, then if the light source is smaller than the floor, the Earth, then the light source is only going to illuminate a certain portion of that Earth. Day and night cycles are because the sun moves, goes from location to location to location, giving light to the surface that it's over, rendering darkness to the surface that it leaves.
And how do you prove that, though? Is this just your opinion, or is this like been proven?
I'd tell you, because the Earth is observed, measured, and practically used as a horizontal plane. There is no observed or measured Earth curvature, so much so that we use mean horizontal sea level, elevation and depth profiles from that sea level, and we use it as horizontal. Now, within that, I said it's measured. Now, we can measure the surface of water in many ways. one of the ways that seems to be quite common over the last 10 years is signal transit, whether that's be the propagation of light, so with a laser, or the propagation of signal. This could be Wi-Fi or microwave signals. So using this propagation, we demonstrate that the surface of water, when contained and at rest, is indeed horizontal on the surface. So that's the base axiom, right? First claim, they say, the Earth is a ball. Well, we do not measure any Earth curvature over any distance of water.
Okay.
No, I can provide
was
you with
in
that
here.
evidence if you want. That's not a
I
problem.
mean, sure, but I'm just, I don't know. That's
Not
just
going to look at it.
crazy. No, of course I will. I mean, I'm in your. I've been here before. I've talked to you guys before a while ago. Like, I just think. I just don't think there's any evidence for any of that whatsoever.
Okay. Let me ask you this: when contained and at rest, water lies which way upon the surface?
Horizontal.
Yes, exactly that. So we understand that with just a very simple example of your cup of coffee in the morning. When you go and have a bath, when you go to a swimming pool, you understand that water is level upon the surface. We can expand that distance to, I don't know, a pond, a lake. A lake can be 10, 20, 30 miles across. A small sea can be exactly the same thing, 10, 20, 30 miles across. So when measuring across this 10, 20, 30 miles, we do not measure any curvature. It's quite simple to understand the natural dynamics of water. It is to seek its level. Water is probably the best thing to understand with regards to the surface of the Earth. If the surface of the Earth was a ball, then that water would curve over distance at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared. We would have a physical geometric horizon at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, which gives us a physical horizon when you're at the beach 6 foot, 3 miles away. But we don't observe or measure that. So much so that we don't observe or measure it, but we practically use, like I said, with regards to things like navigation, the surface of the Earth to be horizontal, to get elevation, angles, and profiles from. If we understand what an angle is the intersection of two straight lines. Well, your first line, your horizontal plane of reference, is the Earth, and your elevation or angle up is that tangent from you to whatever you're measuring in the sky. That could be the top of the mountain, the top of a lighthouse, the sun, moon, or stars. Measuring these in angles requires the Earth to be a horizontal plane, because you can't measure angles if one of those lines is curved.
So if I was in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, I'd be able to see a ship across the world if that was the case.
Can you see forever? Do you think?
I mean, we can see almost infinite, like we can see stars that are hundreds and thousands of kilometers away. I don't see why you wouldn't see a ship 100 kilometers away.
Okay. So you think, without the idea that these things in the sky are light years away, trillions, billions of miles into the distance, and you think that you can see that far. My question is, why do we invent things like binoculars and telescopes?
So we can have a more in-depth view of those planets and those.
So we can see further? If you're a captain of a boat, you're going to pull out your binoculars to see further, right? If you're a captain of a boat, you're going to pull out your telescope to see further, right?
I mean, just because you can see it doesn't mean, like, you can't tell what it is. Like, of course, you need a fucking binocular to understand what you're looking at.
I'm talking about understanding what you're looking at. I'm trying to point out to you that your eyes have a limitation to that view. So we have to invent technology to see further, correct?
Okay. So if I had binoculars, I'd be able to see a boat?
Depending on how far away that boat was, because you understand that. Because you understand that with distance, things get smaller, and eventually something will become too small to see. You can't see flies and bees forever, can you?
Well, it's not a fly or a bee, it's a ship, it's a boat.
Yes, but you understand that the fly or the bee will eventually get far enough away for you to not be able to render it anymore. It has become too small to see. That can be applied to things like a car, or a boat, or a mountain. or a cityscape, eventually with distance, the angular size will be too small for your eye to render. Kind of simple, right?
Right, but you said if we had binoculars, that's why we have binoculars and telescopes.
Yes, and
to see
all
those
of our
distances.
binoculars, and all of our binoculars, we've had to invent telescopes now because our binoculars are not good enough. We've had to invent high-powered zoom cameras to resolve things at much further distances than we could with our telescope, because every optic has a limitation to its view. The problem also with making long-distance observations is you've got more atmosphere to look through. And we understand very simply that light attenuates through the atmosphere. The atmosphere is not completely transparent, is it? It's like trying to look down to the bottom of the ocean. You can't do that. And it's the same thing with the atmosphere. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 100, 200, 500 miles. It's probably going to be more difficult for you to see things in the distance, especially when they've reduced so much in angular size within the first place. But yes, you can see boats at very, very far distances. Again, one of the reasons why we're here, because we're told that we shouldn't be able to see that boat because the physical Earth curve is in the way. But when we look for that physical Earth curve, we don't see it because we can still see boats 30 miles away. Now, I would be able to see boats from the southeast coast of England to France go to Calais. Now, that's 30 miles, or 24 miles to be more precise. I shouldn't be able to watch those boats go to Calais because the Earth curve should be in the way. The limitation to our view would be physical in that instance. All we really have is an optical limitation to our view, the limitation of our eyes, the optic that we're using, and the atmospheric conditions of today.
Okay.
You can use other optics as well. Infrared cameras are really, really good for cutting through haze and things like that. And with infrared technology, we can see much, much further than we should be able to do if the Earth was curving, because the limitation to our view would be that curving Earth. We don't observe that. That isn't the limitation to our view. The limitation to our view when looking horizontally across the Earth is the limitation of our optic and the atmospheric conditions.
Yeah. Sorry. 1 sec.
Good stuff. Good stuff. I'm gonna head out.
Yeah, I've really got to get back to work. I'm already 3 minutes late to get back, so I might have to drop out this convo, guys. Do apologise.
Yeah, appreciate you, Jedi.
Yeah, man. Appreciate you too.
See you guys.
Thanks, man.
Jedi gone. Well. Maybe Jedi wasn't the best dance partner. Everyone disappeared then. Everyone disappeared.
Bendy water.
Bendy water, what?
Big oceans bending 360 degrees in every direction to form a ball in a vacuum of space. Sorry, it's actually not a vacuum. The atmosphere is expanding endless. You still have the atmosphere behind the moon, double the distance.
Wait, how
So,
far
yeah,
is that? How far is that?
Well, they claim that the atmosphere is still detectable double the distance of what is in their heliocentric paradigm, the distance between moon and Earth. So double the distance between moon and Earth, and you still find atmosphere.
Oh, you're not claiming that though.
No, it's what their paradigm claims.
Okay, I thought you were claiming it. I was like, what are you talking about?
Nah, I wouldn't ever claim such a silly thing. Obviously.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. You don't think that the atmosphere goes all the way to the moon, do you?
No, it's even further. It's double the size between moon and Earth in their model.
No, you don't think that though.
No, why
Okay,
should
good.
I?
I was just checking. Because you were saying it as though I was saying it. You were saying it as though it.
Yeah, but it's fantasy because in reality we have something called the second law of thermodynamics, and everything that has pressure is pressing against the walls of its containment. Therefore, that's why we can call it pressure in the first place, because of the pressing.
Can you say
against
pressure
the
one more time?
Pressure.
Interesting. Wait, hang on. What? Hang on. Who is this? Oh, Clay. Yeah. Okay. I think you're well versed enough to take on old geeks. Yeah. Let's give you a shot. Okay. Second law of thermodynamics, eh? What's that? Hello.
Yes.
What's the second law of thermodynamics? I don't even know what that is.
You don't know what the second law of thermodynamics is?
I'm asking you. Do you know?
Well, the second law of thermodynamics describes that you can't have a high pressure system right next to a low pressure system, or a negative pressure system right next to a positive pressure system without a barrier, which is in short form or simplistic terms is everything that is pressurized, as we can see in reality, is within containment. So if you're gonna get some gas for your barbecue at home, it's gonna be probably pressurized. I mean, probably not, it's gonna be pressurized. Same with all other gases that we can measure and experience.
It looks. Hang on, I'm just reading it up because I didn't really know what it was either. Heat flows spontaneously hotter to colder regions. Oh, it's this whole entropy thing.
Yes.
So we're talking about order. Is it order going to disorder or order going to chaos? I think that's what it means. Is that what it means? I don't know what that's got to do with there being pressure, though.
Well, it just describes the dynamics of the spontaneous process that happens as soon as you have, let's say, as an experiment device, there's also a video for this, but you have one vessel that is pressurized and the other one is so there's one vessel that has positive pressure and the other has negative pressure, and between then you have a valve, and you open that valve and you will see a spontaneous process of that so-called thermodynamics, where the true pressure system become one by the positive pressure equalizing with the negative pressure. At least that's how I would explain it in
I understand. It's not negative pressure; it's just a lower pressure. I get what you're saying, dude.
I mean, you can call it lower pressure, but negative pressure is also a term. It's not like that. That
no
I
such
made it
thing
up
as
or
negative
something.
pressure. No, it's not. There's no such thing as negative pressure. You can't have negative pressure. But I get what you're saying.
But it's a commonly used term. There's something called even negative pressure rooms, right? Which are used in certain laboratories and stuff.
Really? I've never heard of
Yes.
negative pressure rooms.
In
Okay, fine.
hospitals, for example, they use negative room pressure.
Interesting.
You
Okay.
can look it up.
I will. I've never heard of that. But what have that got to? Sorry, what have that got to do with the? You were talking about the atmosphere, like reaching the moon or something. What is it? What?
Well, in your paradigm, it says that the atmosphere expands beyond the system at the distance between Moon and Earth twice the size. So the distance, according to your model, which I think is something like
Well, you don't know what my model is. You can't tell me what my model
Yeah,
is.
365,000 kilometers or something like that. I think it's.
You're just gonna ignore me when I say that's not my model.
What is your model?
There you go. That's
sorry,
a
it's
better way of
384,000 kilometers.
That's a
Sorry,
better
my
way of
fault.
approaching it, unless you want to tell me what my model is. Yeah. I mean, I don't know anything about, an atmosphere reaching the moon or anything. So to get all of that, I don't know any of what that is. What is my model? I would say my model consists of a layer of gas. Or multiple layers of gas, I guess you could say, surrounding the Earth. That is, I guess, what you would call the container. Does that help?
Sorry, I couldn't follow you there.
So you mentioned a container, making sure that all of the gases, I guess, that we breathe on Earth are contained, not floating out. So my model is that the container, or the the method of restriction, stops all of that from leaking out, is several layers of gas themselves. How's that? Does that make more sense?
I don't get it, man. You're telling me that you have like a gas pressurized system without a containment because you have other layers of gas being the containment? That doesn't make sense.
Correct. That's correct. Well, it might not make sense to you, but just because it doesn't make sense.
Obviously, because then you would say that the weakest layer, which would be the outside boundary of your layers, which is
weakest layer.
Yeah, the weakest, the thinnest one, right? I guess is for you the outside barrier, right?
Why would it be the weakest? What do you mean, the weakest?
I don't know, man. I mean, are we talking in the realms of your worldview that you just made up, or are we still trying to like poke holes into the heliocentric worldview? Because there it is, the weakest layer that expands 2 times of the distance between Moon and Earth behind the Moon.
You keep
which
coming
doesn't
back
make
to
much
that.
sense.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because why is it that the weakest particles? Why is it that the weakest particles of the supposed layering are not even caught up at the Moon? Why, like, if so much mass volume of atmospheric particles are going beyond the Moon, and the Moon is simultaneously moving tons of water on Earth in order to make tides work, why is it that the Moon has already collected a good chunk of this atmosphere that goes so far beyond the Moon in order to make an atmosphere for the Moon possible? So the Moon would be like a little second Earth, and there would be water and all kinds of stuff on it. Why is it that it only affects like huge tons of oceans, trillions of tons of water, make them move for the tide supposedly, but for all these very weak particles that just seem to be flushed out into the emptiness of ever-expanding universe, the Moon is collecting none of Earth's atmosphere? Like, that will never make any sense for me. Like, that is so contradictory, so inconsistent when it comes to logical thinking. And that's just one little cherry of so many cherries on my cake regarding the inconsistency
You got a
of
real habit
the
of not
heliocentric
listening.
model.
You got a real habit of not listening to what I'm saying when I tell you that that isn't my model. I mean, if you want to have a chat with
Yeah, but bro, we gotta at least choose one. Either you're gonna talk
I told you what it
according to
was,
what
and you seem to keep ignoring it. I don't know why you're doing that. Like, am I not
where
making
the
myself
where,
clear?
where the layers is the same thing that
Why,
they
why do
claim
you
on the
keep talking
heliocentric
about?
model.
Why do you keep talking about the moon? I keep telling you. I mean, do you want to keep going back to something I've told you that's not part of my model? I don't know why you keep doing that.
Bro, but I don't see why should I have big interest entertaining something you made up personally? I have more interest in something people are collectively being delusional about, which is the heliocentric model. Instead of
You sound like a
entertaining.
science denier, geeks. You're denying the science that the ESA put forth.
I don't know what that. I'm denying the science that the ESA put forward.
Yeah, there's a link in the chat that corroborates everything that Clay is saying about the moon being inside the Earth's atmosphere. So, you guys, you love to call flat Earth the science deniers. But when your model, right, when your worldview puts something forward, you then get to pick and choose and say, well, I don't subscribe to that worldview, right? So I have a different explanation of what science is saying and how the container works. But you have to kind of accept that they have now came to the conclusion that the moon is inside the Earth's atmosphere, that the Earth's atmosphere extends to cover the moon as well.
Well,
So,
even further.
that's ESA. Yeah.
Hey, Meatball, even further, it goes
talk
twice the distance between
It sounds
moon
like
and
it
Earth.
sounds like you want to talk to someone from the ESA. Then I mean, I'm trying to tell you what my model is, my understanding, but it sounds like you want to tell me what the model you want to argue against is. So it doesn't look like I'm the right person.
Geeks, this isn't bring your own model day.
Oh, so you guys will give me the model I have to defend, yeah?
Well, see, a bunch of space agencies and a bunch of quote unquote scientists gave you your model.
Oh, okay.
Right? You didn't-
So
you-
yeah,
you
so
didn't-
I don't get
right?
to. So I have to defend a model that isn't mine. Gotcha. Okay, fine.
Well, you don't have to defend it. We're
Do you
just
want to
asking
give me?
why you
So you
believe.
tell me what my model is then, seeing as you know what my model is better than I do, and we'll go with that. So tell me what my model is then. I mean, you don't even need me for this discussion, really.
That's my point.
You don't even need
don't-
me for this. You can just
have a model.
you can just. I know I do. I try to explain it, but
No, you really don't, right? You don't even understand the globe model that you subscribe to, right?
yeah, I guess I don't.
So it says.
But yeah,
it says,
you can't keep telling people. You got to get out of that habit of
okay,
telling
geeks,
people what
but
they
we're
believe.
here to scrutinize the globe model. Okay, if you
Yeah,
already
what
figured
about
out
my
if,
model, the one
one
I'm
second, if
telling you about?
if
Because you don't
if
need me for
I
this. Why don't
understand
you can
that
just
you
talk
don't
to each
want to
other?
stand behind the collective.
Well, you don't need me then. You can just talk to each other then, or talk to the
Yes, we don't
the
need you,
paper.
man.
You don't need
Exactly.
me.
I rather want to entertain something much more interesting. It says here that the ESA, the European Space Agency, and NASA show that the layer of gases surrounding our planet stretches to around 630,000 kilometers, which is about twice the distance to the moon. So how ridiculous is that? They say the moon has the gravitational pull of making these tides work. Trillions of tons of water being moved back and forward every day, supposedly. But the moon the moon has not enough gravitational pull to get all these little particles that are 630,000 kilometers going into space and
Gotcha.
collects a little ring around him, or makes even an atmosphere out of the atmosphere that is being dispersed from the Earth constantly.
Cool.
Like, how is it that the moon is supposed just as dry rock? It's just stupid. Like, either choose one, pick one, but to have both things going on is very inconsistent and will never make any sense to me. And I've never heard any coherent excuse or coping by any globe earther, because they know deep down that it is senseless. Makes absolutely no sense.
It makes sense that you haven't heard anything. So you have a problem listening. So it doesn't surprise me that you haven't heard anything.
I have heard you. You come
No, you
here
haven't.
because
You keep telling me what my model is, and I keep telling you
you
that's
come.
not my
I'm
model.
not talking for your model. I don't want to entertain your model. You come here because you already
You don't
recognize
want to
that the
actually talk to
heliocentric
me.
model is weak.
You want to talk
You don't want
to
to.
an
You don't want to
invisible ghost.
support the heliocentric model. Therefore, you want to be at the neutral position, make up your own model, and think that I'm going to waste my time entertaining something that you made up in your mind.
No, you don't. You shouldn't engage with me. I agree, because I could actually embarrass you. Whereas, if you're just arguing with a paper,
How
that
can you embarrass me with something you made up in your mind? That is nonsense, bro. See, that's
well,
the
even if I
very
made it up
reason.
in my
The very
mind, I
reason why
guarantee you I could
one
embarrass
second.
you, even if I made it up.
The very reason why you just said I can that you can embarrass me shows that there's no reason to argue with you, man. You're not here to
I
have an
agree.
honest discussion.
You shouldn't engage with me, because
Yeah, if you want to
ends up
embarrass someone, you're not an honest partner to have the discussion with.
There's the person telling me what my model should be, and that I'm not allowed to tell you what I actually believe. Yeah, that's honest, isn't it?
But we are not here entertaining everybody's individual imaginations.
You have beliefs.
Okay.
Can I ask a
You
question?
don't have knowledge. You have just beliefs. You don't have any knowledge.
I have plenty of
That's
knowledge.
why
I
you're
guarantee you, I know more about any
just
facet of
embarrassing
science
yourself.
than you do, sir. Trust me.
Let's move on. I think there's a question on the table.
I want to ask you guys what you think about the Coriolis effect. Sorry, that's a hard word. So basically, in the way that water moves, depending on what hemisphere you're in, or anything really, because it's all based on rotation of Earth. So what do you think about that?
Anything is moving based on the rotation of Earth.
So the Coriolis effect is basically. Sorry.
I've never seen the Earth and rotate underneath smoke. I will see always
No.
just 90% degree, 90-degree column of smoke in the air. Never the Earth rotate underneath the smoke and left the smoke behind like a train.
Right, but we're talking about.
Yeah,
We're not talking about smoke, which is obviously
Right,
important.
but-
Smoke goes in any direction and can go anywhere. For the so there's a couple of examples, but the easiest one to explain, which most of you have probably seen before, is the way water swirls in the northern hemisphere versus the south on two different sides of the equator. So it will do clockwise in the southern, I'm pretty sure, and then anti-clockwise in or in the north it goes clockwise, and then south it's anti, I'm pretty sure. But
Right,
and this
but did
affects
you know that's
cyclones, it affects the
consistently
way water drains, the
inconsistent?
way you drain a pool. Sorry?
No, we appreciate the Coriolis effect, but he's basically trying to explain to you why it doesn't work on the globe model. But we're pretty aware of the Coriolis quote unquote effect, right? Even though it's just kind of it's more like your relative position, right, and sort of looking at something. Since this globe would be moving, 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, that say, for instance, if you shot a bullet, there would be a slight deviation to the bullet, right, trajectory because of this quote unquote Coriolis effect, or like you're saying, the swirl of the water. But actually, there was a guy who debunked that in 2015. Like, it's kind of actually interesting. He got a toilet, tried it up in the north, and then tried it in the south, and it spun the exact same way, right? It was because of the fluid dynamics of the water bowl itself that actually controls the way the direction of the water goes down. And you can actually get it to
obviously
go
it
both ways,
depends
so
on
it's not consistent.
right, but I'm talking about I'm not talking about toilets, I'm talking about large amounts of water, like maybe a pool, or maybe not a sink. It could also affect the sink. Sink's big enough, but generally pools and other stuff.
Yeah, well, when was the last time you drained a pool? Plus,
no, but it does happen, and I'm saying this is. But I'm not saying I'm going out draining pools. I'm saying there is a difference between the northern and southern hemisphere at the equator, which wouldn't be the case if it was a flat Earth, right? This can only happen for a spherical object.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. You haven't tested the Coriolis enough to actually know that doesn't actually work.
Yeah,
It doesn't
So
actually
how
do
do you
that.
explain?
She drained a lake
So
or
how?
a swimming pool, I think, because when you talk, she talked first about just water. When you talked about toilet, she told you that you need a larger amount of water, so you have to drain a lake or a swimming pool. So the test she did talk about the Coriolis effect. She drained the lake to see that it swears it's turning opposite side in the north than the south. Are you dreaming,
The
girl?
toilet is different than draining an
Than
amount
the
of water
lake.
like a
Yeah,
sink
I
or
know.
whatever.
I know.
Like we're
Toilet is
talking
different
about
than the lake. So
we're
did
talking
you
about
drain
something
the
not
lake?
random.
Did you drain a lake to see that it sees turning opposite direction in the north and the south? Or did
Right,
you
but
drain
that's not the point
a
I'm talking
swimming
about. I'm right, but that's not what I'm talking. I'm not talking about toilets or me draining something. I'm saying this happens because there's a northern and southern hemisphere.
Where did you see that to
But
talk
that
about it?
doesn't even happen.
You
You're
can look at any
misinformed.
video online. You can look at
Oh,
any sort of
videos.
in-depth.
You can
You can look
do
at
this yourself.
the articles on
You
it.
don't have to trust any video. You can actually do it yourself.
Okay,
I've seen
something
a
you can do
video of
yourself
a
is look at the
giant called
movement.
Superman.
No,
Something
I'm
you
just
can do
saying it's
yourself is look at
absolutely
the movement.
it's
Okay.
inconclusive. It's inconclusive. We see both directions. We see it inconsistently. You can test it actually on different shaped basins, and you'll get different results. It's not due to the shape of the Earth, neither flat or globe. I mean, I hate to break it to you, but that was your question.
Careful, Kayla. They might start telling you what your observations are soon, a little bit.
Well, I mean, I'd love to see a demonstration. I mean,
You
if you have a
didn't
citation,
observe anything, like just
Well,
you.
you don't need that. You can just tell
You
her
didn't
what her
observe
observations
anything.
are, right?
Just
I mean,
talk. She's just
Geeks, I thought we didn't need
assuming.
you.
She's
Well,
just
I'm
assuming
trying to give you
what she
guys another case, and maybe you can disprove this as well. I don't know, but if you would allow me to speak, that would be nice.
Of course.
So you could test this yourself if you wanted. Like, I mean, I've been to many different places. This holds true. So when you're talking
Same.
about something you can do yourself, the movement of the night sky is the same.
And what
It's
would
the
that
same
tell us
thing.
about the
So
Earth?
basically, it's in the northern hemisphere. The entire sky rotates counterclockwise around the North Star, while in the southern hemisphere, everything revolves around the Southern Cross, right? So in the opposite direction, basically. And for that to be the case, you would need, like, for that to be the case for flat Earth, you'd need two, like, celestial spheres, like one for each hemisphere, rotating in opposite directions, which makes no sense and just cannot be true whatsoever. So
Yeah, no, I get the confusion, but for instance, like let's say I was in a Walmart, right? Would I be able to see the same lights on one side of the Walmart as the other lights on, say, the other side of the Walmart?
maybe, I don't know. I haven't been to Walmart and checked.
Well, just imagine a large warehouse, right? You can't see all the lights. They eventually kind of go past your limit of vision, right?
And Walmart, no, you could walk around. You would stand in the middle. Like, it's not always the case.
No, but I mean,
Depends how big it is, I suppose.
say you're in a far corner, right? You can't see all the light. I mean, let's say this place is pretty big, right? I mean, can you see forever?
You can't see forever, but you can see pretty darn far.
Okay, well, I mean, we can at least agree with that. But
what's that got to
interesting
do
enough,
with how the stars rotate around the different points? What's that got to do with what she asked?
Well, that's what I'm trying to.
Well, geeks, if you shut up, I'll answer.
Well, you didn't answer it, so answer it.
So, here, I'll help you out. Anyway,
You could just answer. It's okay.
so yeah, sorry, where was I? All right, so you have to understand that not only does anything about the sky not tell you about the surface properties of the Earth, but when you look at the sky, it's pretty big, right? And it's under the same laws of perspective that when we look at anything, right? So you have to understand that, well, the stars do have their trajectories and they seem to be going a certain direction, right? However, if you look north, they seem to be going one direction. If you look towards the south, they will seemingly appear to be going the other direction when it's actually you who has changed, right?
Huh?
If you're looking at a really big wheel, right, for instance, right, and you look towards the center of the wheel, it'll look like it's going clockwise. However, if you turn around and look towards the outside of the wheel, right, it'll seem like it's going counterclockwise.
I don't see that. I've never had that happen.
I mean, this is something you can demonstrate yourself, actually just laying down and looking at a ceiling fan from, the floor.
Can we go back to the start, as you were supposed to be answering about?
Right,
why
but
the
you're
stars-
talking about for something that's going at a certain speed, which has the illusion that it's going the opposite direction, which doesn't hold true for space or Earth. Right, because like no matter where you are, it's always the same direction. It's the moon's always, all the stars are always in the same direction, unless you're on
Except in the
past the
last
equator,
solar
and then they're going the
eclipse,
other
so-
direction.
But no, don't
So
get me
how do
wrong.
you how do
The
you
sky is interesting. It's doing interesting things, and I could give you explanations, but that's why I prefaced with nothing about the sky will tell you about the surface property of the thing actually in question, which is the Earth.
it can tell you a lot, and I mean, like if you're not willing
Well,
to answer the question with some
based on what you're told,
some.
I got told the same
But it's
story.
not what I'm told; it's what I see.
No,
This is something you can test yourself. This is not something I'm just saying, even if it was scientifically proven,
I
and
know.
which it
I know.
is. And I'm not just
It
basing
does
this
seem
off.
like
Oh
it's
well,
going in a
scientists
different
said you
direction.
can do that.
Yeah, and I've been to Bogota, Colombia, and I've
How
observed
was
these
that?
phenomena myself. And you can look towards the
Right.
south, and yes, it does appear like it's going the other way.
Okay, and how, if the Earth is flat, is that possible? Right. So I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm
Oh,
not
I
saying
don't
I'm
know,
right.
but
I just want to know how it's possible if you believe the Earth is
Earth
flat.
actually measures flat, right? It has nothing to do with the sky, right? I wouldn't use the sky to prove that the Earth is flat.
What do you mean?
Well, nothing about the sky tells me about the surface properties of the
Right.
Earth in question. So
Sure,
why
but
would
if
I
the
use
Earth
the
was
sky to
flat,
prove
then the whole sky would be going the
shape
same
of the Earth?
direction, no matter where you
Well,
are.
that's what you've been
Kyla.
told in your globe story, right?
Kyla,
Right. So how would the sky work if the Earth was flat?
Oh, I don't know.
Kyla,
Well, there you go.
will surface? Kyla, how will
It
surface?
works exactly the way it does right now. I mean, why are you assuming that
how
it's a
is that-
globe just because it's something else that's happening in the sky?
And Lloyd, that's what I'm trying to ask you to explain how that's possible that it could move in one
that's what I'm
direction and
trying
the
to-
other.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. You have a globe story. I had it too, right? I know the globe story too. I told, the first thing they told you, hey, we know the Earth's a globe, and then they pointed up into the sky. It's not your fault. Of course, that's why you're going, look, they told me that though, right?
I mean, shit. Maybe it's like okay to say there's not enough science or there's not enough like
It's not even
visual
a science
evidence or anything.
It's
Well,
an
I know you
observation.
don't base it on science. You base it on what you see. But I'm saying maybe
Science
that hasn't
is
happened
the
yet.
study of a cause and effect relationship. Is this a cause and effect relationship that we can understand the dependent and independent variables?
Yeah, I believe it
Really?
is. Anyways, yeah.
You can stop the moon, or you can stop the Earth, and we can basically go, look, that's it.
No, you
right?
can't stop it, but you can go down
Exactly.
past the equator to the southern
No,
hemisphere,
you can
and
make
you can
assumptions
tell.
based off your observations. Yes, that's not science.
But if you're going
aren't science?
listen,
But wait,
does
It's a
anyone have
part of
a
science
logical
and a
answer to
scientific
this?
method. Yeah.
Kyla, when you look to the other direction, why are you telling us that the stars are evolving the opposite way? They are not evolving the opposite way or turning the opposite way. You are watching looking to the sky to the opposite
Correct.
way from where you were looking to the sky when you were in the north. Just imagine yourself between two trains, and the two trains are going the same direction. Now you are watching the train in front of you. You will see it going from left to right. And if you go and look to the opposite sides of the train behind you, you will see it going from right to the left. It's not the train going to the opposite side, but you just turned yourself to the other side. That's what you see when you
You just proved my point. Yes.
When you watch
That's what I'm
No,
trying
I
to
didn't
explain.
prove your point.
You
I didn't prove.
did, because there's no way if the Earth was flat.
It is so dumb to see it.
Listen.
To say it.
Hold
It
on.
is so dumb by.
It is an old argument. I mean, don't call it dumb, but it's an old argument.
Flat trains, and you are on the top of the surface of the ground where the rail, the road, the train road. It's just a flat. We are not talking about anything circular or globular. There, you have two trains. One go. They are both going same side. They both going the same side. They are not going opposite side. They're going the same side. If you watch this first train and you see it going from your left to your right, and you turn yourself to the other one and you see it going from your right to your left, it's not the train.
Oh, you cut out.
Hi, Claude. Nyla, are you saying that because of rotation, Earth cannot be flat of the stars?
Hi,
Kayla, can you see the GIF that I posted in the chat?
Hear me. Nyla, are you saying that
Sorry.
because of
Yeah.
Are you saying because of rotation of the stars, Earth cannot be flat?
No. Well, yes, kind of, but you're not understanding what I'm trying to say. If the Earth was flat, this would not be the case because the Earth is round, and let's say you're traveling from the top to the bottom of the Earth, they're going to be counterclockwise, which means
Can I ask you a question about if Earth was flat? If Earth was flat, how would it look like surface?
the surface would become, you'd be able to see to the end of the world if that was the case with the telescope.
No,
but that's just not the case.
No, that's not the case because we don't have optics for that. That's not possible.
We don't have what?
That? We don't have optics for that. That you can see forever.
We do. We literally have high-grade telescopes for space that can see hundreds of light years away. So I'm pretty sure we can see.
We have Guinness record. It's 255 miles. Why would be Guinness record 255 miles?
That's a photo. That's
That's not. So how?
Why
listen,
would we have
do these
the Guinness
telescopes?
record of long distance shot?
Don't ask me a question
miles?
and then not let me answer it.
Yeah, but
hold on,
There's
Sasha.
no Hold on.
Sasha, we were on one part with the stars real quick. Because, I mean, don't get me wrong. Sasha's bringing up the point that, again, the sky does not tell us about the geometry of the Earth. I know that that's what you've been told. I was told the same thing. And that's how they told us that we knew the geometry of our Earth. So it's reasonable, right? But if you take a look at this demonstration, I do want to explain at least what you're seeing in the stars, right? At least to the best of my knowledge and the best of my honesty, right? Now, honestly, I don't know what the sky is doing. I'm not going to claim to, and I'm not going to use the sky to prove the shape of the ground. However, if you'd like an explanation, this is what I meant when I was saying, look at your ceiling fan. It's going one direction, right? However, if I view it from the other side, right, it appears like it's going the other way. You have to understand that possibly this sky is really big. For instance, you won't see that Southern Cross in the 3 southern locations. Did you know that? Like, say, South Africa or South America. And, of course, look who has to jump in while I'm talking. Right.
It's just nonsense. I mean, you can't equate a ceiling fan to the night sky. Come on, man. That's just.
And I mean, optical illusions are a little bit different. I feel like, and I understand because I have seen this before. Because I've seen car wheels moving so quick they look like they're moving backwards. This is true. This holds true. But this, like the way the Earth moves and how, like to us, we're actually going so slow. But it feels like we're going so slow because of how slow the stars pass us. So there's no way it could be an optical illusion that we're going.
The stars pass us, not the Earth moving.
Can I ask you kind of similar question like you asked? If Earth is a sphere, where will start that drop over distance in distance? Where will start the curvature if Earth is a sphere in reality?
I gotta go teach a class.
All right, see you later.
Okay, enjoy. Thank you.
Behave yourself. Don't interrupt.
No. I will challenge everybody.
Geeks, shut up.
You shut up. No,
can I see 10 miles flat on the sphere?
What?
Can you see what? Sorry, I'm so sorry.
10 miles flat on the sphere.
Can you see 10 miles flat on the sphere? You mean Earth?
I mean on the sphere.
I
We will
don't
come back
understand
to
what
the
you're
Earth.
asking me.
Can you let's say on the Earth? Can I see 10 miles on the Earth flat?
If it was flat.
Yeah. No, if Earth is a sphere, can I see 10 miles flat on this Earth?
I think, Kayla, what Guru is referring to is this this parabola discussion. Is that right, Guru? You're talking about the
No, I don't speak about parabola. I'm speaking about sphere.
Yeah. 8 inches per. What is it? 8 times.
Kilometer or something. It's.
What was it again? 8.
8 inches per mile squared. Yeah.
Per mile squared.
Yeah.
What is that 8 inch per?
referring
What is that 8 inch per mile squared? What is that?
Is that what you're referring to? Is it just so
No,
I'm clear?
what is that? Can you tell me what is that?
Oh well, let's do it together. Hang on.
Okay, what is that?
Okay.
Can I?
So
You know what? Can I ask you a question while he's figuring out how to answer this? If it was the case that you could go to space and see this for yourself, and you saw the Earth was round, would you believe it?
Yes, and then it should be also on the ground measurable. If I see from the space curvature, yes, I will say it's of course it's spherical.
Okay, that's all I wanted to
But
ask.
if I go to the ground, again, it will be measurable. The same thing. What is from the space, it will be also on the ground.
But you can't, like, they're not two different realities. Now, this is the same reality you're living. So if what you see on the outside of Earth is going to be Earth on the inside.
The problem is with this, with me, Kyla. That's what I see on because I cannot go to the space, of course. But that's what I can see on TV. That is spherical, and everybody will say that is spherical. That's what I see in reality. That is not spherical.
But if you went to space, that's reality.
Just
no,
I understand you're saying that will probably never happen. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, but that's what I see, what we said, like, for example, if we go to the space, but we cannot go to space, we see on the TV, it's spherical, yeah. That means it must be spherical also on the ground. Are you agree with me?
Yeah, of course.
There is no spherical things on the ground. We check that every observation showing that it's no sphericity of this sphere.
Wait, are you saying if you saw it from space, it wouldn't
the
be
Earth, this is the thing, to you, I don't even think you understand the mass of Earth, how big Earth is. That's why it seems, it might seem flat, but
I know how big it is. I learned like you. It's a 20, I will tell you now, it's 25,000 miles. It's 3,959 miles radius, and that it's giving you that 8 per mile squared, what I told you in the beginning. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That means,
so how do you expect, from your point of view, 5 feet off the ground, to expect to see?
Okay, I will tell you now. With 1 foot observer height, you can see only 1.22 miles.
What?
With the 1 foot observer height, the geometrical horizon on this sphere, it's written in every book, it's 1.22 miles. When we put the camera on 1 foot observer height, we can see 10 miles.
Wait, hang on. What you said? 8 inches per mile squared, right?
But those calculations are for a spherical Earth, not a flat Earth.
Yeah, for the spherical. For the spherical. When I now want to, when I want to check that in reality, that means when I go with the camera with 1 foot observer height, that means I cannot see more than 1.2. There is Earth is dropping, but that's not happening. We see 10, 20 miles with 1 foot observer height.
Well, yeah, we have a very far sight. Like, you'd be surprised. Like, if you were standing on a plane from, let's say, from Africa to America, you'd be able to see.
Did you hear me now? With 1
Wait,
foot
Kayla,
observer height.
He's arguing for something else. I think. So hang on, Guru. Which one are we talking about here? Are we talking about the 8 inches per mile squared, or are we talking about the other one with the square root? Like which one?
There is no another. It's only one.
Yeah, so it's all the same globe that you're defending. So
there is no another. There's only one formula.
One at a time, please. Sorry, 8 inches per mile squared. Do you want to do that calculation?
No, there is only one. That's the one.
Which one? Tell me which one.
That's the one. What you said now, 8 inches per mile. That's the one. There is no two.
Good. Okay, fine. So I got 800.
Why you using 2? Why you set 2?
It's the 1 point. Anyway, it doesn't matter. So I did 10 miles. Yeah. So 10 miles. Right. That comes out to 800. But is that 800 feet or 800 inches?
800 inches, I think.
Inches.
Are you sure?
On the 10 miles, it's 66 foot.
66 foot. Right. So it should be 66 foot. So there should be 66 feet of drop.
Yeah.
Over the 10 miles, right?
Over the 20 more, over the 30 more, over the 40
no, let's
more.
just do say
more
10.
distance, more drop, you know.
Yeah, I know, but let's just stick with 10, just so we're all on the same page. Right, okay. Right. So are you sure it's inches? Or is it? I don't know. I've heard different things about it. Can anyone else kind of clarify this?
What will be different if I say the same rate in inches and foot?
Because
what will difference if I say 100 centimeter and 1 meter?
No, is it 800 inches or 800 feet? Is what I'm asking.
66 feet in
66 feet.
10 miles.
So there should be 66 feet of drop. Right.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, fine. That's using the 8 inches per mile squared. Right. Okay. So what and your issue, you take issue with the fact that that's too much, too little?
What is too much and too little?
Well, what's the problem with this? So that is saying there should be 66 feet of drop, but you don't see it. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. You don't see that, is what you're saying.
I don't see any drop.
Well, how do you know you can't see any drop?
Because there is long distance observation showing that.
There's something that you can still see from 10 miles away, is what you're saying.
Yeah, with 1 foot observer type.
Gotcha. Okay, so you're saying that you can still see something from 10 miles away, that's in full plane view.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Fine. And that's where your whole thing about the observer height comes in, as I understand. Is that correct?
In this case, observer height, it's 1 foot, and there you can see 10 miles.
Gotcha. Okay, fine. So, and 10 miles, and you don't see any reduction in like the bottom part of whatever it is that you're trying to observe from 10 miles.
No, I don't see any reduction. I see the real physical water on 10 miles. Yeah.
No. Let's talk about a specific thing, not the water, because like
I'm telling you what I'm seeing in 10 miles. Real physical water.
What about a thing that we can both agree is 10 miles away? Would that be better?
Physical, real water.
Okay. What about something that isn't water? Would you agree?
No, I don't want nothing. Something what is similar to water, because water seeks level and it's good to observe.
Yeah, sure. But you would, if I was to say, okay, we're going to put a big red ball or a wind turbine that was 10 miles away. Yeah.
Okay, let's put oil rig.
Yeah, oil rig also.
Yeah, let's put oil rig in the sea.
Let's put oil rig.
Let's put oil rig on 9 point. Let's put oil rig on 9 miles. Yeah.
Okay,
fine. Oil rig and a little boat.
And I see water on 10 miles. You know.
No, forget the water. We agreed on the oil rig now.
Yeah, I put the oil rig on 9 miles, but I see the water on 10 miles.
No. Let's put the oil rig 10 miles away.
Put the oil rig on 9 miles. It's there in the water, and water behind. It's visible, physical.
Let's just. I don't understand what your problem is with having just.
I don't know what is your problem, man. I used. I don't know what is your problem.
Water.
I put the oil rig in the sea. I put the oil
Why do
rig
you-
in the sea on 9 miles,
why
and
have you
I'm
got a
telling you
problem
now.
just not putting it at 10 miles? Why would you have a problem putting it at
Okay,
10
I
miles?
put the oil. I put the oil rig on 10 miles. The water physical. Okay, the water physical. It's on 11 miles.
Okay, fine. So we're
Okay.
looking at the oil rig, right?
I'm
Okay.
looking the water behind the oil rig. Oil rig is
No.
there on a distance market, you know.
Okay,
Now
you don't
we have
want
oil
to.
rig. It's on
You
the
don't want
10
to look at
miles.
the oil rig. You don't want to look at the
I
oil
don't care
rig, do
about
you?
oil rig. It's only on
Of
10 miles.
course, that makes sense. I know why you don't care about the oil rig. I know why you don't.
Because I don't care. Oil rig is not the Earth, you know. Oil rig is not only distance market. How to say? To
It
know
is.
the
That's
distance.
what I'm saying. It is the distance
Yeah.
marker. That's what I'm saying. It is the distance marker.
Okay.
But I understand why you would want to look at the oil rig because
I'm not looking the oil rig. I'm speaking all the time about water. What you don't want to speak.
I'm saying that you don't want to talk about the oil rig because
Oil rig. It's only telling you this is 10 miles. Nothing else.
Yep. And
okay, is that all right? Shall we put there? Shall we put there? Let's say big tower, and on the tower, white one, we will write 10 miles with the big black letters.
Sure.
Can we do that? Okay. The water behind that tower with written 10 miles, it's physical and it's there.
Right. So what about the tower itself? Do you think we would see all of the tower or not? Or do you think
let's destroy that tower and put tower on 11 miles now, and with the written this tower is 11 miles, and the water behind the tower it's physical and real. Do you understand me?
So the tower is physical and real, but are you saying
We
that we
use only tower for mark that we know the distance to that object.
I understand.
Okay?
I understand why you wouldn't want.
Okay, can we speak
to use
about
the tower.
water now? The surface of the earth.
I understand why you wouldn't want to use the tower, because if we did use the tower and had a look at what the actual tower looks like, there'd be a big chunk on the bottom taken off it, wouldn't there?
No, if we look on the sphere with this given size, at least half of that tower will be covered, you know.
So
whatever. But for example, we see the water behind that tower, and that water you cannot see if you living on this size ball. If you living on bigger ball, if you living
why would there be a chunk taken out of the bottom of the tower?
No, I will tell you. If you're living with the ball with the radius 39,000 miles, then it's possible. Yeah.
Why would there be a big chunk taken out of the tower? We get to water in a bit if you really like. Why would there be a big chunk taken out of the bottom of the tower? Exactly.
Why would be water the surface of the earth behind the tower?
We can get to that in a bit.
Why would be surface of the earth behind the tower?
Why would there be no? Why would the tower not be fully visible?
Why there is no geometrical horizon of 1.22 miles and it's obviously 10 miles? That it's 1,000% off.
I get why you wouldn't want to answer the question because it causes.
I'm asking you the question: where is geometrical horizon 1.22 miles?
I can answer that in a bit, but let's just talk about this.
No,
tower.
let's answer the question. Where is the geometrical?
A big chunk at the bottom taken out. Why would that be?
I don't see any chunk. I see water, man. The surface of the earth.
Yeah. So if there was a chunk taken out of the bottom of the tower,
did you see that is the oil rig? You know,
it would cause a bit.
The
of
oil
trouble,
rig.
really,
what the oil rig is doing is taking the oil from the sea.
Cause a bit of trouble if there was a big chunk taken out of the bottom, because you'd have to explain why, wouldn't you?
Why I should explain anything?
Well, you don't have to explain, but it doesn't.
I see the water on 10 miles. Is that not enough for you?
How do you know the water is? How do you know the water?
Because you can see it. Because you can see it also, and everybody can see it.
You know it's 10 miles away. Yeah, the water.
Yeah, because it's beyond that oil rig.
Yeah, because it's there. It's in Santa Barbara. It's in USA. Go to the beach. Oil rig. It's there. And you check the distances, and that's it.
How do you know it's behind exactly? How do you know it's behind?
What?
How do you know it's behind the oil rig?
How I know that what is behind?
Yeah, how do you know that water is behind?
Where is the oil rig? Where is the oil rig?
10 miles away.
Where is the oil rig?
Where is
And
it?
the horizon, is it behind
Where is,
behind the oil
where is
rig
the oil rig?
or in
In the
front of the
mountain,
oil rig?
in the forest?
No, it's on the ocean, let's say.
Okay, on the ocean. What is behind the oil rig? Is the forest? Is the mountain?
There is nothing. I'm asking you, sir, how you know
There is
that
nothing behind the
water.
oil rig. Are you saying?
How do you know that
Okay, I
water
will post
is
the
behind it?
picture. Okay, well,
How do you know the
put it.
water is
Let's see if
behind
you
it?
are honest. Geeks,
How do you
let's see
know?
if you're honest.
Sir,
Let's see if you're honest.
sir,
I
my
posted a
question is
picture,
simple.
and you will tell me what you see. Okay?
How do you know the water
Let's
is
see if you are
indeed
honest,
behind?
man. I will post you the picture, and you
No,
will
you
tell
will
me
know
what
it.
it
You will
is.
know it.
Sir, I'm
You will
asking you a
know.
question.
You will know
How
it.
do you
Where is the
know?
water? Just look at the geeks. Look at the picture that he will post. We did already post it of that longer distance observation with the
Yeah.
oil rigs in distance
Yeah.
and the horizon
This looks like a
behind
really,
them.
really good photo.
So now
Yeah.
we are talking about the surface of the water. It's the
Brilliant.
horizon behind those two oil rigs. So now
Fantastic. So why don't
that's
we
the
can
question we
we
are
talk about a photo
asking
that
you.
hasn't been
Where is the
no
horizon
no no
in
no no.
that picture?
Sir, can we talk about photos that aren't doctored and photoshopped, please? These photos
No,
are not legitimate.
Are you
at all.
saying that video is
No, it's
Photoshop?
not from Photoshop because we can show the video also. No, but we are
Oh, yeah,
just
let's see the video. Put the
mention this
video up.
reference from you.
Put the video up. Put the video up. Put the video up.
Okay.
Let's see the video. It's funny actually because these two. I've got one here that says platform C
Can you
is
be honest now? Can you
6.8
tell me what is behind the oil rigs? Is it some kind of?
the
This
sky.
is the answer. This is the answer. No. This is
not
the answer.
water.
Behind
Not
the
water.
oil rig, it's behind the oil rig. It's some kind of phenomena. It's a real ocean, water. It's unicorns flying. You can choose.
No, I told you what it is. It's the sky. But you won't
Okay,
answer my
great.
you
Do
won't
you
answer my
know what is?
question though. You won't answer my question, which is how do you know that the water? Well, not in this photo because this photo is garbage. How do you know that the water is in
Why
fact
this photo is
behind?
garbage? Because it's presenting the reality.
This is not a video. This is just this is the same photo, and you're just zooming it out. Zooming out.
This is the photo. Take it from the video.
Gracious. Okay, fine. I mean, I can't help you if you don't want to seek the truth.
Are you
I
want
mean,
to
if
help me? Can you help me like this?
well,
Can
I
you
mean,
curb the water? Can you curb the water in the reality? And I will be glad to come back to the globe. Help me, please.
Curve the water. What do you mean, curve the water? What does
To
that mean?
make the sphere real.
Hang on one sec.
Help
Mr.
me,
Amish.
please.
Wait, hang on. Just a sidetrack. Mr. Amish, this video is backed by tons of data. Can I ask what you mean by that? The video is backed.
Can somebody find the channel of the guy? And this is not only one video. I don't know the name of the guy who is on the Barbara. Can somebody post him like a 10, 20 videos, not one of this? But he said fake CGI.
Yeah. I mean, this is
Yeah.
This is nonsense.
How about this Bolivian Salt Lake?
Why is the sky? Why does the
Bolivian
sky
Salt.
look like that?
What about Bolivian Salt Lake? That is 4,000 miles squared. Big.
Sorry, this video is taken by a YouTuber who does this all day, every day.
What about Suez Canal? How long is Suez Canal?
I don't know.
You don't know. Something like 200 kilometers.
Oh wait. Are we going on from the oil rig now?
Oh, okay. No. We will not move from oil rig. We will stay with oil rig if you want 2 years.
No. I asked two questions. The first question was, the second question was, how do you know that the water? I mean,
I just sent them both the video with the oil rigs and the video with the wind turbines. And if you want to know that it's water behind, there is boats that are swimming there.
Wait, hang on. Let's have a look.
Yeah, playing them both.
Oh,
and
they're
put your
not. The
cognitive
boat isn't
dissonance.
in the boat isn't the same as in the oil rig picture, is it?
Yeah, we know that it's water there, and we know that already the oil rig is beyond the distance where the globe expected the horizon to be on.
That
It's
isn't.
already beyond the depicted horizon on the globe.
Goodness gracious. Look at that. I mean, that first.
Do you know what,
thank you,
Geeks?
Mr. Necros. Hang on.
There is
Thank you, Mr. Necros. That first one is very, very. I mean, it's not fantastically impressive, but I mean, you can if you blink, you can almost miss the fact that those cranes on the left oil rig. The very left crane is completely skew width and all out of it doesn't look straight at all. Can you see that?
Do you know what is the horizon?
Does that make the Earth curve?
So it's not a homogeneous colored picture. We
No,
see
I'm talking
the horizon. We see a straight line, a horizontal straight line behind the oil rigs. That's the horizon. That's where the sky meets the water. And in the same and in the other video where
You're kind of missing what I'm saying here.
we see also what we call the horizon, where the sky is meeting the water. So we all see the horizon. Are you telling me that you are the only one between all the people that that is not capable of seeing the horizon, where the sky is meeting the water on those videos?
Wait a minute, hang on.
He will
where
change
is the horizon? Where is the horizon in those videos? For you, is there multiple horizons there, or just one horizon where you see the sky meet the surface of the water?
Wait. Do you want me to answer you? Or
I'm not waiting. Yeah, just answer me.
Okay. Oh, hang on one sec. So
I'm not waiting. What are you doing? Are you watching something special? Just tell me, where is the horizon? Is there multiple horizon or just one single horizon where the sky meets the ground? Where the sky meets the water in those videos? Behind those oil rigs and wind turbines, or in front of them?
I mean, with Photoshop, you could pretty much make anything look.
No, you cannot answer. Is that correct?
Now?
You don't know.
Stop coping. It's not healthy. Stop coping.
You cannot answer. Is that correct? You cannot see the horizon. Is that correct?
Do you want my answer, or do you just want to keep shouting?
Do you see the horizon?
Be fast.
No, I don't. No, I don't. Because
you don't see the horizon. You see the horizon on that picture.
Because these aren't real photos, gentlemen.
Somebody mute him because he's dishonest.
Someone mute him. Someone mute him because he doesn't like what I'm saying.
Say that something is not real because it is real.
You don't like what I'm saying, so mute me.
I sent you videos, not a photo of you.
Okay,
fake videos,
wait, don't mute him. Is that correct? That fake video?
They're both fake, yeah, they're both nonsense.
Okay,
Sorry.
Can you prove that?
Well, so the first one I just pointed out.
Can you prove that it's fake one? That's not real footage. That means it's edited one.
Sir, listen to what I'm saying, please. So look at the first. This is from the first video. I'm just pointing.
Now those are fake. Let's let them be.
Do you want me to tell you?
Do you want a long distance observation from Guinness record? Will you tell me that those long distance observation from Guinness record are also fake images and fake observations?
It doesn't sound like you want me to actually tell you why these are fake. I can understand why.
Tell us. Let's hear it.
I can understand why you wouldn't want me to tell you that why they're fake.
Do you have proof? Don't tell me. No. Don't tell me. Don't tell me stories. I hate stories, brother. Keep your stories for you, for yourself. Now,
you
tell me that it's fake. Show me the fakery. Show me. No. I sent you a video. I am not telling you stories. Now you
No,
want
no.
to tell me your own
They are
stories and
garbage.
what
They are
you believe.
garbage. The
I'm not. I'm not in
the
it
burden of
first.
proof. The burden of proof is on you to prove that they are
I'm
real.
not in
Oh,
it.
really? Now that
Yes, they are, because
that's
you're the one
funny.
making the claim. You're the one making the
I'm
claim.
not
What
in a
claim I
church,
making?
and you think that you are a
Can I
priest
make a
that
claim?
will teach
I
me
will make a
the
claim
beliefs.
now. I will make a claim. I see the water on 10 miles. Can you make a claim now?
You are lying. That's my claim.
I'm lying. Everybody can see that
This
water. I'm
food
not
is
lying.
too
Oh, it's
stupid to
easy.
be
It's easy to see something on a
You know
photo.
what?
Absolutely.
People can take and make a long distance observation and say if I'm lying or you are lying.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely, and it's been done, and
Oh, of course. Yeah.
everyone agrees with me. Sorry.
Yeah.
No one
Yeah,
agrees
but
with
it's
you.
easy to say you are lying. You know that's easy. Can
Well,
you
it
prove
is.
that now?
It is easy.
How I'm lying?
Well,
How I'm lying? Can you
because
tell me?
I mean, you haven't actually seen
Okay.
it, have you?
Oh, really?
You're just looking.
You
You're
will
just
tell
looking
me.
at
You
fake.
will
You're
tell me
just
that.
looking
Okay,
at.
great. Okay, this is
Well,
Santa
tell us.
Barbara.
Have you?
Now I will tell you something else.
Well,
Adriatic
tell us.
Sea.
Have you? Have you or
Okay,
not?
great. Because you said
Have
I'm
you?
lying.
Well, you
Adriatic
are lying.
Sea.
You are lying. I don't think
Adriatic.
you have
Okay,
seen it.
great.
I
Adriatic
don't think
Sea.
you
This
have
is
seen
only
it.
for people, not
I
for
don't
you.
think you have seen it.
It's
I
not
think
for
you're
you.
making it up. Sorry.
It's not for you, man. Adriatic
It's not.
Sea. Adriatic Sea, 20
Open.
kilometers.
Open
The
is not
island
heavy for me.
crest, you know, I check it. I saw 20 kilometers, you know,
How
but
did you
I'm
know it was
lying.
20? How did you know it was 20 kilometers then?
Because
What's
there is an island there, we know the distances, you know. There is a how to
these
say, ferry.
photos and
There is
videos you've
ferries,
seen?
you know,
Okay.
ferry. What is
Those are not
ferry?
photos.
Ferry. It's taking the
Videos.
people and the cars from
Please,
the one
Videos.
beach to the
Don't
another
make
one
the
beach.
difference
shouty
between photo
person
and
at a
video.
time, please,
Okay.
one shouting person at a
Shut your
time.
fucking mouth
Okay.
yourself.
I'm sorry.
Shut up yourself. You say
Yeah.
you say that those are photos. You stupid idiots. Those are videos. Those are not photos. We sent you
Okay.
photos and you
Okay.
asked for videos. Now we
I didn't
sent
ask
you
that.
videos.
Yeah,
So
and
you stupid
they are
idiot
also
are
garbage.
not
Sorry.
you're not making difference between photo and a video.
Okay.
And
Well,
you
I will
want to
make
talk
that.
to
I will
us
make that
about the
difference.
state of the earth.
The photos
You're
and the
fucking
videos
idiot.
are garbage. Sorry, sir.
Yeah. You are idiot. You are not
Okay.
You
making
are
the
garbage
difference
also,
between a
you know.
photo and an image,
Please,
and you
one
keep
shouty
talking about
person
the
at a
shape of
time.
the
I
earth.
can't hear all the insults, unless it's one person at a time. Please.
Can you tell something more about garbage? Okay, I will conclude. He said the video and photo is garbage. Earth is a sphere. This is only for public.
And the
Not
videos
for
as
you.
well. The video garbage as well. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
If you see, this is for public. If people see that video, that means you don't need to watch even because the guy said it's a garbage. That we trust the guy. Don't ever do the long distance observations. Don't ever go to the beach, and forever, ever, you will be global. Because like that, you will believe this guy because I'm lying and he's telling the truth. And that you can choose now. He's telling the truth, I'm lying. That means I saw the 10 miles water. He said I'm lying. You can check it
From a
for
fake
yourself.
video, right?
Can you
Not from a
stop? Can
not
I
real.
finish my sentence? Now you are interrupting. That means you can check it for yourself and you say, okay, this Sasha guy, this guru is speaking and he saw the 10 miles water. He is lying and I don't believe him. I trust this guy. He has no examples, but I will trust him. Good luck, everyone.
Good luck, everyone.
Yep.
So anyway, so I
anyway,
gave you.
why you want to speak now?
Well, do you want me to give you reasons why they're
No,
garbage,
you don't
or
need to
you're
give
not
any
interested in
reasons.
them?
You don't need to speak.
You're not interested in
You're,
them.
you're, you're dishonest, man. Why do we need to speak with you?
Yeah. Okay. Fine.
We're,
Fine. I mean,
we're only wasting time with you.
fine. I mean, I thought search of truth was important, but
No, but you said your truth.
No, I hate stories.
You said your best example was you are lying, and now people need to decide. Okay, I'm lying. Good.
This is how it goes, is it? This is what.
Yeah,
This is how it
it's
goes.
your word. People
It's the
need to
guru.
understand
It's the guru
what did you
show.
say.
It's the guru
For
show.
example,
This is how it
it's
goes.
not guru show, man. You said that the all
Sounds
these
like
are
it.
garbage and bullshit. That's it. Nothing else.
I didn't say
Nothing to
bullshit.
pointing
I
out
didn't
the
say bullshit.
horizon.
I wasn't using
You
words like
spoke
that.
about
So
oil rigs that it's a garbage. You didn't speak about horizon. You didn't speak about the surface of the earth. It's a garbage. Now people can conclude
I said the
garbage.
photos and
Earth
the
is a
videos are
sphere.
garbage.
But
I said they're
that's
not
the
good
best conclusion
evidence
for the
for what
sphere,
you're
man.
claiming.
What I'm saying, it was all what you say is just garbage. So can you stay away from
let
us?
me demonstrate.
All what you say is just
Hang on one
garbage.
sec. Hang on.
No, no,
Let me.
no,
Hang
no.
on.
Stop saying garbage. No. Stop saying garbage.
Let me show you.
No.
Show me one video with showing geeks. Can you show me only one video, not 10? One video with showing drop over distance. One, not the fake one, the real one. Because we will not watch garbage.
I will.
We
I'm
watch
about to. You ready?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. I don't want to see what you say. Hang on.
Let's see. Maybe it's correct. Yeah. Maybe we are all wrong. If it's good example, I will look into that and I will say, okay, man. I see there is a drop. Then you show another one. Then you show another one. Then you have 1,000. Then I say Earth is a sphere. It's easy, man.
Hang on, just finding it for you, sir. Just finding it for you. Just want to make sure it's the right one and not. Okay.
Post 3. Why 1? Immediately 3 that I can watch 3 of them.
Well, let's just go with 1 first.
Post 3 because I have 10 examples.
Okay, well, good for you. Right, here you go. Let's see what you have to say.
I have a lot more example, and I have examples from Guinness record.
Few Earth from the space station.
I have a Guinness record.
Geeks, what was my question? Geeks, what was my question?
Well, that shows you the curve.
Geeks, what was my question?
Oh my God, he sent a
drop over distance. Drop over distance.
What you
shows you. This shows you.
What you
This
post?
shows you drop over distance. This shows you drop over distance. Are you going to look at it or are you going to ignore it? You going to look at it? No?
Okay.
Let's see what you say about it.
Is that view from the space station?
From the ISS, yeah. What do you think?
Yeah, space doesn't exist. So
it's garbage. Basically, is that what you're saying?
You are begging a question. You are begging the question for the space. You have to prove the existence of that vacuum of space next to pressurized system.
So you don't believe it's real? Is that what you're saying?
No. I don't believe that you can have gas without a container. That's what I believe.
No. Forget that.
That's what I know.
That.
I know
what
that you can't have gas without.
Can you see the curve?
Pressure without container. So now, if you are showing to me a photo from space, you have to prove the existence of outer space. So you have to prove your ability to have gas pressure without a container.
Geeks, how I can verify that?
What do you think of the curve?
Geeks, how I can verify that?
Oh, how you can verify it? Is that what you're asking?
I can verify it.
Yeah, this is the question. How I can go there and verify that?
I can verify it just using the laws. I just use the laws of gas.
You've proven my point. You've proven my point.
Okay, can I ask you now? That means I cannot verify this. Okay, how you can verify? Can you go to the beach?
How can I verify your fake photos and videos?
I'm asking you. I cannot. Can you go to the rocket? That one. Can you go to ISS?
He's too stupid.
Can you go to ISS?
Can I verify your fake photos and videos, please?
Yeah.
Can you
long distance
can you go
on the beach?
Let's do the same example. Okay, let's do the same example. ISS. Can we go there, you and me?
Bit awkward, that isn't it? When you get a bit upset because you're asking
Can we go
why
there?
I would call it garbage, but you do the exact same thing. Sorry.
Why you don't want to answer, Geeks? Can we go there to ISS?
Well, not right now, no.
No, right now. Okay.
No, never. Never go there.
Geeks, second question, Geeks.
Right
can
now.
we go?
Geeks, can go there.
Geeks, second
tomorrow.
question. Second only. Can we go to that place where that guy faked that video about Santa Barbara? Can we go there?
To the beach, you mean? Yeah, sure. We can.
Can we go to that place where that guy was faking that video?
Probably, yeah.
Probably. Can we go there? Is it? What is more easier, to go to ISS or that beach?
I think you'd go to the beach. So
okay,
so why
should we go to that beach or send somebody, our friends or somebody who can go there, because from UK we cannot go there, and you are from UK for sure. Can we go? Can we send or find some friends there that they check for us, geeks? Can we do that?
Well, actually, maybe there are some.
Can we do that? Is that possible? Only tell me, is it that possible?
Yes, it is.
Can we do that with friends to send them on ISS?
Don't think so, no.
Okay, let's check it first one, because we don't have we cannot go to. Let's check first this one, what that guy faked it. We'll do that.
Well, hang on, let's have a look. What was this, Santa Barbara? You said.
Yeah.
What was it?
I think
Where
it's
is
California. I think it's
Santa
in California.
Barbara, the oil rig.
Yeah.
Right.
Why is everyone so angry?
Because I'm causing trouble, as per usual.
Because Geeks is saying that I'm lying what everybody can see in reality.
No. That was sorry. I take that back. That was a that was a misrepresentation.
You want the truth.
I thought
want
when
reality,
you said that you'd done it yourself, I
done it also myself last year in Croatia.
What do you mean?
I did it experiment. There is the guy explaining, the heliocentric guy, how the horizon works. It's a 1.5 minute video, and it's telling that it's so exciting. You only swim. You put your eyes 8 inch above the sea level, and you can see 1 mile. That was his explanation. And I did that experiment. I was swimming in Croatia in Adriatic Sea, and I saw the island on 3-4 miles with 2 inch above the sea level, because it was more than 8 inch for sure.
Okay, cool. Do you take any pictures or anything?
No, I saw that in my life on my holiday. You can do it yourself. I didn't make pictures like that. I was swimming.
Well, what
I was
I'm trying
swimming
to do
because
is
there is a guy. You can find it. I can find it for you, but type it like this: how horizon work, and there will guy, and he will explain you how horizon work. And horizon work like this: if your eyes are 8 inch above the sea level, you can see only 1 mile. He's saying that. I'm not saying that. And he's like a representative of heliocentric model. He's saying how the globe is working,
Okay. So hang on.
So that didn't work,
So I've got some photos. I've got some other photos for you.
Only one Geeks question for you. Did you check it? Geeks.
Oh no, but I'm not the one making the claim. So here you go. Check this.
Yeah,
photo
but Geeks, did you check it? That shit's about the horizon and distances and drop over distance on the beach. Did you check that? You didn't.
I haven't. No,
yeah,
I haven't. I'm not the one making the claim.
You don't even take that in consideration that it's important.
I do. Did you see the photo that I just posted? So here's. I mean, these obviously aren't my photos, but they're just like.
Yeah, this is like a 1 mile in front of oil rigs. Yeah, this is not from the beach.
No. Look at the one really, really far away.
Yeah. Well, I don't care. Yeah. For example, you can put it now. That pictures that half of all that. You know why? Because another day. I will tell you why. I will tell you why. Let's say like this: I'm making observation of that oil rig, and one day I see 2 miles. Another day I see 3 miles. Another day again 2 miles. Another day I see 7 miles. Another day I see 3 miles. And one day I see the oil rigs like I see that 10 miles of water behind. That means I don't care about these days 2, 7, 3, 5 miles what I see, because I see another day again physicality, real picture, real reality. Not some kind of phenomena. That means I don't care about other days what I'm seeing. Do you understand?
Yeah. Do you know what that's called?
Because if I see something like phenomena, I will then say, okay, I will take in consideration. But if I see something what is real, like on 10 miles water, in this case surface, I don't care about 5 miles covering. That means that something is happening there, some kind of phenomena, density, whatever, air, atmosphere, whatever you want, a wave.
I'm triggered, man. Sorry. You need to make a cup of tea and just breathe.
Who?
Not worth
Testing,
it.
testing. Can you still hear me?
Yep.
Who needed that cup
guy's
of tea?
triggered. That guy's triggered.
Who?
Whoever's talking.
Who?
He's upset.
Who?
No, some dude's upset on the internet.
But who?
Ooh. Fucking
Sure.
owl, cunt. I don't know. I don't know your name. But I can feel your pain.
Are you hearing voices in your head?
Are you?
Huh?
Are you hearing voices in your head?
I'm an empath.
Hmm.
I'm not
Nice
gay.
to hear you. Something
Can you
else?
still?
I feel things.
Do you want to add something more?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're
More
a
voices?
human.
More voices?
Well done.
Can you still hear me?
Yep.
Can you still hear me?
Yeah.
Someone said, can you still
Oh,
hear
cool.
me?
So yeah, dude, you have to be careful saying things like that you don't care about when you see observations that are different, blah blah blah. Because you know what that's called?
I need to be careful of what?
Because that's called cherry picking data, and it.
No, it's not cherry picking, man. It's reality. I'm not cherry picking anything. I'm
Well, when
telling
you
you only the
when you
truth.
discard
I'm not cherry.
things that don't comport to what your conclusion already is, that's exactly what cherry picking is. When you're saying
No, I'm not doing that. I'm telling you only that the visibility one day it's 10 miles and other days it's less. That's what I see less. I don't care about that because I see one day 10 miles.
you don't care, yeah, exactly. You don't care about the other ones, exactly. So, what do you think about these photos that I
do you
put
know
in the
why
chat?
the other ones also giving you?
Did you see the
not
photos?
Yeah, I see the photos. Yeah.
What?
Are they
So,
showing?
what do you think
Are
about
they
those
showing the
photos?
curvature? Are they showing the curvature?
What I'm trying to address is the whole thing about
What are you addressing with that?
the
Some kind of
water.
curvature or some kind of flatness?
I'm trying to address why those photos look doctored, right? Because
man, I don't speak about photos. I speak all the time about surface and
these
curvature.
These photos are showing you an example, right, of the oil rigs, right, that where again there is undoubtedly no water behind them, I guess you could say, right?
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
And there is no geometrical horizon on 1.22 miles also.
Hang on. So there's no water behind. There's no water behind them.
In this case, there is no water behind, but there is no.
Why wouldn't there be water behind them if we could see further? Why would there be no water?
Who see further? Who told you that?
Well, surely we should be able to see.
You cannot see further, man. You
it.
can see what you see.
Ah, okay.
I'm not seeing further. I'm seeing 10 miles water. I'm not seeing further. Why I should to see further?
But how do you know that's 10 miles, though? I don't know how far
because
it is.
There is the oil rig on 9 miles.
Well, I don't know where this photo is taken from. I don't know how far away.
It's in Santa Barbara. You were speaking now, watching very Santa Barbara. What are you talking about? Why are you lying now?
I don't think you're following me here. I'm just saying this is I guess this is okay. Well, let's compare it to that other photo. See if there's any reality, any comparability to.
But people posting you photos. Are you watching their photos?
Yeah, I don't want to look at photos that are doctored.
Yeah, you don't want to look other examples. This is only one. There is other 1,000 examples. I ask you for one example of the video showing drop over distance, and you show me
I
the
just gave you one. I gave you the ISS.
And you show me ISS. Can you show me long distance?
And you said, and what did you say to that? Do you accept that or not? Do you accept it?
Can you show the long distance observation with the drop over distance?
Just did on the ISS. Do you accept it?
Can you?
Or not?
What is that? Is that long distance observation?
That's pretty long distance, I'd say. Yeah, it's pretty long.
How long?
Longer than 20 miles.
How do you know that?
Well, it's from space, isn't it? So...
Yeah,
anyway,
but how long?
what do you think about that photo? Do you accept that
How
photo?
do you know the distance?
Why won't you just answer the question if you accept it or not?
Why
I
you
mean, I
don't
don't know
ask
why
my
that's
questions, man?
I've answered several of yours. Answer
You
this
didn't
one,
ask
sir.
anything, man.
Well, come on, answer the question. Be intellectually honest here. Do you accept that video as real or not?
Which video?
The ISS live stream. I don't mind if you say no.
No.
Yeah. No. Why not? Why not?
Because I was watching ISS, for example, myself. That I will tell you myself. You want honestly? I was watching ISS live stream for 5 hours.
Okay.
And in 5 hours, I didn't see the land.
What land? The land?
Yeah.
What you mean, like a continent?
This is my story, man. You don't need to believe it. You know, this is only my story because
that doesn't mean I don't want to understand where you're coming from.
I'm telling you now. I watched the ISS stream live, 5 hours. Honestly, I didn't see the land.
Okay, cool. I mean, I am interested in
ISS is
understanding
going
this more.
around the Earth. I don't know how many times in you know.
Well, if you click on it now, you can see the land. If you click on it now.
I'm telling you now, in 5 hours, I didn't see the land. For me, it was very strange. What is going on? How is it possible that we see the Earth and everything is ocean?
Well, hang on. Let's.
That's why I'm telling you. And I watched so many NASA bullshit that you cannot even imagine.
Okay. So if I show you one with land, would you accept it?
Did you watch it, mistakes of NASA? Any of them?
I haven't watched it as much as you have, it seems. But is that the reason why you don't accept it?
Let's try to count them, how much they are real or fake, or is that possible, or how much you know about that.
So you don't accept it? That's all I wanted to know. You just don't accept it.
Yeah, I want to know how much you know about the mistakes on ISS. How much you know about that?
What mistakes? Sorry.
What mistake? How about puppet? It's starting to come from air, from nowhere. Puppet. Do you know about that? You don't know.
No.
How about
I've
bubbles?
not heard about that. Well, no, hang on.
No. I want to know. I want to know how much you know about mistakes. How much you see about ISS.
Why don't you explain what the puppet is
something
first?
about
Maybe I have heard of it. Maybe I have heard about it.
Okay, heard about it. Did you heard about bubble?
No. Maybe I have. What is it?
Find out if you know. Nothing else.
So you're not going to tell me what it is? Okay.
I will tell you. It's a puppet showing, in ISS from rover, from air, like editing. Do you know about bubbles?
No, bubbles. What's that?
Okay, bubbles coming from the street. It's bubbles in the space. You can watch that. Do you know about the guy fading in the space? Ghost.
Nope.
No, there is a guy fading in the space. Do you know about the hat? The guy is giving the hat the guy, but he's not giving him anything. But you see the movement of the hand.
No.
Did you see that one? No. There is another 100 examples, and you didn't see even one. If you see that shit, maybe you will think and say, maybe this is fake.
What about the million seconds? What about the million seconds where there weren't mistakes? Did you take those into account?
Gigs. You didn't see that thing.
Will you show me them? I don't believe they exist. I don't believe they exist.
Okay.
Why don't you show me?
Okay.
You're making a claim that they exist.
Okay, I will show you now, and we will go one by one explain what is that.
Just show me one, because I don't know what.
Okay, wait,
just
a second, man. I'm scrolling. I have a million photos here.
Okay, cool. So this means that the ISS isn't real, is what you're saying. These mistakes. Is that what you mean? Is that what you're meaning to say?
It's a good TV show, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because of these puppet, bubble, whatever hack mistakes.
Yeah,
you're
you
saying
can
that
you
it's
can see
not real.
you can watch also the launch of ISS into space. You know.
Okay.
Can we find that one? Let's find the launch of the ISS into space, when that was done, and how they
It was assembled in space, from what I understand.
Oh, it
Anyway,
was assembled in the space. They built it in the space.
From what I understand, yeah.
Yeah, for I understand only that you can do in movies, but okay.
What does that mean?
Yeah.
No,
We build something in the space. Come on, man.
Come on, Guru, are you saying because I don't understand the engineering, therefore it's impossible? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. We are good. We are how to say professionals. The best human builders are into vacuum. We are building the best thing into vacuum. You know.
Please tell me that's not what you're saying, dude. Please.
Yeah, I'm saying that. You know, we build that up. You know.
No, you're saying because you don't understand the engineering, therefore it's not possible. Please tell me that's not what you're saying.
Do we have any of that building that we can see? You know, because for example, when people build some buildings, they have some videos how they build that. We did. Do we have that?
I don't know if we do or not. Yeah, we don't.
You don't know. Yeah. Why is there?
Are you going to show me this puppet? Are you going to show me this puppet? Are you going to show me this puppet?
Yeah, I will show you. Yeah. First, the guy who is flying, you know, because it's no gravity. Look at that guy, how he's flying there behind.
Okay, let's have a look. What am I looking at?
I don't know. If you don't see anything strange, that's you. It's on you, you know. It's on other people. If people doesn't see nothing, that's on them.
What am I supposed to be looking at?
The astronaut flying behind. Do you see?
Okay.
You don't see anything else.
Wait, just tell me what I'm supposed to be looking at.
I see something on the belt on the back.
Okay.
Is it that antenna?
I don't know. What do you think it is?
I think it's something for keeping back that he don't get some kind of back pain.
Okay, if you don't want to tell me,
What do you think? What do you think?
I don't know. I'm asking you.
If you let's think that it's Sunday. Let's assume what that could be.
Why don't you just? I mean, okay. Now I'm looking at this other one.
It's some kind of machine what is giving food to him.
What's this pulling wires?
I want to try to assume what that could be with some human logic. Is that
but
kind
I got
of
bored of it already because you won't just tell me what it is.
I don't know.
Okay, so
you don't know.
Fine.
You
So
don't
if you don't
see.
know,
Okay.
then what?
Let's find the puppet now. You don't see
Pulling
anything.
wires.
That's all right.
I don't know what this pulling wires thing is supposed to be showing you.
I don't want to convince you about anything. You don't see anything. Everything. It's all right. You know.
What's this other one? This video. Oh, okay. I don't know what I'm looking at anymore.
Yep.
Okay, fine. So you're saying resolve that actually they've got harnesses on them. Is that what it's supposed to be?
I don't know. You can make a conclusion on your own. You can say, it's nothing, and it's nothing. You can see that bubbles. It's nothing. The man, it's everything.
Where's the bubbles? Yeah. Where's the bubbles I'm supposed to be looking at?
Wait, just I don't have bubbles. I have Muppet.
Okay. I'm surprised that these.
I
these
was
snippets
surprised
are
also.
enough. No, I'm surprised that these snippets are enough to create any doubt. There's what is it?
What is this?
Okay, grabbing a harness.
Yeah.
That's it. That's it.
Yeah.
That's all. That's
that
all
thing,
it is.
only
The
that
amount of
red,
cognitive
only that
dissonance in this
red
guy.
green puppet was not there. You know, it came from the air, from nowhere.
Let's have a look at this red green puppet.
Yeah.
The amount of cognitive dissonance in this guy is too high.
Oh, sweet Lord. You poor souls. I don't know if you're like being serious with this or not. Like,
I don't think that they are serious with this. Also, they are doing science, man. They're doing science. They are depending. Maybe some meteor will crash the Earth, you know. But puppet, you know.
Oh, good gracious. Okay, well, thanks for showing me all of the videos, whatever. But okay, I'm disappointed. If I'm honest. I mean, I'm not.
Look at the guy how he's disappearing, you know, in the real time.
Yeah. Okay. Fine.
How you can
All right.
disappear in real time, geeks?
Disappear in real time. Let's have a look at
Yeah.
this.
You cannot disappear in real time. You can disappear only if you use the editing fading. Then you can disappear. In this case, you don't need any more because we have today technology. You can use the green screen in the real time stream. That means that.
Hang on. What evidence of graphic manipulation? So you're saying that someone manipulated this video?
Oh yeah.
What was your comment, geeks, about the puppet that he showed you that appears and disappears?
Can I ask for a favor real quick? This is gonna be the most strangest thing. I'm sorry if I'm interjecting, but like,
yeah, go on. Yeah.
Geeks, what was your response or interpretation of that toy that disappears and reappears?
Well, it's doctored, obviously, because toys can't disappear and reappear, right? You'd agree with me, I hope, on that.
Yeah, I mean, do you think it's something that they were like showing off? Like, why did that occur?
I have no idea. It's obviously a doctored image or video, right?
Okay. Are you saying that that's not like? So they were doing a live stream to like an elementary school, and the ISS astronaut was telling the kids how space is fun and you want to go to space, and they pulled out a toy to show them like, hey, listen, it could be fun up in outer space. Are you saying that wasn't in the live stream and that like a flat earther or somebody doctored it in afterwards, or it was in the live stream?
Wait, hang on. Wait. You're saying that this was a broadcast to kids?
Of course, man. That I'm telling you all the time.
Okay. Okay, let's have a look.
Well, like when you say it's, I mean, obviously you're saying like obviously.
I mean, obviously
real,
it's doctored. Obviously it's not real, right? But what's that got to do with?
Are you saying? But are you saying like NASA doctored it, or somebody else may have done it after NASA came out with a video with no toy was in there?
I have no idea, man. But but we agree it's obviously doctored, right? That part is because that is, but you can't like magically make puppets appear and disappear like that, right? I hope we agree on that. Anyway, yes. Yes, no.
Listen, I mean, I saw it happen, so it must be possible.
You believe that puppets can manifest out of thin air?
Well, I just saw it happen.
Yeah, maybe it's the effect of the outer space. Things appear just like that in space.
I hope you're joking. I think you are joking.
I think I can. You did like you did from the start.
Let me see if I can get through the geeks here.
We were thinking that you were joking, like you think now.
But I don't understand how that changes anything. Okay, anyway, yeah, go on, Chris.
Yeah, have you ever heard like the story where people try to observe things at a quantum level and particles disappear and reappear?
What?
You ever heard people talk about that lore? Like the particles seem to change their position.
You mean superposition?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not disappearing and reappearing. That's just if
Where
you're
does
talking
it
about
go?
quantum.
Yeah,
I mean,
so
where does it go?
Yeah, it vanishes and reappears someplace else. Where did it go?
No. Well, sorry. Take me through what it is you're talking about with quantum.
Well, no, I mean, if you
mechanics,
never
sorry,
heard
because-
of it, then we could just move on.
No, I have. I just haven't heard about what it is you're talking about. If you're talking about superposition, that isn't disappearing and reappearing of particles. But maybe I'm not understanding what you're talking about. So, would you elaborate a bit more for me?
Yeah, I mean, if I'm not sure, I could because unless you know what I'm talking about, there isn't anywhere to go into it.
Well, then why bring it up?
If you knew what I was talking about, I could disappear and reappear.
We're talking about well, quantum. Wait, what's your definition of quantum? Because
I told you. Look, you're not understanding it, so that's okay.
Okay.
You don't know what I'm. See, I would need to have some basic understanding first.
Of what? Quantum mechanics.
Yeah, the case of the disappearing, reappearing quantum particles. Like, if you never heard of this, I really can't go in and talk about it. Like this sort of space lore that would be there.
Is this science fiction or something, or is it?
No, it's like one of the things they like chaos theory or something like that. But if you don't have a concept of it, then yeah, we can just move on from that.
Okay. Cool. Thanks. Anyway. Cool. Good chat, gents. Very spirited guru. I appreciate the gusto. Respect. He's not there.
At the end, it's information, man.
Sorry?
At the end, it's only information. There is no measurable curvature in reality. Nothing else.
Sure. I mean, I'm never going to convince you, and that's not my intention.
No, you cannot convince me. You can convince me if I find that shit drop over distance. Then I can be convinced. That would change everything if you can show that.
Yeah. Okay.
But I think it's late.
My intention isn't to convince you, though. That's not what I'm trying to do.
My intention is this. I want to give you information. There is no measurable curvature in reality. Now, what you will do with that, that's on you. You can say that bullshit and live with the life,
Well, sure. I'll keep going. I disagree, of course, but I appreciate the gusto. The passion in your arguments. So thanks. Good chat.
You are not the how to say the harder stone.
I appreciate how religious you are.
I'm not what? Sorry, not the
harder stone. There is a Matthew. There is a Matthew, for example, Matthew 11. You can say whatever you want. The guy will believe in the globe. Whatever you want. That means nobody wants to convince nobody.
Well, sure. I think that's the wrong way to approach things. To say no, to say the words "nobody can convince me," and then whatever it is you're talking about.
The only thing what can convince you is the earth itself, not me.
No. I'm just saying in general.
All right, here
if someone says the words,
here's the quantum realm. Are you still there, geeks?
I'm here. Yes.
If somebody will convince you, that will be, I told you, reality, not me. because
Well,
that
good chat
will open
anyway.
your eyes.
Appreciate the chat, though, dude. Appreciate the chat.
Yeah, here, Geeks, I sent you a link here from I DM'd it to you. Do quantum particles appear and disappear? One unexpected mind-bending feature of this principle is the observed and verified fact that pairs of particles can suddenly appear and disappear literally out of nowhere, as long as it happens in a very short period of time. It's talking about the quantum realm, Louisiana State University. So this is what so do things disappear and reappear?
And Geeks, when you are lying, if somebody is lying, you want to achieve something, I think, or to hide the truth, or to achieve something. I don't think so that there is people who want to achieve something with long distance observation. Now, I want to now lie to achieve something. I want to lie about flat Earth, that flat Earth will be flat Earth, and now why flat Earthers want to deceive people?
I don't know. I haven't figured that out myself.
Is it in human history the one person decided to deceive people, or there is some kind of power deceiving all the time the people?
I don't know. Like I said, I haven't figured out why someone would claim
In human history, does any person deceive anybody, or some kind of power deceive people?
Sorry, say that one more time.
Does anybody, any group, let's say you can say even group of people, deceive people, or that was more people with one kind of power?
I'm not understanding what you're trying to get across. Sorry, can you rephrase it?
Okay, does people from West Midlands was include in the power of the earth? Does people from Birmingham decided to deceive people, or some kind of government decide to deceive people?
Both. I don't know what you're asking, dude.
Both. Does some school or some organization deceiving people like all in all country, or government deceiving people?
Oh, I see. Okay, all right. So where you're going is authority.
The reason to lie to achieve
authority. Something. Right. Okay. Yeah, sure. But I'm talking about why someone would. Okay, fine. So carry on. Finish
why
your thought.
somebody would lie about long distance observation to achieve what?
I don't know. Why would they? I still.
Okay. Why somebody should lie about globe Earth, about ISS and space to achieve what?
Yeah, that's what I can't figure that out either. I don't know why someone would lie. What the benefit is for me.
Who has the benefits in this moment, in this present? Who is lying better?
I don't know. I don't know who
Somebody's
the benefit.
lying. All flat earthers lying, or these heliocentric people lying? Somebody's lying.
Okay.
And somebody wants to achieve that something with the lie. Is that flat earthers want to achieve something with the lie, or the globe earthers, or the heliocentric powerful mainstream world want to achieve something with the lie? Because it's not I cannot say globers, because we are all globers in a sense.
I don't know. You're asking questions I don't know the answers to.
Yeah. I can only guess. I also don't know.
Cool.
I never experienced something from the people. I always experienced something from the fucking power of government. Even wars never come from the people.
That sucks. I'm sorry to hear about that.
It's the same thing. It's coming from the power. They are who will be lying, let's say. Or you will have perfect, fantastic society and world. In this case, that means this flat earth flat earthers want to ruin this good peace, harmony, and democracy what we have, because they want to change the world.
It's entirely possible.
Yeah, why to change something what is good? Is it good?
I think it's pretty good right now, but you might have a different opinion.
Yeah. Okay. You see now the situation in the world is good, like a peace, love, harmony, democracy, everything.
Yeah, things are great, in my opinion.
Oh, okay. I don't know if you are watching news. I don't know.
Well, I mean things are great for
yeah.
for me in my life.
Oh, yeah, for me also. Yeah, I can say I'm not working. My wife is working. I live like a prince, man.
Yeah, exactly. There's always going to be problems, but they don't have to be your
doesn't mean
problems.
that the world situation it's beautiful and love and peace and democracy.
Oh yeah, of course, but it's not our problem just yet. So anyway, listen, boys and girls, I love you all. I love you all, hopefully. And it's been a lot of fun. But I must go and do some life admin stuff. I need to go to the post office, which I'm not looking forward to. We shall meet again, I'm sure. Take care, lovely people. See you soon.
I think the flat earthers need to stop to do long distance observation, to stop to lie people, because it's not good for them. Now I understand that's why it should be censored, because it's fucking dangerous, man. You are people dangerous. Why people want to flood the water? But everybody know that it's curving. Take a rocket and find out.
Unresolved. You poor, poor lad. I wish you the very best. I hope you can find some way out of your mindset.
All right, dear diary, just write it down in your diary. You'll be all right.
Good morning, everybody. Memes and GIFs. You know that
Yeah, what's
memes
up?
and GIFs automatically give you the victory.
Yeah, that's what they did. The whole heliocentric model is just built. It's just memes and gifs. That's all it is. You think any of that was actually photographs or pictures? There's a whole book of memes. You crack open that book of the heliocentric model, it's just one cartoon after another. Yeah, Pickle Rick, I said if you want to just write in your diary, you don't need to say it, okay? You'll need to tell everyone what's in your diary. Well, no, because you have to learn. You have to be able to learn here what's done and how we conduct ourselves in this chat. So you earned yourself a mute. Take it like a man, dude.
It's a good learning experience.
There's some very simple to follow rules for constructive discussion.
I've been trying to spread word about getting people on Discord, especially in these Facebook over groups. It's easy for them to, for some reason, they love to debate via keyboard, but the minute you invite them to actually use their word, to have a conversation, like crickets. Any interesting conversations this morning?
Yeah, Bennett, you can. Do you want to talk to this guy called Pickle Rick? He's extremely triggered and freaked out.
Pickle Rick.
Yeah,
Isn't that
AK.
from
Yeah,
Rick and Morty?
he's like uses a children's
I mean,
cartoon.
I'm always willing.
Yeah, so how about you guys go to another channel and you can talk all about like sci-fi fantasy or whatnot. He wants to talk to a flat earther. Or more like he wants to talk at a flat earther. He won't hear or understand anything said. He'll ask questions and completely break any answer you give. Yeah, I really don't see there's any reason to have him off mute. You get with the content he'll post, what he'll say. is right there. It's in text chat. That's what virtually what you'll say. dude, like Pickle Rick, dude. If you want to get off mute, you don't keep freaking out in text chat. You use the answer I gave you and prove that you understand what's happening. It's not just like take you off mute so you can read off your diary again. The fuck wrong with you, man?
Why is everybody muted?
Go do a poll. Go through each person, see why they're muted.
Sorry?
You could do a poll, like start asking people, "Hey, why are you muted?" You know, like send them a DM.
Yeah, I don't know. It just seems like this group is normally really active. I haven't been in this server for more than like 2 days. I think water flat is a pretty solid argument.
More like the physics of water, the pure physics and demonstration of what water does.
The nature of surface tension.
Yeah, it's really It's really really hard for a globalist to counter that. Which is why they go astrophysics. You know, it's astrophysically curved.
They invent surface tension through bonds, which by their nature would have to be like 100 times the size that they are. And if they were, they'd be observable. But because they're not, they make them 100 times smaller than is observable. But then when we look for them with electron microscopes, we still can't find it. So what's gravity if it's not just mass? An invention. I mean, the damage that you can cause with a synonym, my God. It's like mass has always existed, and Isaac Newton was like, hold on, there's a formula that mass follows. I'll give that formula a name. Well, fair enough. But giving a formula a name doesn't create a new force in nature. The danger of a synonym. You know, it's like different names for God, they're synonyms. And people kill each other on the cultural scale based on synonyms. How's that for a poll? I think if God was going to create a force called gravity, he'd actually create a force called groovity, which would be like the moon physics on the Earth. Wouldn't that just make life more fun if you bounced around everywhere? Like even if you're running from like a tiger, it'd be a lot funner and maybe easier. Like putting the moon on TV and showing people bouncing around virtually weightless, you know. It's just like wagging something in front of people and going, you can never get this, you can never get this. And then one day you work really hard and go on a parabolic flight and you get this, sort of. This is no fun on my own. Why is there nobody willing to stand up and take a position? You can take a position or assume the position based on which side of the argument you're on. Lots of position assumption. Is there anybody not prolapsing from a globe slowly exiting a sphincter?
Yeah, don't bring up any sort of reproductive organs or whatever. Stay just on. You don't need to talk about bodily functions or any of that crap.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, no worry. No worry. Yeah, it just gets. If you do that, the atheists love to jump in it, and they'll go all kinds of degenerate.
Uh-huh.
Well, does everybody like Deep in the Rabbit Hole? I mean, that guy was like Flat Earth Redux for me. It's like, oh, the movement's back. But yeah, that guy seems to have all the fucking answers, that Flat Earth Dave. I mean, nobody's claimed his bitcoins yet, have they?
No.
2 proofs of a globe. That's all. Just 2. Fucking 8-year-old should be able to do it. There was this thing that they did with like a group of scientists from every country, and they tried to determine, and they came to the conclusion that it was most likely flat. It's displaying planar physics, not spheric physics, whatever the fuck they are. I don't know, what do you do with this little nugget when it's just another little nugget, you know? It's like, you know, so many things are bullshit in the world. Like, the money is bullshit. They're just printing it. Just printing it. Like, write a number on a piece of paper. You just made money. Oh, hell, Werner von Braun, huh? You need those V2 rocket scientists to get to the moon. Can't do it without them. See, like organizing a way to exterminate thousands of people with a single ordinance is critical to jumping around in near zero gravity. I remember in my high school, I cracked open this old fucking cupboard that was kind of sealed, and I found these dusty old textbooks from the 50s. And I shit you not, they were talking about living on the moon. And there was all pictures and shit. This is where we're going by the year 2000. And it was like the year 2002 or something. Well, there's always going to be more bullshit, you know? Like, you'll be living on Mars until the next fucking crisis puts that off another 20 years and people start developing a better alternative and they go, we don't have to live on Mars anymore, we can live underground.
Going on, man? How are you?
Yeah.
coming through? Can you hear me?
Yeah. 10-4.
I like what you said about synonyms. You know, it reminded me of basically how they always want to play with the synonym with level and create like a synonymous term, and that doesn't mean level, but just zero elevation, and they want to argue the semantics on that.
Bro, woman is a synonym today. Man is still a definitive. You know a man when you see a man, but woman is now a synonym. Means and, either, or.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Let's say that.
I mean, the power of language is something that people drastically undervalue. And it's why it is a form of magic when using language to manipulate people. And careful spelling is the creating of a new word in order to say, now we have, you know, whoever we need to point the finger at, whatever we need to justify, it's ready to go. We just cooked it up.
Yeah, it's like part of the propaganda tool bag.
I mean, do you think the fucking CIA foresaw the like fucking growth of the internet when they coined the term conspiracy theorist?
Yeah, I heard that was created around the JFK assassination to keep people from asking questions.
Yeah, and it's been continually used as a psychological weapon against exploring shady goings on. But I mean, the internet is kind of like the modern day breeding ground of conspiracy theories. And like they just come up out of nothing. Like a meme will go viral and there'll be a conspiracy about it. Like it's not about the dress being blue or yellow. It's about the government friends you made along the way or some shit.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's like there's just all this play on words, and then what's interesting how normies or how people who never look into alternative narratives or things, they immediately use the word conspiracy theorist anytime someone brings up a subject that goes against any official narrative of any story. Like, oh, there goes the conspiracy theorist.
Well, it's like there's two things that are most effective for running a society. There's two qualities that they want to draw out of people above all other qualities, right? The first one, and the most important one, is consent. The second one, which is far more like potent, I guess, but doesn't really matter if people have it or not, but it's belief. See what I mean? But as long as people consent, it doesn't fucking matter.
Yeah, and that for sure is the power of non-compliance. And I think,
because you can generate consent through the people that have already accepted the belief, and the people that believe that strong enough will become a voice loud enough to force the consent out of everybody who just woke up and went, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
If you defraud somebody by lying, you don't obtain their consent, though, right?
Sure, but I mean in terms of like, okay, this is how we live now. You know, I have to agree to this new law, and I don't have a thing to say about it. It's like I don't like everything Jordan Peterson says, but he did come out and say to the Canadian government, like, hold on, you're dictating our speech to us.
Yeah, I think coercion is a good word. It's like people have this fear of societal or government rejection, like whether given fines or just being rejected by their fellow man if they don't toe the line. And but I think COVID or whatever was an interesting example because everyone had the face diapers on, but eventually people started saying no, and it was interesting how the opposite started to happen.
Yep, we're going to stop right there.
Yeah.
Thanks, Chris.
Yeah, I gotcha. It's fine.
Well, I mean, the guy who has got the patents on the technology that they use, what do they call it, the spike protein? He actually went before Congress. He ordered his own
Okay,
congressional.
dude, enough already. Okay, what part of this don't you understand? Okay, you need to go back and read the channel rules here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, off-topic things are not welcome, and some off-topic things are TOS violations.
Cool, dude. I just got here today, so I didn't know.
So why don't you read the rules? If your first day, my first day on the job is not a good excuse. You should have gone through some sort of onboarding.
What do you do?
All right, consider yourself onboarded. Thanks.
I got a good on-topic thing. These Lovers always bring up the flight from Chile to Australia. Is there any update on that? I'm always interested.
Who can verify the flight and how? Like all the flight trackers themselves say they can't verify the flight path.
Well, I live in Australia, and I do have a Chilean friend, but I live in a different state now. And I was thinking when I knew him that I could casually ask him the next time he was flying back to Chile.
Because to me, it always seems like some kind of nail in the coffin point that anytime I'm reading some kind of Glover post about, oh, here are the 10 reasons, they always include that. And, I've seen the flight posted or whatever, but yeah, the tracking is where I'm interested. The details
I think
on that.
the problem
It's a multi-layered problem, though.
It comes down to the nature of the
Swiggity swoody, I'm coming for that booty.
the parabolic flight paths that go following the coastlines. Because they're doing it that way, the distance works out roughly the same whether it was on a ball or a flat circle. Do you get what I mean? Distances aren't.
Well, we don't have
great
any
enough.
verified distances at all. Like that's the bigger problem.
Like the only way to do it with flight paths would to do this like north to south circumnavigation. Like if we can prove that that's impossible, that's the way flight paths instantly show you that once you go to that top north point, there's something outside it, but you're not flying there.
Yeah, they always, I don't know, it's something about the claim of, oh, well, since it only takes 11 hours, you would have to go 1,000 miles an hour and all of this stuff, like to get there on the flat model.
Yeah, presupposes distances that haven't been verified.
Right. Yeah, and then they're like, oh, the flight attendants must be in on it, and they start kind of saying outlandish.
Yeah, they steer towards conspiracy ideation when this is a question that's answered through empiricism.
Yeah, I feel like it's almost just, okay, they're using a given map and they're just kind of following that coordinate or map. So I don't think anybody even knows, like the pilot wise or anything like that. They're just following the coordinates, if that makes sense.
Right. It's true. They mix up the coordinate reference system with a map of land masses and their relative placement and sizes. They're different things.
Right.
I mean,
you can
I think it's
apply any coordinate
like,
system you want to the placement of land masses and their orientation. You can use any coordinate system you like, and as long as you're consistent in the use of the system, you'll be okay. So when they present latitude and longitude as a means for mapping out those land masses, they're presupposing a ball because that's how latitude and longitude have been construed, and it's based off the stars. They assume that they live on the ball, even though it is a coordinate system that is construed from the stars that's used over a horizontal flat plane for elevation reference.
Yeah, so it's like a lot of the globe models use a like interpretative method of data, whereas like the observable method is like the ontological method, and you can't really disprove ontology with interpreting data, but that's the trick that they've managed to play on people's thinking process. I don't know, somehow it just sounds more credible to people to say that here's the right interpretation of this giant data set rather than here's the evidence of your senses.
Yeah, well, if you
Or here's
follow their logic, okay, so you say here's the interpretation. So now what's next? Okay, so how do you use the interpretation? And they told you. They said it's called the overview effect. Once you understand the Earth as a globe, there is an instant cognitive shift. It's like a massive awakening, a giant step forward, a giant leap. One small step for a man, a very small step, a little stutter step, but a giant leap forward for all mankind. An
how do
instant,
you mean?
an instant cognitive shift.
But you're saying that this is something that happened at what point?
It didn't happen. That's the point. The point is, it was a ruse. It was a trick.
Oh,
it was
okay.
it was
I see what
trying
you're
to
saying.
get you to believe something you know is not true, and then tried to make you fall for it. And even they didn't fall for it. That's the best part. Carl Sagan had said the lunar mission, that time frame, was peak irony, the most ironic moment of all of human history. He couldn't come up with a more ironic moment. He said, as Nixon declares world peace due to science and space exploration, he systematically carpet bombs countries in Southeast Asia. Irony. Peak irony. It doesn't get much more ironic than the heliocentric model.
Yeah, and I mean that's what it all is, you know. NASA, it's all flight mechanics research, and what are we doing with that? Well, don't look at the
Nothing.
military-industrial complex and
Yeah.
ask questions about where all their research comes from.
Yeah, that's like one of the best things that Tyson had, Neil deGrasse Tyson, ever come up with. He wrote a book, Accessory to War or Accessory to Murder, something along those lines, where he breaks down that astronomy and astrology and astrophysics, these things haven't bettered humanity. It's just caused humanity to find better ways to kill each other.
Neil deGrasse Tyson said that.
Yeah, he wrote a book. He wrote a whole book about it.
Probably one of the few things that's ever appealed to me that I've ever heard him say.
Yeah, he wrote the book Accessory to Murder or Accessory to War, something along those lines.
Well, I mean, that's just like it's the path of their history. You know what I mean? It's Werner von Braun, Operation Hyde Bomb, Hiroshima, all the way along to Scud missiles for the for the first war in the fucking Gulf, and then you know what I mean. It just goes on and fucking on with the advancement and the staging up of ballistics.
Yeah, let's take it for granted, right? The Earth is heliocentric, and it's a globe, and humanity started in this cradle of civilization, the Tigris Euphrates River Valley. So what do you do with that knowledge? What do you preserve that site for future generations? Would that be some sort of, not a holy site, but a very significant site for science and whatnot? It would basically be your reset button. If something happens to Earth, maintain the Tigris Euphrates River Valley as clean and sustainable so people could restart civilization if they needed to. But instead, what really happened is that site has been systematically bombed with depleted uranium. It's poisoned. They poisoned they salted the land. So it makes you think that, hey, it's probably a bunch of bullshit. Because no one in their right mind would do such a horrible thing. You wouldn't burn the church like that. And what really comes down to Edgar Mitchell, Apollo 14, he was so confused by the actions of politicians that he said they must have been taken over by shape-shifting reptiles from outer space. That's where that conspiracy theory comes from. Apollo astronaut Edgar Mitchell. He says the actions the government takes is so bizarre and so out there that there is aliens. They're actually aliens. They're reptiles. That's why they devalue human life.
And I've looked into every nook and cranny of that rabbit hole and found things too dark for me to deal with every day. And yeah, things that like all kinds of things that are just confronting and shocking, and there's all different possibilities involved in that. But when you take it right down to its undeniable facts, it's the things that they're fucking doing all the time. But I think this like understanding of the true nature of the shape of the mass that we live on, and how the like physical properties of the forces of nature are working within it, is critical to understanding what the ancient cultures were actually doing to build like the ancient fucking structures. And it's this knowledge of how energy works on a much bigger scale than we're used to dealing with, because even in our biggest scale like projects, we like we're not utilizing a large energy source like the ground. You know what I mean? We're using large machinery with medium-sized energy sources, but the evidence that they knew how to tap into the raw forces of nature that are most strongly emitted from the ground, and then basically freely manipulate anything in that field by harnessing, like, I don't know, like magnetics and sound and stuff is I mean, a lot of this ancient world technology is described that way. So it makes a lot more sense for it to be like the Earth, like a ring magnet, basically. That's how the energy would work. I mean, yeah, the whole thing just makes a lot more sense to my brain, like the sun and moon movements, picturing like two metal balls that are moving around a electro ring magnet, and they're moving at such a rate where the rates aren't quite even, but their opposing fields are also interplay. So that's creating the pattern of the analemma. But yeah, I mean, I also know that like viewing reality this way is easier for the brain because there's less elements involved than what you have to deal with in astrophysics to like even just mentally plot the path of the Earth around the sun and then how the sun is moving through the system. But yeah, I mean, the biggest smokescreen to me is how much they claim to know about the universe, whereas we don't know about the ocean. Like, we know less about the ocean than we know about the universe, apparently. And we don't understand the brain or the nature of consciousness or the truth of human origins or a direct path from the commonly agreed origins to where we are. And like, just so many discrepancies out there that, yeah, smoke screen after smoke screen. I mean, I think if it is like a full on energy suppression that's like psychologically connected to this idea, then actually working out how to tap into that energy source would be a way that you could prove that, because you're now actively displaying how, when it's a flat disk, this is what it's capable of. Might be a way past the mental blocking software that's created by this adherence to metaphysical concepts. I don't know, maybe that's a bit esoteric. Yeah, but I mean, like, it's not about a person developing a technology based on the energy. It's more of a realization that this is how the earth energy works, and the only way it can work this way is if it was structured like this. And because of that, it would open up a whole new field of innovation for people who could try to work out how to tap into it through similar methods that the ancients were potentially using. But I'm just trying to say, at that point, you wouldn't have to keep having the argument and having 1,000 different theoretical ways to prove it one way or the other. It'd just become obvious. Well, I mean, saying we know how is different to saying that, like, the Earth is even in the same state that it was when they were able to do that. And it might be that the energy is, like, I don't know, vibrating lower at this point of human history. But even that might be something that we can possibly affect if we put our full potential to it. I don't know, it sounds like the floating cities in China. I actually saw a floating building in the sky once. It was weird, really weird. Years before I heard about that floating city story. Well, maybe, but I mean, the nature of harnessing like waves is like you can always add waves to a space. You don't have to use the frequencies that are pumping out radio or whatever. And if you are in a space where you are pumping out those same frequencies, they'll probably just override the radio waves that are in the air. But I mean, there's a lot of like, I guess, it's like the way that plants don't grow very well around electrical fields. Like if you've looked into the science of orgonite, you'll see how Wilhelm Reich brought out this idea of there being this deadly orgone field around electronic devices and all things like things that create radiation fields. And it's a like engineered version of the stress and the negativity that the human body creates. And because of the whole environment being dosed in that radiation, it's like suppressing the Earth's energy field. I mean, that's why they put him in jail anyway, because he built these giant machines that were affecting weather patterns. But I mean, HARP is a pretty scary technology. They can direct energy anywhere in the world, just by bouncing a signal off the stratosphere. And that means they could target your house and like microwave your house essentially. It's like sending a entire nation's worth of TV signals straight into one 10-meter square area with like a half-kilometer of radio transmitter receivers. I mean, tuning that to the widest possible frequency means that you're subtly affecting the whole planet, essentially. I mean, theoretically. I mean, I don't think it's beyond rationality to say anyway, because it was a very long time ago when they already had the technology to try to determine if the Earth was a sphere with a metallic core by passing radio waves through the Earth. And the divergence of the signal around the core was how they theorized this idea of metal. But I've also looked at flat Earth counter arguments for this idea, which I guess were pretty convincing. I can't remember exactly how the rundown went. But yeah, I don't know. Frequencies are really crazy. The more that you think in terms of frequency, the more you see like no barriers in reality. It's like everything is just a radio frequency, and you realize that your body is designed to be that, but the colors that you see with your eyes and everything else that goes on with your senses is like the programming for your radio. It's what you leave it tuned to. Otherwise you tune it out a little bit and it'll just be static. But with the right alignment and development, you can start to perceive what's outside of that. And the easiest way to do that is just thinking in terms of frequency. Like it's such a broad field. It's the way that your brain works. It's the way that your cells and your atoms that make up your cells are all vibrating. Break everything down into components of waves. And then you have things like the wave particle duality, where it seems like all the particles, when they're not being observed, are in waveform state. What does that imply about the nature of reality? Does it mean the physical properties of things change, or does it mean the physical laws governing the properties of things change?
And if so, does that mean physical change is not like necessitated, but it is possible? Or does it mean that a change occurs, but it's never physical because the physical atoms are the ones that are in a quantum state where they're still observed and ready to be observed because they're hypothetically observed? I mean, we don't know this. We just know it's a really weird experiment when you see a single stream of electrons passing through both sets of things at the same time. Because I think waves are another great way to examine the shape of the planet, because waves wouldn't act the same way on a sphere as they would on a flat plane. But yeah, there was this interesting stuff I was looking at a long while ago about the nature of tides and this thing called tidal vortices or something like that. And it was this argument that there's this energy in the earth that's generating the tides, and the moon is like not really the cause of that. It's just affecting wherever it's closest to or something. I don't know. But again, it's very quiet in here. Trying to stay on topic.
Okay, who killed the chat?
I don't know. I was asking people to talk for a while there, and I gave up.
Oh, it looks like Gamma No Hack just won himself a 2-day vacation for being a chat skank. If you're going to post some salacious content and not get on the mic, you might be asked to get on the mic. And if you don't get on the mic, you might be asked to leave.
Referring to that silly clip of my voice. Oh,
15-digit precision. Okay.
oh no, that. No, yeah, that's equally silly.
You know what the funnest part of thinking about the nature of the shape of the Earth is for me? It's actually thinking about the nature of the cosmos. Like, what the hell is out there in the void?
Yeah, we have no way to know. Like, what is the blackness of space?
Well, I mean, it's not black, it's just that your eyes are filtering out the, like, quadrillion gigawatt of data that's actually there. Like, every part of space, no part of space is empty, you know? If you could see everything that was going on, it wouldn't be black, it'd be every color. But then color's just created by your brain, the chemical process.
Say that about everything, you know?
Yeah, the
NASA
colors.
says that space is 98% plasma.
I mean, when I look out at the night sky, it looks far more blue than black to me. Like the way Van
Did you say
Gogh
color is
painted
created by
color in night.
Did you say color is created by the brain?
Yeah.
So we don't perceive colors objectively. We don't perceive colors. We just imagine colors.
We invent them based on the length of the like structures that like the pigments, basically, I guess. It's like a different like gradient of whatever the texture of the object is will reflect a certain part of the light spectrum, and we create color because we associate the way that light splits into 7 different distinct frequencies that can blend to about 10 trillion different frequencies, and it's all the way that texture can be blended, essentially. But
Well, maybe instead of created, you mean interpret?
We call that texture color through our brains because our brains have the cerebral cortex, which can like generate the amount of energy that's needed to convert recognition of atomic lengths into a perception of a sense called color.
So color is a subjective illusion.
Pretty much.
Oh boy.
I'm pretty sure
Yeah,
there's
that reduces all
consistency
your
between
visual.
wavelength and color, and it has to do with the permittivity and permeability of the medium
You know, your premise logically
Yeah.
implies that
and the
you
surface.
don't really see anything as it is.
Well, it's like blue doesn't really exist in nature except in very few places that have actual blue pigments. But most things are splitting light the same way that the sky splits light so that it appears blue.
Well, we heard that, so your premise necessarily implies that your perception of color is a subjective illusion. So you don't know
Well, it is
any visual
like
facts.
Rayleigh scattering is the best way to understand its effect because then you can just use the sky as a reference. It's the biggest, most ready reference. But if you understand the way that Rayleigh scattering works in nature, it's really fascinating because there's shitloads of animals that seem like they're blue animals, but there's very, very few animals that have blue pigment. It's an important distinction from the way that you can refract light and create a sense of a color. That's what a rainbow is doing. It's creating all the colors because it's refracting the whole spectrum inside. You know how like light goes through a prism, so I'm not trying to explain anything.
But again, you're not addressing the critique. You're just repeating your idea. Your premise necessarily implies that you don't know any facts. It necessarily implies that it's just a subjective illusion.
Colors reliably correspond to the wavelength, right?
Yeah. That's why you don't need pigment to create the perception of color. You can just manufacture the wavelength through refractions.
Okay, again, the critique. Are you going to address the critique?
Dude, I don't
Your
really
premise.
know what the problem is, and I was making a completely different point before we got sidetracked into color, so I don't really want to keep arguing about it.
Well, very well then, but the critique still stands. Your premise is self-defeating.
Do you have like a point to make beyond the critique? Like, is there anywhere you want to go with it?
Well, you could address it. That's why the critique is being said. I'm not saying the critique just for it to be neglected.
There's fucking people every day that want their gotcha moment, and it's like, okay, you got me. Now what do we do? The conversation just stalled. Like, what I'm
now
saying
you're
is,
complaining
like,
instead of just moving forward.
if you have a deeper understanding based on what I was actually saying, that's drawn into new context based on the information that you've just introduced, then please do it.
Okay, I
But you
don't need your
do that.
pedagogy
You want
lessons,
to
dude. Just stop.
introduce
Just
information and say
stop,
that
dude.
you're
Stop.
wrong.
Just stop, dude. Dude,
10 minutes
dude,
to say
dude,
you're
relax.
wrong.
Dude, relax. Just stop. I don't need your lessons on how to have a conversation. I'm a veteran. I've been having conversations for years. I've been having debates for years. I know how to do this. So just because the critique is irritating, just because it's irritating you, dude, doesn't give you the right to presume to admonish me when I did nothing wrong. It's not my fault you said a self-defeating premise. So if anyone's gonna get mad at anyone, it's me to you, and get mad at yourself.
It's fucking part of psychology. It's the shit that they teach you in the first week of study of any psychology. It's what they call Psych 101.
So what? What does that have to do with my point? You and your whining and carping, just something to admonish me for something that I didn't do wrong.
Arguing over this shit.
So shut up then.
Yeah, maybe you should go on mute if you're having a hard time with this.
It's ridiculous. The voice channel is designated for discourse, not just for you to sit up on your soapbox with your self-defeating premises. It's ridiculous. So, anyways, the premise is self-defeating and undermines all visual detection. It implies that it's all just a subjective illusion. So you can't talk as though you have any visual facts that you know.
I just
Premise is
muted
true.
that guy.
You couldn't have any
I
visual
can't
facts.
listen to that anymore.
That you don't have to interrupt me to do it. You've been monologuing for quite a long time.
Gregory, just a moment. Gregory, just a moment. He muted you. Div, you may not mute people in this channel. If you do that, I will ban you. So unmute him immediately because it causes audio chaos.
All right. Yeah, no worries.
Gregory, is the contention here specifically the word created rather than maybe interpreted by the brain?
Not quite. That's not the contention.
I mean,
Because
that
if
was
you said
definitely
interpreted, then that wouldn't be a problem.
right. I mean, based on what he was talking about before you came in, I think he meant interpreted, but I'm not going to talk for him either. But I would say it is kind of a self-defeating premise, so let's just kind of move on.
Yeah. Ain't no justification to get indignant at me about it. I didn't say it.
No, not at all.
That's the whole point of the eye, is to actually see things as they are, not just to imagine images. That type of rhetoric always annoyed me. The kind of materialistic, behavioristic, psychologizing of everything. It's just verbose. It's just a verbose way of saying it's all an illusion.
Right,
No good
brain in a
reason.
jar. Brain in a jar, guys. Brain in a jar. Who created
that's
the
what I
brain
was
in the
thinking.
jar for your brain?
And the same people would be empiricists. You only know things through empirical, and yet your visual detection and or all your other senses are just fabrications in some vague, undefined sense of Bible reactions. It's like, dude, do you think through your worldview? No, evidently not.
You guys ever have a song that's stuck in your head, and when you go to play the song to relieve the pressure, that the song is actually worse than you remembered, and so now you're stuck?
Yes.
Yes. That's exactly how a glober is with a globe claim. They get all excited. They think it's going to prove the globe once and for all. And they represent it. They get out there with it. And then when it's torn apart for them right in front of their face, well, there goes reality, stuck once again. There's no escaping this flat Earth thing either. The older you get, the more and more people are going to wake up to flat Earth, which means you're going to encounter flat Earthers at work. You might meet some in your personal life through just, socializing through your friends and through friends of friends. More flat Earthers are coming, so get used to it. We're here. If this topic makes you lose your freaking mind on the internet, as we see it happen to people day after day, and just wait until you start being surrounded by flat earthers in real life.
So I spent like 20 minutes, maybe 30, in that Islamic server. And if anybody wants to complain about, flat earthers muting people, let me tell you something. It was pure chaos not being able to, because just the idea of the flat earth made the whole room triggered. Nonstop troll questions, nonstop over talking, nonstop ad homs, nonstop just insults and slurs. And so, and I don't know why. I don't know why the globe folk are so bothered by this that it creates this response in you that makes you lose all self-control. It's not that big a deal, I swear. You'll live tomorrow knowing that the earth is indeed a vast plane that you've always experienced. So, like, the mute button is for order, not for, silencing the opposition. Just be cool, and there's no problem.
Yep, we mute flat earthers in here too, who for whatever reason are not able to maintain proper flow and order.
Yeah. I mean, I understand that, conversations can become heated. We get that, but just the idea of the topic seems to create an unnatural response, a lack of self-control in people. Not a big deal. It's going to happen just like, who is that? Is that Chris? Oh, Flatloyd, yeah. You're going to encounter more of these people. Now, some of them have no idea why they believe what they believe, and they can't defend the flat earth at all, just like you can't defend the globe. But it's going to happen more and more. You're going to have to deal with it.
What's going on here? Anybody new got any questions? Anything on the table at the moment? Let's see. Savage, you been here before, Savage? And Pebbles. Savage, Pebbles. Well, most people are listening, so if the new people got any questions, open your mics and speak. You got a question, D8?
No.
I just saw your mic turning green, so was wondering. What brings you to the
Yeah.
What brings
I
you
get
to the
told
FE
when my
channel?
mic does shit. The Flat Earth channel.
Yeah, what brings you by? Are you curious about the topics?
Yeah, I've been fascinated by it for probably over 10 years, I guess, at this point.
Wow, 10 years.
Yeah, probably longer.
Interesting. What have you concluded after this long of gathering information about these topics? Any conclusion about the nature of the place that we're in?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of conclusions. But I mean, if you want direct evidence, then it's a different discussion.
Yeah, direct evidence of the conclusions will be a good thing to have, right? But then you could probably look at a puzzle, even though you cannot, how do you say, you cannot touch the puzzle and put the pieces together, but you can look at it and look at this piece and the other piece and mentally kind of put the puzzle together, right? Even though you can't touch the pieces. You're looking at them.
In a sense. I don't know. It's like it's a very broad area that you can approach from a lot of different directions. That's why I like thinking about it.
Yeah.
Just
Have you
earlier, I
discarded
was
earlier
thinking
what?
about the nature of the cosmos and what the cosmos must actually be like.
The cosmos. What does that mean for you? I had a pet called Cosmos. He was a brown Labrador.
I mean,
The
the void,
What does
outside
that
the earth. Where I house the luminaries.
Cosmos etymology. Let's see what the etymology says. What it means for you. Cosmos, order of word. Universe seen as well order, whole. Okay. So the cosmos will be the universe well ordered. So that will be like a construct. Something well ordered wouldn't be something random that is exploding around, right? Well ordered will be like your room is well ordered, the house is well ordered, the building is well ordered in structure.
Possibly why I prefer to use that word. I think when you say universe or space, it implies heliocentrism, so I try to use the word cosmos because it puts a question mark in the brain as to what that exactly is.
Well, in the definition, it has well ordered whole. So for me, something ordered, it's not random, right? It's not like the claim of the helio, whatever, the globe. That is random stuff just happening.
I
Here,
mean, there's a lot
Cosmos
of
sounds like a well ordered. Go ahead.
a lot of parallels to the argument of intelligent design versus evolution. So, in the sense, a creationist argument, but it's another thing that I've looked at a lot growing up Christian. So, it's interesting how well it parallels to the flat Earth notion.
Yeah, some people say God left the building. In the paradigm of cosmologies, they say, yeah, we are in the building, in the ordered building. Now we gotta keep the order in the building, but God is outside of the building, looking into it through cameras or whatever. Some people argue that God left the building. What do you think?
Well, I mean, yes and no.
I mean, if it's well ordered, the cosmos, someone has to maintain the order. And I see a lot of mess right now in the cosmos that we experience. But I think when you also say cosmos, it will include certain mechanisms that we can only wonder about. And that's what the Globers want to kind of replace and take over. They say, oh, we know how that stuff out there works. We know. We're going to tell you now, right? But they don't actually know. That's a problem. Because there's a lot of wonders that we don't know about. And that's okay. Like the actual mechanisms of
the experiences you can have through becoming conscious in your dreams, they feel a lot like the footage of being on the moon is supposed to be. So, yeah, that's interesting.
The moon landings, I think that's kind of like an easy one for a lot of people because it looks like a very low budget. I mean, I don't know, from my opinion. Today, when we look at it, if I look at the footage for what it is, it's like very bad acting and
But you
production.
get how, like, what I'm saying is that in a conscious dream experience, you'll find that, like, you're in the world somewhere, but it's now like you're on the moon. That's how you'll interact with, like, that's how your mass will act on the, you can control what your mass is doing to an extent.
Mentally, I don't see that myself. So, what does that mean? Not sure.
Well, I mean, to me, it's just a deeper, more esoteric level to the illusion and the manufacturing of illusion and the association of illusion through something which is enabling illusion, which is what the moon's true purpose is actually doing.
I think that there's an example of that recently with the solar eclipse. They were like for months and even further promoting how the eclipse works. So if you Googled eclipse, solar eclipse coming up, you will see NASA explaining to you the mechanisms of how that phenomena works, right? So when the day comes, the actual event comes, people were already under the spell, under the pre-programmed idea of what the phenomena they're looking at, they know how it works. And they looked at it in Google like a few weeks ago, right? And that's like a mental spell.
Well, I mean, it's just like a completely stupid idea that the Earth is blocking out all this. I can't remember.
Yeah. We know you're letting the pressure out, but yeah, it was trolling. He's banned. I know. Muted.
So you have a sphere, right? And you want that sphere to be stationary. Do you put it on a sphere?
You put it on a table.
You put it on a flat plane.
So balls work on a table, on a flat plane or horizontal frame of reference. Balls do work on that, but
we definitely don't make global.
Can you
tables.
have a table? Can you have a table on a ball and make it work?
Stability is the key factor to everything.
Yeah, you gotta keep it stable.
I think that's what you were saying before. Like, it destabilizes the foundational knowledge of where you are in the cosmos.
Yeah, in people's minds, if you go high enough, that table is on a ball, right? Okay, let me zoom out because I saw it. NASA told me. For these people, these cartoons, you've seen this in many programs, many movies. They either start the programming by zooming from very far away outside of the Earth, the ball, and then they zoom in, and then they reach your table at your house. Now you're looking at the TV and the table on the screen, right, on the programming. Or they zoom out from the table or from your house, from your point, from reality. They zoom out, and then they show you the fantasy. It's like connecting that thing, and people make that connection mentally themselves. That table is on a spinning water ball. Makes sense.
Yeah, it's one of the most disturbing things.
It's a spell.
It's Matrix level shit.
It's done visually and visually, by sound with words and by spells, writings. You can read about the story. You can observe graphics about the story. You can hear people speaking about the story. And that, for a fresh mind, I mean, that information can be kind of like a molding for the mind. And have a function of.
You know what I
Right.
think's interesting, right? Is if you pick any number of these pseudo dystopian science fictions where you have a, say, like experiment group population that doesn't know they're an experiment, there's almost always this concept inside this group that's created by the people running the shit that there's a place that they go to. You know, it's this place where everything's perfect, and it's actually they're just being killed because they're no longer useful for the experiment. And I think it's kind of like space and the moon and going to Mars. There's all kind of that vague idea of like, if you work really hard and you eventually get there, you can like leave this whole thing behind, you know, and go somewhere where it's all the elite people that made it to.
How is this
So I think
factor
it'd
of
also be
uncertainty?
like, it'd be a great way to depopulate the Earth if you just put like shitloads of people on a ship and flew it off into the void, you know, and said they're on Mars, and you just created like CGI movie of Mars civilization. Something, I don't know.
Well,
There
like, there could be
if NASA came out, right? Like if NASA came out and said there's like a years long delay in the transmission of like fucking replies between Mars and Earth, then like they could effectively kill off everybody that believes they're going to Mars, and then they just got the footage of the transmission, so they manufacture the replies. They got 5 years to create the perfect replies. Full on
Didn't something
deepfakes.
similar happen to the moon landings? That the footage actually came out